Do you not understand human speech? I am merely asking you to reschedule the wedding. Chung-gu is undergoing surgery soon, and I need to be there for him. Can you not be a little understanding? If you insist on this, I shall not attend the wedding. You can handle it yourself. Confronted by the shrill voice on the other end of the line, Lin Yu's tone remained cold and devoid of any emotion. Then so be it. On the other end, Shun Yinqing was momentarily taken aback, and upon regaining her composure, she shouted in anger. What did you say? I'm giving you one last chance. Lin Yu interrupted her, cursing directly into the phone. Get lost. I would never grant your mother an opportunity, even if she begged. You're just throwing peppercorns at her neighbor, causing them to numb. I curse you. With that, he abruptly hung up, leaving Shun Yinqing no chance to react. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, his chest heaved violently. He had endured for far too long. Ever since his brotherly friend, Lu Qingge, returned, Shun Yinqing's affections had shifted away from him. Did he not realize this? Yet he had grossly overestimated the bond he shared with Shun Yinqing over the past 3 years. Years of devotion seemed insignificant now, overshadowed by the return of her white moonlight. He had financially supported her brother's education, sought doctors during illnesses, and assisted in resolving various issues. Not to mention the emotional investment he had selflessly poured into their life together for Shun Yinqing. Yet his sacrifices felt akin to dried leaves cast into a deep pool, creating not a single ripple before being swept into the silent abyss by the current. Now, his contributions seemed like a mere jest. Indeed, he should have awakened to this truth long ago. Those who are loved often act without fear. His repeated compromises did not lead to Shun Yinqing's enlightenment, but rather intensified her disregard. At this moment, his heart lay utterly desolate. Nevertheless, it was not too late for him to awaken. Cutting losses now was the wisest course of action. He had yet to present the bride price or the wedding gifts, and the house he resided in bore no trace of Shun Yinqing's name. Most crucially, they had not yet obtained their marriage certificate, as her family refused to allow it until the bride price was settled. The only blemish on this situation was that the wedding invitations had already been sent out. His grandparents were eagerly anticipating the union. How could he suddenly cancel? Yet, even if the ceremony were to be called off, there would be no turning back for him. Lin Yu gently massaged his temples. With only 10 days left, where on earth am I to find a bride? Since entering a relationship, he had ceased all contact with other women, and with his department consisting solely of men, he found himself devoid of any close female friends. If all else failed, he would simply forego the wedding. However, he worried about his grandparents. He wondered if they could endure until the time they might hold their great-grandchild. With this thought, Lin Yu let out a resigned sigh that he grew up in an orphanage. Unlike other orphans who were adopted instead, he was raised by the elderly director of the institution. Though not by blood, the bond between them was profound, as the grandparents regarded him as their very own grandson, that he held deep affection for the grandparents who nurtured him, whose greatest desire was to hold their great-grandchild in their arms as soon as possible. Observing their gradual decline in health, Lin Yu yearned to marry the one he loved and bring forth the fruit of their love. During this period, the smiles of the elderly couple had increased significantly, making it all the more difficult for him to convey the news to them. Having reached this point, he resolved to delay the revelation, allowing them to remain blissfully unaware for at least one more day. At worst, he could hire an actor when the time came. Lin Yu's salary and savings were considerable. He held the position of senior algorithm engineer at his company, which was why he could afford to purchase a home in Jiangxing. He was handsome, young, and well compensated, causing envy among many, especially towards Shun Yinqing, who alone remained indifferent, her heart forever occupied by Lu Qingge. Upon Lu Qingge's return, she regarded him as a younger brother, interacting with him as a close male friend. Did Lin Yu not understand the man's intentions? Though he had moved on, the myriad memories pierced his heart like barbs. He dialed a number, saying, "Master, could you come over to help me change the lock?" Moments later, he made another call in a group chat named Three's Company. Nothing works. Everyone come out for drinks tonight. It's on me at the hospital. In the ward, Shun Yinqing gazed with concern at the pale-faced man lying in bed. Qingge, are you all right? Do you need me to stay with you? Lu Qingge pretended to cough lightly, feigning weakness as he replied, Sister Shun, no need. It's all my fault for causing a quarrel between you and your husband. You should go clarify things with him. Our relationship is entirely innocent, and you were merely concerned for my well-being. Recalling Lin Yu's tone earlier, Shun Yinqing felt a surge of anger and retorted, he is just too petty. Given our relationship, How could I not care for you when you're sick? How dare he raise his voice at me? Is it so difficult to postpone the wedding? I only asked him for a bride price of $388,000 initially. I wanted $688,000, but I reduced it out of respect for our many years of friendship. I've noticed he has become increasingly bold lately. If I ignore him for a few days, I wonder if he will start to worry that Liu Qing nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, your husband has been somewhat neglectful of you lately. Sister Shun, you have treated him well, men understand men. And I can see that you have made it too easy for him, but if he wishes to win you back, the bride price must be raised, and demand should be increased." Liu Qing's voice was gentle, as if he were advocating for Shun Yinqing. Shun Yinqing smiled gently at Liu Qing. "After all these years, you still understand me, Qing. Although you're now my younger brother in name, you consistently think of me. You're nothing like Lin Yu. If he wants me to return, I will have him assist you with the down payment for your house, alleviating some of your burden." Upon hearing this, Liu Qing's eyes brightened, and the pallor of his face began to fade, taking on a healthy glow. However, he quickly masked his expression, awkwardly saying, "Is that appropriate? Would brother-in-law agree?" After all, Shun Yinqing scoffed. "Does he dare refuse? He would lose me forever. Rest assured, he would never dare." Her tone was filled with unwavering confidence, as if Lin Yu would readily apologize to her at any moment. Just then, her phone rang. The corners of Shun Yinqing's mouth lifted slightly. "It must be Lin Yu. I told you he wouldn't last 3 days, let alone 3 days. Even 1 hour would be an overestimation." However, as she answered the call, her smile instantly froze. "What? Didn't I already pay the rent? Refunding the rent? What does that mean? Mr. Lin initiated a refund? What does he mean by that?" Beep, beep, beep. Before she could finish speaking, the landlord hung up, instructing her to vacate the premises by tomorrow morning. Shun Yinqing stood there in stunned silence, clearly still in disbelief. Previously, she had insisted Lin Yu rent a place for her because he had mentioned that a girl should not casually give herself away. Despite being together for so long, they had never engaged in anything beyond holding hands and kissing. Both wished to reserve their first time for marriage. Now, after their quarrel and breakup, Lin Yu had directly terminated the lease. In past arguments, Lin Yu had never been this ruthless. Realizing this, Shun Yinqing clenched her teeth, her fingernails digging into her palm. "Lin Yu, what on earth do you want?" She grabbed her phone and dialed Lin Yu's number. "What are you doing? Why did you refund the rent?" On the other end, a cold mechanical voice replied, "Hello, the number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later." Unwilling to accept this, Shun Yinqing dialed several more times. By the 5th attempt, she had to admit that she had been blocked. Not only on his phone, but on every social platform, all means of contact had been severed. Her face flushed crimson. "Fine. Very well. Lin Yu, you had better not come begging me, for unless you show sincerity, I will not easily forgive you." Liu Qing, witnessing Shun Yinqing's furious demeanor, reached out to pat her head, only to have her evade his touch. He chuckled awkwardly, attempting to comfort her. "Sister Shun, I'm here for you. Don't be upset. Brother-in-law is just being stubborn that he loves you so much. Sooner or later, he will come to apologize. The wedding date has already been set. It cannot be canceled at the last minute. Can it? Ultimately, it will still be you who is sought after." Upon hearing Liu Qing's words, Shun Yinqing's expression gradually improved. She exhaled softly and cast a gentle glance at Liu Qing. "You truly know how to comfort me. Lin Yu always manages to irritate me. I really don't understand why he cannot learn from you." Liu Qing's tone was as soothing as fresh tea. "Perhaps my brother-in-law was simply anxious, and that's why he upset you. If it were me, I would never provoke you." Feigning surprise, he quickly added, "Ah, did I say something wrong?" Shun Yinqing shook her head and snorted coldly. "You are not mistaken. He simply cannot be compared to you. This time, I will not forgive him so easily." That in a bar, neon lights intertwined with the aroma of alcohol, vibrating with the bass. Figures moved in the booth, the clinking of glasses mingling with the music, while on the dance floor, numerous alluring women clad in revealing attire danced around the poles. Lin Yu drowned his sorrows in drink, his face flushed and his gaze hazy under the dazzling lights. Beside him, Ma Jia leaned in, inquiring, "Brother Yu, what about your wedding? Do you not plan to go through with it? 3 years of affection, just like that. Is it over?" On the other side, Liang Yong pushed away the woman who was leaning on Lin Yu, attempting to feed him more alcohol. "Whatever you choose to do, we will support you. I've never liked Shun Yinqing. What decent thing has she ever done? As Lin Yu's close friends since university, their first reaction to the breakup was one of relief, but mostly they felt sympathy. They understood how much Lin Yu had invested in this relationship with the wedding on the horizon. The sudden separation must have been painful for him. Lin Yu took another swig of his drink and replied softly, "I wish to proceed, but I cannot find anyone to join me. Besides, my feelings did not simply vanish, they were gradually eroded by Shen Yinqing." While sadness was certainly present, he felt a greater sense of liberation. If they were to marry, he would have truly fallen into an abyss that he had come to terms with it. This was damage control. Although he was no prince, he would not return to a past that no longer served him. As for her so-called little brother, well, let her develop that as she wishes. That Jie raised his glass. Let's not dwell on it. We, your brothers, have seen your efforts. If Shen Yinqing cannot appreciate you, that is her blindness. After all these years, how could we not know the kind of person you are? With Brother Yu's qualities, finding someone 100 times better than Shen Yinqing would be no challenge at all. And she dares to call you out. Damn it. Let's drink. Liang Yong followed suit, lifting his glass. To hell with it. One more drink. Tonight, Brother Yu doesn't pay, well cover it. Lin Yu looked at his steadfast friends, who had been by his side since university, and felt a warmth in his heart. He raised his glass and clinked it with two others, downing yet another drink. He had lost count of how many he had consumed. All he remembered was that he had been drinking since he sat down. His stomach felt uncomfortably distended, and the world around him swayed perilously, threatening to engulf him in unconsciousness at any moment. Though he could typically hold his liquor well, the continuous intake, coupled with the fact that he had come on an empty stomach, made him more susceptible to intoxication. Noticing Lin Yu's fatigue, Ma Jian nudged him with his elbow. "Brother Yu, would you like me to summon a few female models to keep you company?" Lin Yu pressed his forehead with his palm and shook his head. "No, thank you. I'm not particularly fond of that." He harbored a certain psychological fastidiousness. Although he frequented bars, he never engaged with the unsavory company of barmaids. His grandparents had instilled in him the importance of maintaining one's fundamental principles from a young age. Once one crosses a line, it becomes easier to do so again. How could one be certain they wouldn't contract something undesirable? Thus, he had always refrained from entangling himself in indiscriminate romantic affairs. Ma Jia, being his friend, naturally understood Lin Yu's sentiments. It's fine drinking with companions doesn't necessarily lead to anything inappropriate. Liang Yong and I drink all the time without ever misbehaving with these women. Lin Yu furrowed his brow, glancing at the scantily clad barmaid, who was smiling at him with a flirtatious demeanor. "Forget it, you all enjoy yourselves. I need to use the restroom." His visits to bars were infrequent, as he had only come to accompany his friends in the past. Since he began his relationship with Shen Yinqing, he had avoided such places, not out of promiscuity, but out of a desire to provide a sense of security for his partner, choosing to distance himself from environments that might provoke jealousy. Watching Lin Yu stagger away, Ma Jia exchanged a worried glance with Liang Yong and sighed in resignation. Liang Yong expressed his concern. "Should we accompany Brother Yu? It seems he has never been to this bar before. What if something happens to him?" Ma Jia retorted with exasperation. "What could possibly happen? Is he likely to be whisked away by a woman? While this place may be a bit chaotic, it's hardly a den for male corpses." Liang Yong nodded in agreement. "That's true, it's unlikely that gay men frequent bars. Come, let's drink." At the entrance of room 301, two burly bodyguards were anxiously scanning their surroundings. One, sporting sunglasses, appeared particularly restless. "Haven't found anyone suitable yet? If necessary, just pull in a decent-looking male model." The other bodyguard snapped back, "Are you out of your mind? Do you really think the young lady won't hold us accountable later?" The bespectacled bodyguard hesitated. "But how many clean individuals would venture into a place like this? Our immediate priority should be the young lady." As they conversed, they suddenly spotted an attractive young man stumbling down the corridor, seemingly searching for something. His eyes gleamed with a clarity that only those unaccustomed to the bar scene could possess. The two exchanged a glance and simultaneously declared, "Let be him." Chapter 3. The Enchanting Woman. A Night of Passion. What kind of establishment is this bar? Where is the restroom? Lin Yu could not contain his frustration and exclaimed aloud. He was utterly bewildered as to how he had ended up here, surrounded by numerous rooms, yet none possessed a restroom. Unbeknownst to him, these private rooms were reserved for the affluent, and in his dizzy state, he mistook any door for a potential restroom. Just as he was about to turn and leave, He collided with the chest of a burly man. Standing at an impressive height of nearly 6 feet, this giant was at least an inch taller, nearly towering at 2 meters. Lin Yu cursed inwardly. Who is this? Upon raising his gaze, he found himself confronted by a man who was not only significantly taller, but also more robust than he was, instantly sobering him up, though not out of fear. Rather, he simply felt less inebriated. Before Lin Yu could utter a word, the imposing figure clad in dark attire and sunglasses inquired, "Brother, may I ask you a rather personal question? Is this your first time?" At this unexpected query, Lin Yu felt a shiver run down his spine. Contemplating how to make a hasty retreat, it was disconcerting to receive such a peculiar question from a nearly 2-meter-tall, intimidating man, leaving Lin Yu to wonder about the man's intentions. Instinctively, he clenched his body and swallowed hard, preparing to flee. However, just as he turned, he found himself face to face with another man of similar stature. Lin Yu thought, what the hell? On my first visit to this bar, I encounter such a predicament. 2 hulking figures seemed to have ulterior motives. He cursed inwardly, damn it. One isn't enough. Now there are 2? Is this a game of 3? Cold sweat trickled down his back. Although he considered himself no slouch in a brawl, these 2 men resembled the formidable Mike Tyson. A single punch could very well spell his demise. The burly man pressed, quickly, answer our question. In a moment of desperation, Lin Yu executed a slick slide maneuver, gracefully slipping beneath the man and escaping. His fluid motion took advantage of their bulk, baffling both giants momentarily, as they had never witnessed such an escape. Once he had created some distance, Lin Yu turned back with a triumphant shout, I wouldn't answer even if you begged. A simple slide, and I'm gone. So what if I'm a virgin? I'm no fool to be toyed with the hall bustling with patrons. A few swift steps would place him beyond the reach of these 2 men. 2.5 minutes later, Lin Yu found himself being dragged into room 301. He had not anticipated that in his dizzy state, he had miscalculated his escape route, inadvertently heading in the opposite direction towards the hall, ultimately leading to his capture by the 2 giants who now confined him to the private room. His expression was one of utter despair. Was this truly where his fate would be sealed? Lin Yu contemplated utilizing his signature move, the castration leg, when the 2 men would lower their trousers. However, upon entering the private room, he was taken aback as the 2 burly men exited, standing guard at the door. This unexpected turn of events left Lin Yu utterly bewildered. Could there be another formidable figure among them? A bald man adorned with floral tattoos? Perhaps a young man with a penchant for soap, a consequence of his prolonged incarceration? Lin Yu had already resolved that should the situation unfold as he feared, he would unhesitatingly seize a nearby bottle and hurl it, preferring death to being a nuisance. The dim lighting within the room cast an alluring glow, revealing every detail despite its obscurity. Just as he bent to retrieve a bottle, an overwhelming scent of rose perfume, accompanied by a warm breath, enveloped him, causing Lin Yu to stagger back a step. He then beheld an exquisitely beautiful woman who embraced him, her high heels stepping upon his foot. Fortunately, he was spared the agony of an ingrown nail, where he would have cried out in pain. Before Lin Yu could fully comprehend the situation, warmth brushed against his lips as the woman's black skirt swept past his knees. Her fingers entwined in his hair at the nape of his neck, and her wine-scented lips pressed hungrily against his, prying open his slightly parted mouth. Perhaps it was the influence of alcohol, but his mind went blank, and he instinctively reciprocated the kiss, his heart racing wildly. He vowed this was the most reckless act he had ever committed, trapped in a private room, forcefully kissed by a stunning woman. Under the intoxicating spell of alcohol, Lin Yu rose to the occasion. The air was thick with hormones, and he found himself unsure of his next move, merely yielding to the alluring woman. Feeling the heat radiating from her body as her hands ventured toward his abdomen, he offered no resistance and mirrored her advances, emboldened by her lack of opposition. Madness overtook him. He felt utterly deranged. The beautiful woman's hands fumbled with his belt, though she appeared clueless, while Lin Yu's hands grew increasingly audacious. Suddenly, the enchanting woman shivered, letting out a soft moan. Breathing heavily, her gaze turned hazy as she implored Lin Yu, "Please, help me. I promise I won't let you down. Rest assured, I'm clean. I've just been drugged." At that moment, Lin Yu was already intoxicated by desire. On one hand, the alcohol's effects fueled his impulses. On the other, the recent passionate kiss had ignited a fire within him. If he could withstand this, he would hardly be a man. Though initial concerns about her potential ailments lingered, the situation had escalated beyond retreat. The burly men outside likely prevented his exit for this very reason. Should anything happen to the stunning woman, he too would face grave consequences. After weighing the risks and rewards, Lin Yu acquiesced. Of course, it was certainly not due to his head being turned, as he was yet to finish speaking. Another fervent kiss was pressed upon him. He merely felt a wave of warmth and moisture upon his lips, sensing that his partner possessed no finesse. As she was merely nibbling at him, he swiftly lifted the enchanting woman and placed her upon the sofa, shedding his shirt to reveal his taut and sculpted 8-pack abs. In the dim light, one could still discern the rosy flush of her cheeks, a testament to her shyness, as her petite hands restlessly ventured towards his abdomen, even beginning to slide downward. The following morning, in a 5-star hotel, within a luxurious suite, Lin Yu was roused by the blaring alarm clock. He reached out to silence it, rising from his slumber in a daze, feeling an ache in his waist and legs, and a lingering dizziness in his head. Taking a sip from the bottle of mineral water on his bedside, he realized his throat was particularly parched. Where am I? Lin Yu surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings, his mind racing to piece together the events of the previous night. Suddenly, he noticed a single, lustrous strand of dark hair on the bedside, undoubtedly a woman's. Instantly, he sat upright, recalling the outrageous memories of last night. He glanced at the bedside, discovering a stack of crimson notes, seemingly amounting to several thousand, accompanied by a neatly written note. Chapter 4. The words of a scandalous woman? Is such effort worth a few thousand? Lin Yu. Is that so? A few thousand is all it takes to dismiss him? Am I truly so inexpensive? Wait, is this a matter of worth? That sum of money makes him feel like a mere object of desire. Hadn't she promised to take responsibility before they engaged? Now, upon waking, she had vanished, truly a deceitful woman, a breathtakingly beautiful deceiver. Yet, this woman was indeed a first for him. He had noticed certain signs during their time in the private room. Otherwise, his first instinct would have been to rush to the hospital to ensure he had not contracted anything. Perhaps the potency of the substances they had consumed had rendered them oblivious to the passage of time, and although the effects had worn off, their mutual exhilaration persisted, prompting them to find another venue to continue their fervent escapades. After all, both were young, and the pent-up energy of the years had driven them to a night of unrestrained passion. Lin Yu rubbed his temples, though his body ached. He had not reached his limits. If the enchanting woman were still present, he would undoubtedly rise to the occasion once more. He lifted the covers, examining the evidence of their wild night, and glanced at the note, curious about the intentions of the woman who had so brazenly taken his innocence. The handwriting was neat and elegant, providing a sense of comfort as he read. Last night may have been a bit presumptuous. I had matters to attend to today, hence my hasty departure. The room charges have been settled. Here is my contact information. Rest assured, if you need anything, I will take responsibility. I do not possess much cash, merely a few thousand, yet this does not imply that your performance last night is only worth this much. Keep it for now. I shall compensate you later. Lin Yu pondered. What does it mean to compensate him later? Is merely losing a few thousand considered taking responsibility? Is he truly in need of such a trifling sum? His performance last night is worth at least 5 figures, wouldn't you agree? Such a meager amount is an insult, fit only for children. He has already bestowed upon her billions, and yet she offers so little in return. This sentiment reeks of insincerity, reminiscent of the words of a cad. No, perhaps it is more akin to the lexicon of a manipulative woman. With a sigh, Lin Yu acknowledged that those who frequent bars are rarely virtuous. Fortunately, he is currently single. A one-night affair does not burden his conscience excessively, instead reinforcing his resolve to sever ties with Shen Yanqing. Today is fortuitously a weekend. He is free from work, which explains his indulgence in alcohol last night. Upon grasping his phone, he discovered a myriad of messages. Ma Jie and Liang Yong had frantically called him in the middle of the night, only to cease abruptly midway, even apologizing in the chat for disturbing his solitude. As Lin Yu reflected, it appeared he had deemed their incessant calls mere telemarketing and answered, only to be met with silence on the other end, prompting him to hang up. Damn, no wonder the two of them stopped calling. How could he possibly explain this? Should he confess to being overwhelmed by a stunning woman? Yet, it seemed he had willingly engaged in the encounter. Counting the 3,000 in his hand, Lin Yu felt an unsettling aura surrounding the money. What could be so impure about it? It is the fruit of my labor from last night. As the saying goes, the working class is the most honorable. Lin Yu convinced himself to accept the 3,000. This amount is roughly equivalent to 2.5 days of his salary. He could treat himself to some goji berries, oysters, and chives to replenish his strength. As for explanations, he felt there was no immediate need to clarify matters to his friends. He would articulate the truth once he resolved his current issues. The most pressing concern now was to ensure the wedding proceeded smoothly. After much contemplation, he resolved to find a woman of a demure appearance, ideally one whom his grandparents would favor, to assist him in this charade. Just then, an absurd thought crossed his mind. What if he married the woman from last night? Lin Yu discerned that she was not a woman of easy virtue, as evidenced by her prolonged chastity. But would she agree? Glancing at the note that echoed the sentiments of a scoundrel, he chuckled at himself. My notion is indeed quite naive. In a rented room, Shen Yinqing was in a state of distress, exclaiming, How dare you evict me? The landlord, a middle-aged man, showed no leniency despite her beauty. You haven't paid your rent. Do you expect to live here for free? Who do you think you are? Shen Yinqing stepped forward to reason with the landlord, her face flushed with indignation. I've lived here for so long. Why wasn't I consulted about the rent refund? The landlord retorted curtly. Because you are neither the one who pays nor the one who signed the contract. Why should I discuss it with you? Have you contributed any money? When Lin Yu vacated the apartment, he did not only forfeit his deposit, but also compensated the landlord with an additional month's rent. Coincidentally, at that moment, another tenant reached out to the landlord seeking accommodation. Naturally, the landlord was pleased with the prospect of profiting from both the deposit and an extra month's rent, and thus took it upon himself to evict Shen Yinqing. The rent in this area was not modest. It was a well-located community in Jiacheng, costing around 5,000 to 6,000 per month, equivalent to Shen Yinqing's entire salary. This was precisely why she could not afford to renew the lease. She had no habit of saving money and belonged to the category of spendthrifts, exhausting her funds each month and turning to Lin Yu whenever she was short. By this month, her finances were nearly depleted. She could scarcely afford rent, let alone find funds for a modest apartment elsewhere. When Lin Yu was still with her, he had gone to great lengths to find this well-lit residence, even tending to her needs when she was unwell by cleaning and cooking for her. Thinking of this, Shen Yinqing felt a surge of grievance, and her discontent with Lin Yu intensified. Why should he treat her this way? After all, she was his girlfriend, more accurately, his fiancée. All she had done was to request a postponement of their wedding to support Chenggu. Was that truly a reason for his anger? Why must he be so petty? Eventually, when they married, wouldn't that money still belong to her? The landlord entered the apartment, closing the door behind him while reminding her. You may leave now. Do not disturb me while I clean, as I need to prepare for the new tenant. This remark caused Shen Yinqing's face to flush even deeper, and she stomped her feet in frustration. Who would want to stay here? Do you think I have nowhere else to go? Now genuinely incensed, this was the first time since meeting Lin Yu that she felt such anger. Even contemplating that she might not forgive him unless the betrothal gift was doubled. At present, she truly had nowhere to turn. Returning home meant facing her parents, who would undoubtedly scold her for not securing the betrothal gift before causing a scene with Lin Yu. With this thought, she dialed a number. Chapter 5, Self-Built House. Shen Yinqing's sense of lost Chenggu. Lin Yu has gone too far. He returned the rent, and now I have nowhere to go. May I stay with you for a while? Shen Yinqing's voice was laden with grievance. On the other end, Lu Qingji's response was one of evident excitement. Of course. I live alone here. If you don't mind, please come over. Hearing that she had a place to stay eased her anger considerably. Chenggu is truly different from Lin Yu. Why was I ever blinded to choose him? I have explained our relationship countless times. After expressing her grievances, Shen Yinqing hailed a taxi, suitcase in hand, and set off towards the location provided by Lu Qingge. Her dissatisfaction with Lin Yu had reached its zenith. How amusing it was. Just 9 days remained until the wedding, and if she, the bride, were to be absent, Lin Yu would undoubtedly be in a frenzy. Ultimately compelled to seek her forgiveness. Regardless, she was determined never to relent. It had always been Lin Yu who bowed down to her, and that would remain unchanged. Was it not natural for the man to yield? Even if Lin Yu exhibited a facade of steadfastness this time, Shen Yinqing remained convinced that a mere gesture of her initiative would have him scurrying back to her, apologizing like a devoted follower. With a cold chuckle, she mused, Lin Yu, postponing the wedding is hardly a monumental issue. Why escalate it to this extent? In the end, the one who suffers will be you. Before long, she arrived at Lu Qingge's residence. Upon surveying her surroundings, she briefly questioned whether she had arrived at the correct destination. Although the environment was relatively better than some rural areas, it was an absolute contrast to the upscale apartment Lin Yu had previously rented for her. This neighborhood appeared to be an aging district, characterized by self-built houses that lacked aesthetic appeal and were decidedly dilapidated. While others might have constructed villas, here, the self-built homes were crumbling, unpainted structures that seemed fraught with safety hazards. The narrow alleyway leading to the entrance was uninviting. One could hardly imagine a woman daring to traverse it alone at night. Shen Yinqing's initial instinct was to leave, but upon reflection, she realized that she had nowhere else to go. After a moment of hesitation, she acquiesced to her circumstances. A twinge of regret settled in her heart. Why had she quarreled with Lin Yu? Now, she was relegated to such a place. Previously, Lin Yu had secured her a residence in the city, one that boasted a splendid environment, a spacious layout, and ample natural light. Frowning deeply, she arrived at Lu Qingga's door. When Lu Qingga opened the door, his face lit up with surprise. "Sister Shen, you finally arrived. Let me help you with your luggage." Shen Yinqing remained silent, her gaze scanning the interior. The more she observed, the tighter her frown became. It was evident that Lu Qingga had tidied up before her arrival, but the apartment was far too small, and it was clear that hygiene was not a priority. Many details had been overlooked, revealing a hasty cleanup. In contrast, Lin Yu had maintained a pristine environment, leaving no corner untouched, ensuring her utmost comfort. Moreover, she had never favored cramped spaces. She preferred expansive areas, and Lu Qingga's abode felt overwhelmingly constricted compared to Lin Yu's. A profound sense of disillusionment washed over her. And even Lu Qingga, usually so agreeable, appeared less appealing in her eyes at that moment. Nonetheless, Shen Yinqing reminded herself that she was only staying for a few days. Once Lin Yu came to plead for her return, she would be able to move out. Besides, Lu Qingga's kindness assured her that she would not be mistreated. Surely, he would treat her better than Lin Yu ever had. Noticing Shen Yinqing's discomfort, Lu Qingga appeared somewhat troubled and pitifully remarked, "Sister Shen, do you not like it here? I apologize for not having enough money to buy a larger house. I can only have you stay here for a while." Shen Yinqing, seeing her younger brother's aggrieved expression, quickly reassured him. "How could that be? Qingga, please do not think this way. I do not find any fault in you. What is wrong with living here? You are with me, after all." The clouds of sadness dissipated from Lu Qingga's face. "Really? Sister Shen, please come inside." As they entered the house, Shen Yinqing observed that there was only one master bedroom with a bed. Tentatively, Lu Qingga asked, "Sister Shen, it's a bit sudden that there's only one bed. How about?" Shen Yinqing nodded. "You can make do and sleep on the sofa. In the past, Lin Yu always did that. Our relationship isn't suitable for sharing a bed." Although she was currently in a dispute with Lin Yu, she believed he would eventually seek to marry her. While she had previously been involved with Lu Qingga, she now regarded him solely as a younger brother, or even a close male friend. In her eyes, Lu Qingga held a higher status than Lin Yu, yet she still recognized the boundaries of their respective roles. If she did not safeguard her first experience well, the bride price would not amount to much. At worst, she would consider whether to develop a deeper relationship with Lu Qingga after marriage. A flicker of disappointment crossed Lu Qingga's eyes, but quickly vanished, replaced by a smile. "I'm fine with whatever you say, sister," Shen Yinqing gently replied. "I knew Qingga would understand me best." Suddenly, she clenched her teeth. "Unlike that Lin Yu, if it weren't for the bride price I still need from him, I would have cut him off long ago. My brother lives in such a place, and when the time comes for marriage, I'll have Lin Yu buy you a bigger house, and then I'll move in with you." Initially, Lu Qingga felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. But when he heard Shen Yinqing mention having Lin Yu buy him a house, his displeasure vanished, and his eyes sparkled with hope. "I knew sister cared for me the most. I will treat you well." Shen Yinqing chuckled softly. "Rest assured, I will never treat you poorly, given our relationship." Lu Qingga's lips involuntarily curled into a slight smile, his eyes gleaming with pride. The gentle side of Shen Yinqing was only seen by him. Lin Yu could never compete with him. After being away for so long, he had returned for just 2 months and could already capture Shen Yinqing's heart. Just as he reveled in his secret triumph, Shen Yinqing suddenly spoke up. "I'm a bit hungry. Could you make me something to eat?" Lu Qingga was taken aback. He was not adept at cooking, usually relying on takeout or self-heating hot pot meals. Occasionally, he enjoyed a nice meal when Shen Yinqing provided him with money. His salary was only around 5,000 to 6,000, and although he had saved up a bit, he was reluctant to spend it on Shen Yinqing, knowing how costly she could be. Otherwise, he would have sought opportunities to outshine Lin Yu long ago. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Qingga replied, "We've run out of gas at home. Shall we order takeout instead?" Shen Yinqing slightly furrowed her brows, contemplating, if takeout is unhealthy, then so be it. We shall opt for takeout, but it must be from a reputable restaurant. She believed she was being quite considerate, for previously, it was Lin Yu who prepared her meals, and his culinary skills rivaled those of Michelin-starred establishments. Now, by merely requesting ordinary takeout from a common restaurant, she felt quite virtuous. Lu Qingga, however, experienced a pang of financial distress as he glanced at his dwindling savings. And the thought that Shen Yinqing might eventually have Lin Yu assist her in purchasing a home brought forth a forced smile from him. I shall heed Sister Shen's wishes. Shen Yinqing nodded in satisfaction. That's more like it. Now that Lin Yu is without me, he must be quite anxious. But I think I can let him stew for a few more days. Otherwise, he won't realize my significance. Meanwhile, at the Yi Corporation, in the President's office, an exquisite woman sat with her legs crossed, clad in sheer black stockings. Her fingertips absently caressed the leather armrest of her chair. The moment she raised her gaze, an unsettling chill filled the air. Have the results of the investigation come in? Is there any connection to the Wang family's scion? Chapter 6. Weighing the pros and cons. Does this woman only see the cons? The secretary, dressed in a uniform and sporting a pragmatic bob, was Qin Xiaoxiao, Yi Qingning's personal assistant. She carefully placed a stack of documents on the elegant woman's desk. The stunning figure before her was Yi Qingning, the female president of the Yi Corporation. Under her leadership, the company had flourished rapidly, transforming from a second-rate group into the formidable enterprise it is today. Chen Xiaoxiao spoke cautiously, fearful of inciting Yi Qingning's ire. Madam President, this matter has little to do with young Master Wang. Yi Qingning, adorned in a silver-gray fitted dress with a black cashmere shawl, her wrists adorned with a metallic watch and simple bangles, and pearl earrings accentuating her cold demeanor, presented an air of icy elegance. Although her demeanor was largely unchanged from usual, her occasionally furrowed brow instilled trepidation in her secretary, who had served her for 3 years. Fearful of uttering a misstep, Yi Qingning's fingers drummed on the table, her brow knitted tightly. What exactly is going on? If there is a connection, then there is a connection. What do you mean by little relation? Qin Xiaoxiao hastily clarified. The drink was not drugged by young Master Wang. It was the escort sitting beside him who slipped something into it. She seeks young Master Wang's favor, but was overheard by you. Yi Qingning, unfazed by this revelation, replied coldly. Was it handled discreetly? The Wang scion should be unaware, correct? This incident had spiraled into a mix-up, as the escort aimed to leverage her encounter with young Master Wang for social ascendance. Should she conceive a child with him, her future would be secured. Even if young Master Wang chose not to support the child, he would be obliged to part with a significant sum. Ultimately, regardless of the outcome, the escort would not find herself at a loss. However, this incident implicated Yi Qingning, leading her to engage with a stranger without justification. Naturally, she would not easily forgive the escort, as this was not her style. Qin Xiaoxiao nodded repeatedly, assuring, rest assured, President Yi. Only a few of us are aware of this matter, and the escort has already been dealt with. The resolution, of course, was not of a physical nature. Rather, a different lesson was imparted to ensure her silence. Although Yi Qingning was decisive in her actions, it did not imply she would resort to extreme measures. She preferred to keep this affair discreet, known only to her 2 bodyguards and the secretary. Currently, only she and the stranger from last night were privy to the details. Upon recalling the fervor of their encounter, a faint blush crept across Yi Qingning's otherwise composed visage, and she felt a twinge of discomfort as she walked. She glanced down at her bare ankles, realizing that her black stockings had been torn asunder, rendering them unwearable. In her haste to arrive at the office, she had opted not to don her usual uniform that accompanied the stockings. This sensation was entirely novel to her, exceedingly peculiar. And after the effects of the medication had worn off last night, she found herself unable to restrain her impulses, leading her to the hotel for a continuation of their rendezvous. Yet, she could not bear full blame, for the man had not declined her advances. Yi Qingning had not anticipated that this handsome man, while perhaps average in certain respects, possessed remarkable stamina. His lack of experience might be attributed to his novice status, which could be improved with practice. However, deficiencies in other areas were not so easily remedied. Clearly, the man excelled in this regard, likely due to regular training and leg workouts. Otherwise, his abdominal muscles would not be so well defined. Yi Qingning felt her cheeks grow increasingly warm as her mind wandered back to the sensation of his taut physique. Qin Xiaoxiao, noticing Yi Qingning's unusual demeanor, tactfully exited the office. With her boss's face flushed, she dared not linger, knowing too much could prove detrimental. As Yi Qingning's secretary for many years, she had long since grasped the intricacies of workplace dynamics. Within the office, Yi Qingning perused the newly delivered documents, an inexplicable sense of irritation brewing within her. To others, she was perceived as a workaholic, yet few understood the fervor behind her relentless drive. Like anyone else, she yearned for moments of respite. particularly when thoughts of the man from last night invaded her mind. Her restlessness intensified, prompting her to contemplate dismissing all her tasks for the day. Her gaze fell upon the file prominently displayed on her desk, containing the man's information, which she had procured through investigation upon her arrival at the office. Feigning nonchalance, she retrieved the file and expressionlessly began to peruse its contents. Lin Yu, age 25, an orphan with striking looks, works as an algorithm engineer at Xingyu Fashion, earning an annual salary ranging from 280,000 to 320,000. Yi Qingning could not help but acknowledge the formidable capabilities of this unfamiliar man. After all, to rise to such heights as an orphan in today's competitive environment speaks volumes about his perseverance and talent. Moreover, he is employed at a subsidiary of the Yi Corporation. Despite recently ending a relationship with a wedding just 9 days away, Yi Qingning raised an eyebrow. A faint smile gracing her lips as curiosity piqued her interest. What kind of exceptional woman would overlook such a man? Moments later, after perusing Lin Yu's ex-girlfriend's information, she fell into a contemplative silence. She questioned the accuracy of the details. Why would a woman earning a monthly salary of 5,000 or 6,000 disregard a man with a stable income exceeding 20,000? Lin Yu had always treated her well, and 3 years of affection seemed trivial compared to what was deemed a mere younger brother relationship. Yi Qingning, who typically assessed the pros and cons in business, found her understanding upended by this woman's seemingly irrational choices, as her actions yielded no benefits, only drawbacks. Could there truly be such a foolish woman in existence? Having primarily interacted with seasoned individuals, encountering someone so naive made her wonder if this woman was indeed plotting a move that eluded everyone else. Ultimately, she resigned herself to the conclusion. Shen Nianqing was simply foolish. Glancing at her phone, Yi Qingning confirmed it was not on silent mode. Usually, while working, she muted her device unless important negotiations were underway, but today, she had left it unmuted. As afternoon approached and Lin Yu's call still had not come. Despite his promise to take responsibility, she began to wonder if he perceived her as a heartless woman. Should she take the initiative to engage more? Meanwhile, Lin Yu, enjoying a day off following his breakup, found himself with little to occupy his time. He intended to visit his grandparents after being preoccupied with wedding preparations and Shen Nianqing's constant demands prior to their separation. Now liberated, he had time to spend with them. Carrying numerous gifts and health foods, he boarded his recently acquired top-tier vehicle, purchased with part of the 388,000 betrothal money. Having gained a new car alongside losing Shen Nianqing, he felt it was a fair exchange, a double blessing indeed. At this age, possessing both a gas and an electric vehicle was a source of contentment for him. However, he was uncertain how to explain the wedding situation to his grandparents. Just as he was about to start the engine, a notification chimed from his phone, an unexpected message from Lu Qingge. He promptly initiated a voice call. My dear brother-in-law, Sister Shen is staying at my house. Would you like to come and take her back? She is in reasonably good spirits right now, and I am certain she will forgive you if you come to apologize. Lin Yu chuckled. This fellow, if he didn't send me a message, I would have completely forgotten he was on my friends list. I apologize, but I have no connection with Shen Nianqing anymore. We have severed ties completely. Please refrain from calling me brother-in-law. I am not particularly fond of green tea. On the other end, Lu Qingge seemed somewhat anxious. You go. I truly have no relationship with Sister Shen. Please hurry and come pick her up. Do not remain angry. After all, you have been together for so many years. And there are less than 9 days until the wedding. I have already tried to persuade Sister Shen for you. She mentioned that if the betrothal gift were doubled, she would forgive you, and all the grievances of these past days would be overlooked. Brother-in-law, a man should be magnanimous. Why be so petty? Show a little leniency toward a girl. They are creatures of emotion. Lin Yu dug at his ear. I can hardly hear you. What betrothal gift? I have none. Lu Qingge was momentarily taken aback. Isn't the betrothal gift 388 million? How could there be none? Lin Yu feigned sudden realization. Ah, you mean that? I'm currently sitting on it. It's quite manageable. Lu Qingge was baffled. What do you mean? Lin Yu snorted coldly. A betrothal gift? Would it suffice if I burned it for both of you? From Tianyi Bank, how many billions would you like? 38 billion, perhaps? Let me be perfectly clear. I have completely severed ties with her. I will not marry her. The betrothal gift has already been used to purchase a car in full. She should forget about it. I find you truly insufferable, like someone who has poured salt in their trousers, utterly bored. Can't you just lie quietly on the list instead of forcing me to notice that you've been deleted? Please convey to her that I want her to leave. Lu Qingge hastily spoke. You go. What about me? Lin Yu snickered. I almost forgot about you. You can leave as well. without hesitation. He ended the call and blocked him, muttering, "Truly a Shakespeare minus the Shire, what a farce." He had made himself abundantly clear. Yet they still dared to message him about reconciliation. Did they truly believe he was a fool? At the orphanage, Lin Yu, after alighting from his vehicle, could not help but linger for a moment, gazing at this place brimming with memories. Upon entering the orphanage, he spotted an elderly man reclining in a rocking chair, fanning himself, surrounded by several children. His silver-gray hair was neatly combed, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes resembled the rings of an ancient tree. Yet his smile formed two crescent moons. This was the director of the orphanage, Lin Yu's grandfather, Lin Jinghe. He only remembered being abducted as a child, eventually escaping. And when hunger became unbearable, he was brought to the orphanage by Lin Jinghe. Lin Yu, laden with various bags, eagerly called out, "Grandfather, I have come to see you." Upon seeing Lin Yu, Lin Jinghe's face lit up with joy, and he hastened to rise from his rocking chair, only to be gently pressed back down by Lin Yu. Lin Yu hurriedly replied, "No need, Grandpa, just rest." Lin Jinghe smiled with appreciation. "It's still little Yu who cares for me, unlike your grandmother, who always has me doing this and that, completely disregarding my old bones." The children around them were all bouncing with excitement. For Lin Yu always brought them treats upon his return. Brother Lin Yu is back. It's been so long. Brother Lin Yu has become even more handsome. Lin Yu looked at the children and couldn't help but chuckle. "Don't worry, I brought you snacks, but you can't eat them during mealtime." He handed them a large bag of goodies for them to share. Lin Jinghe called out towards the house, "Peilon, old woman, little Yu has returned. Come out." When Shin Peilon emerged from the yard, she still held onto her rolling pin. "Little Yu is back." She quickly stepped forward and embraced Lin Yu, her relaxed eyelids concealing a gentle gaze, her wrinkled palm resting on the back of his hand. "What do you want to eat? Grandma will make it for you soon." Lin Yu grinned. "Grandma, it sounds as if I don't come back often. I'll make time to visit you every week from now on." Shin Peilon looked a bit puzzled. "Aren't you busy with work? Aren't you tied up with Nian Nian for the wedding preparations?" She added, "You can come again after you're married. There's no rush." Upon mentioning Shin Yinxing, Lin Yu's expression turned somewhat awkward. For he had already parted ways with her. She would not be the bride at the wedding. However, this matter needed to be addressed eventually, and he did not intend to conceal it. He believed that keeping it a secret could lead to unforeseen complications, and he was not one to shy away from the truth. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu earnestly said, "Grandpa, Grandma, I have something to tell you. Please do not be too surprised." He decisively stated, "I have broken up with Shin Yinxing, and we will not reconcile. As for the wedding, you need not worry. I have someone I like now, and you just need to be there when the time comes." He chose to add a touch of benevolent misrepresentation, primarily to spare his grandparents any undue sadness. Lin Jinghe and Chun Peilon were both taken aback, clearly not expecting the couple to part ways so close to the wedding. Upon hearing Lin Yu mention he had someone he liked and that the wedding would proceed, they did not suspect infidelity. They had complete faith in Lin Yu's character. After all, they had raised this child since he was little, and such behavior was simply out of the question. Lin Jinghe, displaying little emotional upheaval, simply remarked, "Little Yu, whatever you choose, Grandpa supports you. I know something must have happened for you two to choose to part ways, but it is certainly not your fault. Your nature is just like mine." Chun Peilon concurred. "Indeed, little Yu, we are older now, and many matters we will not pry into. Just let us know if you need anything, for we will always believe in you." Lin Yu felt a surge of emotion upon hearing their words. There was no argument or dispute, only unwavering trust. Suddenly, Chen Peilon smiled and said, "However, you must bring this girl home for us to meet beforehand. Otherwise, we shall be quite unhappy." Lin Yu nodded with a smile. "I certainly will." Lin Jinghe chuckled. "I believe any girl that Xiao Yu falls for must be quite exceptional." However, when Shin Yinxing first began her relationship with Lin Yu, things were not quite so. Otherwise, he would not have cherished her for such an extended period. It was only later that Shin Yinxing transformed into someone he no longer recognized. Perhaps his repeated indulgences fostered her audacity, compounded by the indoctrination from her family and the presence of her so-called male confidant, which shaped her into her current self. Yet, these matters no longer concerned Lin Yu. He was solely focused on his own affairs. Just as he prepared to stay for dinner with his grandparents that evening, his phone rang, displaying a call from an unfamiliar number. Chapter 8. The Enigmatic Woman Seeks Responsibility? Lin Yu initially thought it was a telemarketing call and intended to hang up. But upon glancing at the number, he felt a flicker of recognition. Wait, this seemed to be the number left by that unscrupulous woman earlier that morning. Could it be? Did she intend to reclaim the 3,000 yuan? That was the fruit of his labor after a long night's toil. And he charged by the hour for his farming. Nonetheless, he was curious as to how she had obtained his contact information, as he was fairly certain he had not provided it. However, he did not dwell on this question. After all, in today's society, personal information is often laid bare, and he could only speculate how many times his phone number had been sold. Finding a secluded corner, he answered the call. "I'm ready to talk." After a moment of silence, a cool female voice finally spoke. "Let us meet and resolve this matter." Recognizing the voice as that of the stunning woman from the previous night, Lin Yu was reminded of her tone, which lingered in his memory. The timbre was the same, but the manner of speaking had shifted. If given a choice, he preferred the way she spoke last night. Reflecting on the fact that he had spent nearly the entire night investigating, he felt a flush of warmth on his face, his heart racing. Men often find it hard to forget their first encounter with a woman, and Lin Yu was no exception. The images from last night were etched vividly in his mind. Impossible to shake off. Regaining his composure, Lin Yu asked, "When?" The woman's tone was resolute. "Now." Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, clearly taken aback by her urgency. It was evident that she was a decisive individual. He actually enjoyed dealing with such people, and their encounter last night had been equally decisive, characterized by a straightforwardness that left a lasting impression. Checking the time, he noted that there was still a while before dinner, and he could return to his grandparents shortly. Lin Yu nodded in response. "Give me the location." After hanging up, he informed his grandparents, "Grandpa, Grandma, I need to take care of something, but I will be back in time for dinner." Lin Yu arrived at the restaurant mentioned by Yi Qingning and approached room 101. He gently knocked on the door, and after a brief pause, he pushed it open. Upon entering, he beheld the stunning woman from the previous night, adorned in a silver gray fitted dress complemented by a black cashmere shawl. Her gaze exuded an icy allure. The exquisite woman possessed long, thick eyelashes, a delicately sculpted nose, and full, lustrous lips, her fair skin and well-defined features resembling a masterfully carved jade sculpture. A subtle touch of makeup enhanced her flawless beauty. Due to his inebriation the night before, coupled with her bashful attempts to shield her face, Lin Yu's memory of her was rather hazy. He recalled her stunning beauty but struggled to piece together her precise features. Now, the once indistinct visage in his mind began to crystallize. Beautiful. Incredibly beautiful. Lin Yu was captivated, as this was the first time he had encountered such breathtaking beauty in reality. If Shen Yinqing could be described as beautiful, then the woman before him could only be likened to the legendary phrases of fish falling and geese alighting, and flower-like beauty under the moonlight. She was in a league of her own, easily eclipsing 100 Shen Yankings. Especially striking was her aura, which clearly emanated from someone far beyond the ordinary. The enchanting woman slowly spoke, her tone icy. "Do you find me beautiful?" Lin Yu snapped back to reality and replied honestly, "Very beautiful." The private room was not particularly large, seemingly designed for couples, and given the upscale nature of the establishment, it was evident that the woman before him was not of modest means. Lin Yu politely took a seat across from her, offering a faint smile as he introduced himself. "Hello, I am Lin Yu. How shall I address you?" The stunning woman responded, "Yi Qingning." Curious, Lin Yu inquired, "Miss Yi, did you contact me because you wish for me to take responsibility, or do you believe I possess some undesirable ailment?" He continued, "If it is the latter, there is no need for concern. I recently had a health checkup. To be candid, although I frequented bars, this is my first experience. It may sound absurd, but you will believe me, won't you?" Yi Qingning nodded. "I believe you." She had already conducted a discreet investigation into Lin Yu's private life. Had he been reckless, she would not be here, but rather at a hospital for an examination. The man before her appeared unscathed, a fortunate circumstance, as his private life was remarkably pristine. He had never engaged in relations prior to marriage. As someone who shared similar values, she naturally hoped for a partner who mirrored her own principles. Otherwise, she would not have rejected so many family-arranged marriages. Many of those wealthy scions indulged in hedonistic pursuits, often entangled with multiple partners at once. With her penchant for mental purity, she held high expectations regarding her companion's conduct. In simple terms, it is akin to a blank sheet seeking another blank sheet, a newspaper seeking another newspaper, and the man before her perfectly meets her criteria. Lin Yu did not anticipate that the other party would believe him so readily, and he could not help but feel a twinge of surprise. "Do you not have any doubts?" Yi Qingning leaned slightly forward, her gaze fixed intently upon him. "Your performance last night did not suggest a man of great experience, after all. You nearly missed the entrance and needed my assistance to proceed." Lin Yu's eyes widened. Stop. The The tonic said so. I understand. Not that. Although there were only the two of us in the private room, could you refrain from uttering such blush-inducing words? This is quite embarrassing, you know. Yi Qingning observed the flustered man before her, a barely perceptible smile gracing her lips. Mr. Lin, while you may be somewhat inexperienced, I find merit in other aspects. Lin Yu's expression stiffened. If you acknowledge me, why only 3,000? A single encounter typically commands at least that, does it not? Yi Qingning raised an eyebrow. Are you a duck? Lin Yu shook his head, then replied, No, but I must be worth more than that, for I am clean. Yi Qingning was amused by his words, pursing her lips. She had not expected this man to possess a hint of humor, and the previously awkward atmosphere was significantly alleviated. Lin Yu was taken aback by how enchanting the Ice Queen appeared when she smiled. Upon witnessing her expression, his heart skipped a beat. I certainly know you are worth more than 3,000, yet I do not carry much cash, Yi Qingning remarked, her demeanor growing serious. As I mentioned, I intend to take responsibility for you. Her expression became earnest. How about you marry me? Lin Yu nearly spat out his drink, choking back a cough. What? What do you mean by marry? Isn't that a misnomer? Yi Qingning paused, then clarified. I apologize. I have never been responsible for a man before, so I misspoke. Her gaze turned serious once more as she looked deeply into Lin Yu's eyes. Let us wed, you and I. Chapter 9. The decisive and beautiful woman with me. Lin Yu pinched his own cheek, gazing incredulously at the stunning woman before him. Were it not for her serious expression in contrast to their previous night's encounter, he might have suspected the presence of hidden cameras broadcasting some sort of reality show. After all, the beauty before him could easily eclipse any star he had seen on television. He could not find a single actress who measured up to her. Of course, this might stem from Lin Yu's lack of interest in celebrity culture and his limited knowledge of female stars. Yet Yi Qingning was undeniably breathtaking, a beauty unlike any he had ever encountered. Had they met during his university days, she would undoubtedly have been the campus belle, outshining any other beauty from rival schools. And now, such a person was proposing marriage. What kind of jest is this? Yi Qingning spoke with an air of unwavering conviction. I am not jesting. I am serious. Do you have time tomorrow? If so, let us go directly to obtain our marriage certificate. Do not forget your ID and household registration. Lin Yu was about to urge her to calm down. But then he suddenly recalled the wedding set to take place in less than 9 days, causing him to hesitate. He acknowledged his own selfishness. Yet he still spoke up to remind her. Are you certain? Yi Qingning let out a cold laugh. I have confirmed it countless times. Or are you suggesting that you do not wish for me to take responsibility for you? Are you a scoundrel? Having taken my first time, I have made my choice. Is there anything else you wish to say? Lin Yu was taken aback by her words, feeling an inexplicable stir in his heart. Regardless of the circumstances, the woman before him, with her decisive demeanor and sense of responsibility, greatly endeared her to him. After all, it is typically men who speak of responsibility. He had never considered that a woman would address him in such a manner. Lin Yu replied, How could that be? Not only must you take responsibility for me, but I will equally take responsibility for you. However, there are certain matters I must clarify with you beforehand. If, after hearing what I have to say, you do not regret it, I shall await you at the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow morning. Yi Qingning nodded, indicating for him to continue. Lin Yu steadied his emotions and looked at her. Miss Yi, I am engaged, and in less than 9 days, I am to be married. But rest assured, I have completely severed ties with her. We have never registered our marriage, nor have we ever been intimate. Thus, there will be no bride at the wedding in 9 days. You understand what I am implying, do you not? Yi Qingning, having already seen this information in the documents, did not display much surprise, but regarded him earnestly. I understand. You wish for me to become your bride after we register our marriage. Lin Yu nodded. Isn't that quite a predicament? After all, this wedding was initially. Yi Qingning interrupted him, shouldering her bag. Tomorrow at 10 in the morning. I hope you will not be late, as I have an aversion to tardiness. Lin Yu, taken aback, exclaimed, What? You so readily agree? He hastily stood up. Aren't we supposed to get to know each other better? After all, a blind date requires some formality. Yi Qingning raised an eyebrow slightly. Did you not already get to know me quite well yesterday? We shall delve deeper into our acquaintance after we have registered. With that, she left the restaurant, not forgetting to add, I have settled the bill. I shall not eat the dishes. As Lin Yu watched Yi Qingning depart, he could not help but marvel at how decisively she acted, pondering the nature of her workaholic tendencies. This restaurant had a minimum per capita consumption exceeding 1,000. The woman's income must surely be substantial, likely on par with his own. Lin Yu had become less invested in work than he once was. He was quite content with his position, often leaving a few tasks unfinished and taking leisurely days off to avoid being overloaded with responsibilities by his superiors. This was a lesson he had learned in the workplace. Always keep a few cards close to your chest, lest you be easily manipulated. He was no longer as driven as he had been upon graduation, with a house, a car, a beautiful wife, and a considerable savings. He felt he had achieved considerable success in society. Gazing at the exquisite dishes, Lin Yu, adhering to the principle of not wasting, decided to pack some to take home for his grandparents to enjoy. "Waiter, please pack my order." Yi Qingming exited the restaurant and entered the back seat of a Maserati. She settled into the plush interior, gently closing her eyes, her tone indifferent. Xiao Xiao returned to the company. Chen Xiao Xiao, her personal secretary who also assumed the role of driver, earned a monthly salary of approximately 30,000, possibly more, contingent upon Yi Qingming's whims. While Yi Qingming did not often exhibit kindness towards her subordinates, she was generous with their remuneration, frequently awarding Chen Xiao Xiao bonuses. Chen Xiao Xiao nodded. "Understood, CEO Yi." At that moment, Yi Qingming, still with her eyes closed, casually remarked, "All morning meetings are postponed. I have pressing matters." Chen Xiao Xiao was momentarily taken aback. "All of them? But CEO Yi, there is a crucial meeting regarding the collaboration with the Liu family tomorrow." Yi Qingming furrowed her brow, her tone growing impatient. "It is the Liu family that requires us, not the other way around. The Yi Corporation remains the Yi Corporation without them. Who knows what will happen to the Liu family in our absence? Tomorrow, I have matters of greater significance than collaborating with the Liu family, personal matters. The Lin family can wait as well." "Understood, CEO Yi." Chen Xiao Xiao quickly sealed her lips. Curiosity gnawed at her regarding this important personal matter. Yet she dared not inquire, fearing retribution from her formidable superior. Yi Qingming suddenly spoke again. "Tomorrow, I am to marry Lin Yu. But I do not want him to know my true identity just yet. I need to observe him for a while. One must always remain vigilant." Chen Xiao Xiao nearly lost control of the vehicle upon hearing this news, but her composure held firm. She dared not speak, her pupils widening in disbelief. "Is it true? CEO Yi is marrying so soon? They have only known each other for a day, perhaps having met no more than thrice." Yi Qingming continued, "Xiao Xiao, should anything arise, you must cover for me, pretending to be my superior. In front of Lin Yu, you are my boss, and I am your secretary." For a moment, Chen Xiao Xiao was at a loss, unsure whether to laugh or cry. The thought of impersonating Yi Qingming's superior made her anxious. She feared her voice might tremble. "CEO Yi, could we not choose someone else? Am I truly a pawn in this scheme? Please, do not put me in such a predicament. I am merely a humble worker." With a pained expression, Chen Xiao Xiao implored, "CEO Yi, may I say a few words?" Yi Qingming kept her eyes closed, responding coolly, "You may speak 10. Inwardly, Chen Xiao Xiao thought, how utterly domineering. And yet, with such beauty, it was hard to begrudge her. After a moment's hesitation, she ventured, "CEO Yi, how shall we explain to your grandmother about your engagement with young Master Liu?" Just then, Yi Qingming's phone rang, the caller ID displaying grandmother. "Whose call is that?" "CEO, it is your grandmother." Yi Qingming opened her eyes, took the phone, and frowned. "Speak of the devil, here comes grandmother." Chapter 10. The grandmother eager to embrace her great-grandson upon answering the phone. Yi Qingming heard her grandmother's gentle voice emanating from the receiver. The matriarch of the Yi family spoke with warmth. "Qingming, are you still preoccupied with work?" Yi Qingming replied, "I am just about to return to my duties." "What's the matter?" With a chuckle, the elderly lady responded, "Oh, it's nothing much. I was merely hoping that if you have some free time, you could meet with Xiao Chuan. Our relationship with the Liu family is quite amicable, and if you two share mutual feelings, it would be splendid. You could marry sooner, and I could hold that chubby little boy in my arms sooner." Yi Qingming sighed with a hint of exasperation. "Grandma, I harbor no feelings for Liu Chuan whatsoever. I have no interest in any of those young masters, Liu Xiao, Gu Xiao, Jiang Xiao, or anyone else you might want to introduce. If I truly desire a chubby little boy, I can simply ask my parents to have another child. They should still be capable of giving me a younger brother." Upon receiving her grandmother's call, she knew that within mere moments, the subject would shift to potential suitors, all of whom were typically frivolous. These young masters led chaotic private lives, and she felt an innate aversion towards them. They neither possessed significant wealth nor striking looks, yet indulged in extravagant lifestyles. She could not fathom why her grandmother was so eager to introduce her to such individuals. Yi Qingming was aware that her grandmother's longing to cradle a great-grandson motivated her haste in arranging a marriage. In her grandmother's era, It was customary to bear children by the age of 20, and now, approaching 25 without ever having been in a relationship. It was no wonder her grandmother was so anxious. With a resigned sigh, the elderly lady began to feign vulnerability. Just think, what if you both find a spark? Last night, I dreamt that I still hadn't held that chubby little boy. Qingning, you wouldn't want your grandmother to remain without a great-grandson, would you? All my friends have already embraced theirs, and now, when I go out for tea, they mock me. If this continues, I fear I shall succumb to melancholy. Yi Qingning could hardly muster a smile. This was her grandmother's customary tactic. Whenever she hesitated to acquiesce, the elderly lady would feign distress. Chen Xiaoxiao, catching a glimpse of the predicament through the rearview mirror, nearly succumbed to a smirk, feeling an inexplicable sense of schadenfreude. Yi Qingning shook her head in resignation and stated, "Grandma, if I marry, will you cease your persistence?" Upon hearing Yi Qingning mention marriage, her grandmother's voice suddenly transformed with excitement. Shedding the previous lethargy as if rejuvenated like a youthful man in his 20s, the elderly lady cheerily declared, "No more fussing. As long as Qingning gets married and provides me with a chubby little boy, my mission will be complete." Her ability to change her demeanor was as swift as that of the contemporary youth. The older generation often spoke of marriage and childbirth as fundamental life tasks. Though it remained unclear who had assigned such duties, it seemed that merely producing descendants fulfilled the obligation. Yi Qingning remarked, "Grandma, you must have said the same to my mother back in the day, didn't you? Why has another task of birthing a chubby child been added to my responsibilities?" The elderly lady remarked, "Tasks are ever-changing. Who would have guessed that this old frame of mine could endure for so long? Should I live even longer? Perhaps I might even be tasked with ensuring a great-grandchild for my great-grandson." Yi Qingning's expression conveyed sheer exasperation. "Grandma, isn't that a bit too far-fetched for now?" The elderly lady issued an ultimatum. "I am indifferent to your thoughts. If you remain indecisive, I shall arrange for you to meet Xiao Chuan in a couple of days." Yi Qingning feigned ignorance. "What? The signal is poor. I must hang up." After disconnecting the call, she felt significantly relieved. Her grandmother had always treated her with kindness throughout her life, yet she was particularly anxious regarding her granddaughter's marital status. Yi Qingning did not oppose the idea of marriage. However, time was not on her side to encounter a suitable partner. Her days were consumed by work, rendering her a workaholic in the eyes of others, leaving little opportunity to meet new people. Moreover, her grandmother firmly believed that a man of good standing was undoubtedly the right choice. Thus, she persistently sought to introduce her to scions of prominent families. Although Yi Qingning had never met Lu Chuan, the eldest son of the Lu family, she had heard numerous rumors about him. During her university years, he had been involved in several scandals, leaving a trail of women he had to financially placate. Such a man, in Yi Qingning's opinion, was one she would never consider. Even if he were the last man on earth, she would rather perish than associate with him. For she held firm to her principles. Suddenly, she thought of Lin Yu. Though she had reviewed his information and found him potentially compatible, data alone was insufficient. True understanding could only be achieved through personal interaction. Nonetheless, it was undeniable that she currently required Lin Yu as a shield against her family's relentless pressure for marriage, especially in light of his prior assertion of responsibility. Yi Qingning abruptly asked, "Xiao Xiao, do you think my choice is wise? What are your thoughts on Lin Yu?" Chen Xiao was momentarily taken aback. "Me? Really? But I'm just an employee. What if my opinion leads to a misstep for you, Director Yi?" After a brief hesitation, she voiced her perspective. "Director Yi, I feel this may be a bit hasty. However, this is your decision. I can only share my thoughts, which may not be entirely accurate, but I hope you consider them as an alternative viewpoint." Yi Qingning discerned Chen Xiao's apprehension and gently encouraged her. "I understand your concerns. Speak freely. Regardless of the outcome, I shall not hold you accountable, as the decision ultimately rests with me." Upon hearing her superior's assurance, Chen Xiao laid her worries aside. "Director Yi, I have reviewed Mr. Lin's profile, and I believe he stands out as an exceptional man in society. His private life is unblemished, and he possesses charm. Countless women in the company are drawn to him, yet he steadfastly upholds his principles. Such remarkable individuals are rare in this world, but Director Yi, when compared to your status, his may seem somewhat lacking. And I fear there may be opposition from your family." Yi Qingning scoffed dismissively. "Opposition? Had it been a few years ago, I might have shown some consideration to dissenters. However, who dares to oppose my decisions now? Who among the men I admire would be so audacious as to disregard my wishes?" It is important to note that had she not taken over the Yi family enterprise, the Yi group would likely still be on par with the Lu group. and it can be said that without her, this family would inevitably disband. Yu Qingning cast a cold gaze out of the car window, contemplating. Yet I must truly understand him. Otherwise, I fear he may act in ways that I would find distasteful due to my status. Chen Sheshao nodded, grasping the implication of Yu Qingning's words. The man who becomes aware of Yu Qingning's identity might either seek to climb the social ladder or choose to retreat. Yu Qingning still yearns to genuinely know him, wishing to avoid any external complications. This is precisely why she has opted to temporarily conceal her identity. At the Lin family seaside villa, Lin Jingguo was seated on the balcony, enjoying tea with his old friend Yu Cheng Yuan, relishing the sea breeze and the picturesque view. Engrossed in their conversation, just as the two were reminiscing, Lin Jingguo's butler rushed in, exclaiming, "Chairman, we have leads regarding the events from 20 years ago." Upon hearing this, Lin Jingguo's face immediately reflected a sense of urgency. "Are there leads on my son?" The butler nodded emphatically, hastily replying, "Yes, there are leads. We have located the trafficker from 20 years ago, but we will need some time to confirm. The time span is simply too long, and the investigation will not be straightforward, yet we are confident that we will find the young master following this lead." The typically composed Lin Jingguo could hardly contain his excitement upon receiving this news, exclaiming, "That is excellent, truly excellent. Brother Lin, this is wonderful news. Your wife will surely be overjoyed to hear it." Yi Qingyuan responded, unable to suppress his happiness for Lin Jingguo. It is essential to remember that Lin Jingguo has tirelessly sought his son ever since the abduction 2 decades prior. Some say that wealth will bring his son back. Thus, he pursued both his son and entrepreneurial success, gradually ascending to the position of the wealthiest man in Jiangqing. Lin Jingguo's wife, having fainted in the rain upon learning of their son's abduction, has suffered poor health and has scarcely smiled genuinely since. Even after Lin Jingguo became the richest man in Jiangqing, her heart remained heavy with thoughts of her child. Lin Jingguo's hands trembled with excitement. As he reached for a cigarette, he realized he had not smoked in quite some time. It took him a while to regain his composure. "We cannot inform your sister-in-law of this matter just yet. We must confirm that we can indeed find him first. Otherwise, if it turns out to be in vain as before, she will undoubtedly be heartbroken." Lin Jingguo's gaze sharpened, radiating an intimidating aura as he sneered, "Accelerate the progress. I demand to meet this trafficker." Over the years, he had envisioned exacting 1,000 tortures upon the man responsible in his dreams. The following morning, Lin Yu arrived early at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, armed with the household registration book and his identification card. Last night, Yu Qingning departed in haste, leaving Lin Yu unable to obtain her contact information. Fearing tardiness, he arrived early. Though faint shadows lingered beneath his eyes, they were not particularly pronounced. Lin Yu's daily routine was typically stable, yet it had been disrupted in recent days. His visit to the bar stemmed from a troubled mood. But last night was merely a restless night, with Yi Qingming's visage and the wildness of that evening incessantly resurfacing in his mind. After all, it was his first time obtaining a marriage certificate, and it was with a stunning beauty. Remarkably, he had only known this woman for 2 days. And now they were to be wed, such speed rivaled that of a rocket launch. A wave of nervousness washed over Lin Yu. The last time he felt this anxious was during his confession to Shin Yinqing back in school. Though he was less than 5 years shy of 30, he felt like a youthful boy experiencing love for the first time. As he was lost in thought, a woman clad in an off-shoulder white dress gracefully emerged from a Tesla, making her way toward him. In that moment, Yi Qingning's fair shoulders and exquisite collarbones were fully revealed, her dress accentuating her alluring figure, her slender waist, perky hips, and long, straight legs, coupled with her breathtaking beauty. She instantly became the focal point at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Upon seeing Yi Qingning, Lin Yu's heart skipped a beat. He could not comprehend how someone could possess such flawless beauty. Those around her seemed like mere clay figurines crafted by Nuwa. As Yi Qingning approached, she noticed his reaction and felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. With a slight smile, she inquired, "What is the matter?" Lin Yu swallowed hard and replied, "You are so beautiful. The difference in style from our previous encounters is striking." The thought of having been with such a stunning woman made his body involuntarily warm. Today, he donned a black Korean-style suit, paired with a simple white shirt that, when left unbuttoned, appeared casual. A uniquely designed brooch adorned his chest, transforming the look into something more formal when fastened. Uncertain of what his bride would wear, he opted for an outfit that could seamlessly transition between casual and formal. Clearly, she had chosen something more sophisticated. Yi Qingning replied coolly, "Since we are officially obtaining our marriage certificate, I do not wish to appear negligent. I do not want to regret not wearing something beautiful when I look at our marriage certificate in the future? Curious, Lin Yu glanced at the Tesla and asked, Miss Yi, is that your car? With an air of nonchalance, Yi Qingning responded, I'm not a wealthy person. It's a car worth around 200,000. Lin Yu, perplexed, asked, if you're not wealthy, why did you hire a bodyguard at the bar? Yi Qingning remained composed, explaining, I needed a bodyguard to accompany me while discussing business for my boss. That was my boss's bodyguard, borrowed for my safety. Lin Yu suddenly realized, so, Miss Yi, your occupation is? Yi Qingning looked up at Lin Yu and replied, assistant and secretary, with a fairly decent salary. My boss is called Chen Xiaoxiao. By the way, I am to marry you in 2 hours. Do you have any questions? Lin Yu chuckled awkwardly. No, are you not curious about me? Yi Qingning playfully tugged at his collar, rising on her toes to close the distance between them, their faces mere centimeters apart. Curious, indeed. But I shall learn more about you once you become my husband. Lin Yu could even feel her breath as she spoke, the fragrance emanating from her being quite delightful. He imagined that if Yi Qingning were to slap him, he would only sense that enticing aroma. It was the first time a woman had flirted with him in such a manner, and he felt a tinge of shyness. However, he noticed her ears turning a delicate shade of red, realizing that she seemed to be pretending to be experienced, while in reality, she was a novice in matters of love. Wishing to take the initiative, Lin Yu decisively reciprocated her actions and leaned in to kiss her. The moment their lips met, Yi Qingning blushed as if she were a piece of coal ignited by flame. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stepped back, stammering, Why you? The usually composed and aloof female resembled a startled rabbit at that moment, flustered and at a loss for words. Her intention had been to tease Lin Yu and assert some control, but she did not anticipate that he would actually dare to kiss her. Especially with so many onlookers around, she too could feel shyness. Yet, the spectators seemed largely indifferent, viewing the pair as if they were newlyweds come to register their marriage. Lin Yu cleared his throat and feigned ignorance. I was under the impression that Miss Yi wanted me to kiss you, considering we've shared quite a few kisses already. I thought you might be accustomed to it. Yi Qingning felt her defenses crumble, though she chose not to voice it. She cast a lingering glance at Lin Yu, realizing that he was indeed somewhat different from what her record suggested, and she took the initiative to grasp his hand. Shall we proceed to register our marriage now? Lin Yu felt her hand was soft and cool, pleasant to hold, and his heart raced once more. Observing the couples around them entering to register their marriages hand in hand, he did not pull away but instead intertwined his fingers with hers. Miss Yi, we can go in now. Chapter 12. Is a man's energy truly this limited? An hour later, Lin Yu gazed at the marriage certificate in his hand, feeling as though he were dreaming. Marrying a woman he had known for merely 2 days felt utterly surreal. The photograph on the marriage certificate captured them beautifully. Both Lin Yu and Yi Qingning possessed striking looks, embodying the phrase a match made in heaven. Yi Qingning, holding the marriage certificate, felt a sense of euphoria. She could hardly believe she was actually married. Within just 2 days, she had gone from an unexpected encounter involving a drugged drink with a stranger to marrying that very man. Unbeknownst to her, an inexplicable affection for this man blossomed within her heart, prompting thoughts of marriage. Could someone like me truly contemplate such a commitment? Yi Qingning remarked softly. I have taken the liberty of taking a morning off today. Since there is still time, why not come over to my place? Lin Yu paused in surprise. Huh? Is it appropriate so early in the morning? Are we to engage in indiscretions? Yi Qingning frowned. What nonsense is that? Once married, are we to live separately? My work keeps me busy, so I hope you can move in with me. Of course, if that poses a hassle, I can relocate to your place, though it may take a few days for me to arrange it. Lin Yu shrugged. No problem, I'll move in. I have ample time, and I recently sold my house. The bride price still needs to be provided. Since he intended to marry her, he would not skimp on the customary bride price. He was not the type to take advantage and offer nothing after securing the marriage certificate. Yi Qingning replied nonchalantly, as for the bride price, it's at your discretion. After all, it's merely a transfer from one pocket to another. This remark puzzled Lin Yu. Isn't the bride price meant for your family? Yi Qingning frowned. For my family? Do my parents live off handouts? She elaborated. The bride price is fundamentally a formality, meant to show some respect to my parents. But the majority should certainly be reserved for our new household. The bride price and dowry serve to safeguard our little family. Now that we are married, you and I are allies, a family. I would never act in a way that endangers our unity. Her succinct words warmed Lin Yu's heart momentarily. Why had he assumed the entirety of the bride price should go to the woman's family? Would a woman truly standing beside you act in such a manner? He recalled the demands from Shun Yinqing's family, which not only required a bride price of 388,000, but insisted on the entirety being collected by the bride's family. The dowry was several times that of the bride price, including numerous blankets. In addition to the bride price, there were also the wedding expenses borne entirely by the groom, along with costs for transportation and other fees, all of which added up significantly. A single marriage could deplete the savings he had painstakingly amassed over the years. Even if he managed to retain some, Shen Yinqing had 2 younger brothers, pure financial drains, and he might even be expected to contribute to their future down payments. In stark contrast, Yi Qingming seemed infinitely superior to her, not only possessing beauty, but also the ability to empathize. How arduous had his previous days been? Reflecting on the emotional investment he had made for Shen Yinqing, Lin Yu felt a profound sense of regret, and his smile gradually faded. Noticing his change in demeanor, Yi Qingming took the initiative to grasp Lin Yu's hand. "Let us return home, to our home." In the manager's office of Xingyao Shangping, a heavily made-up woman abruptly tossed aside a research report, exclaiming, "Shen Yinqing, what utter rubbish have you produced? Go back and redo it. If it does not meet expectations, do not expect to leave work tonight. I truly cannot fathom how your previous research reports were compiled. If you are unwilling to work, you may leave at any time. What I require are the market pain points for the new product. What you have provided is utterly worthless." The research reports lay scattered across the floor, disheveled and chaotic. Shen Yinqing crouched down, picking them up one by one, feeling immensely aggrieved. "Manager Zhang, please do not be upset. I will return and ensure you receive a satisfactory research report," she uttered, her voice slightly choked. Yet, she fought to suppress her tears, her eyes glistening with unshed emotion. Previously, these market research tasks had been discreetly handled by Lin Yu, and each report he produced would shine at meetings. However, after parting ways with Lin Yu, she found herself responsible for these reports, and she never anticipated that such a seemingly straightforward task could be so arduous. Lin Yu could effortlessly complete it in less than half a day. When had she ever endured such humiliation? All of this was Lin Yu's fault. If he hadn't acted so petulantly, would she be facing this predicament now? Her disdain for Lin Yu intensified, and she resolved that if he wished to earn her forgiveness, he would have to fulfill one additional condition: to assist her with all her tasks at the company. Upon exiting the office and returning to her workstation, her close friend Li Si glanced around to ensure no one was watching, and then inquired, "Yinqing, what's wrong?" Shen Yinqing could not help but sob. "It's all Lin Yu's fault. He is utterly unreasonable." Li Si, a confidant from university known for her striking beauty, frequently offered relationship advice when Lin Yu and Shen Yinqing were together. Rather than genuine advice, it often leaned towards urging separation. Initially, Shen Yinqing had been very fond of Lin Yu, but gradually, Li Si's influence led her to test Lin Yu's resolve, insisting that if he failed any of her tests, they should part ways. Over the course of 3 years, she must have broached the subject of breaking up no fewer than 100 times. Each time met with Lin Yu's gentle reassurances. Whenever Lin Yu expressed fatigue or asked Shen Yinqing not to be unreasonable, Li Si would retort, "Do men truly tire so easily?" Shen Yinqing's current disposition was undoubtedly intertwined with Li Si's influence. Li Si appeared somewhat astonished. "What has he done to wrong you? You are on the verge of marriage." With an expression of knowing, she continued, "I told you before, one must not be too kind to a man. Otherwise, they will take advantage of it. We, as leading ladies, deserve to be cherished. If he cannot appreciate you, there are better options out there." This distasteful man, while appearing handsome, may very well have already plotted his exit. She declared, "All men are the same. We must firmly maintain the upper hand. If they cannot obey us like loyal companions, they are destined to fail." Shen Yinqing reflected with a hint of remorse. "I believe I have been too accommodating towards him in the past. I dread the thought of him treating me poorly after we are wed. You are right. I should not afford him too much leniency. Have I merely accepted a younger brother? Is it truly worth such pettiness? Nevertheless, I am confident he cannot do without me. For we have already made arrangements to marry. Presently, he is merely sulking, but in a few days, he will come seeking my forgiveness. At that moment, I shall demand that he kneels on the street to plead for me." Lily revealed a satisfied smile. "Indeed, my dear sister, you are absolutely right. It must be this way. Otherwise, he may never comprehend how fortunate he is to marry someone as thoughtful as you. If he can misconstrue pure friendship into something more, it is evident that Lin Yu's mindset requires your refinement." Shen Yinqing wiped her tears away, and the thought of Lin Yu desperately seeking her presence at the wedding lightened her spirits considerably. "It's all right. I'll have Chingu assist me with this market research. Achoo. Suddenly, Lu Chinga, who was at work, sneezed unexpectedly. Could it be that something unfortunate was about to occur? This morning, he had been reprimanded for not rising early enough to buy breakfast for Shun Yinqing, leaving him in a state of irritation throughout the morning. Meanwhile, Lin Yu had accompanied Yu Qingning to her residence. Chapter 13. Not my home, but our home. This place was significantly larger than his own. A spacious flat that suggested a well-established living environment. Lin Yu noted that the car driven by Yi Qingning was of a model priced around 200,000, indicating she likely earned a decent salary, comparable to his own. With the means to afford a house, her family was certainly not of the parasitic sort. Otherwise, they would have frequently solicited money from him, akin to Shun Yinqing's family. Though he occasionally fell into the trap of romantic idealism, he always managed to be somewhat evasive when it came to finances, painting grand visions of what he would provide after marriage. In truth, he would indeed fulfill those promises if they were to wed. However, in the absence of marriage, he would retain some reserve, for he needed funds for purchasing a home and a vehicle. Yi Qingning's home was decorated in a predominantly Japanese style, featuring natural hues such as wood tones, white, and beige, creating a serene and comfortable atmosphere. She had chosen not to reside in a grand villa, as living alone in such a vast space would feel isolating and eerie. Thus, she had moved here 6 months prior. While it wasn't as expansive, she adored it. Little did she know it would serve as the new home for her and Lin Yu after their marriage. Upon entering, Lin Yu felt an overwhelming urge to recline on the sofa and take a nap, genuine sleep, not the sort that involved any romantic entanglements. He remarked, "Your home's decor is truly exquisite, far superior to mine." Yi Qingning turned to him, her tone softening slightly. "This is not just my home, it is our home. Soon, we shall be husband and wife. I will be your wife." Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback, his heart racing involuntarily. For some reason, she seemed to have swiftly embraced her new role, while he was still processing the reality. Yet, Missy appeared to embody decisiveness, tackling everything with remarkable speed and determination. The two settled onto the couch in silence for a moment before Lin Yu broke the stillness. "I will move in as soon as possible. Let us find a time to select the hardware. The wedding will proceed as scheduled in 8 days." Yi Qingning nodded gently. "Is there anything else?" "It is best to voice all your requests at once, for I, too, have my own." Lin Yu pondered for a moment and said, "In the coming days, I may need to find time to arrange a meeting with my grandparents. I must share my situation with you. I am an orphan, raised by the director of the orphanage, who is like a grandfather and grandmother to me. To me, they are the closest individuals in my life, even closer than my biological parents. Thus, meeting my family means meeting them. I hope you can leave a good impression on them." Yi Qingning nodded. "That is not an issue. I will also arrange for you to meet my family in the future." Lin Yu continued, "As your husband, I shall fulfill all my duties. Infidelity will never occur. You can rest assured about that. I will also share the household chores. You will not have to shoulder them alone. Your salary should be comparable to mine. I earn over 20,000 a month. We can discuss how to manage our finances at home." Yi Qingning replied nonchalantly, "I do not lack money. As long as it suffices, I will not concern myself with your finances. However, we can set aside a portion each month as family funds, which can be used in case of emergencies, such as if a family member falls ill." Lin Yu was taken aback by how thoughtfully Yi Qingning had considered these matters. "I will gradually provide further details later. By the way, what time do you usually return home from work?" Yi Qingning hesitated. "Is that really important?" Lin Yu nodded earnestly. "It is very important." Yi Qingning did not understand why Lin Yu was so concerned but answered, "It varies. I generally come home quite late because my boss is very busy, and I must accompany her. Otherwise, my salary would not be as substantial." Lin Yu instinctively asked, "Is your boss male or female?" Yi Qingning raised an eyebrow, a slight smile appearing on her lips. "Are you jealous already?" Clearing his throat, Lin Yu explained, cough, cough. "It's mainly because I worry that some male bosses might have ulterior motives, especially since you are now my wife. With your beauty, it's only natural for a normal man to harbor thoughts." Lin Yu candidly admitted, "All right, I am indeed jealous. You are my wife, can I not feel jealous?" Just having obtained a marriage certificate with his beautiful wife, it was only natural for him to feel possessive towards any man near Yi Qingning. Despite their relationship not yet being profoundly deep, he identified himself as Yi Qingning's husband. Yi Qingning suddenly found the man before her inexplicably endearing. So this was how he expressed jealousy? The corners of her mouth subtly lifted. "Rest assured, my boss is a woman. What man would be named Qin Xiaoxiao?" Upon receiving the answer he sought, Lin Yu smiled and teased, "Your boss's name does not sound like that of a superior. It resembles more that of a beleaguered worker. Whereas yours sounds like a boss." Meanwhile, in the president's office, Chen Xiaoxiao, who was diligently handling routine documents for Yi Qingning, suddenly sneezed. She sniffed, indeed. "The air conditioning in the president's office is exceptional. I should raise the temperature a bit." Yi Qingning smiled faintly. "How could that be? How could I possibly be the boss?" Lin Yu nodded, acknowledging the point. "Indeed, if you're the boss, you would likely overlook someone as insignificant as me." Although he was not merely a lowly worker earning a meager salary, in comparison to such a boss, he felt entirely inconsequential. To these employers, a monthly income of 3,000 and one of 20,000 were both equally trivial. Yi Qingning smiled lightly, choosing not to delve further into that topic, and instead continued their earlier conversation. "Why do you ask what time I return home?" Lin Yu explained, "I usually head home early, as I seldom stay late to work. If you are returning late, I can prepare dinner and wait for you." He added with a smile, "With me around, I can ensure you come home to a warm meal." These words resonated deeply within Yi Qingning, stirring emotions she could not quite comprehend. A vision of a kindly elder surfaced in her mind, accompanied by a tender voice. "Xiaoning, as long as you come, there will always be warm meals here for you." The thought of her late grandfather suddenly made her eyes sting with unshed tears, and she instinctively fought to hold them back. Lin Yu quickly produced a tissue, stepping forward to offer help. "What's wrong? Why are you suddenly on the verge of tears?" Yi Qingning hurriedly clarified, "It's just something in my eye, not tears." Lin Yu leaned closer, gently blowing towards her eyes. "Did it come out?" Yi Qingning, taken aback by his proximity, felt a blush creep across her cheeks. She instinctively moved back, her tone softening. "It's fine now, thank you." In the stillness of the moment, she could hear her heart racing. The man before her was the first to draw close without eliciting her disdain, causing her typically composed mind to flutter with uncertainty. Just as they were enveloped in an ambiguous atmosphere, Yi Qingning's phone suddenly rang, shattering the moment. Chapter 14. Persevere. "Strive to fall in love with me." Lin Yu quickly withdrew, creating distance to grant Yi Qingning the space she needed to answer the call. He instinctively moved to the balcony, allowing her privacy. Yi Qingning paused, initially wanting to assure him that such caution was unnecessary. However, upon seeing the caller ID was Chen Xiaoxiao, she refrained from speaking and answered, "What's the matter?" Chen Xiaoxiao's voice came through, laced with concern. "The Liu family insists on discussing the collaboration today, and the person in charge refuses to leave, saying they will wait for you to return." Yi Qingning's eyebrows furrowed in displeasure. "Didn't we inform them in advance?" "I have something very important this morning." Chen Xiaoxiao replied cautiously, "We did inform them, but they still wish to wait for you. Moreover, the young master of the Liu family is here and insisted that I call you." Her tone was careful, as she feared angering Yi Qingning, especially on a day meant for celebration. After all, who would appreciate a work-related call on such a significant occasion? Yet, she felt utterly powerless. She was merely a humble worker. Upon hearing that Lu Chuan, the extravagant heir of the Liu family, personally came for a collaboration, Yi Qingning surmised that it was likely her grandmother's scheme to foster a gradual acquaintance through work. Unfortunately, had the individual genuinely intended to discuss professional matters, she might have held him in slightly higher regard. However, such ulterior motives only served to diminish her already low opinion of Lu Chuan. Could a debauched wastrel, who indulged in revelry day and night, truly aspire to develop a career overnight? Yi Qingming let out a cold laugh. "If he enjoys waiting, then let him wait. I shall not return to the company today. Deliver the documents to me in the afternoon, and change the meeting to an online format, notifying all other collaborators except for those from the Liu family." Chen Xiaoxiao acknowledged. "Understood." After hanging up, Yi Qingning glanced at Lin Yu, who was engrossed in admiring the moon roses on the balcony. He was so absorbed that he had not noticed her finishing the call and approaching him from behind. Yi Qingning's cool voice broke the silence. "Do you like moon roses?" Lin Yu then became aware of her presence and teased, "Why do you walk without making a sound? Have you turned on silent mode?" Yi Qingning was momentarily taken aback, her beautiful eyes blinking in confusion as she asked, "What do you mean by silent mode?" Lin Yu curiously inquired, "Have you never played video games?" Yi Qingning shook her head and replied, "I have never played games, but if you enjoy them, I can learn when I have the time." Lin Yu was evidently unprepared for such a response and stared blankly for a few seconds before saying, "Oh, I do like them, but I haven't played in a long time." He used to be particularly fond of gaming. Yet Shin Yinqing would often chide him during his gaming sessions, suggesting that if he loved games so much, he should go live in one or criticize him for being immature. insisting that he should spend his time accompanying her instead. Shen Yinqing never considered joining him in gaming. Her sole desire was to have him quit. After being with Shen Yinqing, he had refrained from smoking and drinking, abandoning all bad habits, with gaming being the only passion left unpermitted. Upon discovering his interest in video games, Yi Qingning's immediate reaction was to think of finding time to play together with him. Suddenly, Lin Yu felt as though he had truly encountered a woman who understood and loved him, a peculiar sense of satisfaction swelling within him. Yi Qingning raised an eyebrow. "What's the matter? Do you disdain my lack of gaming skills?" Lin Yu quickly replied, "Of course not. Don't you find gaming rather childish?" Yi Qingning responded calmly, "Everyone has their own way of relieving stress. You work hard to earn money for your family. What is wrong with playing games to relax when I cannot be with you? Everyone deserves their own time. Although we are married, it does not mean you no longer have personal time." Yi Qingning's lips parted slightly as she gazed seriously at him. "Lin Yu, I am your wife, not your master. You are not my servant, you are my husband." Lin Yu's heart raced like never before, and his face felt as if it were aflame. Yi Qingning's words felt akin to a confession of love to him, or at least that was his impression. How fortunate he was to encounter such a woman. Upon leaving Shen Yinqing, he discovered that there was no rain outside. Lin Yu placed a hand over his heart and remarked, "Miss Yi, the roses are exquisite." Yi Qingning corrected him, "You may call me Qingning, or whatever you prefer. I am now your wife, so calling me wife is entirely reasonable." Lin Yu continued, "Qingning, I seem to be feeling a bit warm. My heart is racing." Yi Qingning's lips curled into a slight smile. "It's evident. I encourage Mr. Lin to strive diligently to fall in love with me quickly." Meanwhile, at the Yi Corporation's reception room, two formally dressed men sat on the sofa. One, in his 20s, bore an expression of impatience, while the other, appearing to be in his 30s, seemed somewhat apprehensive. Lu Chuan and the person in charge had already been waiting for 2.5 hours. Lu Chuan was growing increasingly restless. He was not accustomed to waiting for others. The person in charge, sweating profusely, said, "Young Master Lu, please be patient. President, you should be arriving shortly." Lu Chuan glanced at his watch, cursing under his breath. Had it not been for the photos of Yi Qingning sent by the matriarch of the Yi family, showcasing her beauty that surpassed all women he had ever encountered, he would not have come. Furthermore, the matriarch mentioned that Yi Qingning had never been in a relationship, indicating her untouched purity. Given the stature of the Yi family, securing Yi Qingning would be immensely beneficial for the Lu family. Primarily, however, it was her stunning beauty that ignited his desire to conquer her. To his dismay, he was met with a cold reception upon his arrival. It seemed she had no intention of granting him any courtesy, leaving him to wait. In the past, women had flocked to him, eager for his attention. Yet now he found himself in the humiliating position of eagerly seeking her out, a stark contrast that left him feeling discontented. Nevertheless, he rationalized that she was likely to be his future wife, so a little indulgence would not hurt. After all, the matriarch's attitude was clear. He could not fathom being unable to win over Yi Qingning. In recent days, Lin Yu had moved his belongings to Yi Qingning's residence. With only 6 days remaining until their wedding, he had already engaged a real estate agent to expedite the sale of his house, even lowering the price to facilitate a swift transaction. One motivation for selling was the fact that this address was known to Shen Yinqing, and he wished to sever any ties with her. Selling and relocating was also a strategy to prevent someone from causing a scene at his home. Today marked the first day of cohabitation with his wife. Yi Qingning was still at work. It was now 9 in the evening, and the couple had plans to visit Lin Yu's grandparents the following day. In the president's office of the Yi Corporation, while Yi Qingning was engrossed in her work, her phone suddenly chimed. Chapter 15. The beautiful CEO yearns for home in the past. She was never swayed by her phone while diligently working. Yet, inexplicably, she felt an urge to check the messages, and a flicker of anticipation stirred within her. Chen Shishao, too, had not finished her workday. As her supervisor remained at the office, she was obliged to assist with some documents. However, she held no grievances, for as long as her salary remained satisfactory, her enthusiasm for her work would endure. This was the first time she witnessed Yi Qingning so engrossed in her tasks, only to be interrupted by a message. Typically, she would keep her phone on silent, but for the past few days, it had been set to alert mode, as if fearing the loss of something significant. Could it be that the ICCEO had finally blossomed? Chen Xiaoxiao stole a glance at Yi Qingning, who was poised to check her phone, her heart racing with curiosity. Upon inspecting the message, Yi Qingning discovered it was merely a news alert from another app, and her spirits plummeted. She contemplated switching off her phone entirely. Just as she was about to do so, A green bubble notification appeared. It was a message from Lin Yu, saying, "What time will you be home? I've prepared dinner for you." Yi Qingning glanced at the pile of documents that still required her attention and sighed. "It's a bit late. Perhaps you should sleep first. I can whip up some instant noodles when I return." Lin Yu replied swiftly, "No worries. I'll wait for you no matter how late it gets. I promised you there would always be a warm meal waiting at home. And I shall not easily break my word." Yi Qingning was momentarily taken aback. For the first time, she felt a longing to return home sooner. Previously, she had perceived her home and her office as indistinguishable, both merely places of work. However, her perspective began to waver. She suddenly realized that home was a sanctuary, a cozy space to share with her beloved. Marriage meant having someone waiting for you, someone who cared deeply. Yet, there was still work to be completed. It would be unreasonable to leave it all for Qin Xiaoxiao to finish alone. Although she often pressed her assistant hard, she could not abandon her to such a burdensome task. Thus, she resolved to hasten her pace. A surge of motivation coursed through her as she began to expedite the important paperwork, leaving the less critical tasks for Qin Xiaoxiao to handle the following day. After all, a little extra overtime pay would surely please her assistant, who was quite fond of such incentives. By the time she completed her work, it was already 11 o'clock at night. After clocking out, she drove Qin Xiaoxiao's Tesla home. Recently, Qin Xiaoxiao had been driving Yi Qingning's luxury car, and she secretly hoped that the CEO would remain at work a little longer, granting her the opportunity to flaunt the car for an extra day. Upon arriving home at 11:30, Yi Qingning stepped inside to find Lin Yu asleep at the dining table. Several dishes lay untouched in warming trays, clearly indicating that no bites had been taken since they were prepared. A wave of tenderness washed over her. This man had waited for her after work. If only she could have worked a bit faster, or perhaps brought her tasks home next time. Yi Qingning felt a twinge of guilt. Yet her fondness for Lin Yu grew deeper. As she changed her shoes, she noticed that her slippers had been neatly placed, allowing her to effortlessly slip off her high heels and don them. She couldn't resist stealing a glance at Lin Yu. How could one describe this sensation? It was immensely comforting, evoking a desire to lean on him. She initially intended to pull Lin Yu into the bedroom, but suddenly remembered that this foolish boy might not have had dinner, so she decided to wake him instead. Approaching Lin Yu, she gently tapped his shoulder. "Lin Yu, I'm back." He quickly awoke, rubbing his eyes. "Qingning, you're back. What time is it? Let me heat up the food for you. It might be a bit cold." Yi Qingning promptly pressed him down. "I'll handle it. You just wait here." She felt a bit embarrassed to let Lin Yu do everything alone. She believed that a relationship should be equitable. Since Lin Yu had cooked, she would take care of washing the dishes and reheating the food. Her movements were swift, leaving Lin Yu no chance to respond. As she placed the dishes in the microwave to warm them up, the 3 dishes were simple home-cooked meals: scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried broccoli with beef, and sauteed cabbage. Lin Yu explained, "These are the only ingredients in the fridge. It may not be very lavish, just some home-style cooking." Yi Qingning shook her head gently, sitting beside him and serving him a bowl of rice, a faint smile gracing her lips. "This is already wonderful. It doesn't need to be extravagant. Simplicity is best. And it's quite healthy, isn't it?" There was no sulking, no disdain, no disappointment, just pure joy. In the past, if Lin Yu had brought food to Xin Yinqing that was not at least a 4-dish meal with soup, she would become upset, even claiming he didn't love her. Thus, he was somewhat concerned that a remarkable woman like Yi Qingning might not be accustomed to such ordinary fare. However, that was not the case. Observing her expression, she seemed quite content. Yi Qingning seldom smiled, yet recently her smiles had multiplied, a change she had not even noticed. Happiness nourishes the soul. Lin Yu accepted the rice. "As long as you like it." Yi Qingning was pleasantly surprised by how delicious Lin Yu's cooking was. Though the dishes were simple, their flavors were delightful, reminiscent of the meals her grandfather used to prepare for her in childhood. She rarely cooked at home, which explained the limited variety of ingredients in her fridge. Typically, she relied on Qin Xiaoxiao to bring her meals, and sometimes she was so busy that she would forget to have dinner, collapsing into bed upon returning home, which had adversely affected her stomach. The taste of the high-end dishes she had eaten before was strikingly different from Lin Yu's cooking. She couldn't quite articulate the difference, but it was undeniably delicious, surpassing any dinner she had previously had. The feeling of having a warm meal awaiting her at home was something extraordinary. Seeing Yi Qingning relish the food he had prepared filled Lin Yu with a sense of accomplishment, a peculiar satisfaction akin to feeding a small creature. Those who cook yearn for their creations to be acknowledged. He has prepared countless meals for Xin Yinqing, yet has never received her approval. This lack of recognition has driven him to continually strive for improvement. Reflecting upon it now, he wonders if her dissatisfaction lies not with the dishes themselves, but with him as an individual. Yi Qingning might genuinely be feeling a bit hungry. She devours her food with remarkable speed, her cheeks puffing up like a little hamster, scarcely able to spare a moment to converse with Lin Yu as she finishes an entire bowl. Fortunately, Lin Yu has prepared an ample amount of food. Despite her slender waist, Yi Qingning manages to consume 3 bowls of rice, and together they swiftly empty the table of its offerings. After finishing her meal, Yi Qingning proactively cleans her bowl and wipes the table, leaving Lin Yu no opportunity to assist her. Once their chores are complete, he joins her in the living room and inquires, "Qingning, are you busy tomorrow?" Chapter 16. When he seeks reconciliation, the bride price doubles. They had agreed to meet Lin Yu's grandparents the following day. However, Lin Yu, having observed her over the past couple of days, noticed that Yi Qingning has been particularly busy, leaving him uncertain whether she might cancel due to work commitments. Yi Qingning offers him a reassuring glance. "Don't worry. I'm all set. I've already taken leave from the company. No matter the workload, meeting your grandparents is far more important." She casually adds, "Your grandparents are my grandparents too." In a rented apartment, Shen Yinqing, who had just fallen asleep, is abruptly awakened by a phone call. Weariness is etched across her face. She has shouldered the burden of work alone today without Lin Yu's assistance and finds it overwhelming. The frustration of unpaid overtime at work has already weighed heavily on her. And upon returning home to find no meal prepared for her, she erupts in anger. Even Lu Qingge is now hesitant to disturb her, fearing another outburst. Deep down, Shen Yinqing doesn't wish to be angry with Lu Qingge, for she has always treated him kindly. Yet, the disparity between her expectations and reality leaves her feeling distressed and irritable, leading her to lose her temper with him. "Hello, Mom. What is wrong? My brother is in the hospital? How did this happen? I'm on my way." Upon receiving the call, Shen Yinqing is instantly filled with worry. There is trouble at home, and she must rush to the hospital. At Jiangxing First People's Hospital, in the patient room, Shen Yinqing arrives to find her brother, Shenan, lying on the bed, looking unwell. Their parents sit nearby, their expressions grim. Li Chui, disregarding the rest of the patients, shouts like a shrew, "Why didn't you transfer the 20,000 yuan yesterday? I can't reach Lin Yu either. Are you both conspiring against me?" Her face reddens with rage as she finishes her tirade. Shen Yinqing quickly steps forward to grasp her arm. "Mom, keep your voice down. There are other people here." Li Chui rudely shakes off her hand. "Then tell me, where's the money?" Shen Yinqing bites her lip. "Mom, don't I transfer 5,000 yuan to you every month? I barely have any money left now." Li Chui remained relentless. "That is a living allowance for your brother. He is currently unemployed, and after much effort, he has finally found a suitable match. Shouldn't you, as his sister, offer some support?" Shen Yinqing, with a look of helplessness, replied, "I understand, but I truly cannot spare any money at the moment." Lying in bed, Shen had chimed in, "Sister, you know I am getting married soon. I have been trying to save, and if it's really tight, you could ask brother-in-law for some money. His monthly salary is quite substantial, isn't it?" Shen Weidong, exhibiting a disappointment akin to that of a teacher for a failing student, retorted, "You, always out gallivanting with those dubious friends, and now that your health is faltering, who is to take care of you?" After scolding Shenan, he turned to Shen Yinqing and said, "Yinqing, An is preparing to marry. The bride's family demands a hefty dowry, over 200,000, along with a house. You are well aware of our family's circumstances. Your third brother is still in school, and we simply cannot provide such a sum. You are planning to marry Lin Yu, aren't you? Could you possibly discuss increasing the dowry to 600,000 and help arrange a job for An?" Li Chui nodded vigorously. "Indeed. Lin Yu seems to be doing quite well in Jiangxing. I heard he bought a car recently. Surely he has some savings. If it comes down to it, you could sell the wedding house." Shen Yinqing felt overwhelmed. She was already exhausted from today's events, rushing to the hospital after her brother's incident, only to be bombarded with discussions about Lin Yu and money. She had recently broken up with Lin Yu and had not yet reconciled with him. How could she possibly approach him for financial assistance? She had planned to negotiate better terms when he sought her out for reconciliation, allowing her to maintain her pride while securing more funds. But how could she possibly explain this to her parents? Noticing the peculiar expression on Shen Yinqing's face, Li Chui furrowed her brows. "Shen Yinqing, you're not thinking of turning your back on us after marrying him, are you? You must differentiate clearly. We are your family." The hospital room was too noisy, prompting a nurse to enter and remind them, "Please, family members, remain calm. It is rest time." and loud noises are prohibited in the ward. Li Chui, unable to restrain herself, pointed an accusatory finger at the nurse. You, a mere worker. Who are you to tell me what to do? I've paid for this service. I have the right to raise my voice. The nurse, taken aback by such a confrontation, hurriedly exited the room to find the head nurse. We are your family, looking out for your best interests. Have you been bewitched by this Lin Yu fellow? Shen Yinqing stammered. It's not like that, Mom. I certainly know you stand by me. But I broke up with Lin Yu a few days ago. The other three exclaimed in unison. What? Li Chui, exasperated, scolded. You ungrateful girl. Why didn't you discuss this with us beforehand? You ended things before even receiving the dowry. I wondered why the dowry hadn't been sent yet. Once the deposit is received, even if we don't marry, it can't be refunded. As long as one has enough audacity. You really lack patience. Even if you don't like him, you should wait until the dowry is secured. Shen Weidong's furrowed brows betrayed his dissatisfaction. Nian Nian, even if you dislike informing us in advance, wouldn't it be better to stage a scene for him after the engagement? You could deceive him into a hotel for an intimate encounter, then suddenly leave during the act. Afterwards, we could retrieve the hotel surveillance footage of your departure and take him to court. Wouldn't that be more advantageous? Shen Yin's pale visage flushed with anger. Sister, if you proceed this way, who will provide the betrothal gifts for me? Shen Yinqing, having been bombarded by several voices since her entrance, felt her temper rising. Can you let me finish speaking? Clearly, he is being stingy and throwing a childish tantrum. If I continue to indulge him, who knows if the betrothal gifts will even materialize? Do you wish for your daughter to marry without any standing, merely serving tea to others? I'm merely giving him a warning. It's not as if I intend to break up. The wedding date has already been set, and he currently has no bride to find. Do you truly believe he dares to end things with me? He'll be back to apologize in a couple of days, just like before. Isn't it better to negotiate terms then? Let us double the betrothal gifts and have him assist my brother with the down payment for a house. His savings must be considerable, and if he loves me, the finances will be under my control once we marry. After hearing Shen Yinqing's resolute assurances, the expressions of the other three individuals softened considerably. Shen Yin cheerfully remarked, then let my brother-in-law introduce me to a well-paying, low-stress job. I want a house close to the city center. Shen Yinqing, brimming with confidence, replied, no problem. Once he comes to apologize, your betrothal gifts will be covered by my brother-in-law. Reflecting on the grievances endured in recent days, Shen Yinqing resolved not to allow Lin Yu an easy time. He would have to kneel and plead for her presence at the wedding, lest he mistakenly believe her to be of little worth. After a shower, Lin Yu dried his hair with a towel, dressed in pajamas, and entered the bedroom. He gazed at Yu Qingning, who had just finished bathing and was clad in a black nightgown that revealed her fair, delicate legs, and couldn't help but swallow hard. He quickly dismissed his wandering thoughts. Although they were married, one must still respect the other's consent, lest they face repercussions. Regaining his composure, Lin Yu stated, I didn't buy a bed before coming here, so I guess I'll make do on the sofa tonight. Yu Qingning's brow furrowed slightly, though she felt a tinge of shyness. She believed that since they were now legally wed, sleeping apart was unreasonable. It felt as though their marital bond was in disarray. With a hint of discontent, she replied, Are you rejecting me? How could I possibly reject you? Lin Yu exclaimed, his expression one of innocent bewilderment. I merely fear that you might not yet be accustomed to sharing a bed with a man. Indeed, she had always slept alone, and suddenly sharing a bed with someone she had known for just a few days could be quite an adjustment. A faint blush crept across Yu Qingning's cheeks. Yet she asserted, But we are now husband and wife. It is unreasonable to sleep separately. Besides, it's not as if you haven't shared a bed with me before. Lin Yu? The words instantly reminded him of that wild night, igniting a fervor within his mind. Had he not swiftly restrained himself, Lin Yu would have nearly stood at attention. Yu Qingning shifted aside, patted the space beside her, her cheeks tinged with a blush. This is for you. As she gently raised her hand, the neckline of her black nightgown slightly parted, revealing a glimpse of her fair skin. Lin Yu felt an unsettling sensation, hastily seating himself at the edge of the bed and casually crossing his legs. How infuriating. The two prominent lamps were far too conspicuous. He hadn't intended for it to happen, but the subtle allure was undeniably tantalizing. Could it be that this nightgown was not merely a regular sleepwear, but something more enticing? Why did it appear so alluring? In truth, the nightgown was simply an ordinary one, yet Yu Qingning's figure was extraordinary, with curves accentuated perfectly. Her fair skin tantalizingly visible beneath the fabric, stirring reactions in any normal man. Lin Yu was no young Wei. How could he not respond? Taking a deep breath, he pondered, what was wrong with sleeping together as a couple? It was entirely normal for spouses to share a bed. Not doing so would be the anomaly. However, sharing a bed with such a stunning woman, dressed in a nightgown, would undoubtedly leave him feeling quite overwhelmed. His gaze fell upon the blanket-covered Yi Qingning, his throat tightening. All right, from now on, we shall sleep in the same bed. The usually aloof Yi Qingning nodded gently at this moment. Thus, he lifted the covers and cautiously nestled in. Inside the blanket, of course. Lin Yu's heart raced. From this day forth, he would be sleeping alongside Yi Qingning, with his wife. After Yi Qingning turned off the lights, her face flushed. Memories of their fervent night flooded her thoughts. Not only had they been in the private room, but also in the hotel suite. If her memory served her correctly, there had been at least 6 encounters that night, and aside from the first, the duration of the other 5 was particularly lengthy. Otherwise, they wouldn't have spent the entire night indulging in unprecedented joy. She was unaware of when she had fallen asleep, but undoubtedly her face had been flushed thin. Meanwhile, Lin Yu struggled to contain himself, nearly succumbing to the urge to flee to the restroom. For both of them, tonight was a blend of excitement and torment. With just 5 days remaining until the wedding, Yi Qingning had canceled all her appointments for the day, purchasing health supplements for the elderly, a massage device, and premium tea, totaling around 20,000. She stood downstairs, awaiting Lin Yu with the gifts in hand when an untimely phone call interrupted her. Qin Shaoxiao's tone reflected a hint of exasperation. President Yi? Young Master Lu is here again. He mentioned that he didn't get to see you the other day, and we still haven't discussed the collaboration. Yi Qingning's previously pleasant mood shifted to irritation. Let's discuss the collaboration when I have time. As for the Lu Group, just have their representative come. As for why there has been no discussion of cooperation until now, he should be quite aware of the reasons. Whether he genuinely desires collaboration or harbors ulterior motives remains uncertain. Qin Shaoxiao remarked, All right, I will convey your message to the person in charge at the Lu family. After hanging up the phone, Yi Qingning switched her device to silent mode, as she truly wished to avoid any work-related disturbances during such a significant occasion as meeting her partner's parents. Though she is a workaholic, it does not imply that she cannot distinguish priorities. It is essential to recognize that a man's initial demeanor towards you reflects how he wishes to be treated, while his later behavior mirrors how you treat him. If she does not regard his family with importance, how could she expect him to value hers? Lin Yu felt that this period was the most comfortable he had experienced in the past 2 years. He had informed his grandparents in advance that he would be bringing his girlfriend home today, so they had been messaging him since morning, inquiring about the time of arrival. Upon reaching the ground floor, he spotted Yi Qingning carrying a plethora of gifts and hurriedly approached to assist her. Lin Yu exclaimed, You need not purchase such extravagant items. Allow me to carry them for you. He was somewhat astonished, not anticipating that Yi Qingning would bring so many expensive gifts, which likely equated to a month's salary for her. This left him feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Previously, when he had brought Xin Yinqing home to see his grandparents, she had arrived empty-handed and displayed a complete lack of courtesy, showing no regard for his grandparents whatsoever. The saying that one who truly values you will also value your family holds true. Yi Qingning shook her head, stating, For our first meeting, one should not prepare overly inexpensive gifts. The value of a present can sometimes reflect the weight of one's intentions. Lin Yu felt a pang of concern. But such an expense is unnecessary. This must be at least a month's salary for you. Yi Qingning replied with a gentle smile. Are we still dividing you and me? It's our first meeting. It's acceptable to spend a little more. It's not like I'll do this every day, and I know my limits. Upon hearing Yi Qingning's words, Lin Yu felt there was no issue, and conceded, Very well, let us take my car. Yi Qingning nodded and followed him to his vehicle. His grandparents resided in an orphanage. Although they owned a small house, they seldom returned. Lin Yu drove his recently purchased top-of-the-line model towards the orphanage. Yi Qingning admired the pristine interior of the car and asked, Is this a new purchase? Lin Yu nodded. Yes, my previous car was a fuel model, which I bought for 100,000 and plan to sell. If you don't like it, I'll buy a more expensive one once I earn more. Sitting in the passenger seat, Yi Qingning shook her head. As long as you are with me, it matters not what car we drive. Lin Yu felt as though he were in a dream. He had never encountered such a woman before. In these past 2 days, he had experienced more joy than in the years spent with Xin Yinqing. Regardless of whether Yi Qingning's sentiments were genuine, her words brought comfort to him. What had his previous days been filled with? It turned out that life could be so delightful. He intends to confront his brothers after meeting the parents. Proceeding with the wedding is planned in a few days. However, the venue will be changed, the invitations will need to be reissued, the bride's name altered, and the guest list revised. As for whether Xin Yinqing's friends and family will be left in the lurch, that is a concern for her family to ponder, not his. The two appear to be increasingly acclimatizing to their new identities. Yi Qingming is diligently immersing herself in the role of a perfect wife, while Lin Yu is striving to become a commendable husband. Soon, they arrived at the orphanage. Lin Yu carried most of the gifts while Yi Qingming, linking her arm with him and clutching health supplements in her hand, followed him into the orphanage. As they entered, they immediately captured the attention of the children who were playing and frolicking. The children recognized Lin Yu instantly, but upon seeing Yi Qingming, they were utterly captivated by the beauty of the sister, their faces lighting up with the astonishment typical of youth. One chubby boy exclaimed, "Brother Lin Yu, is this your new girlfriend?" In the next moment, Lin Yu felt a sharp sting on his shoulder. Ouch. Chapter 18. Meeting the parents. Is the female CEO jealous? Yi Qingming's face remained inscrutable, yet Lin Yu could sense her jealousy. Indeed, the red mark on his arm was evident. "I'm going to report this. This is definitely domestic violence. Pure domestic violence." And that chubby boy, every time he came, brought a plethora of snacks. Yet he opened his mouth and sold out his good brother. Lin Yu hastily retorted with irritation, "What nonsense are you spouting? This is not a new girlfriend. This is your sister-in-law. We are married." He flashed a charming smile at Yi Qingming, adding, "P.S. referring to my ex, whom I mentioned to you before. I have no ties to her any longer." At this, Yi Qingming's expression softened somewhat, her jealousy visibly dissipating. She realized that her possessiveness over her husband was something beyond her control, an instinctive wariness towards other women. Observing the group of children at the orphanage, she felt an inexplicable pang of sympathy. These were all orphans. Their clothes were worn, yet their smiles radiated genuine joy. And it seemed that they shared a close bond with Lin Yu, indulging in playful banter frequently. This indicated that Lin Yu was an open-hearted individual who enjoyed the company of children, enhancing her admiration for him. The man she cherished could be impoverished, but his character must be impeccable. Many of these children had lost both parents or had been abandoned, yet they managed to find a sense of belonging here. The director of the orphanage treated them well, as evidenced by the robust physique of the chubby boy, indicating that their meals were ample. Yi Qingming curiously inquired, "Did you come here in the same way before?" Lin Yu nodded. "Yes, sometimes couples who are unable or unwilling to have children come here to adopt. In my childhood, I was never adopted. Eventually, my grandparents decided to take me in and raise me as if I were their own grandchild. Due to health issues, they had no children of their own, and from the moment they adopted me, they finally had a family. I cherish them deeply. To me, they are my family. And it is they who have imparted the warmth of home to me, making them exceptionally significant in my life." Yi Qingming tightened her grip on Lin Yu's hand unconsciously, pressing her lips together. "Now they are also my grandparents." This statement momentarily stunned Lin Yu. He acknowledged that he had fallen in love, entranced by her tenderness. Even if this were merely a dream, he wished to linger in it a little longer. Hearing commotion outside, Lin Jinghe and Chun Peilon hurried out, sensing something was amiss, only to find their grandson returning with an exceptionally beautiful woman. The elderly couple eagerly approached, with Lin Jinghe exclaiming, "Xiao Yu, why didn't you let us know you had arrived? I could have come out to greet you." Chen Peilon scrutinized Yi Qingming from head to toe, her face radiating satisfaction. "Is this the Xiaoning that Xiao Yu mentioned?" "Greetings, grandparents. I am Lin Yu's wife, Yi Qingming." "You may call me Xiaoning," she replied, her beauty fitting the traditional aesthetic cherished by the older generation, and she greeted them with courtesy, a gentle smile gracing her face. The impression she left on Lin Jinghe and Chen Peilon was nothing short of excellent, especially as she had brought gifts, a stark contrast to Xin Yanqing. What grandparent wouldn't adore a granddaughter-in-law who is not only obedient in appearance, but also charming and polite? Chen Peilon's smile was nearly ear to ear. How stunning she was. Her satisfaction with this granddaughter-in-law grew with each glance. With warmth, Chen Peilon said, "Xiaoning, please come in and sit down. It just so happens that it's noon. I will cook for you." The children from the orphanage, having already had their lunch, gathered around Lin Yu, eagerly asking for snacks. "Brother Lin Yu, didn't Ti bring us any snacks today? Last time, you promised to bring me some sweet treats. If you don't, I'll ask my sister-in-law to bring them next time. She is so beautiful. She must be a wonderful person. How did you win her over?" Lin Yu quickly replied, "I'll bring you some next time, so don't pester your sister-in-law." Yi Qingming patted the heads of the little ones, finding them utterly adorable. If she and Lin Yu were to have children in the future, would they also be this charming? The thought surprised her. In truth, she had some reservations about having children, but the idea felt less daunting when it concerned Lin Yu. She even found herself anticipating it. Observing Lin Yu up close revealed just how handsome he truly was, with a captivating charm that promised any child they had would surely inherit remarkable looks. Lin Yu remained oblivious to Yi Qingming's thoughts. Had he known, he would have been astonished. After all, this was entirely at odds with her usual aloof persona. As he perceived her to be someone who spoke coldly, rarely expressed emotion, and exhibited a slight workaholic tendency. If he were to find out, two words would undoubtedly surface in his mind: stark contrast. Upon entering the room, Chen Peilon guided the two of them to the wooden sofa, seating herself beside Yi Qingming. Gently taking her hand, her eyes brimming with satisfaction towards her granddaughter-in-law. Yi Qingming felt a delightful surprise, yet she did not withdraw her hand. Sensing the affection that Lin Yu's grandmother held for her, in a soft voice, Chen Peilon inquired, "Xiaoning, how did you two meet? Where do you work? Have you obtained your marriage certificate?" Yi Qingming replied with a faint smile, "Grandma, Lin Yu, and I met during a business collaboration at our company. We just received our certificate yesterday." She answered each of Chen Peilon's questions earnestly, without a hint of impatience, which only heightened Lin Yu's fondness for her. Upon hearing that they had married, Chen Peilon's smile widened, and she produced a beautiful jade bracelet seemingly from nowhere. "This is a family heirloom meant for my daughter-in-law. Since I have no biological children, I have always considered Xiao Yu as my own grandson, thus I am passing this on to you." As she spoke, she attempted to put the bracelet on Yi Qingming, causing her to feel flustered. "This is too precious." Chen Peilon responded firmly, "This is the Lin family's acknowledgement of you. Should this grandson ever mistreat you, come to us. We will undoubtedly stand by your side. Xiao Yu, even if Xiaoning occasionally makes mistakes, you must be lenient with her. Girls tend to be sensitive, and unless it concerns a matter of principle, you should always pamper your wife." Lin Yu, looking exasperated, retorted, "Am I the type to bully my wife? Is there no one to speak on my behalf?" Lin Jing has scolded him. "Do you want peanuts? You are lucky to have such an outstanding girl like Xiaoning by your side. You truly gained a treasure and yet act ungratefully." He then rummaged through the room and produced a red envelope, handing it to Yi Qingming. "Xiaoning, this is a small token from my wife and me. Although it may not be much, it represents our sincere intentions. We are very pleased with you and hope you and Xiao Yu can find happiness together." Chapter 19. She, too, has a fragile side. Yi Qingming gazed at the thick envelope, her hands repeatedly shaking as she felt flustered. She was no fool. The envelope's weight hinted at a considerable sum inside. Clearly, her grandparents were not wealthy, and such generosity indicated their acceptance of her. "I absolutely cannot accept this." Lin Jinghe pressed the envelope into Yi Qingming's hands, speaking earnestly, "Xiaoning, please accept it. We may have a little savings, but for us, these funds hold little value as we approach the end of our days." Lin Yu quickly stood up, saying, "Grandpa, don't speak like that. You both have many years ahead of you and will soon hold your great-grandchild." He took the envelope back and placed it in Yi Qingming's hands again. "This is a gesture from Grandpa and Grandma. If you refuse, they might feel you do not consider them family." Yi Qingming hesitated, but Lin Yu offered her a reassuring glance. "Qingming, do not worry. My grandparents know what they are doing. He sends money back to his grandparents every month, so there is truly no need to worry about their financial situation." Over the years, the orphanage has consistently received donations from a wealthy benefactor, who has generously contributed to all the orphanages in Jiancheng, providing substantial support annually. Consequently, his grandparents do not have significant expenses, and the funds Lin Yu sends home are saved for his future marriage. Yi Qingming found it difficult to decline the offer and accepted it, feeling a profound sense of importance in this household. Since obtaining their marriage certificate, she has not experienced an ounce of regret, and in fact, feels a sense of gratitude. Chen Peilon headed towards the kitchen, inquiring, "I am going to prepare dinner now. Does Xiaoning have any dietary restrictions?" Yi Qingming offered to assist. "I have no restrictions." "Grandma, let me help you." Chen Peilon promptly insisted. No. How could I let my granddaughter-in-law help on her first visit? Just sit back and enjoy the meal." Lin Jing had cheerfully interjected, "Xiaoning, you must be a little princess at home. Here in the Lin family, you will surely be treated like one, with no hardships to endure." From now on, Lin Yu will take over the cooking. He has been preparing meals since middle school, accumulating a culinary experience of 13 years. Yi Qingming nodded gently. "I know, because his cooking is delightful, and I truly enjoy it." Lin Jing had chuckled heartily, patting Lin Yu on the shoulder. "I've always told you, son, to win a woman's heart, you must first capture her stomach. Your grandmother was won over by a few of my dishes." Chen Peilon, wielding a spatula, poked her head out from the kitchen. "Old man, what are you rambling about?" Hurry up and come help. Lin Jinghe quickly concealed his smile and rushed to the kitchen. Coming. Why the rush? Chen Peilon scolded playfully. Why shouldn't I hurry? Xiao Ning is already hungry. Look how thin she is. I'll make a nourishing soup for her. Watching the couple bicker affectionately, Lin Yu and Yi Qingning exchanged glances and couldn't help but chuckle. The last time she experienced such an atmosphere was over a decade ago, when her grandfather was still alive. She cherished the moments spent with her grandparents, who also enjoyed playful banter. It had been a long time since she felt such warmth, a sense of home. The thought of her grandfather suddenly brought a lump to her throat, and she turned her head away, not wanting Lin Yu to witness her vulnerability. Lin Yu quickly handed her a tissue. What's wrong? Do you not like it here? Yi Qingning fought to hold back her tears. She had always projected an image of strength, never panicking, never crying, always capable of resolving challenges. Yet, no one knew that she secretly wept each time she thought of her grandfather. She could only shed tears when she felt secure, and at this moment, she felt particularly safe. Her eyes glistened slightly as she replied, It's not that. I just miss my grandfather so much. He is no longer here. She detests revealing her vulnerable side to others, fearing it may serve as a sharp blade wielded against her. Yet, Lin Yu is not merely an outsider. He is her husband. Consequently, she could not suppress the tears that welled in her eyes. Lin Yu had never previously heard her speak of her family's circumstances. And upon realizing the reason behind her tears, he instinctively stepped forward and gently embraced Yi Qingning. In that moment, a protective instinct arose within him, characteristic of a devoted man. He murmured softly, Qingning, your grandfather must love you dearly. He surely wishes for your happiness. I will ensure your happiness. From now on, you have an additional grandfather and grandmother, along with 3 family members who cherish you. Uncertain about Yi Qingning's emotional state and the efficacy of his comfort, he could only hear her softly sobbing in his arms, the sound so faint that it required keen attention to perceive. Yi Qingning found solace in Lin Yu's comforting scent, which instilled a sense of security, lulling her into a desire to rest in his embrace. Although she typically abhorred closeness to men, she relished the proximity to Lin Yu. He tenderly stroked her hair, his eyes filled with compassion. Those who appear strong often harbor deeper vulnerabilities than others, for it is through their strength that they shield their fragile selves. Lin Yu had already begun to regard Yi Qingning as his wife, regardless of her thoughts. He was gradually falling for her. Time slipped away, and perhaps it was the comfort of Lin Yu's embrace that lulled Yi Qingning into a deep slumber. Lin Yu, wary of disturbing her, remained motionless, his limbs beginning to feel numb. Meanwhile, the elderly couple in the kitchen peered through the doorway at the young couple. Lin Jinghe, furrowing his brow, questioned, What is going on? Is Xiao Ning being mistreated? I will deal with that rascal. Chen Peilon swiftly slapped Lin Jinghe's arm and shot him a glare. Are you foolish? If Xiao Ning were being mistreated, would she be in his arms? Most likely. The young couple had recently acquired their marriage certificate and were indulging in flirtation. Let us wait a while before we interrupt them, she added. Lin Jinghe sniffed the air. Is something burning? The next moment, Chen Peilon exclaimed, Old man, you forgot to flip the fish. Instinctively, Lin Jinghe felt the urge to flee. The tonic. The commotion in the kitchen did not disturb the tender moment shared by the couple. In her dreams, Yi Qingning encountered her grandfather, whom she had not seen in ages. In a rented room, Shen Yinqing pointed at the bathroom. Lu Qingge, can you not be so unhygienic? Can't you sit while using the toilet? Heaven knows the hardship she had endured in recent days. Since moving here, her spirits had plummeted. She was perpetually exhausted, living in squalor, consuming unwholesome food, and working overtime daily. She felt on the brink of insanity. She pondered why Lin Yu had not come to find her. Surely, his days without her should be unbearable. Although she was aware that he was likely to come and apologize in the following days, she could no longer endure her current circumstances. In less than 5 days, her emotions erupted. Lu Qingge wore a face full of grievance, saying, Sister Shun, I will be more mindful next time. Chapter 20. Only after leaving did she realize what happiness truly was. This was undeniably his home, yet he was compelled to abase himself. Shen Yinqing, refusing to engage in any intimate acts with him, did not even offer him a kind expression. The resentment in his heart was nearly overflowing within the confines of the rented apartment. However, the thought of Shen Yinqing reconciling with Lin Yu and subsequently purchasing a house for him quelled his anger. Do not be angry. Do not be angry. It is all for my future home. With this thought, Lu Qingge managed to calm himself, forcing a strained smile. Sister Shen, I apologize for causing you distress these past few days. However, habits cannot be changed overnight. It has been quite uncomfortable for me to sleep in the living room. May I move into the bedroom? His intentions were unmistakable. He wished to share the bed with Shen Yinqing. Shen Yinqing furrowed her brow. You wish to sleep in the bed? That is not impossible. Lu Qingga's eyes lit up, really? At that moment, Shen Yinqing's anger had dissipated significantly. She recognized that the one who had upset her was Lin Yu, not Lu Qingga. Were it not for Lin Yu's childish tantrums, she would not be residing here. In her eyes, all her suffering stemmed from Lin Yu, not Lu Qingga. Yet, she undeniably needed an outlet for her frustrations, which was why she had rarely unleashed her ire on Lu Qingga. When he apologized, her anger subsided. After all, he was unlike Lin Yu, who could not be indulged. Shen Yinqing nodded. All right, Qingga, you may sleep in the master bedroom tonight. You still have quite a bit of savings. Do lend me some money. I will stay in a hotel for the next few days, and once Lin Yu returns, begging for my forgiveness, I will repay you. Lu Qingga was taken aback. Huh? Borrow money? He had little to spare. Otherwise, he would not be living in such a place. Though he was handsome, his capabilities were lacking. He had once contemplated being supported by a wealthy woman, but due to his premature ejaculation, he was rejected by them. What use was good looks? Ultimately, it depended on performance. Even the most handsome man would disappoint after 3 seconds. Having been cast aside by the wealthy, he had returned to Shen Yinqing's side. Shen Yinqing frowned. Could it be? Am I not your sister? As your sworn brother, are you unwilling to part with even a little money? I intend to gift you a house in the future. Lu Qingga hesitated, weighing the pros and cons, then gritted his teeth. All right, I will transfer 2,000 to you. Only then did Shen Yinqing smile. Truly, my good brother, all my care for you is not in vain. When Lin Yu comes crawling back, I will set my terms. In her view, Lin Yu could not live without her. Any conditions she proposed would be accepted. Especially after 3 years of relationship, and with their wedding just 5 days away. Could he possibly find another woman to marry? What a joke. She had always been stringent with Lin Yu. She personally vetted every female contact on his phone, and he had no suitable candidates for marriage. Lin Yu ought to heed her words. Why must he provoke her to impose conditions later? At present, one must be feeling quite miserable, enveloped in the desolation of being unloved and uncared for. Surely, such a state brings no happiness. Fortunately, this afternoon, she sought solace in the company of her dear friend, indulging in a leisurely shopping excursion that was utterly delightful. Lin Yu, cradling the softness in his arms, found immense comfort in the moment. The aloof yet fragrant goddess nestled within his embrace was overwhelming. Indeed, it was his protective instincts that surged forth. Is this the sensation of marrying the right person? The feeling of being cherished and loved is truly blissful. Time passed, and Yi Qingning gradually awakened, her first reaction a wave of shyness as she hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry for losing my composure. Lin Yu could not resist teasing her. Didn't you say we are husband and wife? What is there to be embarrassed about in front of your husband? The words she had previously uttered were now turned against her, leaving her even more flustered. You have a point, but Lin Yu gazed at her earnestly, his tone brooking no argument. You are my woman now, and there is no need to conceal anything from me. Of course, you may have your secrets, and I won't hold it against you. However, if you wish to share, I am here to listen and alleviate your burdens. Yi Qingning appeared somewhat taken aback by his domineering demeanor, her speech becoming hesitant. I understand. Her heart raced. In the realm of business, she remained unflappable, exuding calmness. Yet, in matters of the heart, she was a novice, devoid of experience in love, causing her to transform into someone entirely different when confronted with emotions. Even though she had long feigned composure, the deepening of her feelings would eventually prove unsustainable. She had to admit that within the span of less than a week, she had begun to develop genuine affection for this man. Chen Peilon, adorned in an apron, emerged from the kitchen, playfully chiding. How long will you two lovebirds continue to flirt? Aren't you going to eat? Yi Qingning's cheeks, already tinted pink, flushed deeper, rendering her speechless. Lin Yu quickly interjected, Grandma, please, don't say that. Qingning is rather shy. Chen Peilon's amusement only grew. Oh, how quickly you've started to protect your wife. You must continue to shield her in future endeavors. That is a man's duty. With that, she directed Lin Jinghe to bring out the prepared soup. Lin Yu and Yi Qingning exchanged a glance, both hastily diverting their eyes elsewhere. To alleviate the tension, Lin Yu rose and moved towards the kitchen. Grandpa, be careful of the heat. Allow me to assist you. The four of them gathered around the table for dinner. Yet Yi Qingning hardly touched her chopsticks, her bowl overflowing with an abundance of dishes. Chicken legs, wings, and ribs. Everything Lin Yu relished had been diligently placed into her bowl by his grandparents. Yi Qingning was taken aback by the attention. No, it's too much. Lin Yu, feeling indignant, exclaimed, "Indeed, Grandma, you've taken all my favorites and given them to Qingning. What am I supposed to do?" Chen Peilon didn't even glance in his direction. "You can eat what little remains after Xiaoning." Lin Yu was left bewildered. "May I inquire who will advocate for me?" He suspected he had been adopted. No, it seemed he truly was adopted. "Well, that is settled then." Lin Jinghe concurred, saying, "We should nourish Xiaoning more. Look how thin she is. Do you think everyone is as robust as you?" Yi Qingning transferred a chicken leg from her bowl to Lin Yu's, saying, "Lin hubby, I can't finish this. Could you help me with it?" Upon uttering those words, she felt as if she might explode. It was the first time she had referred to someone as hubby, yet calling Lin Yu by his name felt rather unfamiliar. Coupled with Lin Yu's earlier comfort, her heart was not averse to calling him hubby, even feeling a touch of excitement. Moreover, she did not wish to keep all the delicious food to herself. She wanted her husband to share in the culinary delights as well. Lin Yu was taken aback, his mind a blank. The term caused his heart to race, stirring a sensation akin to melting. He stared dumbfounded at the chicken leg in his bowl. Previously, she had always called him by his name. Being a few years older than Yi Qingning, it felt inappropriate for her to call him Xiaoyu. And Yugo sounded odd. He couldn't possibly revert to how she had called him that night, although it had indeed sounded delightful. Such a term was not suitable for everyday use. Lin Jinghe, exasperated, exclaimed, "Are you deaf? Hurry and respond to Xiaoning." Chapter 21. Selecting hardware for my wife. Regaining his composure, Lin Yu hurriedly replied, "Oh right." The atmosphere at the dining table was delightful. Lin Yu even took a photo of the meal to share in their group chat, boasting to his two friends. Lin Yu, image, Lin Yu, met the parents. Before long, the two friends in the chat sprang into action. Liang Yong, what? Yugo, what's going on? You haven't really found an actress, have you? Ma Jia, Yugo, is this actress reliable? Lin Yu, she's not an actress. We genuinely registered our marriage. She's your bona fide sister-in-law and is exceptionally beautiful. Yang Yong? Ma Jia. Ma Jia. Yugo, it's fine to joke with your friends, but don't deceive yourself. Lin Yu, get lost, get lost. When have I ever joked about such matters? The wedding will proceed as planned in 5 days, and the invitations will be resent. Liang Yong, I knew Yugo must have a backup plan. Ha ha ha, let Shen Yinqing shed tears. Who still sees her as a child after leaving Yugo? Ma Jia, when will you bring your wife out to meet us? I sincerely wish you well. Lin Yu, that depends on her. I will respect her wishes. Ma Jia, oh, so you defer to her now that you have a wife? How impressive. Liang Yong, damn, I'm so envious. Those with wives should treat us to a meal, all right? Upon hearing this news, their first reaction was one of joy for their friend. They had witnessed Lin Yu's unwavering dedication to Shen Yinqing over the years without any reciprocation. Yet, when Lin Yu fell for someone, he was always profoundly serious. And they knew better than to say too much. Now they could finally vent their frustrations. Ma Jia, recently, I noticed that Shen Yinqing seems to have rented a place in the old city, and her quality of life must be exceedingly poor. She will surely regret leaving you. Liang Yong, from the photos, it's evident that your sister-in-law has beautiful hands, and her looks must be commendable as well. In a few days, I'll prepare a generous red envelope for brother Yu. Lin Yu, I must express my gratitude to both of you, the Phoenix and the Dragon. I'll arrange a separate table for you. This statement holds truth. Had it not been for these two introducing him to this bar, he would never have encountered Yi Qingning and the unexpected events that ensued. Lin Yu casually chatted in the group, only to be reminded by Chen Peilon to focus on his meal rather than his phone. At the dinner table, the elderly couple recounted numerous embarrassing tales from Lin Yu's childhood to Yi Qingning. Hearing those stories brought an unceasing smile to Yi Qingning's face. Yet, for Lin Yu, who was the subject of discussion, the sensation of having his childhood folly scrutinized was exceedingly awkward, leaving him restless. After leaving the orphanage, Lin Yu drove away with Yi Qingning. To his surprise, the meeting with the parents went remarkably smoothly, and it was evident that Yi Qingning was in high spirits. A stark contrast to her usual icy demeanor. Following the parental meeting, she radiated a newfound warmth beside Lin Yu, making her previous chill almost imperceptible. Of course, her expression still bore a hint of frostiness, yet it did not detract from her beauty. Lin Yu inquired, Qingning, will you still be going to the office this afternoon? Yi Qingning had taken a day off to meet the parents, but now that the meeting was concluded, she still had ample time. In her former self, she would have returned to work without hesitation, but now she yearned to linger by Lin Yu's side. Yi Qingning shook her head, since I've taken a leave, I shall rest today. Lin Yu smiled gently, With the time we have today, let us select some hardware, engagement rings, and wedding bands. Since Yi Qingming was perpetually busy, Lin Yu believed it prudent to purchase what was necessary as soon as possible. With the parents met and the marriage certificate secured, they could not neglect the essentials. Yi Qingming did not have high demands in this regard, as she was not financially constrained, yet Lin Yu's choice of hardware, rather than the customary 3 gold items, signified his earnest regard for her. This thought brought her a sense of joy. Who wouldn't wish to feel valued by their partner? Naturally, she wouldn't merely receive without giving in return. That would render her a mere gold digger. She too began to contemplate what gift she would present to Lin Yu later. Soon, they arrived at the most popular mall in Jiacheng. The crowd was relatively sparse today, as it was not a holiday and both had taken leave. Even during holidays, Yi Qingming would still have to work. Initially, Lin Yu found this puzzling, but upon reflection, he realized it was quite normal for an assistant to not have time off during holidays given their high salary. Upon entering the mall, Lin Yu led Yi Qingming directly to the jewelry store. The gold prices at various jewelry stores differ significantly. Some are slightly cheaper while others are a bit more expensive. With ample time today, Lin Yu and his wife leisurely browsed through the selections. Lin Yu took the initiative to grasp Yi Qingming's hand, and she did not resist, intertwining their fingers with a sense of intimacy. At that moment, they appeared to be a couple who had been together for a long time, basking in the bliss of their recent marriage. Upon entering the first jewelry store, the couple's striking appearances immediately captured the attention of all present. One alert female attendant, noticing Yi Qingming's elegance and attire, quickly realized that they were not merely window shopping. She promptly approached them, saying, "Hello, welcome. Would you like some tea or water?" Lin Yu responded politely, "No, thank you. We're just browsing. What is the gold price today?" The attendant maintained a cheerful demeanor, stating, "Today, our gold price is 796 yuan. Recently, prices have risen quite rapidly. They even surpassed 1,000 a while back, but they have decreased in the past few days. A price above 700 is quite reasonable, as some stores are still charging over 900. As Lin Yu and Yi Qingming explored the store, they examined various items of gold jewelry, rings, necklaces, bracelets, earrings, and pendants. Lin Yu smiled gently at Yi Qingming, saying, "If you see anything you like, just let me know." Although Yi Qingming gazed at the golden trinkets, she felt little excitement, as her family's villa already housed an abundance of such items. However, those were incomparable to what Lin Yu had given her. Their significance was distinct, for this was the first gift from a man, especially one symbolizing their marriage. She pointed to a ring in a display case, and the attendant quickly retrieved it. The gold ring was intricately designed with 2 flowers, one large and one small. Yi Qingming tried it on her left middle finger, and it fit perfectly. She adored the ring. It is customary for women who have not yet held their wedding ceremony to wear a ring from their partner on the middle finger of the left hand, signifying an engagement and ownership of a cherished bond. Satisfied, Yi Qingming admired the ring on her slender finger and declared, "I'll take this one." Lin Yu, puzzled, asked, "Aren't you going to look at others?" Yi Qingming playfully waved the ring in front of him, saying, "I only want this. It suits me perfectly." Lin Yu recognized her fondness for the ring in her eyes and instructed the attendant, "Please wrap this up." The attendant beamed, "Certainly, sir." In the adjacent jewelry store, Shen Yinqing disdainfully scrutinized a collection of gold bracelets with low weights, remarking, "I certainly cannot accept something like this for my wedding. It must be heavier to reflect the significance of my worth." Li Si agreed wholeheartedly, suggesting, "How about asking Lin Yu to buy you an 80-gram gold bracelet?" Chapter 22, An Unexpected Encounter with Shen Yinqing, Testing Lin Yu's Limits. Shen Yinqing scoffed, "Isn't it the bare minimum for a husband to buy a bracelet for his wife? After all, I will be his spouse and bear his children. Is it too much to ask for an 80-gram bracelet?" Li Si nodded in agreement. "Nian Nian, you are becoming increasingly perceptive. As our leading lady, it is imperative to remain vigilant, lest we fall prey to the deceit of men. Allow me to tell you, men can be quite shameless. If you show them kindness, they will take advantage of it. Just look at how you treated him with such care. And yet a mere delay in the wedding sent him into a frenzy. I once knew a young man who absurdly believed that women should not have male friends, using the argument of men having female friends to counter my point. How can that even compare? Women seek male friends purely for friendship, while men often harbor ulterior motives. Such men are ones I never wish to encounter again in this lifetime." Shen Yinqing pointed towards the cabinet, adopting a commanding tone. "How much is this bracelet?" The saleswoman maintained her professional smile. "Madam, this bracelet is approximately 30,000 yuan. weighing 30 grams. Shen Yinqing furrowed her brows. Do you doubt my ability to afford it? 30,000 is merely a trifling sum. I expected it to be much more. I shan't try it on. Let's go to another store. With that, she took Li Si's hand and headed towards another jewelry shop. She was dissatisfied with the saleswoman's attitude, as she had not immediately offered to let her try it on. This was not the only jewelry store available to her. Her options were plentiful. Once the saleswoman saw her leave, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. This woman was exceedingly difficult to please. Not only did she refuse to purchase anything, but she also seemed intent on tormenting her, continuously finding fault with everything after browsing for quite some time. If she could not afford it, then she should simply admit it, rather than putting on airs. Had it not been for the principle of the customer is always right, she would have lost her composure long ago. However, having encountered numerous eccentric customers before, she was not particularly fazed by this one. Upon entering the adjacent jewelry store, Shen Yinqing began to vent her frustrations about the previous shop's staff to Li Si, only to be suddenly captivated by a familiar face. Her attention was instantly drawn to the woman beside this man, whose beauty was enough to outshine everyone present, including herself. And that familiar face belonged to Lin Yu, the very person she had been pondering over daily, contemplating how he might apologize to her. To her utter disbelief, he had seemingly found someone new. This was inconceivable. He could not possibly have the audacity to do such a thing. He loved her too much to act in this manner. Fuming, Shen Yinqing seized Li Si's hand and marched forward, exclaiming, "You shameless couple! What are you doing?" Startled by her voice, both individuals turned to notice Shen Yinqing, who was pointing an accusatory finger at them. Upon seeing her, Lin Yu's brow immediately furrowed in annoyance. "What are you doing here?" he snapped, not out of guilt, but rather irritation, for he had severed ties with her completely. Why was she still trying to provoke him? His decision not to confront Shen Yinqing could be seen as a gesture of respect towards her. The unreasonable expenses he incurred on her behalf could have easily been reclaimed through legal means, yet he chose not to pursue that course of action. He regarded those expenditures as tokens of affection made during their relationship, viewing them as justifiable. This included financial assistance for his brother's purchases, which he did not begrudge. He was not a miser, incapable of stooping to the disgraceful act of demanding money from an ex. Upon encountering Shen Yinqing, Yi Qingning raised an eyebrow, her gaze turning playful. She mused inwardly, so this is Lin Yu's ex, not unappealing in appearance, but as foolish as the information suggested. Accustomed to observing individuals through their mannerisms and expressions, she quickly discerned that Shen Yinqing lacked intelligence and was easily manipulated. Even her speech was exceedingly naive. Such a person, in Yi Qingning's estimation, possessed no intrinsic value, and she was reluctant to engage with someone who would squander her precious time. Nevertheless, as an ex, she felt obliged to extend a modicum of respect. With practiced ease, Yi Qingning linked her arm with Lin Yu's, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she directed a challenging look towards Shen Yinqing. Observing this interaction, Shen Yinqing felt as though a cherished toy had been snatched away. Her anger prompting her to step forward, demanding, "What are you doing? Release my fiancé." Lin Yu, while pushing away Shen Yinqing's outstretched hand, shouted, "Shen Yinqing, have you caused enough trouble?" Li Si hurried to support Shen Yinqing, admonishing, "Lin Yu, why are you bullying Yinqing? You cheat, yet you act so self-righteous." The attention of other employees and customers converged on the scene, intrigued by the unfolding drama. At this point, they were still uncertain about who the true partner was and who the interloper might be. Human nature thrives on gossip. The staff even forgot to intervene as the quarrel escalated within the store. Lin Yu scoffed, "Cheating? Who is truly unfaithful here? Who is absent from home every day? Constantly running to their younger brother? One might think he is your boyfriend. We had already clarified our situation. We broke up. You chose Luchinga. And now you dare to call him your fiancé? Don't even mention husband. Have you ever regarded me as a human being? A living, breathing person?" He pointed a finger at Shen Yinqing, continuing, "Shen Yinqing, out of respect for our 3 years together, I do not wish to humiliate you further. You know the truth of our relationship." He then wrapped his arm around Yi Qingning's slender waist, as if to assert his claim, stating, "I have found someone I truly care for now, and I hope you will cease to disturb my life." Shen Yinqing had never anticipated that Lin Yu would address her in such a tone, leaving her feeling utterly wronged. How could he move on so seamlessly after their breakup? Tears brimmed in her eyes as she held them back, exclaiming, "Lin Yu, are you being manipulated by this vixen?" In front of everyone, Lin Yu struck Shen Yinqing across the face. In an instant, silence enveloped the surroundings, all startled by this sudden turn of events. Even the typically composed Yi Qingning could not help but be momentarily taken aback. Lin Yu was furious. He would not permit anyone to humiliate his wife in front of so many people. This was an affront to a man, an affront to him. If a man does not stand up when others insult his wife, he is unworthy of being called a man, lacking even the most fundamental sense of security. The slap had left a deep imprint on Shen Yinqing's right cheek, the vivid red mark stark against her fair complexion. And the searing pain caused her tears to flow uncontrollably. The sensation reminded her that this was no dream. Lin Yu had truly lost his mind. How dare he strike her? It had always been she who struck Lin Yu before. Lin Yu's gaze was sharp as he fixed it upon the two women. This slap is a consequence of your own insolence. Were it not for the bond forged over these past 3 years, you would already be unconscious. Chapter 23. The man to spend a lifetime with Lin Yu did not strike women. However, Shen Yinqing had crossed his limit. Yi Qingning was now his threshold, and he would not allow anyone to breach it. Shen Yinqing was nearly rendered unconscious by the blow, her mind buzzing, on the verge of collapse. Yet Lin Yu had indeed restrained his strength. He had trained diligently, and had he unleashed his full force, Shen Yinqing would have been severely harmed. Yi Qingning inexplicably felt an overwhelming sense of security from the man beside her. Lin Yu truly held her in a position of great importance in his heart. Li Si, utterly shocked, exclaimed, "Ah, what are you doing? You're hitting people. Shen Yinqing is your fiancée." Slap. A matching red mark appeared on Li Si's face. Her glasses sent flying, though the mark was noticeably more delicate. This time, it was not Lin Yu who struck, but Yi Qingning. Lin Yu, bewildered, thought, "What? I haven't even made a move. Why did you act?" Yi Qingning replied, her expression impassive, "I cannot bear the sound of such chaos, and besides, one slap each makes it seem more like sisterhood." Now, Shen Yinqing and Li Si appeared strikingly akin to a pair of close friends, 2 slap marks, one on each side, perfect for a best friend-esque profile picture. Li Si, equally dazed, felt a wave of dizziness, stars swirling in her vision. Lin Yu regarded the two with a hint of disdain and turned to the female shop assistant, inquiring, "Shall we change stores? Is there another branch in the mall?" The shop assistant, realizing the situation, quickly led them away, saying, "Yes, I can take you there." These two were indeed valuable patrons, with 4 more purchases to be made. She hoped to avoid being ruined by these 2 troublesome women. Regaining her senses, Shen Yinqing noticed Lin Yu preparing to leave and hastily grasped his hand, biting her lip to stifle the pain. "Lin Yu, did you even hire an actress to coax an apology from me?" Her voice trembled with emotion, both angered and aggrieved. "Do not think this will compel me to apologize. If you do not apologize to me, I shall not attend the wedding in a few days. Do you think I am truly foolish? Why did you take leave at the same time I did, only to wait for me at the jewelry store? Are you stalking me? If you do not allow me to retaliate for that slap," Lin Yu did not wait for her to finish speaking, but forcefully shook off her hand. "This ends here. Do not disturb me and my wife again." With that, he left the store with Yi Qingning. The surrounding customers seemed to have grasped the situation and were whispering amongst themselves. These 2 women truly lack shame. One has already broken up yet still brings her friend to trouble her ex. I could tell from their appearances that they were not of good character. Although one was quite beautiful, her friend looked unmistakably like a typical troublemaker. What good could possibly come from associating with such individuals? Stereotypes arise from such observations. Just look at the handsome man beside the main character, who resembles Luo Fei. How could one possibly compare? The shop manager could no longer bear to watch. Realizing that this would adversely affect the store's business, with a professional smile, she approached the 2 women and inquired, "Would you like to visit a nearby hospital?" Shen Yinqing sobbed and cursed. Get lost. The store manager, taken aback, thought to herself, "What have I done to deserve this?" Lin Yu and Yi Qingning quickly selected the remaining 4 pieces of gold, including the engagement ring and wedding bands, spending nearly 2 hours in the branch store. Afterward, Lin Yu intended to take her out for a meal, but Yi Qingning insisted on dragging him to a luxury watch store to purchase a timepiece worth several thousand, and even bought him a suit, tie, and shoes. Although these items did not surpass the value of the gold and rings, they were still quite substantial. In truth, Yi Qingning wished to gift him a watch worth hundreds of thousands, but considering her current position as a presidential assistant, she felt it beyond her means and settled for a watch costing several thousand. With the new suit and shoes in hand, and adorned with the newly acquired watch, Lin Yu felt a renewed sense of vigor. After all, these were gifts from his wife. Previously, he seldom received presents from Shen Yinqing, even when he did. They were often trivial items that could be purchased online for just 9 yuan. Nevertheless, he found joy in them. For a man, receiving a gift from someone he cherishes imbues even the simplest item with great value. Men do not cherish the gift itself, but rather the giver. Shen Yinqing often claimed that Lin Yu loved the gifts she presented, while she never appreciated his offerings, attributing it to his insufficient love and understanding of her. Yet, she failed to comprehend that Lin Yu's affection lay with her, not the material gifts. Furthermore, he was always the one to present gifts during festivals. Should he forget even once, Shen Yinqing would threaten to end their relationship, asserting that he did not love her. She demanded gifts for every occasion. From National Day to Arbor Day, perpetually declaring that all she desired was a display of affection, not material offerings. Yet, the absence of gifts indicated a lack of sentiment. In that moment, he suddenly recognized the profound nature of her words. They were a double-edged sword, capable of both offense and defense. Observing Lin Yu, who seemed lost in thought, Yi Qingning's cool gaze held a hint of curiosity. She gently inquired, "What occupies your mind?" Upon realizing her presence, Lin Yu offered an awkward smile, confessing, "I was reflecting on how foolish I used to be." Yi Qingning regarded him with an inscrutable expression. Her thoughts drifting to the woman he had just mentioned, Lin Yu hastily clarified, "I assure you, there is no connection between us. I have made it abundantly clear that there are no lingering ties. My body and heart now belong solely to you. I shall not engage with any other woman." Witnessing his flustered explanation, Yi Qingning found herself inexplicably charmed. This sensation was unfamiliar to her. She had never imagined feeling such affection for a man before. Yet, the warmth blooming in her heart made her ponder if perhaps falling in love could render someone endearing. Could it be that she had indeed fallen for Lin Yu? With a soft chuckle, she responded, her tone imbued with a touch of tenderness, "Mr. Lin, I do not mean to reproach or interrogate you. I am merely expressing concern for you." She gazed earnestly at him. "I care for my husband, my partner destined to share a lifetime with me." It was undeniable that this woman possessed an uncanny ability to capture a man's heart. Lin Yu felt his heart racing uncontrollably. The woman before him seemed to possess an enchanting allure that tugged at his very soul. It was as if she were a natural talent at this game of love. Unable to resist, he pulled Yi Qingning into his embrace, whispering, "Qingning, thank you." Yi Qingning did not resist. Instead, she nestled her head gently against his chest, instinctively brushing her face against his chin. Their height difference was noticeable. Yi Qingning stood at nearly 1.7 meters, while Lin Yu towered at 1.83 meters. Her voice, though soft, was a departure from her usual icy demeanor, flowing like gentle water. "Mr. Lin, what do you thank me for?" Feeling the quickening of Lin Yu's heartbeat, her own body began to warm, and her pulse quickened in response. Lin Yu's hand tenderly caressed her hair, his voice low and soothing. In moments of profound happiness, one often finds themselves fretting over the duration of such bliss. "Thank you for your presence. It has made me realize that I, too, can be loved." Chapter 24. The Art of Subtlety. Shen Yinqing's imaginings in a hotel room. Shen Yinqing and Li Si tended to each other's wounds. As they applied the ointment, both women winced in pain. Shen Yinqing's tears flowed incessantly, her feelings of injustice and resentment lingering in her heart. She harbored a deep-seated loathing for that brazen temptress. She held no affection for women who outshone her in beauty. It was apparent that this woman had deliberately intruded during her emotional turmoil with Lin Yu. The wealth of Lin Yu was rightfully hers alone. "Ouch! Be gentler," Shen Yinqing exclaimed in pain. "I am being as gentle as I can." Li Si replied with a resigned tone. The imprint of a slap on her face had faded considerably, for Yi Qingning's strike had lacked significant force. In contrast, Shen Yinqing, who had been struck by Lin Yu, bore the true marks of misfortune, with the imprint still starkly visible upon her visage. This disparity illustrated the considerable difference in strength between men and women, a realization that Li Li grasped deeply today. She felt a twinge of relief, reflecting that had Yi Qingming refrained from intervening, it might have been Lin Yu who had taken action. Of course, this did not negate her sense of grievance. Accompanying her best friend for a shopping spree only to be met with a slap was indeed a source of indignation. She refused to acknowledge that her own sharp tongue had provoked the incident, firmly believing that her words, albeit piercing, were justified. Li Li exclaimed with fervor, "I have always maintained that men should not be treated too well. Lin Yu's behavior suggests he must have had an affair with that woman long ago." Shen Yinqing, suppressing her pain, countered, "That is impossible. During our relationship, he had no opportunity to meet other women." She held confidence in her bond with Lin Yu, recalling how strictly she had managed their relationship. "Lin Yu loves me deeply. There is no way he would engage in such behavior," she asserted. Li Li frowned, her frustration palpable. "Given the circumstances, he has struck you, yet you still defend him? Are you foolish?" Although Li Li was Shen Yinqing's close friend, She harbored a reluctance to see her remain with Lin Yu. The latter's exceptional qualities stirred a hint of jealousy within her, prompting her to gossip about their relationship since its inception. The sight of their struggles brought her a sense of satisfaction. Shen Yinqing clenched her jaw. He seeks to gain the upper hand. He intends to leverage this discord to ensure I never dare to confront him again, thereby elevating his standing in the family. That woman is undoubtedly a skilled actress. Otherwise, why would she not react when I scolded her? While Lin Yu's response was so pronounced, Lily suddenly understood. Are you suggesting that Lin Yu is deliberately involving other women to instill a sense of crisis in you, so that you would submit? Shen Yinqing nodded. Precisely. That is precisely Lin Yu's intention. After so many years together, he would never let me go. He would even sacrifice himself for me. Surely, it is his so-called friends who have advised him thus. Lily felt a wave of fear wash over her. So that is the case. Thank goodness you are clever. Yinqing, had it been me, I would have fallen for such tricks. She could not help but exclaim, indeed, no man is trustworthy. They claim that boys possess the psychology of children, but in my view, men are the most calculating of creatures. So now, Yinqing, what shall you do? Shen Yinqing scoffed. Of course, I must not fall into his trap. We have already met each other's parents, and invitations have been sent out. Can the wedding be cancelled? The absence of any cancellation notice from our side signifies what? To prove that he never truly contemplated cancelling the wedding, he genuinely wishes to marry me. Hence, I must not rush. The more time that elapses, the more proactive he will become. Shen Yinqing perceives this as Lin Yu employing a tactic of feigned indifference, aiming to compel her submission. However, if she concedes this time, it will lead to countless future concessions. What benefit would marriage bring her then? There would be no assurance whatsoever. Li Si, somewhat perplexed, inquired, what if he remains obstinate, and there is no bride at the wedding? Shen Yinqing retorted with a sardonic smile, at worst, I shall don a wedding gown and make a dramatic entrance to save the day. He will undoubtedly be moved. At that moment, I will present my conditions. Should he refuse, I shall promptly depart from the wedding venue, forcing him to acquiesce. Once married, the household will remain under my authority. Li Si, upon hearing Shen Yinqing's words, could not help but applaud, exclaiming, Ah, Yinqing, you are the true leading lady. You are simply brilliant. I thought I was quite perceptive, yet you surpass me. However, the wild woman Lin Yu had found that day had slapped her. Shen Yinqing, arms crossed and disdainful, remarked, what of it? At the wedding, I shall make you slap him in front of everyone. Let you vent your frustrations. And remind him not to entertain any ulterior motives. The household will always be under my command. She touched her stinging face and winced slightly, declaring, at the wedding, I shall demand he kneels and apologizes to me. Lin Yu, your error lies in ever laying hands on me. Prepare to regret it. In the CEO's office, Chen Xiaoxiao noticed that ever since Yi Zong got married, he often wore a slight smile. Had they already entered their honeymoon phase after just a few days? Chen Xiaoxiao, who had never been in a relationship, found herself, having spent considerable time with Yi Zong, becoming somewhat of a workaholic. Yet he had suddenly married. And to a handsome man at that. Where had her own charming partner gone? Every time she reported on her work, she observed Yi Zong perusing his phone. Previously, his phone had always been on silent during work hours. Over the past few days, Yi Qingning had begun to experience the joys of love, although both remained somewhat reserved. This sensation undeniably stimulated the release of dopamine. While she had previously struggled with insomnia, she now fell asleep almost instantly, enveloped in an inexplicable sense of security that made her sleep soundly. Perhaps the happiness of marriage is manifested in the myriad small moments and details of daily life. She eagerly anticipated Lin Yu sharing snippets of his workday with colleagues, or even indulging in some playful distractions. The mundane tasks seemed tedious. Yet Lin Yu brought a sense of excitement. Just as she contemplated whether to leave work early to learn to cook for Lin Yu, she suddenly caught Chen Xiaoxiao's furtive gaze. Discreetly, she set her phone aside and cleared her throat. Excuse me, Chen Xiaoxiao, is there something on my face? Chen Xiaoxiao, taken aback, thought, oh no, I've been caught slacking. Chen Xiaoxiao feigned indifference, donning a professional smile. Mr. Yi, I am here to report on my work. But seeing your deep engagement, I hesitated to intrude. Yi Qingning raised an eyebrow and replied nonchalantly, is that so? What did you see just now? With a slight smile. Chen Xiaoxiao responded, of course, I saw nothing at all. Yi Qingning casually took the documents from Chen Xiaoxiao's hand, preparing to address new files when an untimely phone call interrupted her. She set the documents aside and glanced at her phone, realizing it was not Lin Yu, but rather her grandmother calling. As soon as the call connected, her grandmother's discontented voice echoed from the receiver. Didn't you say you would give me a great-grandson? Where is my great-grandson? Chapter 25, Trapped. Yi Qingming sighed inwardly. It's only been a few days. Is childbirth akin to riding a rocket? I'm not even pregnant yet, so what is there to discuss? Her grandmother's impatience was almost comical. With an exasperated expression, Yi Qingming replied, Grandma, a great-grandson certainly won't arrive that quickly. The elderly lady retorted grumpily, I don't care. You must come home tonight. It's been ages since you visited. Everyone is so busy, and I am all alone at home. Yi Qingming asked, what do you mean by all alone? The noise on her grandmother's end was quite raucous. Never mind that. Just make sure you come back for dinner tonight, and then I won't pester you anymore. Yi Qingming acquiesced. All right, I'll return to have dinner with you. After ending the call, she sighed in resignation. Her grandmother was likely losing at mahjong again. Yet she continued to play. However, it mattered little. The family was prosperous, with funds that could withstand losses, and at her age, a little leisure was harmless. Yet she realized she might return home late, as she wished to see Lin Yu sooner. Nevertheless, it had indeed been a while since she had shared a meal with her grandmother, and not going back would seem somewhat unfilial. Moreover, she missed her grandmother dearly. Yi Qingming sent Lin Yu a message in advance, informing him that she would be visiting her grandmother's house tonight and would not be returning for dinner. Lin Yu had initially intended to accompany her, but Yi Qingming declined. Now was not the right time. Should Lin Yu see her family's grand villa, it would complicate matters. She planned to host 2 weddings. The first would be organized by Lin Yu, while the second, a more extravagant affair, would be a gift from her to him. Eventually, they would have to meet her family and lay everything bare. Meanwhile, Lin Yu was at work, idly passing time while tweaking some details he had intentionally left unfinished earlier. All the while preparing new wedding invitations. He was nearly done and expected to send them out the following day. His circle was limited, aside from his grandparents' acquaintances. He had a few friends and some schoolmates he had once been close to. He had no significant relatives, so his wedding guest list was quite modest. Yi Qingming had informed him that, due to the rushed nature of their arrangements, her family was still unprepared. It is somewhat unrealistic for Yi Qingming's acquaintances to suddenly participate, especially since he has yet to meet her parents. Lin Yu contemplated the prospect of earning more in the future, envisioning a grand wedding for Yi Qingming, during which he would invite her family. Given that she was willing to marry him at this moment and even take on the role of his bride, he felt a profound sense of duty to uphold his responsibilities as a man. Currently, his career was flourishing, with a recent salary increase on the horizon, and his romantic life was equally bountiful. Departing from those who do not reciprocate your affections often leads to an improved existence. Gazing at the striking avatar of the alluring beauty pinned in their chat, labeled as the aloof wife, he recalled that he had altered the designation just yesterday. Previously, it had simply read Qingming, but now that they were wed, it seemed prudent to subtly inform his female colleagues of his marital status, thereby averting potential romantic advances. Lin Yu was not unattractive, and since joining the company, numerous female colleagues had expressed a desire to connect with him, requesting his contact information. However, he was not the type to betray trust. Infidelity, in his view, extended beyond mere physical encounters. Even socializing with the opposite sex without one's partner's knowledge constituted a breach of loyalty. Lin Yu possessed a strong sense of moral integrity, making it impossible for him to tolerate the actions of Shen Yanqing. He held himself to the same standards he expected of others. In their conversations on the green chat interface, Lin Yu often initiated dialogue, while Yi Qingming's responses were measured and patient, despite their slow pace. This perhaps contributed significantly to his deep affection for her. At 8 in the evening, within the confines of the Yi family villa, Yi Qingming returned home, having thoughtfully procured some health supplements for the elderly matriarch. As she stepped inside, she spotted her grandmother, engrossed in a book in the living room. The elderly lady, adorned with reading glasses, lifted her gaze upon hearing the doors creak. Qingming, after waiting for so long, you finally arrived, the grandmother exclaimed. After changing into the slippers prepared by the maid, Yi Qingming replied, Grandma, I can tell you're scolding me. The grandmother huffed in response. You are just like your father, utterly absorbed in work. Your father is either traveling with your mother or socializing with friends over tea. In such a large house, the only company I have is the housekeeper. Occasionally, I play mahjong with a few old friends, but it hardly feels like home. Yi Qingming, shedding her usual icy demeanor, approached with a smile intended to appease. Grandma, the company has been exceptionally demanding. I have no choice. The grandmother scoffed. You certainly weren't using such a tone of supplication during our phone call. Yi Qingming settled beside her grandmother, inquiring, What book are you reading? The grandmother handed her the book, and upon glancing at the title, Yi Qingning's expression stiffened. The title read, The Importance of Continuing the Lineage. With a resigned sigh, Yi Qingning remarked, Grandma, why do you persist in reading such literature? Those so-called experts are merely spouting nonsense, deliberately deceiving you for profit. The elderly lady huffed. I willingly allow myself to be deceived. So when will you give birth? Yi Qingning replied in exasperation. Am I a machine for producing children? 2 days to conceive. 3 days to deliver? The old woman retorted. Well, you must first find a boyfriend, right? There has been no progress at all. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingning couldn't help but laugh. Grandma, I never said I wouldn't look for one. Rest assured, after dinner, I'll discuss this matter with you. The elderly woman's expression softened considerably. All right, but don't think about procrastinating. Such matters cannot be delayed. You are no longer young, preparing to turn 25, which rounds up to 30, and soon you will be labeled as an unmarried woman. Yi Qingning wrapped her arm around her grandmother's, playfully shaking it. Grandma, your words imply that no one wants your granddaughter. Come now, let us eat. It was only in the company of her grandparents that she shed her facade. Although her demeanor was typically cold, she displayed a different warmth towards her family, embodying a somewhat contrasting personality. The dining table at the Yi family villa was quite expansive. The elderly lady usually occupied the main seat, but when no guests were present, she tended to be more casual. The table was laden with exquisite dishes crafted from top-tier ingredients, enough to serve at least 5 people, accompanied by a bottle of red wine. Yi Qingning expressed her surprise. Why so much food today? Grandma, my stomach isn't that large. Isn't this wasteful? The elderly lady chuckled as she took her seat at the head of the table. Not at all. It's just right. We have guests arriving shortly. Guests? As her grandmother settled into the main seat, coupled with the wine on the table, Yi Qingning suddenly realized she had fallen into a trap. It was not her grandmother who wished to see her. She had been set up. As she stood there in shock, guests arrived at the house, causing Yi Qingning to withdraw her smile and furrow her brow deeply. Chapter 26. Do not disturb me, I am married. Lady Yi, I have arrived, Lu Chuan announced, carrying numerous gifts into the living room. I brought you many supplements, all procured from abroad. They are exceptionally effective. I guarantee you will live for several more decades. Upon hearing his voice, Yi Qingning's expression soured completely. She turned to her grandmother and asked, Grandma, why didn't you inform me in advance? If the person orchestrating this encounter were not her beloved grandmother, she would have simply walked away. The elderly lady quickly explained, if I hadn't arranged this, you would never be willing to meet Xiao Chuan in your lifetime. Grandma only wishes for you both to get to know one another. Yi Qingning felt a surge of unexplained anger towards any man attempting to approach her, save for Lin Yu. I'll take my leave now. Perhaps I will visit you another time. The elderly lady grasped Yi Qingning's arm, imploring, my dear granddaughter, do me this favor and stay for dinner. The more friends one has, the more opportunities arise. Xiao Chuan is quite decent. His grandmother and I are good friends, and he attended a prestigious university abroad. Realizing she needed to clarify some matters today, Yi Qingning resolutely pulled out a chair and sat down. The elderly lady finally let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly approached Lu Chuan. Xiao Chuan, I've heard so much about you from your grandmother. You truly are quite handsome. Since Qingning wasn't at the company during your last visit, it seems we have a perfect opportunity to arrange a meal together today. Lu Chuan flashed what he believed to be his signature smile. Qingning's work is indeed exceedingly demanding. It is quite normal not to see her. Even Liu Bei sought Zhuge Liang's counsel 3 times at his thatched cottage. For a girl like Qingning, I would need to wait at least 5 encounters to truly know her. Yi Qingning's voice was icy, devoid of any warmth. Then you may as well wait 3 more times. She showed no consideration for Lu Chuan. What prestigious foreign university? Most likely, she thought. It was merely a matter of financial means. Wealth alone can secure an education abroad. Surely, she was aware of such realities. Individuals like him often return with little knowledge, having indulged excessively during their time overseas, perhaps even returning with a host of ailments. Noticing the utter lack of deference from her, Lu Chuan managed an awkward smile, internally feeling a twinge of displeasure. This woman was indeed more striking in person than in her photographs, yet her words seemed laced with venom. One could imagine that merely licking her lips might be perilous. Lu Chuan chuckled. Qingning, you truly possess a sense of humor. Yi Qingning did not even spare him a glance. Are we that familiar? Please address me by my full name. The elderly lady quickly signaled Lu Chuan. Come. Xiao Chuan, take a seat. Just not beside me. Yi Qingning shot a glance at Lu Chuan that radiated fierce hostility. That look sent a shiver down Lu Chuan's spine. He had not anticipated such intense aggression from her. Reluctantly, he settled on the opposite side. No worries, Yi Laotai. I can sit wherever. The elderly lady found herself at a loss. She understood that she could not force her granddaughter to yield so soon. So she returned to her place of honor. Qingming, this is the Xiao Chuan I mentioned to you earlier. Isn't he quite handsome? Yi Qingming glanced at Lu Chuan, scoffing lightly. Mediocre. Not as good-looking as my husband. Though Lu Chuan had well-defined features, he paled in comparison to Lin Yu in terms of attractiveness. He smiled confidently. Yi Laotai, Miss Yi may have a profound misunderstanding of me, thinking I am a rogue. But in truth, I am a proponent of pure love. While I have had several girlfriends, our interactions have never gone beyond holding hands. The elderly lady dismissed this notion. It's perfectly fine. In today's society, who has experienced a few romances? With your rich experience, you could teach Qingming a thing or two. Yi Qingming responded with a subtle smile. Rest assured, there will be no such opportunity. Though she smiled, her expression made Lu Chuan feel uneasy, clearly mocking him. How could this woman harbor such animosity on their very first meeting? When had he ever endured such indignities? He was determined to win her over eventually. The elderly lady attempted to ease the tension. Anything is possible. In an instant, Yi Qingming unhesitatingly dismantled that notion. Anything is possible. But my relationship with him is not. The elderly lady was left bewildered. What? Is my granddaughter truly intent on resisting me to this extent today? The ensuing atmosphere grew rather awkward. The elderly lady continued. Xiao Chuan is from a prestigious university abroad, a true intellectual. Lu Chuan humbly replied. I am unworthy of such praise. Yi Qingming concurred. Indeed, unworthy, as one can simply gain admission through financial means. Lu Chuan's expression stiffened. The elderly woman added. Xiao Chuan's family has collaborated with us. A union of strengths through marriage would be beneficial. Lu Chuan smiled nonchalantly. Our Lu family is not as formidable as the Yi family. Yi Qingming chimed in. Indeed, the Yi family does not require the Lu family as a hindrance to further progress. Lu Chuan's facial muscles twitched. The elderly lady quickly interjected. Xiao Chuan is a person of integrity. He has never engaged in frivolous affairs. Lu Chuan turned to Yi Qingming and said earnestly, because I have someone I cherish. My private life remains relatively unblemished. Yi Qingming nodded. Indeed, it is pristine, considering the escapades abroad, should anything arise. I am acquainted with the director of Jiancheng First People's Hospital, and I could arrange a green channel for you. Master Lu, I believe it would be prudent for you to undergo a weekly health check. As I understand, the female university student who accompanied you a fortnight ago seems rather questionable. Lu Chuan felt on the verge of collapse. Good heavens. Please, no more. His secrets were perilously close to being exposed. How could this woman possibly know such details? Such information is typically elusive. Was he being followed? Lu Chuan managed a stiff smile. This is all a misunderstanding. I have no ties to that woman. She is pursuing me, but I have not reciprocated. The smile on the elderly lady's face immediately faltered. What do you mean by questionable? Although she wished for her granddaughter to bear a healthy grandson soon, the prospective match must be impeccable, clean, well-off, handsome, and kind to her granddaughter. Her understanding of Lu Chuan was derived solely from the matriarch of the Lu family, leading her to believe he was quite admirable. However, upon hearing her granddaughter's remarks, coupled with Lu Chuan's changing expression, she seemed to grasp something amiss. Yi Qingming showed no inclination to spare Lu Chuan's dignity. No relationship? Would you like to view the video of you entering a hotel room with her? Lu Chuan hastily replied. Miss Yi, you may be misunderstanding me. Perhaps I should take my leave? He finally comprehended why the Yi group was so apprehensive of this woman. Her intelligence network was formidable. She was well aware of his actions abroad. This time, the elderly lady remained silent, allowing Yi Qingming to take the lead. Yi Qingming's voice was icy, each word sending a chill through Lu Chuan. Leave? I have yet to overlook the multiple occasions you blocked me at the office. The collaboration between the Yi and Lu families will not proceed, purely because of my dissatisfaction. Please do not harbor any illusions about me. Do not trouble me further. For I am already married. Chapter 27, Cast Out? Lu Chuan? The elderly lady? Upon hearing this, both were momentarily taken aback. Especially the elderly lady, whose expression slipped from composure. Qingming? What are you saying? Yi Qingming explained. Originally, I intended to discuss this matter with you after dinner. But I must clarify it now. She cast an impatient glance at Lu Chuan. I am already in love with someone and have obtained a marriage certificate. Please leave the Yi family at once. With a decisive tone, Yi Qingming issued her decree. Lu Chuan barely had time to take a bite of his meal. His expression slightly embarrassed. yet he found himself powerless. The Yi family was not one he could afford to offend, at least not overtly. What astonished him was that Yi Qingning had actually gotten married, and he had heard not a whisper of it beforehand. Lu Chuan forced a smile. Elder Yi. I shall take my leave then. I apologize for the disturbance this evening. After Lu Chuan departed, Yi Qingning turned to the butler and instructed, dispose of the gifts that young Master Lu brought in. The butler obediently discarded all of Lu Chuan's offerings, even ensuring that the maids scrubbed the floor thoroughly and sprayed air freshener. No one who reached such a position was simple. His keen perception had secured him the role of the Yi family's butler. Only then did Yi Qingning feel satisfied enough to pick up her chopsticks. With the unwanted presence gone, her mood improved significantly. The elder lady, feeling somewhat guilty, said, Qingning, I am sorry. I had someone investigate Lu Chuan beforehand. But nothing seemed amiss. I did not expect him to be this kind of person. I misjudged him. I will no longer pressure you to meet with members of other families. Yi Qingning shook her head. I do not blame you, grandmother. But I ask that you respect my wishes. The elder suddenly recalled Yi Qingning's earlier mention of marriage and hastily inquired, Qingning, what did you mean by saying you are married? Yi Qingning leisurely picked at her food, responding, I mean quite literally that I have obtained a marriage certificate. The elder sprang to her feet, exclaiming, What? With whom? When did this happen? Why didn't you tell me sooner? Yi Qingning remained unperturbed, teasing. You are as animated as a 20-year-old young man when this topic arises. She continued, he is an ordinary person, and it happened just a few days ago. It was rather sudden, and I had intended to inform you later. She sighed. Mainly, I was concerned my father would disapprove, given his nature. He would never allow me to marry a man of lesser standing. The elder asked, Where is the marriage certificate? I want to see if this fellow is handsome enough to produce a beautiful grandchild. Fearful that her granddaughter might be deceiving her, she insisted on viewing the certificate. Yi Qingning casually unlocked her phone, opened her album, and found the photo of the marriage certificate. After the elder examined the photo, she appeared visibly relieved, her wrinkles seeming to diminish. This grandson-in-law is quite handsome. He bears a striking resemblance to your grandfather in his youth. Now I can rest easy. When do you plan to have children? Perhaps this year? Yi Qingning's face flushed crimson. Grandmother, what of childbirth? At present, he may face opposition from my father at any moment. This issue must be resolved first. The elderly lady, unfazed, remarked, Given your current standing at home and your influence within the Yi family, he cannot impose upon you, and I shall advocate on your behalf. Lin Yu, as seen in the marriage certificate alongside Yi Qingning, expressed, Yet, I hope for my father's genuine approval. I do not wish to strain our relationship. The elderly lady replied, Genuine approval may be challenging, but there exists a method to compel him to acquiesce to your union. What method? Yi Qingning inquired, momentarily taken aback. The elderly lady, exuding confidence, stated, If you were to become pregnant and then inform your father, given his obsession with face, he would never allow you to terminate the pregnancy. Consequently, he would be forced to pressure Lin Yu into commitment. Although this suggestion seemed to harbor the elderly lady's ulterior motives, it undeniably possessed merit. If she and Lin Yu were to have a child, her father, by nature, would likely not oppose it. As for gaining his approval, she could gradually introduce Lin Yu to the Yi family's enterprises, where his intellect would surely lead to notable achievements, thus compelling her father to acknowledge him. Nonetheless, the question lingered, how challenging would it be to conceive? When she and Lin Yu had engaged intimately, they had taken no precautions, nor had she sought any post-coital remedies. Yet, the odds of conception were remarkably low. More encounters would be necessary. Thus, preparations for tonight commenced promptly, as Yi Qingning's decisive character determined that she would seek Lin Yu that evening. The elderly lady, brimming with impatience, could scarcely contain her excitement, exclaiming, When may I finally meet this future grandson-in-law? Just from the photograph, I can tell he is quite admirable. You know, I have an impeccable eye for character. Yi Qingning cautioned, He is still unaware of my position as the president of the Yi family. I currently hold the title of assistant. Therefore, if you meet him as my grandmother, remember to remove your ostentatious jewelry. The elderly lady readily agreed. Rest assured, I shall dress modestly and forego all my gold. Yi Qingning continued, In a few days, Lin Yu and I will hold a wedding. I shall provide you with the details. The elderly lady paused, slightly taken aback. So soon? Yi Qingning replied nonchalantly, This is a promise I made to him. I shall arrange for a more formal ceremony later. And I will do my utmost regarding the child. The elderly lady's face radiated uncontainable joy as she inquired, Qingning, have you eaten sufficiently? Yi Qingning, puzzled, responded, About enough. Why do you ask? The elderly lady urged, if you've had your fill, it's time to return home, now that you're married. What does it mean to linger here at your grandmother's? Yi Qingning thought to herself, is this not the same grandmother who chastised me for not visiting prior? Now, upon hearing I intend to return to Lin Yu to discuss having a child, her mood has shifted faster than the turning of a page. Does she wish for us to share a bed round the clock? I shall stay a while longer. Are you not feeling bored? Not at all dull. I presently find one person particularly intriguing. Granddaughter, hurry home, or your husband will soon grow anxious. I will return shortly. Yi Qingning had been expelled from the gates of the Yi family. She let out a resigned sigh, having anticipated her grandmother's reaction. However, she did not expect to be sent home to prepare for conception even before she had finished her meal. Glancing at the time, it was 9 in the evening. Lin Yu should not have retired for the night yet, leaving ample time for the two of them to indulge. Yi Qingning believed that since they were already legally bound and had engaged intimately, there was no need for excessive decorum. If they desired to act, they should. If they continuously suppressed their inner longings, what would be the difference from a life of celibacy? With this thought, her cheeks involuntarily warmed, yet she pressed the accelerator. Hastening home. Chapter 28. Should I regret in bed? Lin Yu had returned home early. The invitations had already been sent out, and upon arriving home, he felt an unsettling emptiness in the spacious house. Perhaps it was due to the vastness of the abode with too few occupants, rendering it somewhat desolate. Should he consider adopting a cat or a dog in the future? Lin Yu had set aside some leftover food, knowing that Yi Qingning was dining at her grandmother's. Nonetheless, he worried she might return hungry. After all, she would likely need to work a bit before resting. So he prepared some meals that she could heat up when she felt peckish, having heard of her delicate stomach. He also stocked up on stomach medications at home for any unforeseen circumstances. In the past, his kindness towards Xin Yinqing had been taken for granted. But Yi Qingning would never hesitate to offer her praise and was equally concerned for his well-being. The wedding day was drawing near. Lin Yu was idly scrolling through short videos in the living room, often coming across wedding-related clips. The thought of marrying such a perfect woman as Yi Qingning brought a slight smile to his lips, filling him with sweetness. Just as he contemplated their promising future, he heard the door creak open. Yi Qingning had returned. Lin Yu set down his phone, slipped on his slippers, and inquired, "You're back?" After changing her shoes, Yi Qingning approached him silently. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend her silence. "Qingning, what's wrong?" Yi Qingning leaped into Lin Yu's embrace, gently wrapping her arms around his waist, and softly confessed, "I'm a bit hungry." Lin Yu affectionately ruffled her hair and replied, "Let me warm up some food for you." Just as he intended to move, Yi Qingning clung tightly to him, deliberately rising onto her toes to whisper in his ear, "This one you cannot warm, it requires my touch." Lin Yu was taken aback, feeling the softness against his chest and the warmth of her breath against his ear. Even he, however dim-witted, could grasp Yi Qingning's implication. Although they had registered their marriage and lived together, they had consciously refrained from taking that final step each night. It is not that Lin Yu lacks desire. Rather, it is his respect for Yi Qingning that holds him back. However, as Yi Qingning now playfully entices him, a fire ignites within him, causing his throat to constrict. Lowering his head to draw closer, he murmurs, "If you wish to be heated, do not regret it." Ever since experiencing the beauty of that night, Yi Qingning has longed to share a moment with Lin Yu while fully conscious. As young men and women, their passions flare up like kindling. She lightly brushes her lips against his, teasingly emitting a soft hum. "So, darling, will you consider letting me regret it when we are in bed?" Lin Yu is puzzled by Yi Qingning's sudden boldness upon her return tonight. Yet he recognizes that if he does not take some action now, he risks being labeled as Yang Wei. His wife has come home late. A thorough inspection is imperative. Of course, he means checking her phone for any signs of infidelity. Yi Qingning wraps her arms around Lin Yu's neck, gently pressing her cherry lips against his. Initiating a kiss, Lin Yu's hands begin to wander restlessly. The couple, their minds ablaze with desire, kiss their way from the living room to the bedroom, where Yi Qingning is eventually tossed onto the bed. Her gaze, laced with seduction and a hint of intoxication, is enough to ensnare Lin Yu's soul. Without excessive words, they naturally engage in a tender exchange. The next morning, when Lin Yu rises, Yi Qingning has already left for work. He gazes at the torn black stockings from the previous night, which still appear to be of high quality, seemingly not cheap. In his fervor, he had ripped them without a second thought. If every encounter with his wife resulted in such destruction, it would surely be extravagant. Nevertheless, he muses that such an experience is rather delightful. Perhaps he should buy a few pairs of similar black stockings for Yi Qingning. After all, Gifting lingerie to one's wife seems entirely reasonable, does it not? Should he consider adding a few pairs in different colors? Lin Yu feels a lingering sense of unfulfillment. Had Yi Qingning not begged for mercy last night, he would not have concluded so easily. However, he understands that she is still new to such encounters, and thus he can empathize. He cannot help but reflect, my wife truly is a workaholic. After such an exhausting night, she can still rise early for work. Unlike others, he starts work at 9 and never arrives early, granting him an hour to wash up and have breakfast. Upon entering the kitchen, he discovers that breakfast has already been prepared for him. On the table lies a small note. Remember to finish your breakfast before work. This is your reward for last night. I hope you can be just as valiant tonight. Lin Yu's face flushes with embarrassment. Before marriage, she seemed so aloof. Who would have thought she would write notes to tease him after tying the knot? Coupled with her bold words from the previous night, he senses a delightful contrast in Yi Qingning's demeanor. Could it be that he has influenced her in this way? Lin Group. In the chairman's office, Lin Zhenghua was engaged in a conversation with Yi Qingyuan regarding their collaboration. The Yi family had experienced rapid ascendance in recent years, largely owing to the support of the Lin family. Although Yi Qingyuan's professional abilities were not as commendable as those of Yi Qingning, he possessed an extensive network of connections. Mere competence was insufficient. It was this network that propelled the Yi family's swift development. Yet, in comparison to the Lin family, the Yi family still lagged significantly. After finalizing their partnership, a grin of satisfaction spread across Yi Qingyuan's face. Chairman Lin, it is settled then. Lin Jinghua could not help but retort, when we collaborate. I am Chairman Lin. When we do not, I am Brother Lin. If the Lin family were to falter, would you then call me Little Brother Lin? Yi Qingyuan chuckled heartily. Brother Lin, do not jest. Am I the sort to forget my roots? He suddenly inquired, by the way, have there been any developments regarding my nephew? At the mention of this, Lin Jinghua's expression turned grave. There is indeed news, and we are close to finding him. We know he is at an orphanage in Jiacheng, but it remains uncertain whether he has been adopted by someone else. We are currently investigating the records of families who began adopting 20 years ago. I fear that if the adoptive parents have left Jiangxing, it may become akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Yi Qingyuan offered reassurance. That will not happen. My sister-in-law visits the temple every month to pray for blessings. Lin Jinghua, suddenly curious, asked, what prompted this question? Yi Qingyuan raised an eyebrow. Brother Lin, you are aware that I have a daughter, whom you have met. She currently oversees the Yi family affairs and is quite exceptional. What are your thoughts on her? Lin Zhenghua took a sip from his teacup, casually remarking, Xiaoning, yes? She is indeed the most remarkable girl of her age that I have encountered. Why the sudden mention? Yi Qingyuan waved his hand dismissively, pretending to be nonchalant. Oh, it is nothing. It's just that our Qingming is still single and nearly 25. If I recall correctly, my nephew should be of a similar age. What I mean is, if we recover him, should we arrange for him to meet Qingning? It could pave the way for a union between the Lin and Yi families. Chapter 29. The promises of leadership and the indifference of subordinates. A hint of flattery adorned Yi Qingyuan's face. Despite his long-standing relationship with Lin Zhenghua, establishing a familial bond through marriage seemed far more tangible. This would effectively entwine the Lin and Yi families, greatly benefiting the Yi family. Lin Jinghua laughed heartily. You speak as if today's youth value free love. What does Xiaoning think? What if your nephew, upon his return, is already married? He hesitated to agree immediately. Burdened by the profound guilt surrounding the son who had been abducted for 20 years, he wished not to leave a poor impression on his son upon his return. Lin Jinghua aimed solely to compensate for the love he had owed all these years. The abduction of his son had left his wife still unable to move on, and they had yet to have a second child. Normally, affluent families cherish the idea of having multiple children. However, the circumstances of the Lin family were rather exceptional. The Yi family comprises individuals of a particularly assertive disposition. Yi Qingyuan's wife harbored no desire to remain a mere housewife. Thus, after giving birth to their sole daughter, Yi Qingning, she busied herself with her career. During her formative years, Yi Qingning was primarily raised by her grandparents. Yi Qingyuan waved his hand dismissively, stating, it's of no concern. If he is married, then so be it. However, if he is not, I believe an arrangement can be made. Lin Zhenghua gazed out the floor-to-ceiling window, gently placing his teacup on the table. This is a delicate matter. If my son is amenable, then naturally, there would be no issue. His implication was clear. He supported the notion of love blossoming freely, permitting meetings while refraining from interference in their development. Yet, this was sufficient. Yi Qingyuan's objective had been achieved. He was confident that his daughter's beauty and capabilities would effortlessly captivate Lin Jingwe's son. With his nephew's return imminent, he deemed it an opportune moment to discuss the matter with his daughter and arrange a meeting. Although he had previously exercised leniency in his parenting of Yi Qingming, he felt it necessary to make some sacrifices regarding the future of the Yi family. In the realm of Xingyu fashion, a colleague from a well-connected department had received a wedding invitation. Even Lin Yu's superior had received one. Lin Yu held a favorable impression of his boss, pondering that a little less chatter from him would be preferable. Upon clocking in, all of Lin Yu's close colleagues approached him with congratulations. Among them was the most gossipy female colleague, who curiously inquired, "Yu Ge, this invitation is more attractive than the previous ones, but why has the venue changed?" Others nodded in agreement. The distinction between this wedding invitation and the last was significant. This one was undeniably more exquisite and thoughtful. Lin Yu casually replied, "I simply had a change of heart regarding the previous location." He thought to himself that he could hardly explain that the venue was altered due to a change in the bride, as that would portray him as a cad, likely inciting rampant rumors within the company. The female colleague pressed further, asking, "Wasn't it Miss Shin before? Why has it become Miss Yi?" Lin Yu maintained his composure, responding, "It was merely a typographical error. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had to issue a new one." He feigned annoyance. "People found online are rather unreliable, so I crafted one myself." Fortunately, he hadn't inscribed the full names of the bride and groom on the wedding invitation, only denoting it as the wedding of Mr. Lin and Miss Yi. Thus, he could easily concoct an excuse to sidestep any scrutiny. This rationale raised little suspicion, as it was improbable anyone would believe that a bride could be replaced less than 10 days before the wedding. Such an occurrence was unprecedented in their experience. The female colleague chuckled, "I shall certainly prepare a generous red envelope for you. You go." Others chimed in with their good wishes. "May you and your wife soon be blessed with children. 2 at once, perhaps. Wishing you both a harmonious union for 100 years. May you grow old together, forever united in heart." His relationship with these colleagues is amicable, yet it does not reach an exceptional level. They share smiles at work, but do not maintain contact outside of it. Thus, they are not familiar with Lin Yu's partner. Shin Yinqing has never visited the company to see Lin Yu, which makes it quite normal for these individuals to remain uninformed. Lin Yu enjoys a decent rapport in the workplace. Otherwise, these colleagues would not have agreed to attend his wedding. Lin Yu smiled and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you all for your blessings. Now, back to work." Just as he was about to return to his designated workstation, the gossiping female colleague approached him, saying, "Brother Yu, President Bai is looking for you. It seems he has some work to assign." Lin Yu nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded towards President Bai's office. Upon entering the office of Bai Hao, the general manager of Xingyu Fashion, Lin Yu was greeted with a smile. "Ah, Xiao Lin, your wedding is just around the corner, isn't it?" Lin Yu nodded and replied with a slight smile, "Indeed. President Bai, you must not miss it." Bai Hao chuckled heartily. "Rest assured, I will be there. Now that you are about to be married, you must consider your family after work hours." His words were laden with meaning. He always spoke with the attributes of a diligent worker. One of the leadership skills involves utilizing employees effectively. He genuinely hopes for his employees to marry, as it suggests the likelihood of an additional contributor to the company. Why do the seasoned employees enjoy overtime? It is simply because they fear termination, with families to support. Thus, from the company's perspective, encouraging marriage among employees is more beneficial for retention. Lin Yu was well aware of the underlying messages in his leader's words. He maintained a professional smile and nodded repeatedly. Of course, of course. Nevertheless, actions speak louder than words. As long as he completes his duties, he will leave work on time, though he must never contradict his superior outwardly. Bai Hao nodded in satisfaction. "You have shown much more awareness than before. I appreciate such spirited young individuals. Enduring hardship paves the way for luxury, Shaolin. Trust me, embrace the struggles of youth, and you will one day be grateful to your present self. If you exert yourself a bit more, when the time comes for you to transition from coding, I will promote you to a management position." Another leadership skill involves painting grand visions for employees. Lin Yu feigned surprise. "President Bai, you have truly given me a delightful surprise. I will certainly strive harder than before. I shall not be clock watching when leaving work. What of it? A couple of minutes late still counts as effort. We are all striving to live fully." Bai Hao, with an air of pride, remarked, "When your wedding day arrives, you and your spouse must toast together. After all, without me, you would not be where you are today. Who knows? I might even arrange for your wife to join our company. You are aware of the quality of talent we recruit here, and our benefits surpass those of many other enterprises. If your wife comes aboard, you shall owe me your gratitude. By Hao estimated that Lin Yu's wife's salary was likely around 3,000 to 4,000 yuan, while at Xingyu Fashion, it would start at no less than 5,000. Lin Yu politely declined, stating, "There is no need. I appreciate your kindness. Bye. My wife may prefer her current job." Chapter 30. The person I least want to encounter at the company. Shall I have my wife come here to earn a monthly salary of 5,000 to 6,000? Don't be ridiculous. Her income is comparable to mine. By Hao continued, "You may not believe it, but we are a subsidiary of the Yi Group. Are you familiar with Yi? Who in Jiangsheng doesn't know how difficult it is to get in? As a subsidiary, countless individuals strive relentlessly to join us. We frequently coordinate with the Yi Group, and during my last visit, I met with President Yi, who is the most remarkable woman I have ever encountered." Unable to contain himself, Lin Yu cautiously interjected, "May I ask the reason for your invitation?" Bai Hao then remembered that he had summoned Lin Yu for work-related matters. He cleared his throat and replied, "I have brought you here to liaise with the personnel from the Yi Group. Additionally, you will have the opportunity to learn from the exemplary practices of the headquarters." Lin Yu pointed to himself, perplexed. "Me, to liaise? I have never handled such tasks before. My role has always been technical." The reason Bai Hao assigned him this task was likely due to observing his habitual idleness at work, compounded by the fact that he was soon to be married. Bai assumed that having a family would instill a sense of responsibility in him, preventing him from slacking off. However, Lin Yu was not one to shy away from such challenges. Indeed, as someone on the verge of marriage, he now bore the weight of familial obligations, making it difficult to be careless. "After all, I am a working individual," he thought. "Earning a decent salary, what harm is there in taking on a bit more work? It's merely a stroll through another company, engaging in a casual liaison before returning." Unlike before, when he had covertly slacked off under the watchful eyes of his superiors, he now felt liberated, unafraid of being observed. Upon leaving the office, Lin Yu sighed. No matter how high the salary, he remained an employee. Was there a possibility that he might actually be a wealthy heir? Unlikely, as he had no father to speak of. Such absurd narratives of a rich father concealing his identity from his child were only found in short dramas. He could hardly recall what his father looked like. His childhood memories were largely a blur, save for the realization that he was orphaned. Had it not been for his grandfather frequently recounting his origins, he might have believed himself to be one of those abandoned orphans from birth. Never mind, I shall visit the Yi Group first. Soon, Lin Yu arrived at the parking lot and drove away from the company. At the Yi Group, Chen Xiaoxiao donned a professional body-hugging skirt paired with black stockings, her short hair exuding both competence and allure. As she entered the president's office, she promptly reminded President Yi, "Today's itinerary has been arranged. We shall first head to the Magic City. Round-trip flight tickets have already been booked, and we will return before midnight. We should depart now." Yi Qingning, adorned with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, sat at her desk, a cup of coffee purchased that morning beside her, diligently reviewing the documents in her hands. After Chen Xiaoxiao finished speaking, she closed the file, and Yi Qingming replied coolly, "Let us set off now." Her responsibilities extended beyond merely sitting in the office to handle these tedious documents. She also had to venture out to negotiate business collaborations with other top-tier companies, many matters requiring her direct involvement, while smaller firms sought her collaboration, ensuring her presence was unnecessary. Dealings with companies of equal or greater stature than Ye's necessitated her personal engagement, leading to frequent flights. The previous night, she had not anticipated that Lin Yu would take so long. She ultimately had to call a halt in the middle of the night, or she might still be resting in bed now. Yet, surprisingly, there were no dark circles under her eyes. Merely 4 hours of sleep left her feeling more invigorated than after 7 or 8 hours in the past. Could it be that a man truly served as a woman's beauty salon? She felt her vitality had significantly improved. Chen Xiaoxiao, observing Yi Qingming's demeanor today, could not help but inquire, "President Yi, did you sleep well last night? You seem to be in exceptionally good spirits today." Yi Qingming paused slightly. "Was my previous state not satisfactory?" Chen Xiaoxiao shook her head. "Your previous state was not lacking. However, today your complexion appears more vibrant, as if it has been refreshed." Upon hearing this, Yi Qingming recalled the previous night when someone had caressed her face, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. Chen Xiaoxiao was taken aback. "President Yi, your face." Yi Qingming quickly explained, "It's simply too warm." Chen Xiaoxiao shivered at the temperature in the office. "Is this what you consider too warm? No wonder you're the ice queen of the corporation. It seems the air conditioning is too cold." Of course, this thought remained unspoken, as she dared not voice it unless she wished to jeopardize her position. Before dusk, Yi Qingning harbored a faint anticipation regarding the prospect of cooking with Lin Yu that evening. As for the nature of the cooking, it would undoubtedly be a fiery stir-fry. Chen Xiaoxiao maintained her professional smile. President Yi, the car is waiting downstairs. Let us take the elevator down. She merely hoped that accompanying the president on business trips would yield her some additional compensation. Although it was a same-day round trip, her relentless overtime surely warranted extra pay. At the base of the Yi Group, Lin Yu found a parking spot and glanced at the headquarters, which, from the exterior, dwarfed their subsidiary in size by a considerable margin. Holding the same position, should he be at the headquarters, his salary might surpass his current one by double. How he longed to work here. However, he was content with his current job. He simply felt a twinge of envy. A striking Rolls-Royce was parked conspicuously at the entrance of the company, particularly noticeable as it remained undisturbed by security. Had it been another vehicle occupying that spot, it would have long been towed away, a clear indication of the owner's esteemed status within the Yi family. Lin Yu, while attending a work engagement, took the opportunity to pass the time and found himself captivated by the luxury car, pausing to discreetly snap a photo to share in the group chat. Lin Yu, today, at the headquarters, a Rolls-Royce has parked elegantly before me. Ma Jie, could it possibly belong to some wealthy woman? Is there a need for a male model? As long as I get to drive a Rolls-Royce and have my Dior scrubbed with a steel wool pad, I would harbor no complaints. Liang Yong, forget about the steel wool. Feel free to use my Dior as you wish. Lin Yu was left speechless by the banter of his two good friends in the chat. What absurd remarks. Steel wool and Dior? Yet, he couldn't help but envy the owner of the Rolls-Royce. If only he could take a ride or experience the luxury lifestyle, he would gladly accept. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yu resolved to proceed inside to meet his contact. No matter how captivating the luxury car was, work remained paramount. In the lobby of the Yi Group, Chen Xiaoxiao, clutching a substantial stack of documents, remarked, General Yi, the car is parked right at the company entrance. Yi Qingning replied, please refrain from parking here next time. It draws too much attention, and I am not particularly fond of it. Chen Xiaoxiao quickly apologized. I'm sorry, General Yi. I was pressed for time this occasion. I'll be more mindful in the future. As Yi Qingning stepped out with Chen Xiaoxiao, she was met with the astonished gaze of a familiar man, Lin Yu. Yi Qingning could hardly fathom encountering Lin Yu in such an unexpected manner, particularly in a place she least wished to meet him. Chapter 31. Yi Qingning's exceptional acting skills. They locked eyes, both momentarily frozen in place, and the atmosphere grew palpably awkward. Lin Yu, filled with astonishment, uttered, Qingning, is that you? Yi Qingning felt as though she had been struck by a jolt of electricity, her body rigid with surprise. Observing her attire and demeanor, Lin Yu mused that she hardly resembled an assistant. Rather, the woman beside her embodied that role. With her short hair, fitted skirt, and professional stockings, Yi Qingning's mind raced, her response swift. President Chen, thank you for your coat. I am no longer cold. I shall carry the documents. She promptly shed the coat, revealing a white inner garment, and took the documents from Chen Xiaoxiao, her expression shifting to one of careful consideration. Her performance nearly left Chen Xiaoxiao speechless. She believed Yi Qingning's absence from the Infinite Excellence class was a disservice to her talents. Her ability to immerse herself in character was remarkable. As the coat draped over Chen Xiaoxiao, her presence transformed, heightened by her well-applied makeup, and when she furrowed her brow, she exuded the essence of a businesswoman. With a serious expression, she adjusted her glasses and inquired, and who might this be? Yi Qingning explained, this is my husband. And this is Mr. Chen. Lin Yu, regaining his composure, quickly nodded and greeted politely, hello, Mr. Chen. Chen Xiaoxiao furrowed her brows tightly, glaring at Yi Qingning as she questioned, what is your husband doing here? It's working hours, and you didn't request any leave in advance. Yi Qingning swiftly cast a glance at Lin Yu, signaling him silently. Understanding her cue, Lin Yu addressed Chen Xiaoxiao, saying, I'm here for a work liaison with the headquarters. Chen Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow slightly. Do you work at the branch? Should I allocate some time for you? Lin Yu replied, no need. He was not there to seek out his wife. He had merely come for a work connection, completely unaware that his wife was employed there. No wonder her salary was so high. She must be at the headquarters of the Yi Corporation. Wait a minute, his wife's surname was Yi. Surely, if that were the case, how could she possibly be interested in a man of such ordinary means as himself? If she were truly the esteemed Yi, she would undoubtedly reside in a villa. Why then was she living in a flat? Though a flicker of doubt crossed his mind, Lin Yu chose not to dwell on it, believing unconditionally in his partner. Yi Qingning had already married him, given him her first, and entrusted everything to him. There was no reason to question such a devoted wife. Chen Xiaoxiao glanced at Yi Qingning before stating, "I'll give you 5 minutes. I'll be waiting in the car." Yi Qingning expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Chen." Once Chen Xiaoxiao departed, Yi Qingning inquired, "You're here for the liaison?" Lin Yu nodded. "Mr. Bai sent me. This task isn't typically mine, but he likely wants to put me through a few compliance tests." Yi Qingning was taken aback. "What compliance tests?" Lin Yu explained. "It's just that leadership often likes to overload employees, essentially aiming to mold them into workhorses. They lounge in the office daily, yet brainwash employees into serving them." Yi Qingning's expression soured slightly. "Not all leaders are like that, right? Mr. Chen treats me quite well." Lin Yu agreed. "Indeed, not all leaders are the same. Mr. Chen may appear stern, but he is quite understanding. He even made time for you to speak with me." He continued, "If it were another leader, they would have already erupted in fury and deducted wages." Yi Qingning remained silent. If Chen Xiaoxiao dared to unleash her wrath upon her, it would only be if she truly wished to resign, even if it were an act. Chen Xiaoxiao wouldn't dare to be too reckless, fearing Yi Qingning's discontent. Lin Yu asked, "Where are you headed?" Yi Qingning replied, "To the Magic City." Lin Yu inquired, "Will you be back tonight?" Yi Qingning blushed, nodding, "Of course. I'm still waiting for you to deliver the goods." Lin Yu was taken aback. "What? Is my wife a bit too hungry? Was she not satiated last night?" Their first encounter led her to invite him to cook for her that evening. However, he indeed had a strong desire to cook, as they were both young and in the prime of their vitality. Who claims that a man becomes as old as 60 after turning 25? His health was remarkably robust. Lin Yu's face flushed slightly, glancing around to ensure they were alone. He whispered, "Should I go purchase ultra-thin ones? Safety measures must be taken, or else it could lead to unforeseen consequences." Initially expecting Yi Qingning to acquiesce, he was taken aback when she outright shook her head in refusal. With a hint of teasing in her eyes, Yi Qingning replied, "No. I prefer a more direct form of contact. As for the possibility of pregnancy, that depends on your capabilities. However, you might want to prepare some preferred skin. If my husband likes it, I'll wear it." Lin Yu felt himself flush with heat. This was outrageous. Absolutely against the rules. Observing Yi Qingning's white shirt, which accentuated her graceful curves, his mind was consumed by a singular thought, overwhelming. If he were at home right now, he would have already succumbed to temptation. He quickly urged, "Ahem, am I that kind of person? You should leave. President Chen is waiting for you. Focus on your work, and we can discuss such matters at home." While saying this, his mind was already preoccupied with thoughts of what kind of skin he should buy each style of stockings, along with some enticing sleepwear. Yi Qingning, noticing Lin Yu's flushed face from her teasing, couldn't help but smile victoriously, feeling like a conqueror. "You made me suffer last night. Now it's your turn to feel discomfort." Lin Yu was astonished to discover that beneath Yi Qingning's typically aloof demeanor lay a rather cunning side. He resolved to give this sly wife a thorough reckoning tonight, contemplating the nature of his retribution. Inside a Rolls-Royce, Chen Xiaoxiao had taken the driver's seat, her jacket neatly folded in the back. She had briefly indulged in the thrill of being a boss. No wonder the boss enjoyed reprimanding employees so much. It was indeed exhilarating. Observing her subordinate's timid and compliant demeanor brought her immense satisfaction. If only she were wealthy, she would relish the experience of being a boss even more. "Capital, you have triumphed." Upon returning to the car, Yi Qingning's expression reverted to its usual icy demeanor. Her acting and reactions were commendable, and her bonus this month would be doubled. Chen Xiaoxiao grinned. "Thank you, boss. You were so generous." Surely, being with such a grand president made a difference. Earning money was merely a matter of a few words, and her salary had significantly increased this month. However, high rewards came with high risks. Had she not reacted promptly earlier, she would have likely faced a reprimand or even a deduction in her pay. Yi Qingning's phone rang once more. Her phone seemed to ring incessantly, burdened with numerous collaborations to discuss. She answered with a cool tone. "Who is this?" A melodious female voice emanated from the other end of the line. "Qingning, have you missed me these past 2 years?" Chapter 32. Yes, I am married. The moment Yi Qingning recognized the voice, she was momentarily taken aback. "You're back in the country?" At Jiangxing Airport, a woman donned a champagne-colored silk cami dress, embellished with beads, while she carried an Hermes leather handbag, her bodyguard in tow managing her suitcase. Xiao Wanning cheerfully conversed on the phone. "Surprised, aren't you?" "I'm back." Yi Qingning inquired. "Wait, why didn't you inform me of your return in advance?" Xiao Wanning was her close friend of 10 years. Their bond deeply rooted. The Qiao and Yu families shared a cordial relationship, often mingling over the years, which naturally led to their acquaintance. In the past 2 years, Xiao Wanin had traveled abroad, exploring numerous countries. Though they were good friends, their perspectives diverged significantly. Xiao was more adventurous, reveling in exploring new experiences, while Yi Qingning gravitated towards her career, gradually engaging with the Yi family's enterprises even before graduating from university, ultimately solidifying her position within the family. Their personalities mirrored this contrast. Yi Qingning was more reserved and aloof, whereas Xiao Wanin exuded vivacity. Of course, I returned to give you a delightful surprise. Where are you now? I'll come find you, Xiao Wanin exclaimed with exuberance. Yi Qingning replied coolly, you're a bit late. I'm heading to Modu for a business meeting and won't be back until tonight. She had not anticipated her friend's swift return, as Xiao frequently posted about her life abroad, leading Yi Qingning to believe she might settle overseas. Though slightly disappointed, Xiao Wanin quickly adjusted her mood. Then I'll come see you tonight. Since your family isn't home, we can have a good chat, just the two of us. Without hesitation, Yi Qingning declined. No. Xiao Wanin was taken aback. Why not? After all this time, I return and can't even arrange a chat with my best friend? What is going on? Am I being unilaterally dismissed? However, they had exchanged messages not long ago. Yi Qingning clarified, it's because I have someone at home right now. You can't just drop by. Plus, I have work in the morning and need to sleep tonight. She had been eagerly anticipating cooking with her husband that evening, and the sudden appearance of a friend was rather unwelcome. Ultimately, even if something monumental occurred, she would not entertain the visit. Xiao Wanin pouted in discontent. Aren't you the president of the Yi Corporation? Isn't it easy for you to take a day off? And are you really planning to sleep tonight? You're not sharing a bed with some male model, are you? Yi Qingning retorted coldly, if you have nothing worthwhile to say, perhaps it's best to remain silent. Xiao Wanin playfully whined, Qingning, can't we joke a little given our relationship? And truly, aren't you even a bit curious to experience it? I can assist you in connecting with a particularly pristine male model. She chuckled, I assure you, he is not only handsome and well-built, but he also knows how to charm an older sister. Yet, Yi Qingning resolutely declined once more. No. A male model? No matter how clean. He could never compare to Lin Yu's immaculate nature. Even if a duck maintained impeccable hygiene, it would still be a duck. However, Lin Yu was different. He had only been with her, and his physique was remarkable, with well-defined abs. Most importantly, he possessed 3 virtues. He was tall, handsome, and charming. Lin Yu's appearance and physical attributes could easily outshine those male models who merely knew how to flatter. Xiao Wanin felt utterly drained, questioning, why? Do you no longer consider me a friend? Yi Qingning shook her head. Of course not. I truly lack time lately. How long will you be in the country? I'll see if I can carve out some time to meet. Xiao Wanin sensed something amiss. Her intuition was usually quite accurate. With a slight frown, she probed. Are you hiding a man at home? Yi Qingning fell silent for a moment, not responding. Speak. Is it true? Just tell me. Yi Qingning replied, no. Upon hearing Yi Qingning's hesitation, Xiao Wanin immediately realized her suspicion was correct. You're lying. I knew it. No wonder you haven't come to see me. Prioritizing romance over friendship. What is going on? Have you been secretly dating a man? She knew that whenever Yi Qingning lied, there was always a hint of hesitation. If it were not true, there would be no such pause. She understood Yi Qingning very well, and was astonished to learn that she had indeed found a man. Although she often joked about finding a male model for Yi Qingning, she never believed Yi Qingning would actually pursue one. Yi Qingning was quite traditional in that regard and harbored a general aversion to many men, which was why she had not been in a relationship for so many years. While Xiao Wanin had cycled through several partners, Yi Qingning had not even had a suitable male friend. At one point, Xiao Wanin even suspected that her dear friend might be attracted to women. However, Yi Qingning later clarified that she was not a lesbian. She simply had not encountered a man she liked. To her surprise, after such a brief absence, Yi Qingning had found someone she was fond of. Moreover, she hadn't even introduced him to her, proving that her trust had been misplaced. They had promised to be lifelong best friends. Though that was a sentiment only Xiao Wanin expressed, as Yi Qingning would never vocalize such declarations. Taking a deep breath to regain her composure, Xiao Wanin pressed, now. Why didn't you introduce him to me? Yi Qingning slowly replied, it happened suddenly, it cannot be explained in just a few words. Xiao Wanin responded coolly. Then get straight to the point. Yi Qingning's voice remained devoid of emotion. I am married. Xiao Wanin? She doubted her hearing, asking again. What did you say? Yi Qingning repeated, I am married. Moments later, a chorus of exclamations erupted from the other end of the line. What? Yi Qingning? What did you say? You're married. Are you joking with me? I understand. Have you recently upgraded? Have you integrated new models? No wonder you seem to have become more humorous. Xiao Waning cannot fathom that Yi Qingming is married. She would sooner believe that a sow could climb a tree than accept that Yi Qingming would marry so swiftly. Indeed, even faster than herself. Normally averse to men, she suddenly chooses to wed. It is indeed true. My husband and I have already obtained our marriage certificate. The sound of Yi Qingming's voice pierced Xiao Wan's heart like an icicle, leaving her feeling a chill within. Just previously, she had mocked Yi Qingming for her lack of romantic experience, only to witness her friend surpassing expectations and plunging into marriage. Moreover, from Yi Qingming's words, it was evident that she was profoundly happy, especially with the phrase, my husband. It was as if she were force-feeding this single dog a hearty serving of dog food. Xiao Waning felt her nose grow as red as a circus clowness. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, Yi Qingming delivered another blow. Yi Qingming continued, we obtained the certificate about a week ago. It was rather sudden, and I didn't have the chance to inform you. The reason I haven't invited you to my home is that we are already living together, and your visit might be somewhat inconvenient. Chapter 33. The Powerless Wretch. Yi Qingming's tone did not suggest a jest, and Xiao Waning took a considerable time to digest this reality. Xiao Waning inquired, what does he look like? What is his background? The man you have chosen must surely possess remarkable qualities. Having accepted this truth, her curiosity reached its zenith. What sort of man could possibly evoke such feelings in her typically indifferent friend? Yi Qingming replied nonchalantly, in a few days, I will invite you to my wedding. And I will introduce you then. Xiao Waning, unable to contain her eagerness, insisted, no, I must know right now. Yi Qingming, brushing her off, said, there is no time now. I will introduce him when I have the opportunity. With that, she abruptly ended the call, leaving Xiao Waning anxious at the airport. Staring at the disconnected call, Xiao Waning's curiosity birthed further thoughts. Discovering the identity of Yi Qingming's spouse was not a daunting task. It was hardly a secret. Her current concern, however, was the possibility of her dear friend being deceived. Yi Qingming had never been in a relationship throughout her life, and she surely lacked the experience that Xiao Waning possessed. What if she encountered a scoundrel? This man might be after Yi Qingming's wealth, or simply be a lecher. Regardless of the motive, such intentions were not beneficial for Yi Qingming. As her devoted friend, Xiao Waning felt compelled to unveil any dishonest man. Although Yi Qingming surpassed her in intellect, Xiao Waning did not believe she was less astute in discerning deceitful suitors. She prided herself on her ability to identify dubious characters. A bodyguard approached and inquired, Miss, shall we head home or meet with the chairman? Distracted, Xiao Waning replied, let us go home first. My father is likely still at the company. She subsequently dialed a number. Yes, please help me investigate a person connected to the Liu family villa. At the swimming pool, 5 or 6 women clad in bikinis frolicked in the water, while a man lounged lazily on a chair in his swim trunks. Lu Chuan glanced at his medical report. Feeling as though a weight had finally lifted from his chest, he was relieved to discover he did not have any sexually transmitted diseases. Since returning from the Yi family villa the previous night, a heavy burden had been weighing on his mind. Yi Qingming had suggested it would be best to get checked at a hospital, which had sent him into a panic. It now seemed evident that Yi Qingming had intended to frighten him with her words. One must admit, this woman had a sharp tongue, capable of unsettling him with her mere utterance. Nonchalantly discarding the report, he observed the women in the pool, a slight smile creeping onto his lips. While he indulged in a hedonistic lifestyle, all attendees at his parties were required to present their medical reports. He was no fool, and certainly would not engage in indiscriminate behavior. Suddenly, a man clad in a black suit and sunglasses appeared, his expression devoid of emotion. Young Master Liu. The investigation results are in. The only daughter of the Yi family is indeed married. Lu Chuan furrowed his brow. When did this happen? What is the name of this man? The man in sunglasses replied, his name is Lin Yu. Lu Chuan nearly choked on his red wine upon hearing the surname. Coughing violently. Lin? Is he related to the Lin family? He gazed at the man in sunglasses with a hint of trepidation, swallowing hard. Is he from the Lin family? The man replied, no, he is merely an orphan, without power or influence. Compared to you, young Master Liu, he is but an ant. Upon learning that this Lin Yu had no ties to the affluent Lin family of Jiangqing, Lu Chuan's demeanor shifted instantly. Not a member of the Lin family? A commoner dares to marry Yi Qingming? Contempt was etched across his face. He held disdain for such individuals, believing they were unworthy of the women he desired, only fit to serve him. Amused, Lu Chuan examined the information the man had handed him. Yi Qingning certainly has an eye for talent, choosing such a useless person. I fail to comprehend what this worthless individual could possibly offer the Yi family. Lu Chuan was the quintessential rich heir, one who feared offending those with greater status, power, and wealth in his own family. However, he adopted a different demeanor towards families weaker than the Lu family, or even common folk. The moment he heard that Yi Qingning's betrothed bore the surname Lin, it nearly sent him into a state of panic. To truly offend the Lin family would spell disaster. With their influence, the Lu family could be brought to ruin overnight, and he would be reduced to an ordinary existence. Lu Chuan's father had cautioned him on numerous occasions about the families he could not afford to offend, and the Lin family was among them. Although the Yi family was considerably more powerful than the Lu family, they lacked the capacity to bring about the Lu family's downfall. At most, they could inflict severe damage. The man in sunglasses remarked, "Their wedding is just a few days away." Lu Chuan rubbed his temples and replied, "I recall that someone from the Lu family is in the late stages of cancer, with a wife and children to support." He left his statement unfinished. Yet the man in sunglasses grasped the implication. "I understand, but if Yi Qingning learns of this, will it pose a threat to our Lu family?" Lu Chuan retorted sharply, "Keep it clean. If issues arise, the Lu family can manage, but the Yi family is not solely governed by Yi Qingning. Although the Yi family has thrived under Yi Qingning's influence, Yi Qingyuan also wields considerable authority. He would not engage in conflict with the Lu family over a mere Linyu. When the two most influential figures in the Yi family disagree, the Lu family's position remains secure." He added coldly, "The head of the Yi family is surely unaware of Yi Qingning's marriage to such a worthless man. If he knew, he would undoubtedly oppose it. I shall seek an opportunity to inform the head of the Yi family about this matter. Even if I cannot find a way to deal with Linyu, the wedding will surely be disrupted. Does an ordinary person truly believe he can marry the only daughter of the Yi family? It is akin to a toad aspiring to eat swan meat. Even if Yi Qingning looks down upon me, she cannot be with such a man." His gaze was tinged with madness. "If I cannot have her, then no one else shall." At the Qiao family villa, Qiao Wanin entered and called out to the living room, "Uncle Tang, I'm back." Uncle Tang had served as the Qiao family's butler for 15 years, having cared for Qiao Wanin since she was 10. Their bond was exceptionally strong. Uncle Tang had always been diligent in his duties, and Qiao Wanin regarded him as a true uncle. Uncle Tang, wearing an apron, hurried into the living room with a broom in hand, exclaiming, "Miss, you're back. Why didn't you let me know in advance?" "I didn't have time to buy your favorite fish." Qiao Wanin cheerfully replied, "No need. I already had a meal on the plane." "Are my parents not home?" Uncle Tang responded, "It seems Madam has gone to play mahjong, while Mr. Qiao is at the company handling business and will return later tonight. I will have someone tidy up your room." Qiao Wanin settled onto the sofa in the living room, perusing the information sent to her phone. She eagerly clicked on the document, anxious to discover the identity of Yi Qingning's husband. Chapter 34. It seems Mr. Yi has changed. Lin Yu returned to the company after completing his work. For some reason, the temperature at his workstation felt unusually cool today, and he had already sneezed several times. Was someone watching him? Recently, he had been receiving a series of harassing phone calls, prompting him to consider changing his phone number. In this day and age, information leaks are alarmingly prevalent. During his university years, he had filled out countless inexplicable forms, unaware of how many hands his information had passed through. For this wedding, he opted for a small gathering rather than a grand affair. As the guest list was not extensive, he had not arranged for groomsmen or bridesmaids, only selecting the couple and the officiant. The wedding is centered around simplicity, as Lin Yu intends to later host a grand celebration for Yi Qingning, which must include his family members. Prior to the ceremony, Lin Yu plans to visit the venue to inspect the preparations. However, noticing that his wife has been quite busy lately, he decides to accompany Ma Jie to the Qiao family villa the following day. Having reviewed Lin Yu's background, Qiao Wanin is utterly perplexed. She cannot fathom why Yi Qingning would be attracted to someone of such ordinary lineage, a veritable orphan with no notable family background. The only commendable trait she can discern is his striking handsomeness, while the intricacies of his character remain unknown to her. From the information at hand, it certainly appears that this man is aspiring beyond his reach with her dear friend. Qiao Wanin becomes increasingly convinced that he is drawn to Yi Qingning's wealth. How unfortunate. She muses that he has encountered her, a discerning judge of character. With a knowing smile, Qiao Wanin declares, "I shall ensure Qingning sees through your faude. For it is merely money that you seek." In a certain office building in the bustling metropolis, A rotund man clad in a suit wears a beaming smile. Then let us wish for a pleasant collaboration. Yi Qingning responds with a polite smile. Mr. Du, may our partnership be fruitful. Mr. Du, with an affable grin, inquires, shall I see you off? Yi Qingning waves her hand dismissively. No need to trouble yourself. After concluding their business discussions, Yi Qingning glances at the time. It is already mealtime, and she finds herself feeling a bit hungry. However, she has no desire to dine here. She longs to return home to savor the meals prepared by Lin Yu. Chen Xiaoxiao, well accustomed to this routine, always carries a few pastries in her bag whenever she accompanies her boss. As Yi Qingning observes the darkening sky, she softly speaks, let's head back. She misses Lin Yu dearly, more than she ever imagined possible. It is strange to feel such solitude after having seen him just this morning. As though they have been apart for an eternity, Yi Qingning realizes she has hopelessly fallen for him, despite knowing him for merely a week. It feels as if she has loved him for ages. Their encounter seems to be destined. Chen Xiaoxiao nods in agreement, noticing the slight weariness on Yi Qingning's face. And she is somewhat taken aback. Ever since Yi Qingning obtained her marriage certificate, she has seemingly transformed. The once stoic Yi Qingning never exhibited such emotional fluctuations in Chen Xiaoxiao's presence. Previously, she was like a robot, devoid of emotion, tackling work with a blank expression, never complaining of fatigue or showing signs of exhaustion. In Chen Xiaoxiao's eyes, Yi Qingning has always been a pillar of strength. Yet now she perceives her boss gradually evolving, becoming more expressive, more human. Chen Xiaoxiao understands that Yi Qingning has truly succumbed to love. Glancing at her phone, Yi Qingning notes that Lin Yu has not sent her many messages. As Lin Yu was aware of Yi Qingning's busy schedule, he hesitated to disturb her. He glanced at the green bubble of their chat, which lingered from the previous evening. Each time she responded, her messages were merely a few terse words. Okay. Understood. Almost there. Home now. This time, in a moment of impulsiveness, he typed out a lengthy message, only to delete it repeatedly before finally sending it. Lin Yu, I long for the meals you prepare. There was one unspoken sentiment he refrained from sending. I seem to miss you quite a lot. Having just finished work and returned home, Lin Yu opened their chat, intending to ask if she would like him to save her some food. He noticed that the previously cool label of wifey had transformed to typing. He was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that Yi Qingning was about to send him a heartfelt message? After what felt like an eternity, he finally received her reply, a mere sentence. Lin Yu, I long for the meals you prepare. Unable to suppress a chuckle, he found it amusing. Was this not an utterly mundane matter? Why did it feel as though it were akin to confessing feelings to someone he adored? Suddenly, he perceived an unexpected charm in his wife. Just as he changed his shoes and glanced into the refrigerator to see what ingredients remained, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Yu hesitated, not immediately opening the door, for he knew it couldn't be Yi Qingning. Although she often replied with scant words, she would always send a message to alert him before arriving home. So, who could be at the door? Was it Shen Yinqing seeking him out? That seemed implausible. She certainly wouldn't know this new address. The entrance was equipped with surveillance, linked to both his and Yi Qingning's phones. Upon checking, he saw a strikingly beautiful woman, dressed in a manner reminiscent of a wealthy socialite. Lin Yu was certain he did not recognize her. He inquired from the doorway, who is it? The woman, Xiao Wanin, replied calmly as she knocked again. I am Qingning's close friend. I just returned from abroad, and I am here to see her. A close friend? He recalled Yi Qingning mentioning a friend who had been overseas for the past couple of years. It must be her, otherwise. Why would such a petite woman dare to knock on a stranger's door? Lin Yu opened the door and responded, she is not at home. Didn't you inform Qingning of your visit beforehand? Xiao Wanin, stepping inside with ease, remarked, if I had, it wouldn't be a surprise, would it? Just don't let her know I've been here. Lin Yu replied, is that so? I don't believe I've invited you in. A man alone with a woman. How would he explain this to his wife if she found out? Nevertheless, the living room was under surveillance. And as long as he remained in the camera's view, he would be innocent. Just to be cautious, Lin Yu even activated his phone's recording feature. Do not inquire as to the reasons. Primarily, it is a matter of safety for a young man to be alone at home. Hence one must remain vigilant. He is not particularly fond of sharing a space with other women while in a relationship. Yet it would be quite impolite not to entertain his wife's close friend. What if this friend were to speak ill of him, much like Shen Yinqing's friend does? Therefore, it is imperative that his impression remains favorable. Lin Yu managed a forced smile. Allow me to pour you a glass of water. Xiao Wanin offered a faint smile in return. Thank you. The tone of her words left Lin Yu feeling somewhat unsettled. Perhaps it was his own narcissism at play. Why did it seem as though she was subtly implying something? In the living room, Lin Yu placed the water before her, maintaining a respectful distance. Qing Ning might return later, and after she finished her drink, she could rest for a while before leaving. He would take her number and message her promptly when Qing Ning returned. Xiao Wanyin observed Lin Yu's reluctance to close the gap between them, raising an eyebrow in amusement. You seem rather fearful of me. Is it that I am not attractive enough? Chapter 35. 5 million a year to support you. Lin Yu did not directly address her question, instead responding coolly. We are not well acquainted, hence it is natural to keep our distance. Xiao Wanyin fell silent for a moment, pondering whether her allure was lacking. Clearly, she possessed considerable beauty and wore expensive attire. This man could not possibly be oblivious to that. In an instant, she reached a conclusion. This man was of a remarkably high caliber. No wonder Yu Qingning had been deceived into obtaining a marriage certificate. Love renders one's intelligence null. Fortunately, she was intelligent. Xiao Wanyin decided to continue her subtle probing, resting her chin in her hand, her eyes playfully blinking at Lin Yu. Would you not like to become more familiar with me? She lightly bit her lip, casting a flirtatious glance. After all, I am your wife's good friend. Wouldn't you want to cultivate a rapport with me? Lin Yu's expression shifted to one of confusion. This woman was undoubtedly attempting to seduce him. It was not mere vanity. Her gaze was unmistakably provocative. Previously, he might have dismissed it as his own self-absorption. But now her look echoed the attention he received from women at bars when he accompanied his friends. Though Xiao Wanyin was undeniably beautiful with an admirable demeanor, Lin Yu still felt a shiver run down his spine. Who could understand the plight of being subjected to such insidious glances? It was a blatant case of female allure. Most importantly, this woman was a close friend of his wife. This was a novel situation for Lin Yu, and he was not in the best state of mind. He wished to expel her from his presence. Xiao Wanyin was not worried that Lin Yu might suddenly become aggressive. She had come accompanied by bodyguards, and should any danger arise, they would intervene promptly. Of course, Lin Yu would never engage in such behavior. He was a devoted person. With only Yu Qingning occupying his thoughts, harboring no interest whatsoever in Xiao Wanyin, he currently wishes to expedite the departure of this unwelcome guest. Lin Yu deliberately distanced himself slightly, stating, as long as you maintain a good relationship with my wife, that suffices. I am allergic to women other than her. A mere touch could prove fatal. He glanced at Xiao Wanyin and continued, this is Miss Qiao. Lin Yu cleared his throat. Miss Qiao, if you have rested sufficiently, may I take my leave? Seeing that Lin Yu was impervious to her softer approach, Xiao Wanyin abandoned her pretense and scoffed coldly. Yu Qingning is not here. There is no need for you to feign sincerity. Lin Yu responded in bewilderment. What am I pretending? Xiao Wanyin confidently smirked. What are you pretending, fidelity? I can offer you everything Yu Qingning can, and more. To be candid, her financial resources pale in comparison to mine. You are rather handsome, quite to my taste. Numerous men have sought my patronage. There is no need for you to cling to Yu Qingning, if you choose to be with me. I can offer you 5 million a year. As she spoke, Xiao Wanyin produced a bank card. The password is 6 6s, if you doubt me. Provide me your card number, and I shall transfer the funds to you. Lin Yu furrowed his brow slightly. His greatest fear had indeed materialized. Although he was handsome, he never imagined being courted by a wealthy woman. The proposition of 5 million annually left him incredulous. Did she come from a family of great wealth? Frustration welled within him as he mused about switching back to a modest lifestyle. To speak so casually of 5 million was a challenge he could not ignore. After a moment of silence, he slowly replied, Miss Qiao, it is evident that your family possesses considerable wealth. Perhaps you are several hundred times wealthier than my wife. Your monthly allowance might equal my wife's and my annual income. I concede that money can procure many things, including the affection you seek. However, it does not encompass my love. Each person's pursuits are distinct. It is not that I am noble or disdainful of wealth. I, too, appreciate money, but in comparison to such riches, I would prefer to lead a simple life with my wife every day. Please retract your offer. I am certain you possess the means. The affluent have their ways of living, and the less fortunate have theirs. As long as I can be with her, the manner of living is inconsequential. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wanyin fell silent. Although she had been acting, his words struck a chord with her soul, leaving her feeling somewhat guilty, as if she were a villain in a story, confronted by the protagonist's eloquence. However, she found it peculiar that Lin Yu seemed to regard Yu Qingning as impoverished. After all, she was the CEO of the Yi Corporation. Wait, Xiao Wanyin suddenly realized the underlying issue. This man appeared oblivious to Yu Qingning's true identity. Lin Yu stated matter-of-factly, there are cameras in the house. I will not conceal your visit from my wife, as that would be unfair to her. Xiao Huanin, retracting the card, tentatively inquired. Do you know how vast the income disparity is between Yu Qingning and myself? I can offer you no less than 300,000 a month. Lin Yu displayed little patience, promptly issuing an eviction notice. Indeed, the sum you provide me in a month equals my wife's annual earnings. Yet I still wish to ask you to leave. There are many individuals far superior to you. Xiao Huanin realized that her dear friend had failed to disclose her true identity to Lin Yu. No wonder she trusted this person so implicitly. Her probing had been unnecessary. How infuriating. She felt like a fool, having played the villain only to be lectured. Biting her lower lip, she declared, "You shall not regret this." Lin Yu remained silent, moving to the door to open it for her. "Miss Qiao, take care, and no need for farewells. This time." Xiao Huanin refrained from further words and departed directly. Although Lin Yu was of commendable character, she felt inexplicably aggrieved, for his expression and tone had been rather fierce. Once Xiao Huanin had left, Lin Yu exhaled in relief. He had likely offended her wife as so-called friend, yet it mattered little. He believed it was prudent to alert her wife to steer clear of such friendships. Shen Yinqing had been thoroughly brainwashed by her good friend Li Si. Becoming the irrational person she was now, her views on love distorted, behaving like a shrew. Was it worth rejecting 5 million for Yu Qingning? He wasn't certain how others perceived it, but to him, it was worthwhile. Downstairs, in a Porsche, Xiao Huanin found herself in a bemused state. The good news was that her best friend had found a man of excellent character, handsome as well. Aside from lacking a background, he was a perfect score. The bad news was that she felt somewhat wronged and unhappy. Since her earliest memories, she had never been spoken to in such a manner. Her parents had cherished her, and everyone at home regarded her as a little princess. However, she bore no ill will towards Lin Yu, for she had indeed behaved like a treacherous friend. It was her brother who suffered, toiling abroad while the one he adored had already married. Alas, her stoic brother lacked the ability to express his feelings, focusing solely on self-improvement in hopes that she might notice him. Xiao Huanin had initially intended to expose this so-called freeloader and compel Yu Qingning to see through his true identity and divorce him. However, to her surprise, he was not a freeloader at all. Consequently, as a good friend, she could only extend her blessings. This was not betrayal, but neutrality. So long as Yu Qingning was content and he treated her well, she had no objections. As for her stoic brother, if he remained passive in his affections, he should brace himself for a lifetime of unrequited love. Just as she prepared to have the bodyguard drive her, she received a message from her brother. Xiao Ziyuan, have you returned to the country? Chapter 36. The Warm-Hearted Man and the Dog. Xiao Huanin. Yes, I have returned. Xiao Ziyuan, have you seen Yu Qingning? Upon reading her brother's message, Xiao Huanin couldn't help but roll her eyes. Indeed, every time this brother messages her, it is solely to inquire about Yu Qingning's well-being. Showing little regard for his own sister, Xiao Huanin replied, "Not much. She is going to discuss a collaboration today." Xiao Ziyuan responded, "If you see her, please let me know how she has been faring lately." Xiao Huanin replied, "Brother, you truly are a warm-hearted person, but I suggest you ask her yourself." She sighed, finding it difficult to convey this news, fearing that her brother might be unable to withstand the impact and would spiral into despair abroad. Some matters are best left until his return to the country. He never takes the initiative to express concern. It always falls to her as his sister, leaving her uncertain whether his affection lies with Yu Qingning or if he simply wishes her well. She finally comprehended why others say that warm-hearted men often fall behind. Her brother likely could only stand back and push others forward. Xiao Ziyuan added, "By the way, I will be returning home in a while." Xiao Huanin asked, "What brings you back?" He replied, "Obsession." She chose not to respond further, instead falling into contemplation. Xiao Ziyuan had been abroad longer than Xiao Huanin, where he had built a successful career. His sudden return was most likely due to Yu Qingning. After all, who else could possibly prompt such an abrupt homecoming? However, she no longer wished to involve herself in this matter, having just played the fool. She vowed never to meddle in others' romantic affairs again to avoid a repeat of today's predicament. At the bridal shop, Shen Yinqing was selecting wedding dresses with Lu Qingge. Just 3 days away from the wedding, she needed to choose a gown quickly to surprise Lin Yu at the ceremony, showcasing just how wonderful she truly was. As for the cost of the dress, it would naturally be covered by Lu Qingge initially, with Lin Yu settling the expense after the wedding. Over the past few days, she had been thoroughly exasperated, with her family constantly urging her to collect the betrothal gifts from Lin Yu. She planned to have her parents present their demands at the wedding, confident that Lin Yu would have no choice but to comply. Shen Yinqing was captivated by the wedding dresses in the store. Chinga, this gown looks absolutely stunning, especially the one she was currently eyeing, which appeared exceedingly luxurious. Crafted from top-tier fabric and designed with a slimming fishbone corset. Lu Chinga's expression, however, was less than cheerful. He was indifferent to the gown's aesthetics, only concerned with its price. After all, it was he who would need to cover the cost, and his savings might not suffice. With a forced smile, he suggested, "Sister Shen, why don't we try some of the more affordable options over there?" Shen Yinqing frowned at the simpler styles on the other side. Chinga, this is my first wedding. How can I possibly settle for a cheaper gown? Can a dress costing just a few thousand be suitable? You wouldn't want me to wear such a cheap wedding dress when I get married, would you? Lu Chinga forced a smile. Of course, I hope not. It's just that I don't have that much money in my account, only 50,000. Shen Yinqing furrowed her brow slightly. This dress only costs a few thousand. Chinga, consider it a loan from your sister. I will have Lin Yu transfer it back to you later. She fondled the wedding gown and reassured, rest assured. When has your sister ever let you suffer losses? After careful consideration, Lu Chinga found her reasoning quite sound. This expenditure would indeed be an investment, guaranteed to yield returns. Lin Yu would certainly reimburse the amount when he married Shen Yinqing, and she had also mentioned her efforts to secure a home for him. Suddenly, Lu Chinga felt less pain over the expenditure and promptly handed her his bank card. Sister Shen, feel free to use it. When the time comes for the wedding, you will undoubtedly be the most beautiful bride. Shen Yinqing snorted lightly. Naturally, I will be the focal point of the entire event. She added, I'm going to try on the dress now. It will be my first time wearing a wedding gown for you to see. At 9:30 in the evening, Yi Qingning finally returned home. After landing, she had instructed Chen Xiaoxiao to hasten her return. As she stepped through the door, the tantalizing aroma of food wafted through the air. Lin Yu emerged from the kitchen, carrying a plate of braised pork. Qingning, you're back. He had received the news earlier and calculated the timing perfectly to prepare a meal just as his wife returned, ensuring that the freshly made dishes were served at their most delectable. Yi Qingning nodded gently, her surprise evident. You made so much today? The table was adorned with 3 dishes and a soup, yet there were only 2 of them at home, far too much for a single meal. Lin Yu smiled lightly. Because someone mentioned she was craving my cooking, I decided to make a bit more. Yi Qingning's cheeks flushed slightly as she feigned ignorance. Who said that? Lin Yu chuckled. A certain miss, you mentioned it to me. Do you know her? Yi Qingning replied, I don't know her, but she must be quite beautiful. The two exchanged glances and couldn't help but laugh. For some reason, they both relished this simple daily routine. It required no grand gestures, and the ordinary moments were enough to quicken their heartbeats. Lin Yu inquired with concern, do you want to take a shower first? Yi Qingning shook her head. Let us eat first. I'm a bit hungry. She had been busy all day without eating much, and her stomach had begun to protest. Her digestive system had never been particularly strong, and she had been holding back for quite some time. After serving the dishes, Lin Yu rummaged through the drawer in the living room and retrieved some stomach medicine, saying, I've taken out your medication. Remember to take it half an hour after you finish your meal. Yi Qingning paused. How did you know my stomach was upset? Lin Yu explained, when you walked in. Your complexion was noticeably off, and considering you've been busy all day, I assumed you hadn't eaten anything. He added casually, I'm not oblivious. I know your stomach isn't in the best condition. Yi Qingning felt a surge of indescribable emotion within her, and she pursed her lips, saying, thank you. Lin Yu teased, come on, I'm your husband. Saying thank you makes it seem like we're not close. After last night's wildness, why are we acting so distant today? As Yi Qingning recalled the events of the previous night, a blush involuntarily crept onto her cheeks. You rogue, she retorted. Lin Yu, undeterred, shot back. Who was the one who took the initiative last night? With a frown, Yi Qingning declared, let us not speak for an hour. Lin Yu, puzzled, inquired. Not speak? What part of that? Yi Qingning was taken aback. It suddenly dawned on her that her understanding of this man was still rather shallow. How could he conjure such absurd phrases? In his presence, she felt like a novice. She resolved not to engage with Lin Yu until after their meal. Nevertheless, she took the initiative to serve him food and wash the dishes. Anger aside, certain chores had to be done. She couldn't let all the work fall on her husband. After all, he wasn't a stay-at-home spouse. Observing Yi Qingning as she sulked while eating, Lin Yu found her quite endearing. Despite her poised, aloof demeanor, she could still exude an adorable charm. After their meal, Lin Yu intended to discuss something that had transpired that afternoon. He looked earnestly at Yi Qingning and said, Qingning, there is something I need to tell you. It's rather outrageous, and I hope you won't be angry after hearing it. Yi Qingning raised an eyebrow in curiosity. What could possibly make me angry? She was somewhat bewildered. She was trained to remain composed, only losing her temper when provoked. Of course, that was stating the obvious. Lin Yu took a deep breath. Your best friend wants to support me financially. Chapter 37. Is he fully responsible? I'm terrified. Yi Qingning was taken aback. What did you say? Your friend wants to support you? Are you feverish? Lin Yu explained. I mean your closest friend, Xiao Waning. She came looking for me today. He recounted the events of that afternoon in detail. Yi Qingning was dumbfounded. What on earth was Xiao Waning doing? Coming to her home and wanting to support her husband? However, it didn't take long for her to piece together the situation. It was likely that Xiao Waning had secretly investigated Lin Yu and felt uneasy about him. What troubled her most was whether her identity as the president of the Yi Corporation had been discovered. Tentatively, she asked, what else did she say? About me? Lin Yu shook his head, nothing more. Yi Qingning let out a sigh of relief, her smile returning. Just ignore her. She is a bit unhinged. It's best if you limit your interactions with her. Clearly, it was time to confront that foolish friend of hers. It was utterly inexplicable. She was undoubtedly envious of Yi Qingning for having found a husband so swiftly, leading to her own feelings of imbalance. Fortunately, her identity remained concealed. Otherwise, Lin Yu might be quite upset now. She has begun to trust Lin Yu, yet the challenges she faces are considerably greater. Her identity may profoundly impact him. Will her background impose undue pressure on Lin Yu? After all, men are inherently competitive, and no one wishes to be deceived. Lin Yu furrowed his brow, pondering. Is it truly that simple? What if she attempts to sow discord between us? Lin Yu, that won't happen, Yi Qingning reassured him as she gently embraced him. If she tries to meddle in our relationship, I will firmly distance myself from her. But she is not that kind of person. Do you not trust her? And do you doubt me as well? As Lin Yu felt the softness of her embrace, his worries inexplicably dissipated. Indeed, given Yi Qingning's character, would she genuinely heed the opinions of outsiders? His concern stemmed largely from the deep shadows cast by Shun Yinqing's actions. Nevertheless, Yi Qingning is now his wife, and he chooses to believe in her unconditionally. With a tender caress of her head, Lin Yu declared, Yes, I trust you. A mischievous smile suddenly graced his lips. My dear, it's getting late. Perhaps you should take a shower first, as there is still work to be done later. Yi Qingning's ears flushed slightly as she playfully punched his chest. You rogue. Then, in a soft voice, she added, the meal you prepared tonight was delicious. I might reward you with a little something. Upon hearing the mention of a reward, Lin Yu felt a thrill of anticipation. Shall we shower together? Yi Qingning did not decline, but nodded gently. This was her duty as a wife, certainly not merely because she wished to bathe with Lin Yu. With only 2 days remaining until the wedding, Yi Qingning dedicated her holiday to work, only finding time in the afternoon. Thus, in the morning, Lin Yu drove with Ma Jie and Liang Yong to the wedding venue to assess the preparations. In the afternoon, he planned to take Yi Qingning to select her wedding dress. With only 2 days left, every detail of the arrangements needed thorough examination. The venue was a tranquil outdoor lawn in the suburban park, chosen for its serene atmosphere and the couple's desire for a modest celebration. As Yi Qingning had opted not to invite her family, it may take some time for Lin Yu to meet them. On the road, Ma Jie and Liang Yong sat in the back seat while Lin Yu drove. Ma Jie remarked, There's nothing quite like a new car. The aesthetics and interior are impressive. Yang Yong concurred, Indeed, I had considered purchasing one myself, but I opted for a gas vehicle as my first car. An electric one will be my second. Ma Jie rolled his eyes and retorted, Are you even able to afford that? You should just buy a BYD and drive for ride-hailing services. Liang Yong countered. Is it wrong to dream? Yet, I truly envy Brother Yu, buying a car and a house, and soon marrying. The wedding is just around the corner. Ma Jie inquired, You go. Are you not rehearsing for your wedding? Are there no groomsmen or bridesmaids? Is the ceremony truly this simplistic? Lin Yu, while steering the car, replied, This time, I prefer to keep it simple. Later, I will host a grand celebration, and I will certainly invite you both to serve as groomsmen. The trio engaged in light banter, lamenting how swiftly graduation had approached, pondering that Lin Yu might soon embrace fatherhood. To this day, neither had met his fiancée, their curiosity piqued. Faced with their persistent inquiries, Lin Yu conceded, Once we arrive, I shall show you the wedding photos. This momentarily quelled their curiosity, just as the two settled into silence. A heavy-duty truck abruptly changed lanes and barreled toward Lin Yu's vehicle. The truck swerved into oncoming traffic, not for overtaking, but rather due to the sparse traffic on this rural road. Lin Yu reacted with remarkable swiftness, sharply turning the steering wheel to evade the impending collision. Had he hesitated for even a fraction of a second, he would have been crushed beneath the truck's weight. Having driven for many years, he had never encountered such a perilous situation, and a cold sweat cascaded down his spine as he felt a rush of dread. The truck had evidently aimed directly for him, raising suspicions of foul play. In the back seat, his companions, having neglected to fasten their seatbelts, were flung against one another. What on earth just happened? Don't tailgate me so closely. Yugo, what transpired? As he prepared to exit the vehicle to confront the situation, he noticed the truck sped away without a backward glance. Fortunately, his dashcam would have captured the license plate, although he feared it might not be the vehicle's original registration. Restarting his car, Lin Yu found his speed diminished. Majia rubbed his sore head. Yugo, what was that all about? Yong. Rising from Majia's lap as if recovering from a minor skirmish, exclaimed, that hurt like hell. Lin Yu's expression turned grave. That truck suddenly swerved into oncoming traffic. If I hadn't reacted quickly, we would have been in serious trouble. Yong, feeling slightly dazed, retorted, what is there to be afraid of? If we had collided, it would have been entirely his fault. He was driving against traffic and changed lanes. With no other vehicles around, he'd be liable for everything. Lin Yu, exasperated, snapped back. Are you out of your mind? What do you mean entirely at fault? Of course, I fear for my life. Do you think I would willingly crash into him? Only for him to claim he mistook it for a speed bump? What then? We would all be fighting for survival. Majia could no longer contain himself and kicked Liang Yong lightly. No matter how much he'd have to pay, you need to be alive to spend it. Have you lost your senses? Lin Yu, looking somber, declared, we won't be going to the wedding venue just yet. We need to report this incident. I have a nagging suspicion that this was intentional, and the situation is far from straightforward. Chapter 38. The first wedding dress of one's life. After addressing the earlier incident at the police station, the three finally set off for the countryside park. Lin Yu chose not to inform Yi Qingming about this ordeal, wishing to spare her any unnecessary worry, as he remained uncertain if he had offended anyone. He meticulously calculated that throughout his life, the number of people he had offended was few and far between. His emotional intelligence was commendable, and he enjoyed a favorable reputation within the company as well as a pristine social life. From his perspective, he could not fathom anyone capable of such actions. The Shin family was certainly not involved. They were not the type to engage in unlawful activities. As for Lu Qingge, he was merely a timid and troublesome individual, with savings insufficient even to purchase a modest vehicle. Although he was confident that he hadn't wronged anyone, it was evident that someone had set their sights on him. Otherwise, the sudden appearance of a vehicle barreling towards him in an open area was inexplicable. Could it have been a case of drunkenness? Yet it was not even nightfall. Lin Yu's mind was in disarray, which stirred a sense of agitation within him, but reason urged him to exercise caution while driving in the near future. After conducting a thorough inspection of the wedding venue and finding no issues, he returned to prepare for picking up his wife from work. As they were to visit a bridal shop in the afternoon, at the Lu residence, Lu Chuan furrowed his brow. Didn't he collide? Was the license plate changed? Utterly useless. He had stayed up late the previous night, with a half-naked woman beside him, and he scolded, get lost. The startled woman quickly donned her clothing and hurried out of Lu Chuan's room, not forgetting to take the bank card he had tossed to her. Lu Chuan cursed coldly. What a wretched woman. To him, women he had slept with were utterly unremarkable. He was wealthy enough to replace them whenever he grew weary. He continued speaking on the phone, assuring the caller that there was no need for concern, as the Lu family had connections that would keep them under the radar. He retrieved a pack of cigarettes from the bedside, extracting one to smoke. They can't even handle such trivial matters. What a bunch of incompetents. He had considered directly eliminating Lin Yu, but such an approach was far too conspicuous and fraught with peril. To act so openly would be tantamount to provoking Yi Qingming, and he dared not contemplate her wrath. If it were to appear as an accident, he could simply deny involvement. Without evidence, she would be unable to definitively accuse him. Lu Chuan flicked the ash from his cigarette and dialed a number, instructing someone to inform the head of the Yi family about Yi Qingming's impending marriage. To his knowledge, the Yi family patriarch was closely allied with the Lin family head, even wishing for Yi Qingming to marry the Lin family's only son. Lu Chuan had never heard of another son in the Lin family. He had learned of this only recently. The Lin family was notoriously discreet, and Lu Chuan recalled his father's warnings against offending them, lest he suffer severe consequences. He held a healthy fear of his father. Though he could not possess Yi Qingming, he was determined that this fool should not have her either. Just because one bore the surname Lin did not mean they were entitled to claim kinship with the Lin family. Lu Chuan let out a cold laugh in due time. If the Lin family feels insulted, I won't even need to intervene. How dare anyone vie for a daughter-in-law from the Lin family? In the afternoon, at the bridal shop, Lin Yu escorted Yi Qingming to a rather upscale wedding dress store in Jiangxing. Regarding the budget for the wedding dress, he has allocated approximately 100,000. He does not wish to purchase something overly inexpensive, as marriage is one of life's most significant milestones. It is essential for his bride to wear a beautiful gown on her first experience as a bride. He aims to provide the utmost sense of ceremony. Recently, he sold his house, and he still possesses a considerable amount of savings. Although he is not from a wealthy background, he is determined to offer the best to the one he loves. The sales assistant, in accordance with Lin Yu's requests, guided him to the appropriate section. This area features wedding dresses crafted by esteemed designers, with prices ranging from 50,000 to 100,000. Should he desire something even more luxurious, high-end couture requires a 6-month advance reservation. With the wedding only 2 days away, Lin Yu lacks the time to order a new gown. He already finds these designer pieces to be quite exquisite. Nevertheless, he needs to consult his fiancée Yi's opinion. Lin Yu turned to Yi Qingming. Are these acceptable? This was Yi Qingming's first visit to a bridal shop, and she was captivated by the beautiful gowns on display, never having imagined that such exquisite dresses could adorn her. However, she wondered if the burden of a wedding dress might be too great for Lin Yu. She instinctively empathized with him, not wishing for him to feel overwhelmed. After a moment of hesitation, she asked, "Isn't it too expensive?" Lin Yu chuckled and shook his head. "Not at all. My wife must wear the most beautiful gown." The sales assistant observed this newlywed couple, unable to suppress a hint of envy. "What you say is indeed true, sir. Marriage is a significant event in life, and this is one of the rare occasions you will wear a wedding dress." Having worked in the bridal shop for several years, every time she sold a gown, she envisioned her own wedding. Yet, she remained unmarried, simply envious of the happiness radiating from each newlywed couple, particularly this pair, who were both strikingly attractive and appeared deeply in love, unhesitatingly spending around 100,000 on a dress. Lin Yu remarked, "This one seems rather nice. Would you like to try it on?" He pointed to a gown featuring a collar design, adorned with gemstones, a satin ribbon bow at the waist embellished with jewelry, multiple layers of sheer fabric, and a voluminous skirt, particularly highlighted by the exquisitely delicate lace patterns. The sales assistant quickly interjected, "Sir, you have a keen eye? This is a creation from one of our top collaborating designers. The embellishments are all handcrafted and meticulously considered. Currently, this is the only piece in the store, priced at 98,000. She maintained a professional smile. "Miss, if you're fond of it, you may try it on for the gentleman to see." Yi Qingming was momentarily taken aback. She had not contemplated the selection of a wedding dress before, and the sudden decision left her uncertain about what to choose. However, Lin Yu had provided her with a choice. She examined the gown, finding no flaws, as the design resonated with her preferences. Was this a moment of tacit understanding? Lin Yu had intuitively selected a style she favored. Surprised yet pleased, she gently nodded. "Then I shall give it a try." This was personally selected by her husband. How could she not try it on for him? The first wedding dress of her life was chosen by Lin Yu, and her heart brimmed with joy. Yi Qingming nodded and slowly spoke, "Then I shall give it a try." Her tone conveyed a wealth of emotion, a stark contrast to her previously icy demeanor. Lin Yu, too, eagerly anticipated the sight of his stunning wife adorned in bridal attire. Although it was Yi Qingming wearing the wedding dress, his heart raced with excitement and anxiety. Lin Yu urged her with a smile, "Hurry along now." Chapter 39. A decision made without consent? I disagree. After approximately 20 minutes, a breathtaking woman emerged from the fitting room, clad in a wedding gown. Yi Qingming wore a subtle touch of makeup today, enhancing her already exquisite features to a flawless perfection. Dressed in this exquisite wedding gown, she instantly became the center of attention. As she gracefully walked out, her hands delicately lifted the hem of her gown, exuding an air of noble elegance. The moment Lin Yu laid eyes on Yi Qingming, he was momentarily stunned, his heart skipping a beat. Yi Qingming was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. No one could resist the allure of witnessing their beloved in a wedding dress. Lin Yu's heartbeat quickened, and he could almost hear the thumping of his heart in his ears. Yi Qingming turned to Lin Yu, her expression slightly awkward. "So, what do you think? Do you like it?" Lin Yu swallowed hard, nodding dumbly. "I love it. It's absolutely stunning." Upon seeing Lin Yu's reaction, Yi Qingming felt a sense of affirmation within her, her lips curving into a slight smile. She was pleased with Lin Yu's response. proving that she possessed a charm that could capture his heart. Lin Yu's smile broadened, almost impossible to contain, as he inquired, "Would you like to try on a few more?" Yi Qingning shook her head. "Just this one. This is the one you chose for me, and I adore it." She was the type to fall in love at first sight. Subsequent encounters with similar items would never evoke the same fondness as the initial one. This was akin to her approach to love. The secret to her happiness lay in discovering a particularly beautiful shell on the beach, leading her to never return to the shore. Perhaps there were other lovely shells, but none could compare to hers, for it belonged to her. Lin Yu was the finest shell she had ever encountered. Meanwhile, at the Yi family villa, Yi Chengyuan fumed with rage. "What is this? Does my daughter not need to inform us of her marriage? Who is this man?" He had painstakingly persuaded Lin Zhenghua to arrange a meeting between his missing son and his daughter. The union between the Lin and Yi families was not only a match of equals but also a powerful alliance. Now, someone had informed him that his daughter had secretly registered her marriage with a man of unknown origin. His mood was explosive, and he felt an overwhelming urge to tear this man apart on the spot. For so many years, he had nurtured the little cabbage, only to have it uprooted by a wild boar. His feelings could scarcely be described by mere anger. Yi Chengyuan, in a fit of rage, overturned the tea table, shattering the teaware upon the floor, prompting the butler to rush in to tidy up the mess. Even the elderly lady on the first floor was startled by the commotion. Rarely did Yi Chengyuan exhibit such a state. He was generally perceived as gentle, and this stark contrast left everyone hesitant to approach him. The butler presented a document to Yi Chengyuan, who, suppressing his fury, scanned its contents. An ordinary man. What right did he have to marry Qingning? Even if she harbored feelings for him, at the very least, he should have met her parents and sought their opinion. What was the intention behind this? Was it a case of acting first and reporting later? His anger was not merely directed at Qingning's decision to wed an ordinary man. It stemmed from her failure to consult him on such a significant matter. Marriage was of utmost importance. How could one not discuss it with their father? Once the elderly lady regained her composure, she advanced to admonish him. "What are you shouting about? Why create such a ruckus at home? Do you wish to frighten me to death?" Despite being the head of the family, he dared not show disrespect in her presence. Yi Chengyuan quickly clarified, "Mother, I didn't mean to." The elderly lady retorted, "Qingning is almost 25. She possesses the capacity to discern right from wrong. If she doesn't marry now, she'll soon be considered a leftover woman. Is it not a good thing to obtain a marriage certificate now?" This time, Yi Chengyuan stood his ground. "Is Qingning's decision correct? Stay out of it. Just enjoy your life at home." The elderly lady shot back, "When your father was alive, you never acted so defiantly. Now you choose to bully this old woman. Is that it?" Yi Chengyuan, feeling helpless, responded, "That is not my intention, mother. Please, just let me handle this matter. I am the head of the family now." The elderly lady insisted, "Nonsense. They are already married. Are you suggesting divorce? I warn you. If you act recklessly, I won't hold back." Yi Chengyuan coldly replied, "At least for now, the wedding cannot proceed. This man has yet to earn my approval. And as for divorce, I can only promise not to pressure her for the time being." Seeing Yi Chengyuan's unwavering stance, the elderly lady realized she had no recourse and could only attempt to speak well of her granddaughter, though she could not alter Yi Chengyuan's mindset. After all, he was her son. From Yi Chengyuan's perspective, a woman silently acquired a marriage certificate without informing her family and was hastily preparing for a wedding in a matter of days. How could he possibly maintain a pleasant demeanor? He instructed the butler, "Notify the young lady to return home. I have important matters to discuss with her." Then, addressing the elderly lady, he added, "Mother, you are not to inform her. I need to have a proper conversation with my daughter." The elderly lady sighed in resignation. "You two should talk amiably and avoid any quarrels." After selecting a wedding dress and leaving the home address, the payment was promptly settled with a card by Lin Yu. "Spending money on my wife evokes no sense of remorse, but rather a feeling of accomplishment, particularly when it comes to purchasing a wedding dress for the woman I cherish." On the way home, Yi Qingning felt a twinge of concern. Would she think it too extravagant? She certainly did not lack the financial means. Her assets could easily afford wedding dresses priced in the hundreds of thousands. Yet not everyone possesses such wealth. For an ordinary person like Lin Yu, a sum of 100,000 is indeed considerable. Lin Yu smiled and said, "Qingning, do you know why I specifically had you choose this price? It is because I wish to give you the very best I can offer. In truth, given your beauty and various qualities, you could have opted for something even more luxurious, something that men earning millions annually could provide. In comparison, I do not possess many remarkable traits, yet you chose me. Therefore, I am determined to give you my utmost because you are my wife. Yi Qingning refuted. No, you have many merits. To me, you are the irreplaceable Lin Yu. And I am fortunate to have encountered you, truly fortunate. She gazed at Lin Yu earnestly and said, Your desire to give me your best is not solely because I am your wife, but because I am the one you love, is it not? Lin Yu did not deny it, nodding in affirmation. Indeed, although our time together has been brief, I can feel my heart begin to beat for you. Yi Qingning's lips curled into a slight smile as she nodded in satisfaction. Mr. Lin, congratulations. You have completed the most crucial step before our wedding. Chapter 40. The wedding is about to begin. Can't reach my wife? Upon arriving at the base of the apartment complex, Yi Qingning received a message from Yi Qingyuan requesting her to return home. Since taking over the Yi family business, her visits home had become infrequent, limited to occasions of significant importance. Although she was unsure of the reason, she knew she needed to go back. Lin Yu noticed a change in Yi Qingning's demeanor and, curious, inquired, Qingning, what's wrong? Is the company's owner looking for you? Yi Qingning shook her head. It's nothing, just a matter at home that I need to attend to. You can head back first. Lin Yu nodded. All right. What would you like to eat tonight? I've created a small program for ordering. I'll send it to you shortly so you can select your meal. Yi Qingning smiled faintly. Got it. Before leaving, she quickly planted a kiss on Lin Yu's cheek. He touched his face, momentarily taken aback, pleasantly surprised that Yi Qingning had become more proactive even in public. Was this a result of his influence? With their wedding just 2 days away, his excitement grew. Had the time of hardship finally come to an end? Yi family, first floor living room. As soon as Yi Qingning returned home, she sensed that the atmosphere was somewhat off. Yi Qingyuan sat silently in the living room, not even bothering to greet her. Instantly, Yi Qingning discerned that her father was likely upset, and she had a nagging suspicion that it was connected to something unpleasant. She feigned nonchalance as she entered the living room and took a seat. With an impassive expression, Yi Qingning inquired, Father, did you summon me for a specific reason? Yi Qingyuan's temples throbbed, and he furrowed his brow. Aren't you going to offer an explanation? Yi Qingning, maintaining her composure, pretended not to understand. What matter? Witnessing his daughter's refusal to acknowledge the truth and her willingness to conceal it for the sake of a stranger, his emotions could no longer be contained. Yi Qingyuan produced irrefutable evidence. Look for yourself. Did you think you could hide this so well? Is there truly such a thing as a wall that is impenetrable? How long did you intend to keep this from me? Upon seeing the evidence, Yi Qingning felt little surprise, for she had anticipated this confrontation, though the moment had come sooner than she had expected. She was not yet pregnant. The rice had not yet been cooked before Yi Qingyuan uncovered her secret. She had not intended to keep this from her family indefinitely, for otherwise it would not have been so easily investigated. Under normal circumstances, no one would delve into such matters. Hence someone had deliberately uncovered the truth and presented it to Yi Qingyuan. Yi Qingning had a shrewd suspicion of who it might be and responded with a cold smirk. Had I truly wished to deceive you, you would remain in ignorance. Yi Qingyuan, filled with exasperation, chastised, I have yet to inform your mother of this matter. Do you comprehend the significance of marriage? You are behaving recklessly. I entrusted the Yi Corporation to you because I believed you to be intelligent. Yet now I see you are foolishly enamored by such an ordinary man. Yi Qingming replied with indifference, Father, you do not understand him. He is far from ordinary. And I have deep feelings for him. Yi Qingyuan glared at her in fury. Yi Qingning, I have already discussed with Uncle Lin about introducing you to his son. Do you grasp what our alliance with the Lin family signifies? You now choose a man of humble background. The mere thought of his daughter claiming ignorance about this man stoked his anger. After nurturing her for so many years, how could she turn her back on him for someone as unremarkable as Lin Yu? Yi Qingyuan declared, as long as I am here, he shall never cross the threshold of the Yi family. Mark my words. Yi Qingming's brow furrowed slightly. Father, I implore you not to interfere with my romantic choices. I refuse to be a mere pawn in a familial alliance. Please understand this. In a fit of rage that twisted into mockery, Yi Qingyuan laughed. Very well. Truly, my beloved daughter, these years have spoiled you terribly, setting aside the fact that you have yet to introduce him to us. The mere absence of an invitation to your wedding has already tarnished my opinion of Lin Yu. As long as I am alive, you shall not marry. Yi Qingming sensed an unsettling tension and rose to leave. Yet, the door was abruptly shut by a bodyguard, while 2 more approached and stood beside her, preventing her from departing. Yi Qingyuan sternly commanded, take her phone. Yi Qingning, feeling a surge of anxiety, exclaimed, Yi Qingyuan, what do you intend to do? I am your daughter. Are you really going to confine me at home? There are matters at the company that require my attention. Yi Qingyuan spoke calmly. Rest assured. At most I will keep you at home for 3 days. Once the wedding concludes, I will personally discuss your divorce with Lin Yu. He glanced at his watch and added, from this moment forth, you are to remain within the confines of the Yi family villa for 72 hours. Ensure she is closely monitored. I will have your assistant manage the affairs of Yi Corporation in the meantime. Yi Qingning was taken aback by her father's determination to confine her at home, leaving her disappointed in him. The elderly matriarch, observing this scene from the second floor, felt a pang of sympathy for her granddaughter. In her younger years, she too had endured a tumultuous relationship with her late husband. And seeing her granddaughter's plight reminded her of her own struggles. The wedding was set to commence the day after tomorrow, and Yi Qingning's phone had been confiscated, leaving her without any means to contact Lin Yu. Yi Qingyuan was genuinely enraged this time. He showed no concern for the potential losses the Yi Corporation might incur due to Yi Qingning's absence. He had employed numerous individuals to guard the villa, resolutely preventing her from attending the wedding. Confined to her room, Yi Qingning felt a surge of anxiety but could think of no way to escape her predicament, as Lin Yu was unaware of her whereabouts and she could not reach him. That evening, the elderly matriarch knocked on Yi Qingning's door, her voice laced with concern. Qingning, you haven't eaten all afternoon. At least come out for a glass of water? Your stomach cannot handle this. Yi Qingning remained silent, lacking any appetite, and was resolutely engaging in a hunger strike as a form of protest. She was gambling on her grandmother's compassion. Outside the door, the matriarch sighed. Though she had initially wished to remain uninvolved, her heart ached for her granddaughter. Meanwhile, Lin Yu had begun to feel anxious about being unable to reach his wife. He contemplated contacting the authorities, but was aware that a missing person report for adults required a wait of over 48 hours. In less than 48 hours, their wedding was to take place, yet the bride seemed unreachable. Typically, she would message him around this time, as she was usually back by now. He had assumed Yi Qingning was merely busy, but she had always found time to respond even during her hectic moments. A sense of unease crept over Lin Yu. Something might have gone awry. However, he felt utterly powerless to connect with her. He could only hope that she was simply preoccupied and had overlooked his messages. Just as Lin Yu was becoming increasingly distressed, an unfamiliar phone call interrupted him. Believing it to be Yi Qingning, he hurriedly answered. May I speak with Mr. Lin Yu? This is the Jiang City Police Department. We have information regarding an incident from 20 years ago. Lin Yu abruptly hung up and blocked the number, dismissing it as yet another scam call. If the police had something significant to discuss, they would have approached him in person. He scoffed at the typical tactics of such fraudsters, questioning how he could have committed a crime 2 decades ago when he was so young. As he was about to depart for the Yi Family Corporation, his phone chimed with a message from Yi Qingning's number. It was not a green bubble message, but rather a conventional text, consisting of only a few terse words. Do not worry, she is fine. She will attend the wedding. Upon reading this message, Lin Yu felt the anxiety that had gripped him begin to dissipate. The only individuals capable of sending him a message from this number were either Yi Qingning herself or someone very close to her. Thus, it was evident that if they were unfamiliar with him, they would not have reached out. At the very least, he no longer needed to fret excessively about Yi Qingning's safety. Curiosity swelled within Lin Yu, wondering what had transpired, while he felt a peculiar sense of helplessness. With merely a day remaining until the wedding, the bridal shop had already arranged for the wedding gown to be delivered, which he had placed in his home. He sent a message to Yi Qingning as a gentle reminder. His heart raced with unease, and his thoughts spiraled into a tumult of speculation. His state of mind at work today was far from optimal, as various possibilities danced through his mind. Could it be a ruse for the bride price? Surely not. She hadn't taken the bank card designated for the bride price, and they had already registered their marriage. Moreover, he had unwavering faith in his instincts. Yi Qingning loved him, and he loved her in return. His thoughts were chaotic, and he could not fathom the reason for her sudden disappearance. Yet, he firmly believed that she would make an appearance. At the Shun residence, Shen Yinqing grasped Li Chui's shoulders, exclaiming, Mother, tomorrow I shall be wed. You must rally our family for support. Li Chui thumped her chest confidently, assuring her, rest assured, your maternal family is your greatest strength. The transportation fees and the greeting gifts must not be overlooked. She huffed, if Lin Yu dares to hold back, we shall create a scene at the wedding. Recently discharged from the hospital, Shannon echoed her sentiments vigorously. Indeed, if my brother-in-law refuses to provide the bride price, he shall not take my sister away. Shen Yinqing's face radiated with joy. You all must stand by me tomorrow. I have reserved a banquet at a 5-star restaurant to impress our relatives. Although Lin Yu had not reached out to her during this time, she understood that he simply sought an opportunity to ease into the situation. She was certain that her presence at the wedding would bring him to tears. Perhaps, he would even be willing to give her his all. She had her own insights into managing men, much of which she had learned from her dear friend, Li Li. With this in mind, she picked up the phone and called Li Li, saying, "My dear friend, you shall be my bridesmaid tomorrow, and feel free to request any amount for the red envelope." Li Li replied confidently, "Do not worry, I will ensure you do not lose face. As you marry Lin Yu tomorrow, you must assert your dominance." Shen Ninqing scoffed. "I need not your advice. I have already devised my plan to assert my authority." She could vividly envision the scene of Lin Yu pleading before her, and all the hardships she had endured in recent days would be compensated by him. At the Yi family villa, Yi Qingning scarcely touched her food, isolating herself within her room, refusing entry to anyone. The elderly lady knocked gently on the door. "Qingning, may I come in and have a chat with you?" There was no response from Yi Qingning. The elderly lady found the key and opened the door, her heart aching at the sight of her granddaughter seated by the window. She closed the door, holding a bowl of food, and softly encouraged, "Qingning, please eat a little." Yi Qingning shook her head, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Grandma, I don't want to eat anything. I just want to see him." The elderly lady couldn't help but stroke Yi Qingning's head, offering consolation. "It's all right. Tomorrow, I will ensure you can go out." Since her granddaughter had grown up, she had never witnessed such a fragile side of her. This son-in-law meant the world to Yi Qingning, much like her own husband had once meant to her. The elderly lady spoke in hushed tones, only audible to the two of them. Yi Qingning, taken aback, quickly inquired, "Grandma, what did you say? Is that true?" The elderly lady made a shushing gesture. "Rest assured. I have a way for you to go out, but you must eat well." Yi Qingning nodded eagerly, tears shimmering in her eyes as she embraced her grandmother. "Grandma, you are the best." The elderly lady patted her back reassuringly. "Don't worry, I'm here. Your grandfather may be gone, but I am still here to protect you." Yi Qingning asked, "Will my father be home tomorrow?" The elderly lady shook her head. "Don't worry. He has arranged for someone to stay here to watch over things while he attends to the group's affairs. The group cannot function without proper oversight." Suddenly, Yi Qingning seemed to recall something and exclaimed, "Grandma, could you help me retrieve my phone? I need to let Lin Yu know in advance, otherwise, he will surely worry." The elderly lady replied, "Rest assured, I have already informed him using your phone. I will find an opportunity to return it to you tomorrow." Qingning, bravely pursue what you desire without leaving regrets. Let your father witness your determination. That is how your grandfather and I came together. The elderly lady grasped Yi Qingning's hand earnestly. "As for the discussions with your father, leave that to me. He is, after all, my son. If I truly become upset, he wouldn't dare oppose me. I hope for my granddaughter's happiness and trust that Lin Yu will not disappoint you. Grandma loves you dearly. If he ever wrongs you, come to me." Yi Qingning couldn't help but wipe away the tears at the corners of her eyes, despite her usual resilience. Yet, whenever her grandparents were by her side, she found it difficult to maintain her facade of strength. She nodded repeatedly, gazing at her grandmother. "Grandma, I will surely find happiness." On the day of the wedding, Lin Yu had yet to receive any word from Yi Qingning, but he knew he must proceed to the wedding venue. Everything was nearly prepared for the ceremony, yet, unexpectedly, the bride was still missing. However, this time the circumstances were different from before. He was willing to wait for his bride at the venue. The message indicated that Yi Qingning would arrive, and Lin Yu firmly believed she would. Today, Lin Yu donned a deep blue suit, his striking looks and charisma making him the focal point of the event. Ma Jie and Liang Yong were also dressed in formal attire, yet they paled in comparison to Lin Yu. Ma Jie, who drove, was responsible for transporting Lin Yu to the wedding venue. On their way, Ma Jie curiously inquired, "How will the bride arrive?" "I'm quite eager to meet my sister-in-law." Lin Yu fell silent for a moment before responding, "I'm not sure. I don't know where she is at the moment." Ma Jie nearly lost control of the car upon hearing this, his expression one of bewilderment. "What? You don't know where the bride is? You can't be serious." Chapter 42. Wrong wedding venue. That's not possible, Lin Yu stated with unwavering conviction. "What reason would you Qingning have to deceive me? Besides, we are legally married and have shared intimate moments. Perhaps she is simply dealing with something, but she will definitely arrive." Ma Jie, puzzled, asked, "You have such faith in her? Why? You didn't believe me during our drinking session." Lin Yu replied nonchalantly, "I trust her because of my intuition. I don't trust you because I know you. You would surely try to avoid drinking." Ma Jie retorted, "What are you saying? Is that how you perceive me? Liang Yong chuckled. Isn't it possible that you're not just perceived that way by Yugo, but that you truly are that kind of person? Ma Jie snapped. If you can't converse properly, just get out of the car. Lin Yu interjected. Enough, you two, stop arguing. His mood was already quite somber, after all. It was supposed to be a joyous occasion, yet he still had no idea where the bride was. It was truly overwhelming. Meanwhile, at the wedding venue, Shen Yinqing arrived late, adorned in her wedding gown. Confidently, she followed the staff into the ceremony, eagerly anticipating the surprise on Lin Yu's face. The staff directed her. Yes. Enter from here. He picked up the microphone, announcing, the bride is in position. Shen Yinqing forced a smile, which she believed to be exquisite, and declared, Lin Yu, your bride has arrived to save the day. As the music began, the doors swung open, and she gracefully stepped forward. However, as she walked out, her smile abruptly faltered. The previously boisterous venue fell silent at the sight of the bride. Shen Yinqing's eyes widened in confusion as she beheld the unfamiliar groom. Where is Lin Yu? Whispers erupted from the audience. Wait, is the bride mistaken? No, she just arrived downstairs. Who is this? What is happening? Who is she? Shen Yinqing's mind went blank. This was the venue she had previously reserved with Lin Yu. Why had the groom changed to someone else? A possibility emerged in her mind. One that caused her entire being to tremble uncontrollably. It was inconceivable, utterly impossible. Lin Yu, who loved me so dearly, could never truly host a wedding for another woman. Surely, I must have made a mistake. It must be so. Shen Yinqing murmured to herself, oblivious to her right hand trembling incessantly, completely beyond her control. The host of the event, upon realizing the situation through his earpiece, quickly spoke up. Dear bride, you have entered the wrong venue. This is the wedding of Mr. Gu and Miss Wang. Please exit promptly. Seeing Shen Yinqing remain motionless, he signaled to the security personnel below. Understanding his cue, the security staff approached the stage and politely requested, please escort this young lady out. This is someone else's wedding. Shen Yinqing was soon ushered away by the staff. The very same personnel who had initially brought her and was now drenched in sweat. Upon seeing Shen Yinqing, he had assumed the bride had arrived. For who in their right mind would wear a wedding gown to someone else's nuptials? Moreover, he had double-checked the floor and confirmed it before leading her upstairs. Who could have anticipated that this woman was here to create chaos? Now, having caused such a blunder, he worried that the guests, who sought quality service, would lead to his dismissal by the manager. With this thought, he couldn't help but spit in Shen Yinqing's direction. Damn, what bad luck. A lunatic. Who wears a wedding dress to another's wedding? After being expelled from the hotel by security and staff, Shen Yinqing remained in a daze, muttering, it's impossible. Lin Yu would never treat me this way. Lu Qingge had just arrived by taxi and rushed to support Shen Yinqing. Sister Shen, why haven't you gone inside yet? Isn't the wedding about to start? Tears streamed down Shen Yinqing's face as she shook her head vigorously. No, there is no wedding for me here. Lin Yu has betrayed me. He has fallen for someone else. He is a scoundrel. Lu Qingge exclaimed in anger. So Lin Yu is marrying another bride inside? I will go in there and confront him. With that, he rolled up his sleeves, ready to enter, but Shen Yinqing grabbed him firmly. Yes, not here. He must have changed the venue for the wedding. I just asked one of Lin Yu's former classmates, and the wedding had long been relocated. I was completely unaware. At that moment, Li Si, dressed in a bridesmaid's gown, appeared. As she approached the entrance, she spotted Shen Yinqing in a wedding dress, seated on the ground in tears. While Lu Qingge was half supporting her to stand, Li Si hurried over. What's wrong? Shen Yinqing broke down. Lin Yu has truly betrayed me. He is utterly inhumane. After all the years I devoted to him, he can just abandon me. It appears he really intends to marry that vile woman. What should I do? I cannot lose Lin Yu, sob. He is hosting his wedding elsewhere. How can he do this to me? Li Si grasped the situation, realizing Lin Yu's true nature. We must confront him at his wedding and demand an explanation. If he dares not marry you, he must compensate you generously. We will also seek damages for the years lost. Shen Yinqing, sobbing, nodded and said, I can only rely on you for help. Chengge, Li. Let us depart quickly, or we shall miss the opportunity. Subsequently, the three hailed a taxi to the wedding venue. During the ride, Shen Yinqing called her family to explain the situation. Upon learning of the circumstances, Li Chui immediately instructed Shen Weidong to change direction towards the countryside park where Lin Yu was getting married. Her face twisted in anger as she exclaimed, Lin Yu, how dare you take advantage of my daughter for so many years and now leave at your whim? No wonder a relative informed me that we could not enter the hotel. Shenin, realizing that the dowry for his sister's wedding might go unpaid, became anxious. Brother-in-law, This is outrageous. Lin Yu intends to exploit my sister, doesn't he? Just wait until I arrive. I will make him pay. The Shin family was filled with indignation upon hearing this news. How could he just abandon them? They had not received a single penny of the agreed-upon dowry, nor any deposit. They had nearly consumed nothing. Had they received a deposit, they could have simply refused to return it, thus gaining at least 100,000 without further obligation. They could have negotiated more amicably then. Meanwhile, at the Yi family villa, Yi Cheng-yuan had been busy at the office all night and had just returned home. He appeared fatigued and inquired, "Is my daughter still in her room? Has she eaten?" The bodyguard nodded and replied, "She had dinner last night. Old Lady Yi is inside chatting with Mississippi." Yi Cheng-yuan tugged at his tie and sighed. "She certainly gives one no peace of mind." He glanced at the time and thought, in 2 more hours he could let her go. Just as the wedding would be concluding, he would apologize to his daughter and counsel her, ensuring she was not deceived by the sweet words of a man. On the other side, downstairs in the community, Yi Qingning had returned home to Lin Yu, changed into her wedding dress, and hurried downstairs. A Porsche came to a stop before her. Xiao Wanin, wearing sunglasses, said in a low voice, "Qingning, get in the car." Chapter 43. Chairman. The young master has been found. Without hesitation, Yi Qingning entered Xiao Wanin's vehicle. They had arranged this the previous night. In the morning, she had coordinated with her grandmother. And upon coming out, she asked Xiao Wanin to pick her up, as they needed to reach the venue without delay. Lin Yu was waiting for her. She frantically messaged Lin Yu, hoping he would see her texts. Yi Qingning felt an overwhelming urgency. Recalling the messages Lin Yu had sent her over the past days filled her with guilt. She had vanished without a word. And Lin Yu must have been very anxious during her absence. "Can we move any faster?" Yi Qingning asked. Xiao Wanin replied helplessly, "Sister, this is the city. We are still within speed limits, and I am doing my best." She certainly did not want to encounter any issues on the road. At Lin's group. In the chairman's office, Lin Zhengguo was diligently attending to the day's work when a hurried knock sounded at the door. "Chairman." Lin Zhengguo furrowed his brow slightly and said, "Come in." He is not particularly fond of being disturbed while working, yet this assistant, having accompanied him for many years, is well aware of his habits. Unless it is of utmost importance, he would not seek him out. The assistant entered the office, panting, with an unmistakable excitement etched on his face. "Chairman, we found him. The young master has been located." Lin Zhengguo sprang to his feet in disbelief, exclaiming, "What did you say?" Assistant Li hurriedly reiterated, "We found the young master. He was located yesterday, but when the police contacted him, he was skeptical. Here are the details. The police have verified them, and there is no doubt." Lin Zhengguo's mind buzzed with the news, murmuring to himself, "Found him. Finally found him. Shu Yun will be overjoyed." He grasped the assistant's shoulders, his excitement momentarily causing him to lose his composure, shedding the demeanor of the chairman of Lin Corporation. "Old Li, where is my son now? I must take Shu Yun to see him immediately." Old Li quickly replied, "He is currently at his wedding." Lin Zhengguo was taken aback. "Married? I cannot believe that when I finally locate my son, he is in the midst of his wedding. Such a significant event in his son's life could not go uncelebrated it." He declared gravely, "Prepare the car to fetch my wife. Ensure that all gifts and dowries are ready. We must arrive before the conclusion of the ceremony." At the Yi family's villa, a cacophony of shattered porcelain echoed through the living room. Yi Cheng-yuan discovered that Yi Qingning had already departed, his frustration boiling over. "Mother, what are you doing? You are indulging her." The elderly matriarch, her expression stern, retorted, "Are you blaming me?" Upon seeing her countenance, Yi Qing-yuan promptly silenced himself, refraining from further outbursts. He took a deep breath. "Mother, that was not my intention." The matriarch furrowed her brow. "Not your intention? Then why did you throw a fit?" Yi Qing-yuan replied, "I am merely upset. This concerns my daughter's lifelong happiness." The matriarch snapped, "So you can find your daughter instead? Where is your paternal instinct? How disheartened must Qingning feel?" Yi Qing-yuan lamented, "I am left with no choice. I cannot allow my daughter to make foolish decisions." Suddenly, his gaze hardened. "No? That boy is not worthy. I must go to the wedding venue." With that, he resolved to head to the ceremony. The matriarch declared, "I will go too." Yi Cheng-yuan retorted sharply, "Mother." She shot him a glare. "Silence. Can I not attend my granddaughter's wedding?" Yi Cheng-yuan, deflated, conceded, "Very well, but you must not interfere." Against the matriarch, Yi Cheng-yuan found himself powerless, his resolve crumbling within mere moments. The matriarch huffed in silence, and Yi Cheng-yuan began making his way to the wedding venue with his entourage. In a countryside park, the wedding ceremony unfolded. The guests have settled in. and the host stands upon the stage. The moment has arrived for the entrance of the groom and bride. However, to everyone's bewilderment, the bride has yet to make an appearance, with all eyes solely on the groom. Lin Yu is prepared, yet the bride remains absent. To avoid any disturbances from his mobile device, he has entrusted it to Ma Jia. He glances at his watch, realizing that the time for delay has passed. The host, wearing a subtle professional smile, begins his opening remarks, leading into the most significant part of the ceremony, the entrance of the bride and groom, their vows, and the exchange of rings. "Are you all ready?" the host exclaims. "For this segment, we need the loudest cheers from the audience. Let us welcome our groom of the day, Mr. Lin Yu." As the host makes the introduction, music begins to play, and a sleek sedan comes to a gentle halt nearby. Dressed in a tailored suit, Lin Yu steps from the vehicle and walks along the red carpet towards the stage. His expression subdued. The absence of the bride weighs heavily on his demeanor. Whispers ripple through the audience, filled with confusion and even jest. Where is the bride? In such a grand venue, why is she nowhere to be seen? Is she still in the car? But it appears to be empty. Miss Yi? Who could it be? So mysterious. Does this wedding really not have a bride? Has the bride vanished? Or is Lin Yu set to marry the heir? Lin Yu's expression is tense. Yet he strides onto the stage and takes the microphone from the host. "I apologize. Our bride may arrive a bit later due to some unforeseen family matters. I appreciate your patience." The host, taken aback, quickly regains his composure and attempts to warm up the crowd. Surely, a bride as lovely as hers deserves a grand entrance. "Mr. Lin, would you care to share your experience of meeting Miss Yi Qingning?" The host had previously encountered situations where a bride's tardiness was due to sudden expenses. Yet today seemed devoid of the customary bride-fetching ritual. Why then was she still absent? Meanwhile, Bai Hao, who had been jesting with colleagues about Lin Yu's wedding lacking a bride, suddenly froze upon hearing the name Yi Qingning. Yi Qingning. The name struck him like a thunderbolt. It belonged to the president of the Yi Group. Surely not. Could Lin Yu's bride truly be the esteemed president of the Yi Corporation? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Bai Hao took a sip of his drink, chuckling to himself in self-reassurance. How could Lin Yu, of all people, with the female president of the Yi Group? If that were the case, he would perform a handstand and bow before the audience. Just as Lin Yu prepared to respond, a roaring sound captured everyone's attention. Turning to look, they beheld a white Porsche coming to a stop nearby, leaving all present in a state of astonishment. Why is there a Porsche here? In the next moment, the door of the Porsche swung open, and a breathtakingly beautiful woman, clad in a wedding gown, emerged from the passenger seat. Chapter 44. Miss Yi, you have finally arrived. The appearance of this stunning woman instantly became the focal point of the entire gathering. As Lin Yu beheld her, the unease that had previously clouded his expression vanished, replaced by a surge of joy and excitement. Yi Qingming had not deceived him. She had truly arrived, resembling a celestial being in her wedding dress, her exquisite beauty dazzling all who gazed upon her. No one had anticipated that Lin Yu's wife would possess such extraordinary beauty, a level that even the most glamorous television stars could not rival. In an instant, a tumult of envy, jealousy, and blessings filled the wedding venue. Upon catching sight of Lin Yu, Yi Qingning lifted the hem of her gown and hurried towards him. When one is to meet their beloved, they surely must run. Lin Yu, unable to remain stationary any longer, moved towards Yi Qingning as she ascended the stage. As they approached within a meter of each other, Yi Qingning opened her arms and leaped into Lin Yu's embrace. He too extended his arms, enveloping her in a warm hold, his voice trembling slightly. "Miss Yi, you have finally arrived." Yi Qingning echoed with a hint of tremor. "Mr. Lin, I promised to be responsible for you. I am here to fulfill that promise." The host, quick to react, signaled the backstage crew to play the music, then took the microphone. "The most beautiful manifestation of love is when I walk towards you, and you run towards me. At this moment, let us invite these two devoted lovers to embark on their journey together." As the music played, Lin Yu and Yi Qingning reluctantly parted. Just as they separated, Yi Qingning rose onto her toes, wrapped her arms around Lin Yu's neck, and swiftly pressed her lips against his. This unexpected gesture caused Lin Yu's eyes to widen in astonishment, his heart racing with sweetness. The invited friends, family, and colleagues could not contain their cheers. To them, this couple seemed perfectly matched, embodying the ideal of beauty and talent. Lin Jinghe and Chen Peilon, watching from below, struggled to suppress their smiles, filled with immense joy at witnessing their grandson marry. Yet one person felt otherwise. Bai Hao's lips quivered uncontrollably, his entire being in a state of bewilderment. This woman was unmistakably the president of the Yi Corporation, though he had only seen her once. Her image was indelibly etched in his mind, her beauty, her grace, and her name. And the Portia from earlier. Was it not sufficient evidence that she was indeed the genuine Yi president? Bai Hao's mind was in turmoil. The wife of his subordinate was the superior of his superior's superior, the sole female president of the Yi Corporation, Yi Qingning. Despite the rigid smile plastered on his face, he felt as if he had long since perished within. He actually intends to deceive Lin Yu in the workplace. Even introducing Lin Yu's wife to join the company in a condescending tone, Bai Hao felt utterly insane. If this matter were to reach President Ye's ears, he could scarcely bear to contemplate the fate of his own job. Lin Yu, you should have mentioned this connection earlier. Do you think I am to be treated like a fool? No. I must call the finance department immediately. They shall grant Lin Yu a salary increase, the highest possible for this position. Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, his hands trembling uncontrollably, as he could only hope that Lin Yu would overlook his previous actions. Meanwhile, Lin Yu, lost in the bliss of love, remained oblivious to his impending salary raise. After a long moment, their lips parted. Yi Qingning's cheeks were flushed, her neck adorned with a rosy hue, and she dared not meet Lin Yu's gaze, her shyness palpable. Even the aloof could feel bashful when kissing the one they cherished in front of so many. Mr. Lin, Yi Qingning said, let's go. Lin Yu chuckled softly, nodding gently as he replied, Miss Yi, take my hand. With that, he extended his palm, and Yi Qingning gradually placed her hand within his. Together, they walked to the center of the stage, the groom leading the bride. The host let out a sigh of relief, thankful that no further surprises had arisen. Eager to conclude the ceremony and collect their fee. The institution of marriage is a lifelong promise. Now, please stand face to face, holding each other's hands, and listen intently to one another's vows. Mr. Lin, do you take Miss Yi Qingning to be your wife? In times of prosperity and adversity, in wealth and poverty, in health and sickness, will you love her, cherish her, respect her, and remain faithful to her until the end of your days? Lin Yu exchanged a meaningful glance with Yi Qingning, his eyes resolute as he answered, I do. Just as the wedding reached its zenith, a sharp female voice pierced through the air. No, I object. The sudden outburst caused Lin Yu to furrow his brows, and he turned to see Shen Yanqing, clad in a wedding gown, angrily shouting from the audience. Beside her stood her white moonlight, her adoptive brother, and male confidant, Lu Qingge, along with her best friend, Li Si. The trio approached with fierce determination, Shen Yanqing's face a mixture of fury and indignation. She attempted to ascend the stage but was blocked by security. In a fit of rage, she shouted, this wedding is meant to be mine. Why? Just because I postponed the ceremony? Is it not too petty for a man like you? Qingge is my adoptive brother. I should be by his side. Lin Yu's gaze turned frigid, a cold smile gracing his lips as he retorted, oh, but isn't today the day of his surgery? He appears to be quite well. Shen Yanqing was taken aback, glancing at Lu Qingge. Right? Aren't you supposed to? In the turmoil of recent events, she had forgotten about this matter, and only now did it dawn on her. Lu Qingge hurriedly feigned innocence, softly uttering, Sister Shun, my surgery has been postponed, for I do not wish for you and brother-in-law to quarrel. This display of artifice caused all present to furrow their brows in disbelief. It was an unprecedented sight. A male green tea, indeed. Below the stage, Lin Jinghe and Chun Peilon exchanged glances of concern, eager to interject on Lin Yu's behalf. Yet Lin Yu gestured for them to remain silent. He then addressed Yi Qingning, assuring her, allow me to handle this, rest assured. I shall provide you with a satisfactory outcome. Shen Yanqing turned to Lin Yu, tears streaming down her face, lamenting, did you not see? Qingge, despite his frail health, still considers our relationship, yet you harbor doubts about me? If I intended to be with him, it would have happened long ago. Lin Yu, I can forgive you. Let us reconcile. This woman only married you for your wealth. My feelings for you are genuine. Lin Yu's gaze remained devoid of emotion as he retorted, have you finished? What does this concern me? We have long since parted ways. Is Lu Qingge the one you wish to accompany? Why shed tears here now? Please leave my wedding, security. Escort these irrelevant individuals away. Lu Qingge swiftly shielded Shen Yanqing, exclaiming, what do you intend to do? With Nian Nian in such distress, as a man, you should not hold on to grievances. Lin Yu scoffed, Nian Nian, how affectionate you are. Are you not siblings? Lu Qingge's expression stiffened, I was anxious. Hence the slip of the tongue. Lin Yu interjected, I nearly forgot about you. You too, keep your distance. Chapter 45, please leave my wedding. These three were treated with equal disdain. What was meant to be a joyous occasion was instantly marred by their presence. leaving Lin Yu feeling rather ill-fated. Shen Yinqing shook off the security guard, exclaiming, "Do not touch me. Can you compensate for this wedding dress if it is ruined?" Seizing the moment while security was momentarily distracted, she dashed onto the stage, her eyes glistening with tears as she pleaded with Lin Yu. "This cannot be real, can it? Lin Yu, you are merely acting. I must be the one to have upset you, right?" In that moment, she grasped the reality of losing a man who loved her so dearly. Her heart constricted painfully, making it difficult to breathe. How could Lin Yu, who loved her so profoundly, choose to wed another woman? That woman had taken her man. Lin Yu was hers. Yet he had been snatched away. She had to reclaim him. Lin Yu's expression turned grave. "I have made myself abundantly clear, Shen Yinqing. It is only out of respect for our years of shared history that I have afforded you any semblance of dignity. Do not push me. Let us part amicably. I no longer love you, and there is no possibility for us." Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Shen Yinqing shook her head frantically, murmuring, "It is not true. You love me." Her heart ached more intensely, as if something precious had vanished. She pressed her hand to her chest, tears streaming down her face. "Lin Yu, did you not say the bride price was excessive? I can reduce it. How about 188,000? Shen Yinqing was on the brink of madness, imploring, "I apologize." "Did you not wish for my apology?" "I am sorry, Lin Yu. It is my fault. I shall no longer cause a scene. Please do not leave." With a heart full of desperation, she pleaded, "Please, let us reconcile." Lin Yu, observing Shen Yinqing's distress, furrowed his brow, detesting the sensation that enveloped him. Shen Yinqing gazed at Lin Yu, who was coldly embracing another bride, his silence piercing her heart. In the past, whenever she cried, Lin Yu would tenderly wipe away her tears, his gaze filled with compassion, yet now, it felt as if her heart was encased in ice. She loathed this feeling. But it seemed that Lin Yu had truly ceased to love her. In a deep, resolute voice, Lin Yu declared, "Shen Yinqing, have you stirred up enough trouble? I command you to leave. Do not allow my wife to be misled on my wedding day. Do you finally recognize your mistakes? I have been excessively lenient with you, allowing you to lose sight of reality. Over these 3 years, I have acted with a clear conscience towards you, but can you claim the same? Have you ever genuinely cared for me? You postponed our wedding for the sake of a so-called younger brother, while I have compromised countless times. Yet you could not concede even once for my sake. Do you truly love me, or is it merely a fear of losing my kindness? Forgive me, but I will not indulge your bad habits any longer." With a serious demeanor, Lin Yu continued, "Shen Yinqing, I shall say this once more. I retract what I said 3 years ago. I shall not love you again, and you must cease your pursuit." He then turned to Yi Qingning, his expression softening. "Now, I have found my true love, someone who loves me in return." Yi Qingning gazed at him with equal tenderness, captivated by every facet of this man, especially his demeanor towards his former partner, which revealed his meticulous care in daily life. Regardless of her humble background, with her support, Lin Yu's potential was boundless. To Yi Qingning, Lin Yu's words were heartwarming, yet they pierced Shen Yinqing's heart like an icy dagger, leaving her feeling cold and desolate. Overwhelmed, she collapsed onto the ground, tears cascading onto her wedding gown, saturating the fabric. "Please don't do this, Lin Yu. My heart is aching," she sobbed. Witnessing Shen Yinqing's utter degradation, Lin Yu felt no stirrings of compassion within. His feelings had extinguished. He had articulated all he needed to say. Shen Yinqing's persistent disturbances would only breed his disdain. Security swiftly escorted her away. As she was dragged off, tears streaming down her face, her pristine wedding dress became soiled with the earth beneath. The spectators finally grasped the unfolding drama. No wonder the bride had changed. This revelation was indeed fortuitous. Yu Ge had encountered someone far better and distanced himself from a conniving woman. Had he truly married her, it would have been a tragedy. How fortunate was Yu Ge to have shed a deceitful partner only to find true love. This was a tale worth celebrating. With the trio removed, the farce finally came to an end. Lin Yu exhaled in relief, grateful that the wedding had not been ruined. The host, witnessing such an unprecedented occurrence, managed to maintain composure, albeit astonished by the unexpected turn of events. He wore a professional smile, as if the earlier events had never transpired. "Miss Yi Qingning, do you take Mr. Lin Yu to be your lawful wedded husband? In both prosperity and adversity, in wealth and poverty, in health and in sickness, will you love, cherish, respect, and remain faithful to him until the end of your days?" Yi Qingning smiled faintly and nodded, replying, "I do." The host, satisfied, regarded the newlyweds, contemplating the prospect of finally concluding his duties. Given the intimate nature of the ceremony, he hastily proceeded to the next segment. Please retrieve the rings and place this symbol of eternity upon each other's left ring finger. This signifies today's promise and the covenant for the days to come. Mr. Lin Yu, please adorn your wife with the ring and express to her, this ring represents my love, eternally yours. Lin Yu took the ring and placed it upon Yu Qingning's finger, suppressing his excitement and beaming. This ring embodies my love. I am forever yours. The host continued. Miss Yu Qingning, please place the ring on your husband and convey to him, this ring symbolizes my heart, forever following you. Just as Yi Qingning prepared to adorn Lin Yu's finger, a procession of sleek black luxury cars suddenly appeared at the wedding venue. The host felt a sense of foreboding. It seemed he would have to extend his shift. Is it not customary to consult the calendar before a wedding? Why are so many intruding upon this occasion? The host, bewildered, was not alone. All present, including Lin Yu, wore expressions of confusion. Unaware he was acquainted with such influential figures. Witnessing luxury cars at a wedding was beyond their expectations. Soon, the lead Rolls-Royce came to a halt, and a middle-aged man, clad in a white suit with a stern expression, strode towards the ceremony. He locked eyes with Lin Yu, his gaze harboring a hint of hostility. Yi Qingning furrowed her brow, but displayed no signs of fear. Observing her reaction and the man's demeanor, Lin Yu began to piece together the puzzle. Is he your relative? Yi Qingning nodded slightly. He is my father. Chapter 46. You will not complete this wedding today. Seeing the imposing convoy and the murderous intent radiating from Yi Qingyuan's eyes, Yi Qingning closed her eyes and declared, I am the daughter of the Yi Group, and I am also its president. Lin Yu had already suspected that Yi Qingning's background was extraordinary, and his expression turned somber. Although he had entertained this possibility, he never imagined that the heiress of the Yi Group would choose to marry him. This revelation was overwhelming. His wife was the president of the Yi Group, the scion of the family. Yi Qingning regarded Lin Yu with a hint of remorse. I am sorry. I deceived you. She bit her lower lip tightly. Though my identity is fabricated, my love is genuine. Lin Yu, I love you. And I fear you may choose to leave me upon discovering the truth of my identity. Lin Yu grasped her hand, his expression grave. I care not for your background. You are my wife, and I shall never abandon you. Lin Yu finally comprehended why Yi Qingning refrained from introducing him to her family. She was concerned he might be looked down upon by the Yi family, not because she wished to withhold an identity from him, but rather to ensure he was sufficiently accomplished before revealing everything. Yi Qingning did not choose to dismiss him due to her lack of connections. Instead, she took responsibility for him, and that was sufficient. Yet, Lin Yu now found himself steeling his resolve to meet her father's gaze. He understood that earning the approval of the head of the Yi family would not come easily. Yi Qingning was momentarily taken aback by his words. Her heart raced, her expression a mixture of complexity. Lin Yu did not shy away, which warmed her heart. Yet she felt a pang of worry for him in the face of her unreasonable father. She tightly clasped Lin Yu's hand, her voice cold yet laced with tenderness. Are you foolish? As husband and wife, we are united. I will confront this issue alongside you. Under the watchful gaze of the host, Lin Yu gently led Yi Qingning downwards until they stood before Yi Qingyuan. An ominous aura emanated from Yi Qingyuan. Yet Lin Yu displayed no sign of trepidation, approaching him with measured poise. Father. This was his father-in-law, though he had yet to earn his approval. He was already legally wed to Yi Qingning, thus making Yi Qingyuan, in a sense, his father. To disregard Yi Qingyuan would be to disregard his own wife. A truth Lin Yu understood well. Yi Qingyuan furrowed his brow, unable to suppress a thorough appraisal of Lin Yu. Despite his orphan background and the vast disparity between him and the Yi family, Lin Yu stood before him with unyielding dignity, demonstrating considerable mental fortitude. At least in this regard, Yi Qingyuan regarded Lin Yu with newfound respect. He had encountered many individuals, yet none of the young men of Lin Yu's age had faced him without obsequiousness or trepidation. The audacity of the man who had eloped with his daughter to stand confidently before him was astonishing. Perhaps if he had a semblance of a background, his achievements would not be so meager, but alas, he was but an orphan. While the audience may not have recognized Yi Qingning, those affiliated with the Yi Group were well acquainted with Yi Qingyuan. Yi Qingning had begun to take charge in recent years, unlike Yi Qingyuan, who relished in showcasing her image prominently throughout the company. She preferred a more understated presence, remaining largely unknown outside of the Yi Group's employees. Bai Hao watched the unfolding scene with wide eyes, nearly in disbelief. The chairman and president of the Yi Group were both present, an occurrence he could scarcely fathom. He cautiously positioned himself in an inconspicuous spot, fearful of being caught up in the unfolding drama. What connection does this employee truly have with the magnates of the Yi Group? Will he not eventually seek retribution if he finds him displeasing? When celestial beings clash, mere mortals must not suffer the consequences. The longer he sat in this place, the more beads of sweat gathered upon his brow, and it was a cold sweat. Yu Qingyuan slowly spoke. Who are you calling? Lin Yu offered a polite smile. You are Qingning's father, I am Qingning's husband, and your son-in-law. Naturally, I am addressing you. Yu Qingning clenched her hands tightly. Her expression remained unchanged, yet her heart was filled with anxiety. She yearned for Lin Yu to gain acceptance. But it seemed a formidable challenge. Yi Qingyuan cast a stern glance at him and said in a low voice, When did I ever acknowledge you as my son-in-law? You deceived my daughter into marrying you without consulting me. Do you truly believe I would accept such a person? In truth, Yi Qingyuan could surmise that it was his daughter who prevented Lin Yu from meeting him. Yet he deliberately stated this to observe whether the young man would shift the blame. Should he do so, Yi Qingyuan would have further justification to separate them, which would inevitably leave Yu Qingning somewhat disheartened. Lin Yu did not evade responsibility. Yes, I acknowledge that I mishandled this matter, and I apologize to you and my wife. While this situation was not solely his doing as a man, he did not wish to cast all the blame upon his wife. Yi Qingning felt warmth in her heart and turned to Yi Qingyuan, coldly stating, Father, what exactly do you intend to do? It is I who does not wish for him to meet you. Do not make things difficult for Lin Yu. Yi Qingyuan, seeing his beloved daughter now defending another man, was filled with ire and retorted, Make things difficult for him? Who is truly imposing difficulty upon whom? Are you making it difficult for me? Or am I making it difficult for him? I have already arranged a union with the Lin family, yet you disregarded my consent and married an ordinary man? Yi Qingning sneered, A union? I am not a tool of the Yi family. I am your daughter. Do you intend to choose for me whom I love? Moreover, Lin Yu is not ordinary. Caught in the midst of the father-daughter dispute, Lin Yu found himself at a loss for words. He wished to speak, but did not know how. Yu Qingyuan scoffed, Not ordinary? Can he compare to the only son of the Lin family? Are you not aware of the Lin family standing in Jiacheng? He glared icily at Lin Yu. You, young man, do not presume that because you bear the surname Lin, you belong to the Lin family. Your background and status do not befit my daughter. Be sensible and seek a divorce. I will compensate you with 500,000. Not a penny less. Lin Yu was not intimidated. Rather, he responded calmly, Uncle Yi, I may indeed lack any significant background and am not the person of the Lin family you refer to, but I love Qingning deeply. I recognize that this sentiment may seem naive, yet I hope you can grant me time. If I do not love Qingning and she does not love me, we would part ways without your prompting. He understood that his words might not sway his father-in-law, but time was what he needed. Given Yu Qingyuan's demeanor, he found it difficult to continue addressing him as father. Yi Qingyuan coldly replied, What qualifications do you possess? Why should I wait for you? Today, Qingning, I shall take you away. The wedding cannot proceed. At that moment, an elderly lady appeared beside Yi Qingyuan and calmly declared, You cannot take her. Chapter 47. Trouble from the Shin family? The elderly lady, who had originally been seated in the car, had somehow moved to Yi Qingyuan's side. Yi Qingyuan, concerned about appearances, maintained a stern expression. Were you not meant to watch from the car? The elderly lady scoffed. Am I to sit in the car and witness you bully my granddaughter's fiancé? Yi Qingyuan retorted. I have not yet acknowledged him as my son-in-law. The elderly lady, resolute in her support for her granddaughter, asserted, I care not for your opinion. I have accepted him as my granddaughter's fiancé. Qingning's choice is hers alone, and I will not allow you to interfere. Seeing her grandmother on her side, Yi Qingning quickly signaled to Lin Yu. Lin Yu, understanding her cue, exclaimed, Grandma, I often hear Qingning speak of you, praising your kindness. She has always wanted me to meet you, saying you like me very much. The elderly lady's stern demeanor softened as she gazed at Lin Yu with warmth. Rest assured, my son-in-law, as long as I am here, you and Qingning shall never part. She was thoroughly pleased with this prospective grandson-in-law, unlike Yi Qingyuan. She did not place undue importance on lineage. Her priorities lay in his good looks, his potential to father a beautiful child, the happiness of her granddaughter, and his kindness towards her. Lin Yu evidently met all these criteria, which sufficed for her approval. The elderly lady turned her gaze to Yi Qingyuan, her expression shifting. I shall take charge of this matter. We must align with the Lin family. Does our Yi family truly lack funds without them? As long as we have enough, what more do we need? You and your wife are simply too ambitious, neglecting family for your desires. You might as well have more children at home. The elderly lady's abrupt change in demeanor left Yu Qingyuan feeling helpless. Before his own mother, he could not adopt an overly confrontational stance, yet he did not wish to lose face. He furrowed his brows and stated, "Whether he can enter the Yi family cannot be determined solely by you. Without my recognition, he cannot be considered part of the Yi family." Lin Yu, quick-witted, immediately provided his father-in-law with an opportunity to relent. "Father is right. I must work harder to earn your acknowledgement." His swift response indicated his understanding of Yi Changyuan's impending concession due to the elderly lady's influence. Yi Changyuan huffed, silver-tongued, although he was reluctant to admit it. This son-in-law indeed possessed a certain charm that made it difficult for him to remain angry. However, granting recognition was no simple task, especially given that he was compared to the long-lost only son of the Lin family. Yet, the wedding could not proceed. How could the wedding of the Yi family's daughter be so ordinary? Yi Changyuan remarked nonchalantly, "Let us set aside thoughts of divorce for now. The wedding shall be cancelled." Just as he was speaking, a group of people appeared from nowhere, led by a woman who was vociferously scolding Lin Yu. Accompanying her were several others, around 10 in total. Among them was a striking woman in a wedding dress, none other than Shen Yinqing, who had just been dragged away by security. The tumultuous crowd before us consists of Shen Yinqing's maternal relatives. Li Chui stands at the forefront, furiously pointing a finger at Lin Yu, declaring, "Lin Yu, what do you mean by this? Is it your intention to betray the agreement we had regarding the wedding by straying to another woman? Do not presume that the Shun family can be easily bullied." Yi Qingyuan, who had initially intended to bring the situation to a close, along with the elderly matriarch, were both taken aback. "What is the situation? Who are these people?" Lin Yu furrows his brow and responds, "Antly. I have made it abundantly clear that I have ended my relationship with Shen Yinqing. I have no ties to her whatsoever." Upon hearing this, Li Chui's anger intensified. "How can you speak so casually? You believe you can simply declare a breakup? Our Yinqing has devoted so many years to you, and you end things without offering anything in return?" She exhibited no concern for the surrounding crowd, behaving like a shrew in front of everyone. "Are you a leech? Our Yinqing has given you the best years of her youth, and you dare utter such words?" Her gaze fell upon Yi Changyuan, impeccably dressed in a suit, and she furrowed her brow, inquiring, "Who are you to Lin Yu? Dressed so elegantly, let me make it clear, you must compensate for the loss of youth, as well as the deposit for the betrothal gifts." With that, she beckoned her relatives behind her. "We have come today to demand an explanation. Lin Yu, you must provide one." Lin Yu, wishing to distance himself from these individuals, fixed his gaze on Shun Yinqing and coldly stated, "Have I not already made myself clear?" Noticing Shun Yinqing's silence, he chuckled dryly. "An explanation? You seek an explanation? I possess ample evidence of Shun Yinqing's clandestine meetings with Lu Qingge. Does that not qualify as infidelity? Antly, are you aware that your well-raised daughter enjoys recognizing younger brothers? Or do you also have several younger brothers? Daytime brothers? Nighttime lovers, perhaps?" The tension in the air was palpable, and neither Yi Qingyuan nor the elderly matriarch spoke initially. Yi Qingyuan was keen to observe how Lin Yu would navigate this predicament. Should he mishandle it, he would have justification for the matriarch to reject Lin Yu. Li Chui was taken aback by Lin Yu's words, her face alternating between shades of blue and purple. "What did you just say? How could our Yinqing, who has always upheld her virtue, engage in such behavior? Yinqing, clarify this. Have you recognized any other man as a younger brother?" Shen Yinqing, under Lin Yu's piercing gaze, bit her lip in trepidation. "I have not." Lin Yu regarded Shen Yinqing with a smile, though it was a smile steeped in profound disappointment. He had once hoped that, due to the kindness he had shown her over the past 3 years, she would choose honesty and a dignified parting. Yet, she opted instead for a complete betrayal. The goodwill cultivated over 3 years had, in this moment, been reduced to a mere jest, provoking a sense of absurdity within Lin Yu himself. He could not help but applaud. "Ha ha ha. Shen Yinqing, you truly are something else. Do you believe your own words? Do you remember who you used to be?" Shen Yinqing bit her lip firmly. "I speak the truth." Lin Yu felt no need to further debate with her, for he possessed the evidence. Yet some refused to acknowledge it. With baseless claims, Li Chui stepped forward, attempting to shove Lin Yu and Yi Qingning. Lin Yu swiftly evaded Li Chui's shove, retaliating with a sharp slap that sent her sprawling to the ground. Coldly, he admonished, "Do not touch my wife. I find you repugnant." The sound of the slap echoed, and Li Chui, momentarily dazed, lay on the ground. At that moment, Shannon could no longer contain his fury and leaped forward, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" "That is my mother." He attempted to confront Lin Yu, but his slight physique was no match for Lin Yu, a man accustomed to physical training. With ease, Lin Yu seized Shen An's arm and twisted it, causing him to kneel in pain, crying out, "Ah, that hurts. Please let go." In retaliation, Lin Yu delivered a sharp slap to Shin Yin's face, leaving a red mark. He glared at Shin Yin, who lay on the ground, adding, I was so busy dealing with your mother that I almost forgot about you. One for each of you. Don't be greedy. Li Chui writhed on the ground, lamenting, oh, dear. Someone is bullying the elderly. Is there no justice? The adulteress still dares to strike. A resounding slap marked the other side of her face, delivered by Yi Cheng Yuan, who coldly remarked, Whom are you calling a harlot? Chapter 48. The Shin family has truly lost their minds with that slap. The relatives who had initially come to bolster their courage instinctively recoiled a few steps. They were willing to seek support but were utterly intimidated by the prospect of engaging in conflict. The man before them, clad in a white suit, exuded an aura that commanded respect and fear, amplified by the presence of a dozen bodyguards wearing sunglasses. They were accustomed to preying on the vulnerable, but they knew better than to act against the affluent. Seeing his wife assaulted, Shun Weidong trembled with rage, clenching his fists as he charged forward. Yi Cheng Yuan remained crouched, looking at Li Chui with derision, unfazed by Shun Weidong's advance. The bodyguard closest to Yi Cheng Yuan reacted swiftly, intercepting Shun Weidong with a swift maneuver that sent him crashing to the ground. Shun Weidong felt a heavy blow to his back, followed by a searing slap to his face. This slap was delivered by the bodyguard, an affront to his professionalism for daring to strike his employer. It was not merely a reaction to Shun Weidong's presence, it was a matter of duty. Originally, he had planned to finish his shift early, but the arrival of this unruly crowd had forced him into overtime, much to his displeasure. He was not alone in his predicament. The wedding host, still in shock on stage, shared a similar fate. With the chaos unfolding at the wedding, the interruptions seemed endless, leaving him to ponder whether the celebration should continue at all. As a mere wedding host, he was unaware of the identities of those involved. He simply wished for this farce to conclude swiftly. He had no desire for further overtime. With that thought, his gaze towards the Shin family turned increasingly resentful. Were it not for these individuals' incessant disruptions at the wedding, he would have long since returned home to catch up on sleep. How infuriating. Must honest individuals always be subjected to bullying? Although Yi Cheng Yuan was somewhat stern with Yi Chengning, he would never permit anyone to humiliate his daughter. In his eyes, she was the epitome of excellence, deserving of utmost respect. Li Chui had clearly crossed a line, as he had initially intended merely to observe the unfolding drama. Yi Cheng Yuan produced a handkerchief from somewhere and wiped it across Li Chui's hand, demanding, Speak. Who do you dare to call a whore? Shin Yinqing rushed forward, tearfully assisting Li Chui. Mom, are you all right? With a quivering voice, she implored, What on earth do you intend to do? This is a society governed by law. And you dare to assault someone in broad daylight? Do you believe I won't call the police? Lin Yu, I admit I haven't treated you well. But you cannot treat my mother this way. Lin Yu wore an expression of disbelief, as if the one who had struck Li Chui was not him. However, he had indeed been prepared to slap her, only to be preempted by his father-in-law, thus refraining from delivering the blow. Apologize at once. Smack. A resounding slap landed on Shun Yinqing's fair face, even knocking off some of her makeup. Lin Yu coldly remarked, Apologize to your mother? Truly. You have no sense of propriety. Pushing me to this point, greed seems to run in the family. For reasons unbeknownst to him, the act of delivering those slaps brought him a perverse sense of satisfaction, perhaps because he had long harbored the desire to do so. A family, after all, should be perfectly synchronized, each receiving their due share of punishment. No more, no less. Wait, it appeared that Li Chui had received an extra slap, evidently. This shrew was rather greedy, demanding more than her fair share. Shin Yinqing, having received a slap, was unwilling to accept this reality. It was clear that Lin Yu loved her, yet he now struck her without hesitation, leaving her feeling utterly aggrieved by the stark contrast of her situation, driven to madness. Shin Yinqing clutched her hair in a fit of rage, exclaiming, Lin Yu, what on earth do you intend to do? Can you not spare me? Unable to remain silent any longer, Yi Chengning finally interjected coldly, Is it not you who has relentlessly pursued him? You have been the one causing chaos at my husband's wedding. Yi Chengning continued with an air of indifference. Do not presume I am unaware of how you infiltrated the branch of Yes Company. Previously, out of consideration for your status as Lin Yu's ex, I chose to overlook it. Shin Yinqing, having completely lost her composure, began to lash out indiscriminately. Who do you think you are? A seductive vixen enticing another's man. What right do you have to meddle in my affairs? Smack. Shin Yinqing clutched her face, now bearing a symmetric imprint from the slap. This time, it was Yi Cheng Yuan who delivered the blow. As Lin Yu's hand was raised, Yi Cheng Yuan's slap had already been unleashed. With a cold chuckle, Yi Cheng Yuan declared, If you truly possess the courage, go ahead and call the police. However, I am not in the mood to squander time here with you. My son-in-law is not subject to your scrutiny. Speak with more decorum. I believe it is essential for you to undergo some lessons in etiquette. With a casual snap of his fingers, he signaled to the bodyguards behind him, who immediately understood and proceeded to seize the family of four. Their faces marked with palm prints and usher them towards the vehicle. The four struggled incessantly, pleading for help from their relatives behind them. Shannon, being dragged away by a burly bodyguard, found himself utterly helpless and cried out in desperation, "Uncle, please save us." Shen Weidong called out in anguish, "Elder brother, hurry." Yet, no matter how fervently they shouted, these so-called family members remained unmoved, not uttering a single word. These relatives, known for their cowardice towards the strong, dared not make a sound in the presence of such imposing bodyguards. They even began to feign ignorance, answering their phones and departing. Witnessing the indifference of the crowd, Li Chui could no longer contain her fury and exclaimed, "Damn it, you wretches! Are you each going to run away when disaster strikes? Have you forgotten how much our family has done for you?" Shen Weidong echoed her sentiments with vehement curses. "I truly can't believe it. We borrowed so much money from you, and now you dare not lend a hand in times of trouble? Is there not a shred of courage among you?" Of course. His words fell on deaf ears. The relatives exchanged glances and even began to shift blame, remarking, "Your family borrowed the most from Weidong. Yet you dare not step up in such a situation. Huh, at least we've repaid our debts, have you?" They sneered. "Aren't you always boasting at the dining table about how the director is your classmate? If you truly possess the capability, why don't you go help Wei Guo now?" When faced with adversity, not a single one of them was willing to stand up. Before long, they pretended to have urgent matters to attend to and dispersed. Lin Yu regarded these people with profound disdain. When he had previously visited the Shun family to meet the parents, their insincerity had already unsettled him, and now it was clear he had not misjudged them. Relatives associated with the Shun family were indeed of dubious character. Yi Cheng Yuan would ensure that the Shun family was dealt with appropriately. The recent outbursts from Li Chui and Shen Yinxing towards Yi Qingning would certainly yield no favorable consequences for them. As for the repercussions, they would be akin to the prickly fruit of a dragon fruit. Yi Cheng Yuan glanced at Lin Yu, begrudgingly acknowledging that he rather appreciated his approach. Nevertheless, he stubbornly declared, "The wedding is to be postponed for now." At that moment, Lin Jinghe and Chen Peilon finally seized an opportunity to approach Lin Yu. Lin Jinghe extended his hand. Smiling warmly, "In-laws, it is a pleasure to meet you for the first time. I am Lin Yu's grandfather, and this is Lin Yu's grandmother." Yi Cheng Yuan looked at Lin Jinghe's rough hands without a hint of disdain and replied politely, "Greetings." He had previously reviewed the profiles of Lin Yu's grandparents and held them in respect rather than contempt. After all, it was admirable for elderly individuals to persist in running a welfare institution without giving up. If placed in their position, he doubted he could endure as long. Yi Cheng Yuan merely believed that Lin Yu lacked the background to be worthy of his daughter. Respect is one thing, but reality is another. Yi Qingning's daughter still needs to be with a son-in-law whom she admires. Lin Jinghe quickly apologized. "My apologies, esteemed father-in-law. The children did not arrange for us parents to meet prior to obtaining their marriage certificate. How about we all go out for a meal after the wedding?" Chen Peilon looked at the elderly lady as if she were a dear sister, exclaiming, "Mother-in-law, you truly maintain your beauty." The elderly lady smiled and replied, "You look youthful as well." Yi Cheng Yuan hesitated for a moment, stating, "Today's wedding cannot proceed. To be frank, I do not approve of this son-in-law." He was blunt, expressing his intention to halt the wedding. Yi Qingning felt a twinge of displeasure, saying, "Dad, if you find this wedding too modest, we can certainly hold another one later." She could sense that Yi Cheng Yuan had partially accepted Lin Yu, yet his preference leaned towards a union with the Lin family. Yi Cheng Yuan replied calmly, "I have already compromised. My bottom line is not permitting you to divorce." This left Lin Jinghe and Chen Peilon somewhat bewildered. As they had never encountered such affluent individuals, he was merely an ordinary orphanage director. At that moment, an untimely voice interrupted. "Uncle Yi." Lu Chuan had unexpectedly arrived at the wedding venue with a number of gifts. Yi Cheng Yuan was taken aback, clearly not anticipating Lu Chuan's presence. "Xiao Chuan? What brings you here?" The relationship between the Lu family and the Yi family was neither particularly close nor strained. Lu Chuan smiled. "I heard Qingning was getting married. So I came to pay a visit and bring some gifts, as our families still need to collaborate." He continued, "I searched for a long time and couldn't find it. I didn't expect to end up here. This location seems rather remote. Who chose it?" His words carried a hint of sarcasm, as his intention was to belittle Lin Yu. However, he refrained from being overly blunt to avoid a conflict with the Yi family, only daring to speak in a veiled manner. Yi Qingning frowned slightly, feeling quite displeased at Lu Chuan's arrival. Just as she was about to speak, Lin Yu smiled first, saying, "Indeed, this place is a bit secluded. I heard it was a park created from the demolition of an art museum." At this remark, Yi Qingning couldn't help but chuckle. Even Yi Qingyuan was momentarily taken aback. And after a moment, he could barely contain a smile. Lu Chuan was astonished, turning to his nearby assistant. "What do you mean? This used to be an art museum? How was I unaware of that?" His beautiful assistant, evidently more educated, understood the implications of Lin Yu's words. Her expression became somewhat peculiar. "Young Master Lu, I'm not sure I should say this. I fear it might upset you." Lu Chuan retorted impatiently. "I told you to speak." The assistant hesitated but cautiously leaned closer to Lu Chuan's ear, whispering, "The art museum was demolished. You have quite a few murals." Lu Chuan, in a fit of anger, exclaimed, "Who are you calling out for excessive chatter?" The assistant, startled, took 2 steps back, her face ashen. Realizing his loss of composure, Lu Chuan quickly donned a smile. "I apologize. My assistant's words were rather harsh." His expression was well controlled, though his smile appeared somewhat unappealing. Were it not for the presence of the Yi family, he would have had no qualms about disregarding Lin Yu's pretentiousness. How dare a useless individual provoke him? Lin Yu was no fool. He discerned the palpable hostility emanating from Lu Chuan. Aside from Yi Qingning and her family, he had no intention of extending any courtesy to those irrelevant to him. Standing before Lu Chuan, Lin Yu towered over him. Being significantly taller, Lu Chuan measured approximately 1.75 meters, while Lin Yu stood at 1.83 meters. It was not just the height. Lin Yu's appearance and demeanor utterly eclipsed Lu Chuan's. The latter exuded an air of arrogance, whereas Lin Yu remained composed, unaffected by Lu Chuan's status. This demeanor impressed Yi Qingyuan, who noted Lin Yu's calmness as fitting for taking the reins of the Yi family enterprise alongside Yi Qingning. Perhaps, he mused, Lin Yu could indeed elevate the Yi family to new heights. As this thought crossed his mind, Yi Qingyuan found himself momentarily taken aback, realizing he had, perhaps unconsciously, begun to recognize the young man who had endeared himself to his daughter. Yi Qingning leaned closer to Lin Yu, whispering, "He is the eldest son of the Lu family. He previously sought to court me, but was humiliated." Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. Understanding the source of Lu Chuan's animosity, his indignation was born from failed courtship. Continuing the thread of their conversation, Lin Yu remarked, "I regret to disappoint you, young Master Lu. This wedding is rather modest, but what about your invitation? It seems one cannot attend without an invitation, can they?" Lu Chuan paused, bewildered. "An invitation? Is that really necessary?" Lin Yu inquired, "Which vocational technical college did you attend, young Master Lu? Surely, you must be aware that one must be invited to joyous occasions, while somber events are attended unbidden." Before Lu Chuan could respond, Lin Yu feigned realization. It makes sense now. Your lack of comprehension earlier must stem from a slight deficiency in education. You should have mentioned your ignorance sooner. I shall endeavor to be clearer next time." Lu Chuan nearly succumbed to his frustration, but he restrained himself upon noticing Yi Qingyuan nearby, suppressing his expletives. Lin Yu feigned confusion. "But why was I not invited? I distinctly asked my wife to invite acquaintances. Why were you not among them? Is it due to a poor relationship? How puzzling." Despite the multitude of individuals present, all of whom were of lesser status, he had not received an invitation. This statement was a blatant mockery, an open humiliation directed at him in front of so many witnesses. Throughout his life, no one had dared to insult him in such a manner. Clenching his jaw, Lu Chuan fixed his gaze on the man before him, his cheeks burning with embarrassment, all while maintaining a facade of a smile. Yi Qingning could not help but erupt into laughter. She found herself increasingly fond of her husband's eloquence. Not only was his verbal prowess remarkable, but his other talents were equally impressive. After regaining his composure, Lu Chuan coldly remarked, "I am here out of respect for you, at the very least. I will not be a freeloader. If I were in your position, I would not cling to the daughter of the Yi family, for a man must have dignity." He deliberately raised his voice so that all present could hear. "If it were not for your underhanded tactics, do you truly believe the Yi family would take notice of you? What qualifies you to marry Qingning?" Lin Yu scoffed, preparing to retort, when a steady and powerful voice interrupted the gathering. "What qualifies me? The sole heir of the Lin family. More qualified than you." Chapter 50. Who is more qualified than my son? Unbeknownst to them, an additional group had arrived at the wedding venue. A composed middle-aged man, with unwavering eyes, stood before a dozen bodyguards. Beside him was a woman in her 30s, pale-faced and visibly agitated. Her gaze towards Lin Yu was brimming with excitement, causing him to momentarily freeze. This sensation was peculiar, as if he shared a unique bond with her, an inexplicable sense of familiarity. The onlookers appeared as if they were witnessing a dramatic series unfold, their expressions a blend of astonishment. First the Yi family, then the Lu family, and now the Lin family. Everyone's reactions were utterly captivating. Ma Jie and Liang Yong, who had intended to support Lin Yu, were equally perplexed by the unfolding situation. What was this about the sole heir of the Lin family? The host on stage had ceased his jovial demeanor, unfamiliar with the Yi, Lu, or Lin families. He simply wished that no other prominent family would make their entrance. He was merely a worker, eager to conclude his duties for the day. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, Yi Qingyuan, who had maintained a serious expression until now, was taken aback. He could hardly fathom that the newcomer was Lin Jinghua, the wealthiest man in Jiangqing, the head of the foremost family, the Lin family. Moreover, he had arrived with such a grand entourage, which was out of character for the Lin family's usual discretion. Unless there were pressing matters at hand, could this be related to his daughter's refusal to ally with the Lin family? He had not quite caught Lin Jinghua's previous statement, only hearing something about being more qualified than you. The appearance of Lin Jinghua caused Lu Chuan, who had intended to humiliate Lin Yu, to nearly buckle at the knees. He had never anticipated that the Lin family would grace the occasion. And it seemed that the head of the Lin family had just claimed to be the sole heir. An audacious thought flickered in his mind. It couldn't be. Absolutely impossible. As this thought crossed his mind, Lu Chuan's legs began to tremble uncontrollably, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he swallowed hard, repeatedly reassuring himself. It is absolutely impossible. I must have misunderstood. If he were truly a member of the Lin family, why have all the records been confined to the orphanage for so many years? It must be a fabrication. Surely, someone from the Lin family has come to confront the Yi family. This must be the case. The Yi family, known for their fickleness, promised a union between Yi Qingming and the Lin family's sole heir, yet they have instead married her off to the worthless Lin Yu. As this realization dawned upon Lu Chuan, a sense of clarity washed over him, alleviating his anxious heart. This was the only plausible explanation. His previously hurried breath steadied, and he regarded Lin Yu with a newfound arrogance. With a mocking tone, Lu Chuan declared, "You're worthless. The Lin family has come to settle the score. You might as well await your demise." Lin Yu furrowed his brow slightly. The Lin family sought to confront him? He did not recognize any member of the Lin family. However, given Lu Chuan's tone, it seemed he was all too eager for Lin Yu's downfall, possibly having delved into his background long ago. A thought flickered through Lin Yu's mind, recalling the incident with the massive truck that day. He suddenly grasped the potential reason behind the truck's erratic behavior in the absence of witnesses. Lin Yu's gaze towards Lu Chuan grew increasingly frigid. Faced with the shift in Lin Yu's expression, Lu Chuan felt an inexplicable surge of anxiety, as if startled by Lin Yu's piercing stare. Here stood an orphan, devoid of identity or connections, yet he found himself unnerved. This realization incensed Lu Chuan, who longed to confront Lin Yu physically, but soon remembered his own lack of fitness and quickly regained his composure. Just as his frustration simmered, Lin Jinghua, accompanied by his wife and Shuyan, approached Lin Yu. The bodyguard adeptly pushed aside the obstructive Lu Chuan. Momentarily stunned, Lu Chuan was about to unleash a tirade, but upon seeing the newcomers, he promptly clamped his mouth shut like a well-behaved pet. Lin Jinghua and Shuyan gazed at Lin Yu with excitement and disbelief. Lin Jinghe and Chun Peilon had already noticed the resemblance between Lin Yu and the couple. They exchanged a glance, both taken aback. And with Lin Yu's circumstances and Lin Jinghua's earlier statement, their suspicions solidified. Lin Yu was indeed related to this couple by blood. It was entirely plausible that they were his biological parents. No wonder wealthy benefactors donated to the orphanage each year. Everything began to make sense. Before Lin Yu could utter a word, Shuyan stepped forward and enveloped him in a warm embrace, exclaiming, I'm so sorry. Mother has come too late." Her voice was heavy with remorse, tears glistening in her eyes. Lin Jinghua felt a pang of sorrow as well. Yet his temperament was different from Shuyun's. He maintained control over his emotions, regardless of the excitement. Lin Yu's mind raced in turmoil. Could this woman truly be his mother? Did he actually have a mother? It turns out that the phone call from the police department a couple of days ago was indeed genuine. For the past 20 years, he had never experienced maternal love. And the sudden influx of such affection left him momentarily bewildered. He did not feel aversion towards the woman embracing him. Instead, he sensed an inexplicable familiarity. akin to a resonance of blood ties. He understood that his parents must have loved him, and that his abduction was the result of human traffickers, not a consequence of being abandoned. Therefore, he had yearned throughout his life to find his biological parents. As he contemplated this, a tear involuntarily slipped from the corner of his eye, and before he realized it, he reached out to embrace Shuyun. It seemed he might truly have a mother now. Yi Qingning was somewhat stunned. What exactly was happening? How had Lin Yu suddenly transformed into the sole heir of the Lin family? When Yi Qingyuan heard his sister-in-law refer to Lin Yu as her son, he instinctively recalled the child that had been abducted from the Lin family, leaving him feeling as though he had been struck by lightning. Just moments ago, he had mocked Lin Yu's ordinary background, and now he was being told that Lin Yu was the only son of the Lin family? What an absurd joke. How could he possibly encounter such an improbable event? At this moment, he deeply regretted uttering the words that had led to the cancellation of the wedding. He wished he could have his daughter ascend the stage with Lin Yu to complete the remaining wedding ceremony. Had he known Lin Yu was the long-lost son of the Lin family, he would have happily carried him and Qingning home on a grand palanquin. Yi Qingyuan, with a perplexed expression, inquired, Lin Gu, what is the meaning of this? You claim he is the only son of the Lin family? He still found it hard to accept this reality, especially since he had just dismissed Lin Yu. In merely a few minutes, the roles had completely reversed. Lin Jinghua nodded toward him, affirming, indeed, Lin Yu is the son we have sought for many years. He then turned to the surrounding crowd and coldly declared, who was it that said my son, Lin Jinghua, was unworthy of marrying the daughter of the Yi family? I would like to see who possesses greater qualifications than my son. This proclamation caused a collective gasp among those present. Lin Jinghua's words indicated that he was genuinely furious. Not only the ordinary workers, but even Yu Qingyuan, the head of the Yi family, refrained from speaking. Yi Qingyuan felt a sense of relief that he had not completely obstructed Lin Yu's path. Otherwise, Lin Jinghua might have retaliated against him directly. After all, this was the son Lin Jinghua had searched for over 20 years, the sole child of the Lin family. Should he witness his son being mistreated? One could only imagine the explosive reaction it would provoke. Lin Jinghua's words rendered Lu Chuan weak at the knees, collapsing to the ground, his face etched with terror. Lu Chuan had always been the type to bully the weak and fear the strong. Faced with such a situation, he lost all composure, even struggling to remain upright. Observing Lu Chuan sprawled on the ground, Lin Jinghua immediately recognized who had spoken. The culprit had inadvertently revealed themselves? Lin Jinghua studied Lu Chuan's face, finding it somewhat familiar. But despite racking his brain, he could not recall ever having met this person. His cold, piercing gaze fixated on Lu Chuan, as if he intended to slay him with his stare. Is it you who spoke thus? Lu Chuan quickly signaled for his assistant to help him up, his trembling legs barely supporting him as he stammered in fear. No, it was I who spoke, but I did not mean it in that way regarding Uncle Lin. Yi Qingyuan, who had previously taken a neutral stance, suddenly turned hostile, pointing an accusatory finger at Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan, I have refrained from intervening out of respect for your father, but how dare you insult my nephew? No, my esteemed son-in-law. It is not for you to determine his worth. Does the Lu family intend to sever ties with the Yi family? Confronted with Yi Qingyuan's swift change of demeanor, Lu Chuan felt a wave of panic wash over him. Moments ago, when he had mocked Lin Yu, Yi Qingyuan had remained silent, yet now that Lin's family was present, he had entirely transformed. Lu Chuan's legs felt utterly weak, leaving him unable to stand unaided, and terror was etched across his face. Lin Yu was indeed the sole heir of the Lin family. This was disastrous. He had to devise a plan to remedy the situation, for if he failed, not only would he face ruin, but the entire Lu family would be doomed. Even if the Lin family did not exact vengeance, his father would undoubtedly punish him mercilessly upon learning of this incident. Lu Jinghua's voice was cold, laced with mockery. The Lu family? Ah. I seem to recall that there is a Lu family in Jiancheng. How splendid. Lu Mingrui has truly raised a fine son. Lu Chuan swallowed hard, his mind swirling in turmoil, while sweat drenched his back, and his heartbeat raced uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Shuyun gently caressed Lin Yu's face, her voice quivering with emotion. My son, you have grown so much. It is my fault for not being there for you. I regret that you have suffered all these years. Upon receiving the news of her son's discovery earlier that morning, she had nearly fainted from overwhelming joy. Despite her frail health, she insisted on personally bringing her son home. For nothing was more important than her child. Throughout the journey, she had perused Lin Yu's records, tracing his life from elementary school to university. As an orphan, Lin Yu had endured ridicule and bullying during his school years. In a bid to escape such torment, he began to train himself, retaliating fiercely against those who had tormented him. Though he faced disciplinary action, the bullying ceased, albeit at the cost of dwindling friendships. For the past 20 years, Lin Yu had seized any opportunity to earn money, purchasing a notebook with the savings of his grandparents to self-learn computer skills. In high school, he assisted university students with their practical assignments for pay, and during university, he frequently worked part-time to cover his living expenses. Lin Yu was fiercely determined, unwilling to rely on his grandparents as he sought ways to alleviate their burdens. A mere sentence in the records encapsulated the hardships he had endured over the past decade. While other children at this age have the support of their parents, he, in an effort to spare his grandparents from worry, stands alone, providing support to himself. Other children receive affection from their mothers, but he can only comfort himself with the notion that he is no longer a child. Others may not comprehend the gravity of this struggle, yet as Lin Yu's mother, and Shuyun, she wept as she perused his file. She could envision the countless nights over the past 20 years when the seemingly strong Lin Yu must have shed tears in solitude. Trembling, and Shuyun caressed Lin Yu's cheek, as if attempting to soothe the decades of regret that weighed heavily on her heart. Her voice quivered, and tears cascaded to the ground. Xiao Yu, please do not harbor hatred for me. I truly love you, and I will never leave you again. Can you find it in your heart to forgive me? Whatever compensation you desire, I will provide. Witnessing and Shuyun's self-reproach, Lin Yu felt as though his heart were being wrenched. It ached profoundly. It was the fault of the traffickers, yet Shuyun placed all the blame upon herself. In her eyes, had she not been so inattentive to Lin Yu, he would not have been abducted. Unable to restrain himself, Lin Yu gently grasped Shuyun's hand, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Mother, I do not blame you. This is not your fault. You love me dearly, and I am fortunate to not be a forsaken child. He longed to confront those who had once accused his mother of neglect and abandonment, to declare, you are mistaken, I have a mother who loves me. Neither Lin Yu nor Shuyun were at fault. The true culprits were the despicable traffickers. Yi Qingning, observing the reunion of mother and son, felt a pang of emotion in her heart. She had perused Lin Yu's file multiple times, and each reading left her with the impression of a remarkably dependable man. Had she grown up in such an environment, it would have been nearly impossible to emerge unscathed psychologically. Yet, Lin Yu persevered, his moral compass unwavering, even emerging stronger. Part of Yi Qingning's affection for Lin Yu stemmed from their similarities. Both appeared outwardly resilient, while harboring profound vulnerabilities within. If her fragile spot was the loss of her deceased grandfather, Lin Yu's most tender place was undoubtedly the absence of maternal and paternal love. Lin Yu, reluctant to shed tears before so many, feigned strength as he held Shuyun's hand. Mother, please do not cry. You should be joyful now that you have found me. And Shuyun nodded repeatedly, yet her tears continued to flow. I am happy. Mother is very happy. Once he had comforted his mother, Lin Yu's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he turned to Lu Chuan. Now, it is time to address my personal matters with young Master Lu. Chapter 52. The Lu family must disappear from Jiangcheng, damn it, Lin Yu exclaimed, striding forward with purpose and unleashing a powerful punch. His fist struck Lu Chuan's face with the force of a stone, sending him crashing to the ground, unable to be caught by his assistant, who also fell alongside him. In that moment, Lin Yu exerted himself without restraint, delivering a powerful punch aimed at incapacitating his opponent. Lu Chuan was taken aback by Lin Yu's sudden aggression. He had always perceived Lin Yu as merely a cunning adversary, not one bold enough to strike. No one present intervened, assuming Lin Yu's actions were provoked by Lu Chuan's earlier insolence. Only Lin Yu understood the impetus behind his assault on Lu Chuan. In a battle of wits, he felt he could hold his own against anyone. However, should someone dare to lay hands on him, he would show no mercy. Even if he were not the son of Lin Zhenghua, he would have unleashed that punch without regard for the consequences. Against someone intent on his demise, he would not hold back. Lu Chuan's face flushed crimson, the metallic taste of blood flooding his mouth, and tears streamed down his cheeks uncontrollably. He had never before experienced such a brutal assault. Even his father's reprimands were mere theatrics. The man before him displayed no restraint whatsoever. Lu Chuan coughed violently, blood spilling from his mouth, feeling as though he were on the brink of death, a tooth having been knocked loose in the process. His assistant watched with concern. This was her employer. Would he blame her for being ineffective if he were so severely beaten? The guests at the wedding were taken aback by the sudden violence. What prompted such an outburst? The unfolding drama became increasingly perplexing. Many wished to capture the moment on their phones, yet the bodyguards vigilantly monitored them. A previous attempt to record the incident nearly ended in disaster when a phone almost slipped from someone's grasp. Lin Zhenghua observed the scene with an impassive expression. Regarding Lu Chuan, the scion of the Lu family, as long as his son found satisfaction in the altercation, he had no qualms about the severity of the beating. Indeed, even if it resulted in death, assistance would be readily available to manage the aftermath. Checking the time, Lin Jinhua remarked nonchalantly, "If you can bring joy to my son, I might let the Lu family off the hook, provided my son is appeased." With blood filling his mouth and clutching his lost tooth, Lu Chuan seized upon this as a lifeline. If he could make Lin Yu happy, the Lu family could escape annihilation. Ignoring his injuries, he scrambled forward, clinging to Lin Yu's leg. "Brother Lin Yu, I was blind to your greatness. I should never have offended you, insulted you, or looked down upon you. I was foolish. I apologize. What must I do to placate you?" With desperation, Lu Chuan began to slap his own face vigorously, the sound echoing loudly, audible to all present. The resounding slaps continued, his cheeks stained with the vibrant hue of dragon fruit. Yet, Lu Chuan remained silent, resolutely continuing to strike himself as long as Lin Yu maintained his silence. Lin Yu observed him coldly, offering no response. After approximately 2.5 minutes, Lu Chuan could no longer muster the strength to continue. His face had become numb from the pain, and the slaps had lost their potency. At that moment, a pungent taste lingered in his mouth, his face burned, and dizziness enveloped him, causing him to collapse onto the ground. The butler and bodyguard who had accompanied Lu Chuan were rendered speechless, paralyzed by fear at the sight before them. Knowing that even the Lu family dared not provoke such an entity, they wisely refrained from intervening, as their monthly wages were not substantial enough to warrant risking their lives. Indeed, even if their salaries were generous, they would still not be inclined to sacrifice themselves. Lin Jinhua approached and gently patted Lin Yu on the shoulder, inquiring, "Son, do you feel any better?" Lu Chuan, filled with hope, gazed at Lin Yu, yearning for a nod of affirmation. A simple nod would suffice. Lin Yu offered a gentle smile in response, directing his gaze toward Lu Chuan. Upon seeing that smile, Lu Chuan exhaled in relief. Believing that he had salvaged the Lu family's reputation, his lips curling into a smile of reprieve. However, as he continued to gaze at Lin Yu, his expression suddenly froze. He observed Lin Yu shaking his head with a smile. With a composed demeanor, Lin Yu articulated, "Perhaps my mood is not easily improved." To Lu Chuan, Lin Yu appeared as a demon. Each word he uttered felt like a dagger piercing his chest, leaving him breathless and speechless. It seemed that Lin Yu truly intended to ruin him. Unable to endure any longer, Lu Chuan, feeling cornered, lashed out, "You bastard! Are you trying to kill me?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than Lin Yu sent him flying with a swift kick, coldly retorting, "Aren't you the one intent on murder?" Had I not reacted promptly, today's gathering would not have been a celebration but a funeral. Do you need me to remind you? The fortune suddenly took a turn. Lu Chuan's mind went blank. How had he discovered the matter? He was reluctant to admit it, yet Lin Yu was unfazed, landing several more kicks on Lu Chuan. The revelation that Lu Chuan had previously contemplated harming his son sent a tremor through Lin Jinhua, his gaze hardening with fury as he confronted Lu Chuan. "Why would you say such a thing about my son?" Lin Yu recounted his harrowing experience from that day. Had he been an ordinary person, he would have been apprehended long ago. The absence of news over the subsequent days indicated that someone was aiding the driver. Yet, these were merely his suspicions. Even if he was mistaken, it mattered little, for he had intended to confront Lu Chuan regardless. If he guessed correctly, he would be deemed astute. If incorrect, he would suffer no loss. Lin Jinhua spoke with gravity. "I shall have this matter investigated. If what you say holds true, the Lu family ought to vanish from Jiangqing." The connections of the Lin family were far more formidable than those of the Lu family. Within a day, they could uncover the identity of the individual safeguarding the driver. Moreover, Lin Jinhua would not permit the Lu father and son to leave Jiangqing until the investigation yielded results. Lin Yu nodded, casting a glance at the fallen Lu Chuan, who lay clutching his abdomen, and commanded, "Leave." As for the subsequent matters, they would naturally be entrusted to Lin Jinhua to resolve. The assistant and the steward hurriedly helped Lu Chuan into the car, preparing to take him to the hospital. Finally, this farce was nearing its conclusion. Lin Yu felt utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally, and just one morning, he had received an overwhelming amount of information. Not to mention the fact that Yu Qingning was the president of the Yi Group, which had taken him quite a while to process. Just when he was halfway through discussing matters with his father-in-law, a young master from the Lu family suddenly appeared, and then he became the son of Lin Jinhua, the richest man. The influx of information was staggering, and he needed time to digest it all. Yu Qingning hurried over to support Lin Yu, her face filled with concern. "Lin Yu, are you all right?" Lin Yu waved his hand dismissively. "I'm fine, just a bit of a headache." I'm not quite sure how to wrap this up. Should we continue with the wedding? He glanced over at Yi Cheng-yuan, who had previously opposed the wedding. Yi Cheng-yuan looked at the host on stage. Seeing that the host had not yet left, he declared, "Of course we must proceed, now that it has begun. How can we end it? Let us complete the ceremony and hold a grander celebration next time." Chapter 53. The farce concludes, the wedding continues. Faced with her father's sudden change of attitude, Yi Chengning was at a loss for words. Just moments ago, he had been entirely different. How could he switch so quickly? In light of Yi Cheng-yuan's shift, Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. "Uncle Yi, didn't you say the wedding wouldn't take place? That my background was unsuitable for your daughter?" Lin Jinghua frowned. "Is that so?" Upon hearing this, Yi Cheng-yuan stiffened and quickly clarified. "I merely thought the wedding was too modest. I intended to arrange a grander one for you both." Lin Yu sought only to teach Yi Cheng-yuan a small lesson. After all, he was his father-in-law, and he certainly wouldn't go too far. In truth, Yi Cheng-yuan had already begun to accept him as a son-in-law, having referred to him as such during the previous altercation with the Shin family. Despite initially being unaware of his identity, however, he needed a moment to process the situation. Seeing his daughter involved with a man of no notable background would naturally cause him some anxiety. To him, Lin Yu appeared like a reckless youth, and any semblance of goodwill was unexpected. In reality, this was a proud father-in-law who, while reluctant to admit it, was gradually beginning to accept him. Lin Yu smiled gently, indicating the lightness of the moment. "Uncle Yi, I was merely joking. I hope you don't take offense." Yi Cheng-yuan responded with a smile. "Nephew, no. Son-in-law, how could I possibly mind a joke? You know I am quite fond of humor. Originally, I had agreed with Brother Lin to arrange your marriage to Chengning. And who would have thought you both would have already registered? Thus, the wedding must surely continue." With the dynamics shifting, Lin Yu found himself in a position of advantage. His identity had transformed into that of the sole heir of the Lin family, and although he was still adjusting to this new role, he was beginning to embrace it. Lin Jinghua looked at Lin Yu with pride. "My son, congratulations on your marriage. Your mother and I have brought a wedding gift for you," and Chengning, and Shuyan, filled with satisfaction, clasped her daughter-in-law's hand, growing increasingly pleased with her beautiful daughter-in-law. The coincidence of her son finding love and marrying on the same day brought double joy. Yi Chengning looked at Shuyan and gently smiled. "Mom, why do you keep staring at me? Is there something on my face?" Upon hearing this endearing address, Shuyan's heart swelled with happiness. What a lovely daughter-in-law, indeed. Her son, Lin Yu, was truly fortunate. As the commotion subsided, the wedding continued. The previously ordinary ceremony was enhanced by the addition of a gift-giving segment. The Lin family's offerings, as the wealthiest in Jiangqing, were nothing short of extravagant. The bride's dowry alone, composed of jewelry and precious ornaments, was valued in the millions. The attendees were awestruck, their eyes filled with envy as they beheld the opulence. Upon learning that Lin Yu was the son of Lin Jinghua, the city's tycoon, their glances turned flattering, as if attempting to curry favor. Goodness! Lin Yu is the son of a billionaire. He must be living the life of a privileged heir. I wonder if his troublesome ex will regret her actions upon discovering this revelation. If I were in her shoes, I would be racked with remorse. In stark contrast to the envious gazes around them, two pairs of eyes reflected a sense of melancholy, those of Lin Yu's close friends. They mused, "We wish our brother well. But we never imagined you would ascend to such heights so quickly. Just a few years post-graduation, and he had transformed into the son of a magnate." Yet, despite their envy, they felt genuine happiness for Lin Yu. After all, a brother's success is a cause for celebration. Yi Cheng-yuan swiftly placed a call to arrange for a plethora of gifts to be sent as a return gesture, exhibiting remarkable efficiency. What began as a simple wedding blossomed into a lavish affair due to the generosity of both families. Lin Yu and Yi Chengning stood upon the stage, exchanging rings in a heartfelt ceremony. Upon completion of the wedding rites, the host graciously concluded the event. Lin Yu embraced Yi Chengning as they stood before their guests, expressing gratitude for their presence amidst their busy lives. Today, though we face several interruptions, our wedding has been fulfilled as we hoped. I wish for everyone to persevere through life's challenges and find that steadfast love in their hearts. He took a moment to thank his grandparents for their unwavering support throughout his upbringing and expressed his gratitude to his wife for her resolute choice to stand by him. Below, Lin Jinghe and Qin Peilon could not help but shed tears. The little boy they had nurtured was now a mature man, having discovered his biological parents on this significant day. These blessings were rightfully Lin Yu's. Similarly, Yi Chengning took the opportunity during the wedding to express her gratitude to those who had played pivotal roles in her life. Lin Jinghua, seated in the audience, beckoned to his assistant, old Li, and instructed, please donate 10 million in Lin Yu's name to the orphanage. His gratitude towards Lin Jinghe and Chun Peilon was heartfelt and sincere. Without them, it is truly difficult to ascertain what Lin Yu would be like today. Whether he could flourish healthily or even survive remains an uncertainty. Those who treat Lin Yu kindly are never overlooked by Lin Zhenghua. During the toasting segment, when Lin Yu approached Bai Hao to offer a toast, Bai Hao nearly spilled his drink in a moment of nervousness. He looked at Lin Yu with an ingratiating gaze, entirely devoid of his previous arrogance, embodying the demeanor one might reserve for a superior. Upon seeing Bai Hao, Lin Yu feigned surprise and remarked, "President Bai, you truly came. What an honor this is. Did you not mention last time that I should call my wife to join us for a toast, claiming it was for a job introduction?" As he spoke, he gestured to summon her over. Bai Hao immediately became flustered and exclaimed, No, brother. You go. I was merely joking. I lack the qualifications for such a thing. If anyone should toast, it should be me to you." He jested, fully aware that it would be absurd for the sole heir of the Lin family to toast the president of the Yi Corporation. Would he dare to drink if they were to toast him? The thought of having previously suggested a monthly salary of 5,000 to 6,000 for a position to President Yi made him wish he could vanish into the ground. Lin Yu witnessed a true transformation. Just a short while ago, Bai Hao had been calling him Xiao Yu, and now he was addressing him as Yu Go. Despite being younger than Bai Hao, Lin Yu found it amusing that Bai Hao could so shamelessly call him brother. It is no wonder that Bai Hao, at over 30, has reached such heights. His ability to bend and not take offense is commendable. Not far away, in a Porsche, Xiao Wanning sat watching her good friend's wedding. She had been in the car, indulging in gossip, as the drama unfolded one twist after another. Even now, she struggled to comprehend that Lin Yu was the sole heir of the Lin family. She had previously thought the disparity in status between Lin Yu and Yi Qingning made a union unlikely. Yet now, she believed her friend had struck gold. A marriage between the Lin and Yi families in Jiangcheng was akin to wielding immense power. Who would dare cross them? Just as she was wishing her dear friend a blissful married life, her phone rang. Her brother was calling. Upon answering, Xiao Zhiyuan's calm voice emerged. "Wanyin, I am returning to the country. There remains much more to unfold. This tale will not conclude too swiftly, so feel free to continue following along." Chapter 54. On the wedding night, "I will not go easy, brother. You are returning to the country?" Xiao Wanyin responded with little surprise, as her brother had previously informed her of his plans. Xiao Zhiyuan's voice, deep and contemplative, followed, "Yes, as I mentioned before. I must return to handle significant matters in the next couple of days." Xiao Wanyin inquired, "Should I pick you up from the airport?" After a prolonged silence, Xiao Zhiyuan finally replied, "Yes. Could you invite Qingning to accompany you?" Xiao Wanyin's expression became slightly perplexed. "That might be difficult. Qingning is currently the president of the Yi Corporation and is quite busy." She hesitated, not wishing to divulge too much to her brother at this moment. It would be prudent to wait until he disembarks from the plane to clarify matters. Otherwise, I genuinely fear he might do something regrettable. Her brother, Xiao Ziyuan, has harbored a secret affection for Yi Qingning for a decade, a love that runs deep within him, yet he remains reluctant to voice it. Given this situation, it is entirely reasonable for Xiao wanting to worry about her brother potentially resorting to extreme measures. She is currently uncertain of the depth of her brother's feelings for Yi Qingning, so it is best to discuss it face-to-face for caution's sake. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Wanyin let out a helpless sigh. Alas, her brother, you have arrived too late. The one you cherish has already become a bride. Surely, you do not wish to emulate Xiao Qiao? On the wedding night, Lin Yu's biological parents sought him out, and the three of them conversed for quite some time at the orphanage, reflecting on the environment in which he had grown up. In truth, and Shu Yun yearned for Lin Yu to move into the Lin family villa, wishing to compensate for the maternal love he had missed. However, Lin Yu felt that such a transition should be gradual. He needed time to adjust. Additionally, Lin Jinghua hoped he would return to gradually take charge of the Lin Corporation. Yet, having just married, he wished to dedicate more time to his wife. Other matters could be addressed in due course. Upon returning home, Lin Yu found that Yi Qingning had prepared a meal in anticipation of his arrival. As he stepped inside, he was greeted by a vibrant array of home-cooked dishes on the table, all of which were simple yet delightful. Yi Qingning had made a special effort to learn how to cook, as she was not particularly skilled in the kitchen previously. It had always been Lin Yu who prepared meals for her, but today, she desired to cook for him. The tables had turned, and now she awaited his return. Naturally, a newlywed night calls for a fervent encounter, yet one must first replenish their energy. Lin Yu suddenly sensed something amiss. Amidst the ordinary home-cooked dishes lay grilled oysters and leeks, the origins of which were unknown. It appeared an intense evening was inevitable. His considerate wife had even preemptively provided him with the ingredients necessary for enhancing his weapons. A provocation. Undoubtedly, it was a challenge. Lin Yu felt inclined to question. Whom does she look down upon? Did he truly require such enhancements? He gestured towards the table and inquired, "What is this?" Feigning calmness, Yi Qingning replied, "I prepared a few dishes to occupy myself while waiting for you to return." Lin Yu couldn't help but smirk. Clearly, she had gone out of her way to make these dishes, yet she insisted it was merely a pastime. How had he not previously noticed that the president of Yi Corporation possessed a hint of pride? Thankfully, this was not an anime, and her hair was not of a golden hue. Otherwise, she might have been an archetypal tsundere. Nevertheless, Yi Qingning's slightly proud demeanor was quite endearing. Lin Yu stepped closer, wrapping his arms around Yi Qingning, who was clad in a delicate lace nightgown, and whispered, was this intentional or merely an accident? As he felt the slender curve of his new wife's waist, a mischievous smile crept across his face. If you are lying, I assure you, I will show no mercy tonight. Yi Qingning's cheeks flushed a delicate pink as she feigned composure, responding, I made it especially for you. This villain indeed reveals his true nature after marriage, displaying an utter lack of bounds. Yet, she finds solace in Lin Yu's behavior towards her. Others may not suffice. But Lin Yu certainly can. With defiance, she stated, it was clearly I who let it go. Lin Yu, taken aback, responded, isn't that so? Are the private confessions of the Yi family's president truly that provocative? Nevertheless, there was an undeniable truth to her words. The release was indeed literal. Yi Qingning playfully tapped his chest. You performed admirably today. My father is quite fond of you and has suggested that I invite you to visit him sometime. Lin Yu affectionately ruffled Yi Qingning's hair. Then, should we not settle our accounts? Yi Qingning blinked in confusion. What accounts? Leaning in gently, Lin Yu whispered into her ear. Miss Yi, how shall we address your deception about being my assistant? Do you not trust your husband? Or do you perceive me as an incompetent spouse? With a flushed face, Yi Qingning murmured, you are certainly not incompetent. If you were, I would have long since taken you to a urologist. Clearing his throat, Lin Yu interjected, ahem, let us not digress. I refer to your lack of trust in me. Such behavior can indeed chill your husband's heart. Yi Qingning bit her lip, casting a guilty glance at Lin Yu. What should I do? I fear you might distance yourself from me due to my identity or exploit me. Yet, after spending time together, I believe you are not that kind of person. I wish to be honest with you, but I am afraid it may anger you. It was the first time Lin Yu had witnessed such a flustered Yi Qingning, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Then, Miss Yi, since the matter has unfolded, and my heart has been wounded, shouldn't you offer me some form of compensation? Yi Qingning met his gaze directly. And what kind of compensation do you seek, Mr. Lin? As she lifted her eyes, a sparkle danced in her pupils, and her rosy lips left Lin Yu's throat parched. With her hand resting against Lin Yu's chest, she felt his heartbeat quicken, and she closed her eyes. In a moment of impulsive desire, Lin Yu leaned in and pressed his lips against hers. Yi Qingning was enveloped in a wave of euphoria, instinctively responding to the kiss. After what felt like an eternity, they parted. Yi Qingning breathed softly, gazing at Lin Yu with a hint of longing. She hadn't anticipated his lung capacity to be so impressive, nor did she expect his hands to roam with such confidence. Observing the slightly dazed Yi Qingning, Lin Yu teased, Miss Yi, perhaps you should engage in more exercises to enhance your lung capacity. Yi Qingning pressed her lips together. Is this the compensation you desired? Certainly not, Lin Yu refuted. This is merely a reward. Yi Qingning, somewhat exasperated, inquired, did you not enjoy it? What exactly do you wish for as compensation? Lin Yu replied nonchalantly, I shall inform you of the compensation after dinner. Yi Qingning couldn't shake the feeling that Lin Yu's thoughts were not entirely innocent, based on her understanding of him. She was certain that the compensation would be of a more risky nature, decidedly not material. Lin Yu began to savor the dishes prepared by his wife. While the flavors may not compare to his own culinary skills, they were commendable, and there was considerable room for improvement in her cooking. Of course, he was referring to genuine cooking, not the playful banter of a couple. He felt deeply touched. Previously, when he was unwell, Shen Yinqing could hardly bear to bring him a bowl of congee, let alone prepare a meal. Yet, Yi Qingning, as the daughter of the Yi family, willingly prepared dinner for him. He noticed the band-aid on her finger, likely the result of a scrape or cut while cooking. It would be a lie to say he was not moved. To have a wife like her was truly a stroke of fortune. He resolved to bestow upon her a gift worth billions, though, of course, he meant something other than money. Chapter 55. The termination of the contract is merely a personal grievance. Unrelated to the company, after taking a shower, Lin Yu abruptly lifted Yu Qingning into his arms, startling her. "What on earth are you doing?" she exclaimed. Lin Yu chuckled softly, nodding, "Of course, I am." Yu Qingning responded with a puzzled expression, although she anticipated his performance on their wedding night. This moment felt particularly shy compared to previous encounters. It seemed only a few days had passed since their last intimate moment. Both were spirited young individuals. And since that day, they had shared at least one romantic evening each night, lest they find sleep elusive. However, Yu Qingning had been confined at the Yi residence, which had prevented them from being together in recent days. Lin Yu had just indulged in a considerable feast of oysters, devouring them all. Now, he felt a warmth coursing through his body, necessitating an outlet for his pent-up energy. As he carried her in a princess embrace, he inquired, "My dear wife, what is your educational background?" Yi Qingning was taken aback by the question, responding, "My education? I attended a prestigious university." Lin Yu smirked mischievously, "I don't believe you. I shall verify your credentials shortly to see if you speak the truth." It took a moment for Yi Qingning to grasp the implication of his words, her face flushing a deep crimson. This man was incorrigibly teasing, particularly with his penchant for uttering words that made her blush. Flushed with embarrassment, she playfully scolded, "You rascal." Lin Yu gently set her down on the bed, leaning in to kiss her forehead as he remarked, "Well, you chose this rascal, and I assure you, I am quite a catch. Congratulations on discovering a hidden gem of a husband." He then spoke with feigned seriousness, as the president of the Yi Corporation. "I must investigate whether you engage in any tax evasion." Yi Qingning surrendered completely, realizing she had indeed found a wonderfully mischievous husband. Subsequently, she retrieved a small umbrella from the drawer. Now that their families had consented to their marriage, there was no need to resort to pregnancy to compel Yi Qingyuan. In such circumstances, it was prudent to take precautions. If they were to consider starting a family, they would need time to thoughtfully prepare and adjust their bodies for conception. Yi family villa. Balcony. Assistant Laoli. This matter is indeed connected to the Liu family. It was the young master of the Liu family who instructed them to refrain from pursuing this issue. Lin Jinguo was not surprised by this outcome. Wealthy individuals inevitably cultivate relationships with those in power. Such trivial matters can be resolved with a mere word. Should a life be lost, these individuals can easily find a scapegoat through their connections. As the wealthiest family in Jiangcheng, the Lin family naturally possesses more formidable connections than others. Otherwise, they would not hold the foremost position in the city. Lin Jingguo's gaze turned cold. "Very well. The Liu family has enjoyed their prosperous days for far too long. Terminate all collaborations with the Liu family and commence sanctions against them. Inform the other prominent families that any cooperation with the Liu family equates to opposing the Lin family, and they shall bear the consequences." Assistant Lao Li gasped in astonishment. Understood. This was a direct intention to drive the Liu family to ruin, albeit without immediate bankruptcy. Over time, the Liu family would find themselves severely weakened and burdened with debt. Though it would require some time, the Liu family would undoubtedly grow anxious. If they were to face immediate bankruptcy, it would be too lenient for the father and son. Lin Jinghua had other plans, harboring malicious intent towards his own son, and the repercussions would not be straightforward. A cold smirk escaped Lin Jinghua's lips. "Lu Mingrue, I eagerly await to see how you handle your son." Lu Mingrue, who was preparing to sign a new project contract with the Lin family, wore a beaming smile as he extended his hand to the project manager from Lin, a delightful collaboration. The Lin project manager was about to finalize the contract and rise to shake hands when an unexpected phone call interrupted. He answered, his brow furrowing. "Is this the chairman's directive?" "Very well, I understand. I have yet to sign." Upon hanging up, the Lin project manager retracted his smile. Coldly regarding Lu Mingrue, "I'm afraid our Lin group will no longer engage in any collaborations with the Liu family, including the cancellation of all previous agreements." Lu Mingrue was taken aback, his smile faltering. "Why? The cooperation between the Liu and Lin families has always been excellent. We have never betrayed Lin in any manner. Have we? Furthermore, our sincerity during each signing has been evident to Lin. While we have allowed Lin to unilaterally breach the contract, you cannot genuinely proceed in this manner." The Lin project manager replied coolly, "You merely need to know that we can breach the contract unilaterally. To avoid prolonging this discussion, the agreement was your choice. Should it come to that, you would not be pleased. Moreover, this is the chairman's will, unrelated to your company, purely a matter of personal enmity." Lu Mingrue slumped in his chair. "Personal enmity? Although I have scarcely met Chairman Lin, I have never wronged him. Perplexed, he could not fathom how he had offended Lin Jinghua. He was no fool. The Lu family had signed numerous unequal contracts to cooperate with the Lin family, and breaching them would incur minimal penalties. Otherwise, it would be exceedingly challenging for the Lu family, a second-rate conglomerate, to collaborate with the Lin family, a premier enterprise. Given the plethora of companies that surpass the Lu family in stature, to achieve rapid growth, one must endure burdens that other companies cannot bear. The Lu family was not established by Lu Mingrui. Rather, it was inherited from his father, and he is a man driven by immediate success. While other companies may refrain from signing contracts, the Lu family is willing to do so. In simple terms, the Lin family can sever ties with the Lu family at any moment, yet the Lu family cannot afford to lose the Lin family. Upon witnessing the Lin family's representative prepare to depart, Lu Mingrui abruptly rose and grasped the representative's arm, exclaiming, "This must be a colossal misunderstanding. May I speak with Chairman Lin over the phone?" His demeanor was a far cry from that of a chairman of the Lu family. He could maintain an air of superiority with companies that required their services, but when faced with a company he needed, he found himself bowing and scraping. Even if the individual before him was merely a representative of the Lin family. The Lin family's representative removed his hand with an impassive expression, stating, "This is a private matter between you and our chairman. We cannot intervene. You must contact him yourself." These words left Lu Mingrui in a state of shock. As if turned to stone, the representative turned away abruptly, shifting from a jovial demeanor to one that was entirely disdainful in an instant, treating him as if he were inconsequential. After the representative departed, Lu Mingrui slumped into his chair, hand pressed against his forehead, pondering the reasons behind this turn of events. He was certain he had committed no wrongdoing. Slamming his hand on the table, he declared, "No, I must clarify the reason behind this. That scoundrel must have placed the blame on me. He uttered this last line through gritted teeth. If I find out who is responsible, I shall not hesitate to make them pay." Just as he was engulfed in confusion, a call from Lu Chuan came through. Lu Mingrui furrowed his brow slightly, a sense of foreboding washing over him, yet he answered the call. "Have we run out of money again? Or have you stirred up some trouble that requires my intervention?" Lu Chuan swallowed hard, his voice tinged with trepidation. "Dad, can you promise me you won't be angry?" Chapter 56. Lu Mingrui's outburst in the hospital. Lu Chuan had been enduring excruciating days. The fear of provoking the Lin family paralyzed him from calling his father, as he dreaded the demise of the Lu family and, even more so, his own life. Due to the severity of his injuries, he remained hospitalized for 2 days of observation. Lu Mingrui, feeling indifferent, retorted, "What is there to be angry about? Haven't I always been the one cleaning up your messes?" Lu Chuan hesitantly replied, "I was attacked and have been hospitalized for 2 days." Lu Mingrui, already incensed by the Lin family's abrupt cancellation of their cooperation, found in his son's plight a perfect outlet for his frustration. "Damn it, who dares to lay a hand on my son? I'll handle this. If I don't break his legs, I'm not your father." Upon hearing Lu Mingrui's words, Lu Chuan fell silent for a long moment. Trembling, he finally spoke. "Dad, the one who attacked me is Lin Jinghua's son." He paused, overwhelmed. "What the hell did you just say?" After Lu Mingrui regained his composure, he trembled with rage and shouted into the phone, "Why didn't you die? Damn it. No wonder the Lin family suddenly terminated our contract. You wretched being. Didn't I warn you? Stay away from the Lin family when you're out. Are you trying to bring the Lu family to ruin? Have you grown too accustomed to a comfortable life? Damn it. I should have pinned you to the wall back then." Lu Chuan didn't dare to bring his ear close to the phone, nor did he have the courage to switch to speaker mode. Lu Mingrui's tirade was so foul-mouthed that it seemed he had exhausted every possible curse. If Lu Chuan were not by his side, he would surely have interrupted this ungrateful son. He raged for a full 5 minutes before pausing to catch his breath, his face flushed with anger. Of course, the 5 minutes were not a testament to the limits of his vocabulary, but rather to his lung capacity. With a sip of water, he could easily unleash another 5 minutes. Seizing the moment while Lu Mingrui took a drink, Lu Chuan hastily explained, "Dad, this truly isn't my fault. Who could have known that the Lin family had a long-lost son, coincidentally the very person I offended? The odds are lower than winning the lottery." Lu Mingrui, barely having finished his drink, continued to berate him, "Don't call me Dad. You are the one acting like a father. Who can argue with you, alive or dead? If this situation cannot be resolved, prepare to face the consequences." With that, he hung up the phone abruptly. Lu Chuan felt utterly defeated. Collapsing onto the hospital bed as he turned to his assistant and requested, "Please help me purchase a ticket to America. I need to leave this afternoon. The assistant nodded and began making arrangements. Moments later, her expression froze. Young Master Lu, your account has been frozen. I cannot purchase the ticket. Lu Chuan sprang up, incredulous. What did you say? How is that possible? Use another card. The assistant shook her head. None will work. Lu Chuan felt as if struck by lightning. He knew it was undoubtedly his father's doing. He had merely offended a member of the Lin family, yet his father had chosen to cut off his funds entirely. If Lu Mingrui were aware of his son's naive thoughts, he would surely have dealt with him on the spot. Desperate, Lu Chuan realized he must flee the country to evade the Lin family's wrath. He regretted his earlier reckless thoughts. Had he not acted so foolishly, he could have simply apologized without implicating the Lu family. Unbeknownst to him, his habitual arrogance had led him to this dire situation. And it was only upon facing the harsh reality that he felt regret. Looking at his assistant, he urged, "You need to lend me the money to buy a ticket. I will repay you later." The assistant shook her head vigorously. "Young Master Lu, that won't work. I don't have that much money. A single ticket costs 50 or 60,000, and my salary is only 5,000. I send 3,000 home each month." Furious, Lu Chuan slammed his fist on the bed. "Damn it. Useless. Get out. Get out." The assistant hurriedly exited the hospital room. She is no fool. She is well aware that Lu Xiao has offended the Lin family, and the consequences will surely not be favorable. Forget about repaying any debts. It would be fortunate if this month's salary is even dispersed. The notion of sending money back home is merely a fabrication. One must learn the art of deception in the workplace to circumvent numerous troubles. The young assistant has already begun reaching out to other companies in preparation for a possible career change. Upon hearing the news of the Lin family's impending sanctions against the Lu family, her resolve to escape only grew stronger. "My apologies, Lu Xiao. But if the salary cannot even be paid, who would be willing to toil for you?" Meanwhile, at the Lin family's villa, Old Li stepped forward to inquire. "Chairman, Lu Mingrui has called 9 times already. Shall we take this one?" Lin Zhenghua replied coolly, "Answer it." Once connected, Lu Mingrui's anxious voice resonated through the phone. "Chairman Lin, this matter is my son's doing. You may deal with him as you wish, but please refrain from imposing sanctions on our Lu family. We have barely managed to reach this point." Lin Zhenghua interrupted him. "Your Lu family's current standing is not solely due to your own efforts, but rather because of the Lin family. Did you truly believe you achieved this on your own? Lu Mingrui, are you aware of your son's actions? You must realize that your family cannot afford to sever ties with Jiaqing. Having offended my son, do you think I would readily allow the Lu family to escape unscathed?" Lu Mingrui was shaken, swallowing hard. "My son has offended your son. Although I am unclear about the reasons, I have given him a stern lesson. Could you perhaps show mercy and spare the Lu family?" Lin Zhenghua let out a cold laugh. "Your son sought to have my son killed. In a few days, he will find himself behind bars." Hearing this, Lu Mingrui dropped his phone, unable to comprehend that his son's offense meant a desire to take a life. Alas, who could possibly protect you now? He truly regretted not having acted decisively earlier, allowing greed for a moment of power to lead the Lu family into such dire straits after over 2 decades of prosperity. Trembling, he picked up the phone. "What do you wish for me to do?" As the chairman of the Lu family, he discerned the underlying message in Lin Zhenghua's words. There was still hope for the Lu family, but it would require significant sacrifice. Lin Zhenghua nonchalantly stated, "Before he is apprehended, break both of his legs, and it must be you who does it. I can refrain from annihilating the Lu family." Lu Mingrui trembled all over at the thought of breaking his own son's legs. It seemed excessively cruel. While he had often chastised his son out of anger, merely intending to impart a lesson, this time it was a matter of severe punishment. Breaking his legs and then sending him away. How torturous would his life become? Yet, if he did not comply, the Lu family would be utterly doomed. And he could not bear to accept such a fate after having lived a life of affluence for half of his days. Gritting his teeth, a glimmer of resolve flashed in his eyes. Very well. Chapter 57. Shen Yiqing's desire to reconcile Lin Zhenghua ended the call and initiated a video call to Lin Yu. For the past few days, Lin Yu had mostly been at home, cherishing moments with his wife. However, today he found himself alone, as Yu Qingning had declined several work engagements and could only go to the office when absolutely necessary. After all, she couldn't leave Chen Xiaoxiao to toil away alone every day. Yi Qingming was inherently distrustful of others in many matters. Otherwise, she could have delegated tasks to a few capable individuals instead of exhausting herself. This was simply her nature, finding it difficult to trust strangers, coupled with her strong confidence in her own abilities. Consequently, the Yi Corporation had flourished under her leadership. When Lin Yu answered the call, he stretched lazily and greeted, "Dad." "What is up?" Lin Zhenghua, observing his son's leisurely demeanor, inquired, "Have you resigned from your job?" Lin Yu shook his head, "Not at all. It's just that my boss insists on giving me an extended leave. I had intended to return to the company sooner. He was too unwilling to go back, rather. By how insisted he take a break, citing the need for a honeymoon after their recent marriage. Although Lin Yu had considered going on a trip, Yi Qingning was perpetually occupied, necessitating careful planning. Furthermore, his two brothers, having learned of his status as the son of Jiangqing's wealthiest man, constantly called him young Master Lin, eagerly awaiting red envelopes. Lin Zhenghua suggested, "Just quit. Come back and take over Lin Corporation. I can retire earlier." Lin Yu quickly waved his hands. "Dad, you're still young. There's no rush to retire. I lack management experience and am quite ignorant about many aspects." Though he had begun to accept his identity as Lin Zhenghua's son, the prospect of taking over Lin Corporation felt overwhelmingly daunting. He would undoubtedly be clueless and needed time to acclimate. With a raised eyebrow, Lin Zhenghua expressed his interest. "So, what do you propose?" He was quite pleased with his son, who remained humble despite his altered status. This was the quality he expected from Lin Zhenghua's offspring. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yu replied, "Perhaps you could assign me to a different position within Lin Corporation, allowing me to learn gradually." Lin Zhenghua chuckled heartily. "I understand now. That is the right approach. One must start from the ground up. One cannot expect to become a glutton in one gulp. I was too eager to promote growth." He then continued, "I have already gathered evidence against that scoundrel from the Liu family. He indeed intended to harm you, and in a few days, he will be imprisoned for inciting murder. I will ensure he receives a proper beating before he is incarcerated. Is that satisfactory?" Lin Yu smiled faintly. "That is quite satisfactory. Thank you, Dad." He felt no pity for Lu Chuan, as it was he who first harbored murderous intent. Lin Zhenghua nodded. "I will arrange work for you and suggest you take some time to visit your mother." He suddenly added, "By the way, there is a banquet tonight. Please represent me and take the opportunity to expand your network. You may bring along someone you trust." The upcoming banquet will not only be attended by families from Jiang City, but also by prominent clans from the capital and even from the magical metropolis. While we have achieved a pinnacle in Jiang City, we still have a considerable distance to cover when it comes to the esteemed families of the capital and the magical metropolis. The Qin family from the capital has collaborated with our Lin family on numerous occasions, providing an opportunity to familiarize ourselves with the guests at the banquet. Lin Yu, I comprehend my father's intentions. Unlike Lu Chuan, he is a man who shuns ostentation and prefers to avoid attracting unnecessary attention. What Lin Zhenghua implies is merely to refrain from stirring up trouble, of course, with the exception of the families within Jiang City. However, it seems that there are only a few families in Jiang City capable of attending an event of this caliber. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lin Yu ended the call. He currently possessed a black gold card, which was bestowed upon him by Shuyun. He was unaware of the balance it held, only knowing that Shuyun had mentioned he could request more if it fell short. As for tonight's banquet, should he bring his wife along? The event was scheduled to commence at 7:30 in the evening. Under normal circumstances, Yi Qingning would be occupied until 9, and Lin Yu was reluctant to disrupt her career, especially now that the Lin family had begun a close collaboration with the Yi family, and given that she had taken a few days off, it was uncertain whether she would even be able to leave work on time tonight. Contemplating this, Lin Yu tagged two of his close friends in the group chat. "Lin Yu, any thoughts about joining me? Ma Jie, has the esteemed Lin finally remembered his two brothers who have stood by you through thick and thin? Yang, I thought Lin had forgotten about us, his loyal brothers. Lin Yu, am I that kind of person? I've just recently gotten married and have been a bit fatigued. Ma Jie, with such a beautiful wife, how could you be tired? You must be joking. Regardless of how tired you are, you should be fine. Yang, speaking of which, Yuge, what kind of work do you plan to assign us? Lin Yu, I need a driver and an assistant. Ma Jie, count me in. A driver and assistant? I'm far too qualified for such menial tasks. Am I to become a mere beast of burden? Lin Yu, the base salary is 20,000, with irregular rest periods, but guaranteed at least 3 days off a week. Ma Jie, I'm in. I'll be your driver. I drive with utmost precision. I once held the record for the fastest street racing. I love driving for you. Yuge, raise the salary by 10,000, and I'd do it gladly. Lin Yu, get lost. Spare me the absurdity. I'm not interested in your advances. Liang Yong, I've already pinned my resignation. I'm coming over to work right now. Lin, I'm on my way. Upon hearing such a generous salary, Coupled with ample holidays, their expressions changed faster than anyone else's. This pay far exceeded their current earnings. Both were programmers, earning just over 10,000. Now, the prospect of a position offering over 20,000 while remaining relatively effortless, with a boss who was also a good friend, was simply exhilarating. Lin Yu, coincidentally. There is a banquet tonight. You will start your work this evening. Majia and Liang Yong received. Boss. Rental apartment. Shen Yinqing was cast out of her home and found a modest place to rent. The Shen family held her solely responsible. They believed that had it not been for her, they would not have suffered unjustly or lost their money. Now, dismissed from her job, she opted to work as a receptionist in a hotel as a temporary measure. Though she dared not offend the Yi family, she learned from others that Lin Yu had located his biological father, who happened to be the wealthiest man in Jiangxing. This revelation sent her into a frenzy. Her emotions were tumultuous, and regret consumed her as she wept under the covers each night. She had personally bid farewell to the man who loved her most, a man who was also the son of Jiangxing's tycoon. Had they not parted ways, she could have been the young mistress of the Lin family. Her regret did not stem from her actions, but from her unwillingness to compromise at that moment. Otherwise, she would now be living a life of affluence. Unwilling to accept her fate, she believed Lin Yu still harbored feelings for her. If she could present her transformation to him, she was certain he would reconsider. By treating Lin Yu as he once treated her, she believed she could win back his forgiveness. Gazing at the dilapidated surroundings of her rental, she clenched her teeth. I can do this. Lin Yu, you surely cannot forget me. I have regretted my decisions, and you will forgive me, won't you? Chapter 58. The Opulent Banquet, the Qin family's twin sisters. A sneeze escaped Lin Yu, leaving him with an inexplicable sense of unease. An ominous premonition sent chills down his spine. He was to attend a banquet that evening. Since Lin Zhenghua had not arranged for a car for him, Lin Yu decided to have his driver, Xiao Ma, take his own vehicle. As for why he didn't use the funds in his account to purchase a new car, it was primarily because he was already driving a new one and didn't wish to replace it unnecessarily. He would consider a change only when he grew weary of this one. He had never been a frivolous spender, and sudden wealth had not altered his sensible nature. Majia and Liang Yong arrived early at the parking lot of the community to await their boss. When Lin Yu descended, both displayed sycophantic smiles. Majia, with a set of professional white gloves seemingly acquired from nowhere, exclaimed, "Young Master Lin, you have finally arrived. Allow me to open the door for you." Lin Yu rolled his eyes. All right, let us keep it normal. There is no need for such pretense among familiar faces. Yang Yong, now clad in a suit, had abandoned his usual jovial demeanor, stating, "Young Master Lin, I am your assistant. You may call me Xiao Yong from now on." Lin Yu playfully patted their backsides, teasing, "I preferred your former rebellious selves." A line from a movie suddenly came to mind, strikingly relevant. Initially, he wished to interact with them as an ordinary person, but instead, he encountered distance. No more masquerading. I am a billionaire, and I am laying my cards on the table. On the way to the banquet, Majia inquired with curiosity, "Yuge, are you not planning to purchase a new car? Owning a luxury vehicle would certainly enhance your stature. As the son of the chairman of the Lin Group, how could you possibly drive a car worth only over 200,000? Lin Yu retorted incisively, "It seems you are the one yearning for a luxury car." Majia chuckled. "Yuge, while I do wish for a luxury vehicle, you too require one to uphold appearances." Liang Yong touched the interior of the car, remarking, "This vehicle is not without its charm. However, it undeniably falls short of matching your current status." Lin Yu replied nonchalantly, "All right. I will consider changing it when the time is right." Before long, the three arrived at the banquet venue, a renowned five-star hotel in Jiangxing. Contrary to expectations, there were no security guards obstructing Lin Yu, intent on humiliating him. A mere invitation sufficed. Security would not deny entry based on the modesty of one's vehicle. Lin Yu and his assistant, Xiao Yong, entered the banquet hall and were taken aback by the scene before them. Having never been exposed to such a circle, Lin Yu realized that the lavishness captured in short videos paled in comparison to the reality he now faced. An array of exquisite desserts adorned the tables, each one a delicacy he had never before been able to afford. The attendees were all clad in formal attire, holding wine glasses, sipping red wine, and discussing business matters. Having mentally prepared himself prior to this event, Lin Yu's expression remained relatively unchanged. Liang Yong, however, was left in a state of astonishment, suddenly aware of the staggering wealth disparity in society. The opulence before him was beyond mere description. Liang Yong swallowed hard, saying, "You go. There are so many things here that I have seen but never dared to try." Lin Yu responded coolly, given your naive demeanor, know that all of this is complimentary. Indulge as you wish. Yang Yong asked, do you frequent such gatherings? Lin Yu, maintaining his composure, replied, this is my first visit, though it is my inaugural experience. I must feign familiarity, lest I attract undue attention. His psychological fortitude was commendable. Any potential embarrassment could be left for his assistant to endure. After all, the salary paid to his assistant was not insignificant. Lin Jingguo's intention was for Lin Yu to broaden his horizons by mingling with other families at the banquet. However, Lin Yu was preoccupied with thoughts of whether he could persuade his assistant, Xiao Yong, to help him pack some desserts to take home for his wife. He could not shake the thought of his wife, who was still working diligently at home. Just as Lin Yu and Liang Yong were exploring the banquet for delicacies, a familiar figure called out to him. Yi Qingyuan, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit and holding a glass of red wine, approached Lin Yu. Good son-in-law, where is your father? Lin Yu, upon seeing Yi Qingyuan, was not taken aback. Instead, he offered a slight smile, saying, my father asked me to come on my own. Yi Qingyuan inquired with curiosity, what about Qingming? Are you not bringing her along to the banquet? Lin Yu explained that he had been preoccupied with work recently, accumulating numerous tasks that required his attention, which was why he hadn't invited her along. Yi Qingyuan nodded, acknowledging that Qingming was not particularly fond of such gatherings. Hence he often represented them at banquets. He then cautioned, however, that it was essential to remain vigilant. Many attendees had been invited by others, and some women were specifically there to seek financial gain. Adopting a serious tone reminiscent of a father-in-law, Yi Qingyuan stated that although he had accepted Lin Yu, he should not engage in any actions that would betray Qingming's trust. Lin Yu smiled reassuringly, assuring his father, rest easy. I shall demonstrate my care for Qingming through my actions. Upon entering, he noticed several women who appeared to be on the lookout for affluent partners. As their gazes briefly lingered on him, with his striking looks and sharp suit, Lin Yu exuded charm, though lacking ostentatious accessories such as a luxury watch, which perhaps deterred these gold diggers from approaching him. In contrast, the middle-aged men in attendance, with thinning hair and protruding bellies, seemed far more affluent. Lin Yu, however, paid little mind to these distractions. He was focused on sampling desserts, intent on selecting the finest to bring home for his wife. The thought of how touched Yi Qingming would be by his consideration filled him with warmth. Perhaps tonight would unlock a new chapter in their lives. Newlyweds naturally found it difficult to be apart, their thoughts consistently intertwined. Meanwhile, at the banquet, an elderly gentleman in his 60s was accompanied by two remarkably similar and attractive young women, a pair of twins. One was clad in a shimmering, high-fashion gown, with a slender waist and a diamond pendant that swayed delicately at her collarbone, her expression icy. The other wore a soft pink mermaid dress, adorned with a pearl-fringed shawl and a butterfly hair clip, her lips curled in a gentle smile. Despite being twins, their differing temperaments were evident. One exuded an air of aloofness while the other radiated warmth. A balding middle-aged man politely raised a toast to the elder, saying, Mr. Qin, I am from the Wang family of Jiangqing. You may call me Xiao Wang. I raise a glass to you. Mr. Qin, however, held only water in his glass, wishing to indulge but restrained by his two granddaughters who forbade him from drinking. The more reserved of the twins was Qin Zhixue, while her sister, Qin Jiwei, appeared more approachable. Qin Jiwei, holding a drink, felt a twinge of boredom in her grandfather's company. Sister, I'll step out for a moment. Please keep grandfather company, she said, excusing herself. Qin Zhixue, as the elder sister, quickly guessed her siblings' desire to escape the gathering. However, she refrained from commenting further, knowing that Qin Jiwei had no intentions of taking over the family business. Jiwei was more playful, attending the banquet primarily for enjoyment, eager to find some amusement. After all, staying cooped up at home was exceedingly dull, and she didn't wish to spend her time smiling at portly gentlemen beside her grandfather. After Qin Jiwei departed, Mr. Wang praised, Old Qin, I have long heard of the twin sisters from the Qin family, renowned for their ethereal beauty. Upon seeing them today, I must say they surpass even the most extravagant rumors. Old Qin chuckled, stroking his beard. Indeed, my granddaughters possess beauty, yet they do not always bring ease to one's heart. Mr. Wang patted his chest, assuring, Old Qin, should you need anything upon your arrival in Jiangqing, do not hesitate to seek me. I am quite well established here. As he spoke, many from prominent families began to approach Old Qin, eager to ingratiate themselves. Families from the capital were keen on fostering relations with the Qin clan, including the Lin family. However, the representative from the Lin family today was Lin Yu, who refrained from flattering others as the others did. Having not eaten, he discreetly savored the culinary delights alongside Liang Yong. They sampled an array of exquisite seafood, indulging in the experience. Midway through, Liang Yong felt a twinge of discomfort in his stomach and hastily remarked, "Yugu, I need to visit the restroom. I'm feeling unwell." Lin Yu jested, "It seems your usual fare is rather poor, and your stomach cannot handle such lavishness all at once." With Liang Yong gone, Lin Yu found himself alone. He had intended to broaden his horizons and meet business elites, yet he was unexpectedly captivated by the array of delicacies. Taking a sip of red wine, he swirled it gently, calling for a server. "Excuse me, could you bring me a box?" Soon, a small box appeared in his hands as he began to collect desserts. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of curious eyes were observing him closely. Qin Jiwei had initially planned to leave the banquet, but halfway through, she spotted a handsome man. She was the type of woman who found it difficult to move past a good-looking man, so she quickly turned back to confirm her perception. After all, such gatherings were typically filled with business elites, predominantly in their 30s and 40s. It was her first encounter with someone of a similar age who was also strikingly handsome. The mere profile of this man quickened her heart. While many men could be deemed handsome, few could stir her emotions. Feeling her heart race, Qin Jiwei murmured to herself, "It seems I have come to the right place today." Possessing a hint of social exuberance, her personality was warmer and more charming compared to her sisters. She felt an irresistible urge to meet this man. However, she had never initiated a conversation with a stranger, especially not with the intention of getting to know him. Unlike her sister, who aspired to take over the Qin family's enterprises, Qin Jiwei yearned to find someone she loved and marry, wishing to lead a joyful life. As for work, she had never given it a second thought. Her family's wealth rendered her efforts unnecessary, and her business acumen paled in comparison to that of her sister. Qin Jiwei noticed that this man was not mingling with others while holding a drink, but rather discreetly packing food. A bold thought flashed through her mind. Could it be that this man is seeking the company of wealthy women? Perhaps he comes from a humble background. Otherwise, why would he be packing up? These exquisite delicacies are unlikely to be consumed. They merely serve as eye candy. How many individuals present here would actually take leftovers? For a moment, Qin Jiwei felt perplexed, her brow slightly furrowing. Given this perspective, it seemed that this man was not well off and might indeed be seeking the favor of affluent women. What a fortunate coincidence. He has a penchant for wealth, and I happen to possess it. Qin Jiwei perceived this as a serendipitous encounter ordained by fate. A fortune teller had recently predicted that she would soon meet her beloved. It appears they were not mistaken. "Man, you have successfully captured my attention." In the office of the CEO of the Yi Corporation, Achoo, Chen Xiaoxiao quickly inquired with concern. "Yi Zong, are you all right? Would you like me to adjust the air conditioning to a higher temperature, or shall I fetch you a blanket?" Yi Qingming shook her head and replied calmly, "No need for a blanket. Please just raise the air conditioning a bit. It might be a tad chilly." Why does she feel a strange sense of unease within her, as though something dear to her is being coveted by another? Is it because she has seen Lin Yu for so long that she feels this way? She had spent the day addressing matters that had been pending for quite some time, running around tirelessly, and upon returning to the office, she still needed to tackle particularly significant documents. It felt as if she hadn't experienced such exhaustion in ages. She longed to be embraced by Lin Yu. Glancing at the clock, her brow furrowed deeper. It was only 8:30 in the evening, yet it felt as though it were nearing midnight. A sensation she had not encountered before. When one harbors affection for someone, solitary moments seem to stretch endlessly. Observing her distracted demeanor, Chen Xiaoxiao felt a twinge of sympathy. "Yi Zong, perhaps you should head home? Most of the important work is completed. I can handle the rest, or you can take it home to finish." Having been Yi Qingming's assistant for many years, she understood her thoughts well. Of course, she didn't relish overtime. She simply dedicated herself to her work. Especially since Yi Qingming truly rewarded her with a raise. Her overtime pay and bonuses in recent days nearly equaled her monthly salary. It is worth noting that Yi Qingming offered her triple overtime pay, with bonuses calculated separately. This led Chen Xiaoxiao to fall in love with her job. Now, she yearned to work for Yi Qingming for a lifetime. Yi Qingming glanced at the documents on her desk and suddenly felt a pang of hunger. "Then I shall head home now. Xiaoxiao, I leave these to you." The overtime pay remains triple and the bonuses are doubled. Chen Xiaoxiao joyfully saluted. "Understood." Chen Xiaoxiao will take note. As Yi Qingming prepared to leave, she didn't forget to remind, "Do not overexert yourself. If you're tired, go rest. I do not wish to see news reports tomorrow stating that an employee of Yi Corporation succumbed to exhaustion from overtime." Chen Xiaoxiao chuckled. Rest assured, Yi Zong. I am well aware of my limits. My physical constitution can withstand a few long nights. She casually made a joke, for she would never truly stay up all night. Although the salary was substantial, rest was of utmost importance. Otherwise, would it not be futile to earn money only to spend it all in the hospital? Chen Xiaoxiao, a seasoned worker, was quite clear-headed about this. Meanwhile, a flight from the beautiful country had just landed at Jiangqing Airport. At the exit of Terminal 1, Xiao Ziyuan was lugging his suitcase while on the phone. I've just disembarked, Xiao Wanin. Where are you? Did you not say you would pick me up at the airport? Xiao Wanin's voice was laced with impatience. All right, I'm already here. She was utterly speechless at her brother's insistence on arriving in Jiacheng at night. Did she have nothing better to do? At this hour, she was just about ready to order a male model for a foot massage at home. Soon, Xiao Wanin met Xiao Ziyuan. Once in the car, she couldn't help but express her grievances. Can't you just take a taxi? All you do is command your sister around. Do you think I'm some sort of cheap labor? Xiao Ziyuan replied nonchalantly. You were the one who insisted on picking me up. Now you're dissatisfied. What do you mean, Xiao Wanin? Xiao Wanin pursed her lips. What I mean is, don't summon me at night. Who has the time to drive to the airport at this hour? If you weren't my brother, I wouldn't have come to get you. The corners of Xiao Ziyuan's mouth lifted slightly. I isn't it because I usually give you enough pocket money? Don't forget who you asked for money while abroad. Xiao Wanin retorted defiantly. I asked a dog for it. Xiao Ziyuan was rendered speechless by his sister's stubbornness. You truly are tenacious. Even if the sky were to fall, you would stand firm with your words. Over the years of entrepreneurship abroad, he had built his own industry, ensuring that even if the Qiao family were to face bankruptcy, it would not affect him. Returning to the country required him to handle numerous matters in advance, and he would likely not stay long before needing to return. He was out there in business, while Xiao Wanin enjoyed the fruits of his labor, receiving pocket money from both their parents and him. Xiao Wanin pouted. Humph, even if you don't give me money, I can always ask Dad for it, huh? Suddenly, Xiao Ziyuan inquired, is Qingning in Jiacheng now? Xiao Wanin was taken aback. Brother, why do you suddenly ask that? Qingning is indeed in Jiacheng. But Xiao Ziyuan gazed out the window, a stunning woman appearing in his mind, and absent-mindedly asked, but what? Xiao Wanin struggled to find the right words. It's a long story. Let me summarize it briefly. This happened, and that happened, and finally Xiao Ziyuan interjected irritably. Get to the point. Otherwise, your pocket money will be halved. Have pocket money? No way. Xiao Wanin declared resolutely. Qingning is getting married. Crack. Xiao Ziyuan's water bottle was instantly crushed in his grip, water splashing onto him, and his gaze turned frosty. Wanin, do not jest about such matters. Startled, Xiao Wanin nearly lost her grip on the steering wheel. With a hint of exasperation, she retorted, I am not deceiving you. Qingning has indeed married, and the ceremony has already taken place. Xiao Ziyuan fell into a profound silence, his lips sealed. In a flurry of concern, Xiao Wanin attempted to comfort him. Brother, I understand your affections for Qingning, but after all these years of inaction, no one will wait indefinitely for you. If you truly care for her, you ought to wish her well. She is currently very happy. Clearly, she was merely voicing his own sentiments, yet he appeared displeased upon hearing them. Xiao Ziyuan let out a bitter smile. Happy, you say? Why did she marry so suddenly? Xiao Wanin explained, because she has met the right person. One day, you two shall encounter your match. She found herself at a loss for how to console her brother. It had always been he who provided her comfort, and she had little experience in soothing others. However, she could discern that her brother's mood was quite somber, even tinged with frustration. Once he regained his composure, he inquired, who is Yi Qingning's husband? How long have they known each other? Xiao Wanin replied, he is the sole heir of the Lin family. Do not worry. His status is befitting of Qingning, and she is doing well. They registered their marriage 2 weeks ago and held the wedding a few days back. They have only known each other for about half a month, yet their feelings run deep. As she spoke, she couldn't help but steal a glance at Xiao Ziyuan, fearing his displeasure might sully her passenger seat. Xiao Ziyuan remained silent, yet his mind churned with thoughts. Yi Qingning would not easily become acquainted with a man, let alone marry after a mere half-month. Such a scenario seemed utterly ridiculous. It might not have been voluntary. Knowing Yi Qingyuan's character, it was plausible he would engineer a union for Yi Qingning due to the Lin family standing. The thought weighed heavily on Xiao Ziyuan, who lamented his late return. Had he come back sooner, the course of events might have been altered. With his overseas enterprises and being a member of the Qiao family, Yi Qingyuan would surely have acquiesced. Now, it seemed he had returned too late. Yet he still yearned to rescue Yi Qingming, the woman he had cherished for a decade. He could not bear the thought of her being forced into a commercial marriage. At the banquet, Lin Yu had just finished packaging desserts and was preparing to wait for Liang Yong to exit before heading home. Just as he turned to make his way to the entrance, a melodious female voice called out to him. "Excuse me, sir, but you cannot take that with you." Lin Yu paused, turning to see a stunning woman clad in a pale pink mermaid dress, a radiant smile gracing her features. However, Lin Yu paid little heed to her beauty. No matter how exquisite, she could not compare to Yi Qingming in his eyes. His focus remained on the desserts. And feeling somewhat awkward, he replied, "Is it not allowed to take them?" "I was unaware." The server indicated it was permissible. The woman approached him slowly, asking, "Are you trying to take them home because you lack money?" Lin Yu shook his head. "No, I have the means. If it cannot be packed, then so be it." As he spoke, he began searching for a place to set down the takeout box. The woman quickly interjected, saying, "Wait, I was merely jesting. You are welcome to take it to go." She then explained, "I was just feeling a bit bored." "You are not upset, are you?" "Upset? Not at all." Lin Yu was somewhat perplexed, "But I am curious as to why you chose to joke with me." The woman smiled gently and extended her hand. "I would like to make your acquaintance. Isn't this banquet an opportunity to expand one's network? I am Qin Jiwei from the esteemed Qin family in the capital. And you?" Lin Yu hesitated for a moment before refraining from shaking her hand, instead offering a polite smile. "I am Lin Yu from the Lin family." Upon hearing that the man before her belonged to the Lin family, Qin Jiwei was momentarily taken aback. "The Lin family? A relative of Lin Jinghua?" Lin Yu clarified. "I am his son." Qin Jiwei's gaze toward Lin Yu shifted to one of curiosity. Did those from the Lin family truly need to take food away? She had initially assumed him to be a gold-digging man seeking sponsorship, which was why she had boldly approached him. To her astonishment, he was the son of Lin Jinghua, the wealthiest man in Jiangqing. She had never heard of Lin Jinghua having a son before. The Qin family had collaborated with the Lin family numerous times, and she had even visited the Lin residence in the past. Quickly, she concluded that this man must be deceiving her. Lin Jinghua had no son. His son had gone missing over 2 decades ago. Qin Jiwei felt she had underestimated this man, who was clearly exploiting the information gap to deceive others. Had she been an ordinary woman, she might have fallen for his tricks. It was likely he aimed to seduce wealthy women rather than deceive them for financial gain. This realization caused her regard for Lin Yu to wane slightly. Yet since he fit her preferred type, she could tolerate his deceit. After all, he was the son of the wealthiest man, right? Chapter 61. The wife's inquiry. Lin Yu did not perceive anything amiss and nodded in acknowledgement. The Qin family in the capital. His father had mentioned that establishing a good rapport with them could prove beneficial, given the numerous collaborations between the Lin and Qin families. He never anticipated meeting someone from the Qin family in such a manner. However, he was not inclined to linger. He wished to return home, as his wife might have already arrived and be waiting for him. Lin Yu remarked, "Miss Qin." Qin Jiwei corrected him, "I am the second young lady." Lin Yu politely responded, "Miss Qin, I have matters to attend to. Perhaps we can converse further another time." Qin Jiwei quickly grasped his arm. "Do not rush. Are your matters truly more pressing? Could you possibly give me a ride home?" Lin Yu furrowed his brow, glancing at her hand on his arm, opened his mouth, but said nothing, instead withdrawing his hand. "Miss Qin, do you not have a driver?" Qin Jiwei shook her head. "I do not. Please. It would be perilous for me to return alone. I am acquainted with your father." Lin Yu hesitated, recalling his father's advice about nurturing relations with the Qin family. Additionally, he was not alone. Liang Yong and Ma Jie were present, so he was not in a solitary situation with Qin Jiwei. Ultimately, he nodded in agreement. "Very well. I shall escort you home." Upon hearing Lin Yu's agreement, Qin Jiwei was momentarily taken aback, and it was her turn to hesitate. Initially, she merely aimed to expose this man, yet she did not expect him to genuinely dare to take her home. Such audacity! If you truly possess courage, then use your so-called identity as the Lin family's sole heir to pursue me. Qin Jiwei felt no apprehension that Lin Yu would harm her. She was consistently surrounded by bodyguards who discreetly ensured her safety. Given her status, it was inconceivable for her to arrive in Jiacheng without protection. After a brief wait, Yang Yang finally emerged. Upon seeing the stunning woman standing beside Lin Yu, his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. This woman was not much inferior to his sister-in-law. Although their temperaments differed slightly, his sister-in-law remained the more beautiful of the two. He quickly exchanged glances with Lin Yu, and they began communicating silently. Yang Yang's eyebrows danced wildly. "Bro, how long have you been married? Are you already cheating?" Although she is attractive, she can't surpass your sister-in-law, right? Just stop it. Your sister-in-law is outside. Lin Yu's brow twitched slightly. Do not speak foolishly. I am innocent. Keep your mouth shut for now, and I will explain later. Their little antics left Qin Jiwei perplexed. What were they up to? Were they conspiring to deceive her? Interrupting their silent exchange, Qin Jiwei cleared her throat. Excuse me. May we leave now? Before long, Lin Yu escorted Qin Jiwei to the parking lot. Upon seeing Lin Yu's car, valued at over 200,000, Qin Jiwei's conviction strengthened. The man before her was merely putting on a facade. If he were indeed Lin Jingu's son, she would readily allow him to touch her long, slender legs. Surely, the son of a wealthy magnate would not be driving a car worth just over 200,000, right? At the very least, it should start from 2 million. Lin Yu instructed Qin Jiwei and Liang Yong to sit in the back seat while he took the passenger seat. Qin Jiwei was taken aback. Lin Yu, aren't you going to sit with me? Lin Yu smiled politely. No, I am not accustomed to sitting in the back. It makes me carsick. It is widely known that electric vehicles are most likely to induce motion sickness, especially when seated in the rear. Fortunately, Lin Yu's car lacked cheap, inferior fragrances. Qin Jiwei frowned. Then I get motion sickness. May I sit in the front? The driver, Ma Jie, interrupted her. Do you know how to speak to my boss? The passenger seat is reserved for him. Although Qin Jiwei was exceptionally beautiful, it was his good brother who provided for him. He certainly could not prioritize beauty over friendship. As for why Lin Yu was taking a woman home, he felt it was inappropriate to gossip during work hours. He could always ask after his shift. Qin Jiwei blinked. Clearly caught off guard. No one had ever spoken to her in such a manner throughout her life, and she felt a sense of grievance. How can you treat me like this? Lin Yu coughed lightly. Ahem, Miss Qin, please fasten your seatbelt. In truth, the reason he did not allow Qin Jiwei to sit in the passenger seat was simple. He wished to reserve that seat exclusively for Yi Qingning, not for any other woman. Qin Jiwei clenched her teeth in frustration, her emotions plainly evident on her face, as she exhibited little in the way of emotional restraint. She harbored a complex mix of love and hate for the man before her. While she found his appearance quite appealing, his demeanor left much to be desired. Qin Jiwei began to question whether her face had been swapped, for she had never been treated in such a manner throughout her life. Setting aside her striking beauty, her figure alone had made countless men swoon. Who would have thought she would find herself bested by a cunning man? This was the first time she experienced such a profound sense of disparity within herself. Meanwhile, Yi Qingming returned home to find the house empty, which struck her as peculiar. As Lin Yu would typically be home at this hour, the notion of him working late was utterly implausible. Persuading him to work overtime was akin to urging him to hasten. She picked up her phone and dialed, employing one of the skills of a married woman, a welfare check. At that moment, Lin Yu and his companions had just delivered Qin Jiwei back to her villa in Jiangqing. Lin Yu gestured for silence. Be quiet, my wife's calling. Don't disturb her work. Upon answering the call, Lin Yu said, Darling, are you off work? Would you like me to pick you up? Yi Qingning replied, I've already arrived home. Where are you? Lin Yu responded, I'm on my way back. There's a banquet tonight that my father insisted I attend. But I want to stay long. Relieved to hear that Lin Yu was well, Yi Qingning replied, All right, I'll wait for you at home. Lin Yu acknowledged, Got it. Darling. After hanging up, Ma Jie and Liang Yong exchanged envious smiles, unable to resist teasing him. Ma Jie jested, Oh. Your wife is checking up on you to see if you have another woman out there. Liang Yong chimed in, If only I could have a wife waiting for me at home like you do. Lin Yu was thoroughly disgusted by their antics. Can you two keep your distance? Speak less irritatingly. Be careful, or I might dock your pay. Liang Yong quickly backtracked, My apologies. I want to do it again. At this point, Lin Yu had become their benefactor. They would follow his lead without question. Ma Jie wore a mischievous grin, brimming with curiosity. Who was that stunning woman you were with? Don't tell me you're planning to betray your wife. Lin Yu retorted, Am I that sort of person? She asked the second daughter of the Qin family. Upon learning I was from the Lin family, she inexplicably asked me for a ride home. Yang Yong stroked his chin. Hey, is that so? I sensed some intriguing gossip brewing. Ma Jie chuckled lightly, as if he had seen through everything. Based on my 4 years of dating experience in college, I suspect that this Miss Qin may have some feelings for you. But as for the reason, I cannot say. However, the look she gave earlier was one that only an inexperienced girl would display. Lin Yu paused, intrigued. What kind of look? Ma Jie chuckled softly. A hint of affection intertwined with his melancholy. Chapter 62. The scent of another on you. Lin Yu, irritated, retorted, Be quiet. He reclined in the passenger seat and remarked nonchalantly, In the future, while at work, refrain from giggling, and do not speak out of turn. In the face of situations, wait for my instructions before saying anything. In unison, they responded, understood. Lin Yu rubbed his temples, finding it difficult to decipher Qin Zhuwei's behavior towards him. If what Ma Jie suggested were true, he needed to clarify things. Yet, if it was not, his sudden declaration seemed rather narcissistic. He decided to dismiss the thought, as it was highly likely they would not meet again. Lin Yu did not dwell on it for long. After all, his heart belonged solely to Yi Qingning. Upon arriving home, as soon as Lin Yu opened the door, he was greeted by a delightful fragrance. Unsure of where the food had been procured, he mused that it must have been purchased, for he was certain Yi Qingning could not possibly create such intricate dishes. She could barely manage braised pork. Moreover, the array of Japanese sashimi and French foie gras on the table hinted at a level of culinary skill far beyond her capabilities. Could she have learned to prepare such sophisticated fare in just a few days? She hadn't even mastered walking, let alone running. Most likely, she had arranged for a restaurant to deliver the meal, or perhaps it was from the Lin family's own establishment. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to express the appropriate emotional response. Upon seeing the lavish feast, surprise lit up Lin Yu's face. Oh my God, did Miss Yi prepare all of this for me? Yi Qingning was thoroughly pleased with Lin Yu's reaction, of course, but this has nothing to do with God. You might want to tone down your London accent. Lin Yu covered his mouth. Oh dear, I can't seem to revert back so quickly. Yet, this French foie gras looks truly exquisite. Yi Qingning could not suppress a laugh, realizing she had wed a theatrical husband. It was she who had played the role before, but now the tables had turned. As Lin Yu entered, ready to embrace Yi Qingning with open arms, she stepped back, frowning and eyeing him warily. Yi Qingning's sudden change in demeanor left Lin Yu perplexed, prompting him to inquire, "Wife, what is this?" With her brow furrowed, Yi Qingning sniffed the air around him, detecting the scent of a woman's perfume, an expensive brand, and one she particularly loathed. Lin Yu responded, "What? Really? Sister? Can your nose detect everything as keenly as a dog?" How could she identify a scent on him when he had not worn any perfume? He sniffed his clothing, finding no discernible scent, yet his wife could pinpoint it immediately. Was this the legendary sixth sense of women? However, Lin Yu, with his upright demeanor, remained unperturbed by Yi Qingning's detection of the fragrance lingering on him. He understood that offering explanations could lead to further misunderstandings, especially since he had done nothing amiss. Lin Yu inquired, "It must be that I inadvertently picked up the scent of someone else's perfume at the banquet. Do you not favor this fragrance, Qingning? If so, I can remove my attire and have it sent to the dry cleaners tomorrow." Yi Qingning huffed coldly, her gaze reflecting discontent. "Would you appreciate it if I bore the scent of another man?" Lin Yu replied honestly, "This is likely the fragrance of the second young lady of the Qin family. She approached me today, asking for a ride home, which explains the circumstance, rather than conceal the truth." He preferred to clarify matters with Yi Qingning to prevent any potential misunderstandings, as he had no reason to withhold information from his wife. Upon learning that Lin Yu had escorted another woman home, Yi Qingning's expression turned frosty, and she fell silent, fixing her intense gaze upon him. Lin Yu felt a shiver run down his spine, sensing a sudden drop in temperature. Nonetheless, he remained composed and explained, "It was not just the two of us. My assistant and the driver were also present. I was seated in the front passenger seat. Our Lin family has numerous collaborations with the Qin family, and my father urged me to maintain good relations. If Miss Yi finds this objectionable, I shall cease all contact with her henceforth." Yi Qingning's brow furrowed. "Do you still wish to have dealings with her?" Lin Yu promptly clarified, "No, I meant only in terms of business. There will be no personal connections." Upon hearing this, Yi Qingning's expression softened somewhat. Though Lin Yu was the son of the wealthiest man in Jiangcheng, in her eyes, he remained her husband. Should he ever stray, she too had her limits and would not hesitate to seek a divorce. However, she trusted that Lin Yu would not betray her, and his willingness to be forthright was commendable. Nevertheless, trust did not erase her jealousy. The very thought of her husband driving another woman home was enough to stir feelings of resentment within her. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Yi Qingning's cool demeanor betrayed her as her cheeks puffed slightly, and her eyes shimmered with a hint of sorrow. Lin Yu stepped forward, gently grasping her hand, his voice tender. "Rest assured, I am well aware of what is appropriate and what is not." Yi Qingning's cheeks flushed lightly as she lowered her gaze. The jealousy in her heart had dissipated significantly, yet she still pressed her lips together and asked, "Then, Mr. Lin, can you promise to only be moved by me from now on?" "Of course," Lin Yu replied with a slight smile, pulling her into his embrace. "Miss Yi, do not underestimate your charm." Yi Qingning felt a surge of happiness and inquired, "Is it the Qin family from the capital?" Lin Yu nodded affirmatively. Yi Qingning stated earnestly, "I trust that you will not betray me. As long as our dealings are strictly professional, I will not interfere or question them." Unable to resist, Lin Yu affectionately ruffled her hair, teasing, "Who would have thought that the formidable president of the Yi Group could also be a romantic at heart?" Yi Qingning gently cradled Lin Yu's face in her hands and softly said, "Indeed, it's your romantic mind that belongs solely to you, Yi Qingning. Do you like it?" Lin Yu remained silent, responding instead with action as he leaned in to kiss her tender lips. In that moment, all traces of unhappiness dissipated. Lin Yu understood that although Yi Qingning presented herself as a strong woman within the Yi family enterprise, she was, in reality, quite sensitive. She harbored a fear of having her possessions snatched away, particularly when faced with rivals of superior backgrounds or equal prowess in other areas, which only intensified her anxiety. Love can breed insecurity, fostering resentment toward any potential rivals who approach one's beloved, leading to involuntary comparisons and self-doubt. Hence, she was apprehensive about Lin Yu being taken away, especially considering the disparity between the Qin and Yi families. Yet, this fear only solidified Yi Qingning's resolve to expand and strengthen the Yi enterprise. Lin Yu understood her sentiments. Having experienced his own insecurities born from affection for her, as she was undeniably exceptional. Even now, he found it difficult to believe that Yi Qingning was his wife. He produced a beautifully packaged box, his expression one of eager anticipation. "This is the dessert I brought for you from the banquet." Chapter 63. Yi Qingning's version update. Yi Qingning momentarily froze, then joyfully accepted the box from Lin Yu. "You brought this back specifically for me?" Words failed to encapsulate the sentiment. It was as though, amidst her busyness, the one she cherished was profoundly thinking of her even in their absence. The happiness she felt stemmed not only from receiving a gift, but also from being remembered. It had been ages since she had indulged in dessert. Ever since assuming control of the Yi family, her primary beverage had been coffee, unsweetened. Desserts seemed to have vanished from her world. Yet, she had once been a little girl who adored sweets, particularly the brown sugar glutinous rice cakes her grandfather made. Since his passing, she had not tasted those cakes again, for she could no longer find the ones imbued with her grandfather's love. Lin Yu smiled lightly. "Yes, I thought of you right away. However, I'm unsure if these desserts suit your taste, as I've never seen you indulge in sweets. If you don't like them, I can store them in the fridge for breakfast tomorrow." Yi Qingning interrupted him, her excitement palpable as she did not even glance at the contents of the box. "I like them, very much." The fact that she expressed her affection for the dessert twice underscored her anticipation. Curiously, she asked, "By the way, weren't you attending the banquet? Why did you bring food back?" Lin Yu chuckled. "The banquet was rather dull. My attention was entirely on the culinary delights. I enjoyed quite a bit and couldn't possibly indulge alone. The first thing I wanted to do upon finding something delicious was to share it with my beloved wife." Yi Qingning let out a scoff, remarking on his wit, yet she was taken aback to discover that her husband was indeed a glutton. Was this what fate had in store for a greedy soul? Lin Yu froze momentarily at her words, incredulous. "Where did you learn such phrases? When did you start using memes? Aren't you supposed to be the aloof CEO? Have you been browsing the internet?" Was it truly possible for such words to escape her lips? Yi Qingning replied nonchalantly, "I was idly watching the video you shared with me earlier today." Lin Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. "What? You actually watched the video I sent you?" His attention was suddenly drawn to another detail, and he exclaimed, "Wait, you were slacking off?" Yi Qingning nodded casually. "Is that so surprising?" Lin Yu regarded her with a peculiar expression. "It is indeed odd. You never used to watch the videos I shared." He was taken aback by the rapid collapse of the workaholic persona of the Yi family CEO, who was now indulging in her phone during work hours. "Yi Qingning, you have truly become a sensation, oblivious to your own downfall." The videos Lin Yu typically shared were abstract in nature, often beyond her comprehension, leading her to largely ignore them. For instance, he frequently watched the Blue Cat calendar, which presented whimsical takes on mundane themes. Yet now, it seemed Yi Qingning was gradually embracing his abstract videos, engaging with them one by one. Lin Yu could sense her mental database was undergoing an intriguing update. Yi Qingning bit her lip, a hint of embarrassment creeping in as she confessed, "I found that slacking off at work can be quite enjoyable." Lin Yu was taken aback. Is this truly something the industrious CEO you would say? His curiosity piqued. He inquired, "So, who is handling your work while you slack off?" Yi Qingning responded with conviction, "Naturally, my assistant and secretary. She often slacks off during work hours, so I might as well do the slacking while she handles the tasks. This way, my salary isn't wasted, and I can merely review the documents afterward. Lin Yu gave her a thumbs up. With a boss like you, I imagine Secretary Chen must be quite pleased. Lin Yu noticed the changes in Yu Qingning, as he too was gradually evolving. After a moment of affectionate banter, Lin Yu stepped into the bathroom for a shower. Upon emerging, he discovered an influx of new messages on his phone and realized he had been added to a group chat. Curiously, he clicked on it and, upon seeing the name, recognized it as the class group from high school. He had heard of its existence, a student-created chat devoid of teachers, but had never joined due to his isolation during that time. With only one account to masquerade as his grandfather, he infiltrated the parents' group. Wishing to spare his grandparents from the complications of school matters, he found himself perplexed, despite his unfamiliarity with these individuals. Why had they included him in the chat after all these years? Soon, however, the intentions of these people became clear. It was merely a reunion organized by classmates who had fared well since graduation, aiming to showcase their achievements. Lin Yu had no interest in such affairs, nor did he harbor any desire to flaunt his success. He firmly believed that his intellectual and spiritual pursuits placed him on a different plane from these individuals, and he felt no fondness for the classmates who had once ostracized him. In truth, it was he who had distanced himself from them, having never conformed to their social expectations since high school. Just as he contemplated exiting the group, a familiar figure tagged him in the chat. It was Li Wei, the class monitor from high school. Li Wei, Lin Yu, it's been so many years. I nearly forgot you were missing from the class group. As class monitor, I must admit my negligence. Please consider attending this reunion. We are all classmates. After so long, it would be nice to catch up. If anyone is facing difficulties, perhaps old friends can offer assistance. Do you remember that Xingchong you once fought? He is now working at ES as a manager with an annual salary of $1 million. He could help you secure a position there. Lin Yu scoffed disdainfully upon reading the message. Lin Yu, so, you only remember that I fought him, but not the reason behind it? I believe my career is none of your concern. Xingchong, Lin Yu, don't be so bitter. I understand the current environment is tough, and you must be under considerable pressure, which may explain your irritation. However, those of us who are refined and accomplished do not behave in such a manner. I admit I may have been too harsh on you back then, but that's in the past. I hold no grudges about the incident. Why must you be so petty? Your inability to achieve what I have stems from your lack of magnanimity. A true man should possess a broad mind. Do you comprehend my meaning? Lin Yu, if you're so magnanimous, why not let your wife spend a night with everyone? If I didn't leave you in disgrace back then, consider it a clean slate. Chapter 64, The Class Beauty, Yang Wanwan. Had a secret crush on him. Lin Yu held no affection for Xingchong. The so-called job introduction was nothing more than positions as security or cleaning staff, intended solely to humiliate him. If Xingchong truly bore no resentment, he wouldn't have dragged Lin Yu into this group. Class monitor Li Wei quickly attempted to mediate. We're all classmates. There is no need for hostility. Zheng Cheng nearly erupted with fury in the group but restrained himself. Recalling his earlier self-description as a refined individual, he continued in a feigned conciliatory tone. I genuinely did not mean it that way. Lin Yu, your words are rather excessive. At this point, others in the group rallied to support Xingchong, for he was, after all, the one who had achieved the most among them. Lin Yu, perhaps it would be wise for you to offer an apology. Xingchong has remained silent despite your harsh words. His magnanimity starkly contrasts with your bitterness. Look at how gracious he is, even after being insulted. This is the distinction of the truly refined. Lin Yu, we invited you to our gathering out of goodwill. And this is how you choose to treat us? What is your current occupation? Did you not perform admirably on the college entrance examination? Yet, your salary pales in comparison to Xingchong's, who did not even score as highly as you. I fail to comprehend the source of your perceived superiority. In an instant, the atmosphere of the group chat shifted in favor of Xingchong, and Lin Yu felt no inclination to clarify his position. What piqued his curiosity was the fact that Xingchong, who barely managed to enroll in a third-tier university, now held the position of manager at E Corporation, earning a 7-figure income annually. The company's hiring standards were ostensibly set at a prestigious level, making Xingchong's success all the more intriguing, especially given the rigorous academic requirements enforced even at the branch offices. As Lin Yu pondered this, another familiar name appeared in the chat, not his own, but one that had been mentioned by others. Yang Wanwan, the object of your high school infatuation, has become quite the success. Perhaps you should have pursued Xinggu back then. Indeed, Xinggu is now so accomplished. He is quite the match. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. Yang Wanwan had been the belle of their class, arguably the most beautiful girl in the entire grade. However, her demeanor was somewhat aloof. She rarely engaged in conversation and shunned social interactions, including with Linyu. His memories of her were faint, limited to her beauty, as he had no contact with any of his high school classmates on social media. Yet, there was one individual he held in some regard. His sole fleeting friend from high school. This friend had defended him against bullies, only to face isolation himself and ultimately transfer schools. Linyu had wished to reconnect, but had been unable to find any means of contacting him. Yang Wanwan, please refrain from speaking indiscriminately. There is no need to bring up high school matters. Besides, I genuinely have no feelings for Xingchang. Linyu, don't pay them any mind. If you don't wish to attend, you need not feel obligated. Her words clearly indicated a past affection for Linyu, albeit one she now seemed reluctant to acknowledge. Linyu felt little stirred by this revelation. He had never harbored any feelings for Yang Wanwan during high school, nor did he now. However, this incident illuminated for him the reasons behind Zhang Chang's inexplicable animosity towards him, particularly after the incident in the classroom where Linyu had physically confronted him. Following that altercation, Zhang Chang had taken it upon himself to organize their classmates against Linyu. Given Linyu's already disadvantaged background compared to Zhang Chang's affluent family, it was no surprise that most preferred Zhang Chang's company. Zhang Chang had long resented Linyu for receiving Yang Wanwan's attention, and after being humiliated in front of his peers, he sought to isolate Linyu further. The reason he had not simply paid someone to confront Linyu was clear. Any attack on Linyu would likely result in eventual confrontation upon their return to the classroom, regardless of who sought him out. The individual in question intended to first give Xingchang a beating, devoid of any need for evidence. Linyu was no fool, after all. If Xingchang were to be beaten frequently, he would eventually find himself untroubled by any obstruction. At that time, Linyu's outstanding academic performance allowed the school administrators to turn a blind eye, resulting in only a mild reprimand. Li Wei remarked, Linyu, if you simply apologize, we can let this matter rest. You shouldn't dwell on the past. It has been quite some time since then. Nong Wei has moved on and still wishes to attend the class reunion. Linyu had initially intended to show Li Wei what true mastery was, but upon seeing the name Nong Wei, he was momentarily taken aback. Although he had little interest in the reunion, the prospect of meeting Nong Wei piqued his curiosity. Nong Wei was the only friend from high school who had been willing to spend time with him, which ultimately led to his isolation by Xingchang and his peers, and subsequently to his transfer to another school. This incident had remained a thorn in his heart. He always felt responsible for forcing Nong Wei's transfer, leaving him with an enduring sense of guilt. Linyu replied, there is no need for an apology, as I did not slander the wrong person. However, I will attend the reunion. After sending this message, he muted the group notifications, ensuring he could see the messages without being disturbed by constant alerts. This led everyone to believe that his attendance was motivated by Yang Wanwan, prompting a flurry of mockery in the chat, particularly from Xingchang's sycophants. Some people still think others have feelings for him. It's not high school anymore. With Wanwan's looks, anyone earning less than 500,000 a year shouldn't even think about approaching her. Where is Linyu finding his fortune? A high academic degree doesn't guarantee anything. It's possible his annual income won't even surpass Brother Zhang's monthly salary. In my opinion, only Brother Zhang deserves someone like Yang Wanwan. Yang Wanwan. Brother Zhang isn't bad looking either. Men are judged by their capabilities. Pretty boys are meant for wealthy women to keep. None of these remarks received a response from Linyu or Yang Wanwan. Noticing Linyu's silence, Yang Wanwan sighed, feeling a twinge of discomfort, gazing at his profile picture. She hesitated before sending a friend request. Linyu, nearly indifferent to the group messages, found amusement in the comments about salaries. The pocket money his parents casually provided already surpassed what Xingchang might achieve after a century of hard labor. He reluctantly acknowledged that having affluent parents certainly bolstered his confidence. Nevertheless, he believed that even without his parents' wealth, he would not be inferior to Xingchang. For he understood that had Xingchang not relied on his parents, he might very well have been toiling away in a factory. Yi Qingning noticed Linyu's unusual demeanor and curiously inquired, Darling, what troubles you? As Linyu settled onto the couch, Yi Qingning took his towel and began drying his hair. You've been staring at your phone for a while. Is there something on your mind? Linyu shook his head. It's just a minor issue. I have a high school reunion to attend tomorrow evening. Yi Qingning opened her mouth but chose to remain silent. She could not comprehend why Linyu wished to return and meet his high school classmates, especially considering his previous disdain for them. However, she understood that Linyu must have his own motives. Given his character, It was evident that he was not merely seeking to flaunt his past. Suddenly, Lin Yu inquired, "Is there a manager named Zeng Chong at Yi Corporation?" "Manager? I believe there is one, but I do not have a strong impression of him." "It is all handled by Chen Xiaoxiao," Yi Qingning replied casually. "Is there a problem with him?" Lin Yu did not respond to her question but continued. "What are the requirements for entering Yi Corporation?" Yi Qingning answered, "The minimum requirement is a dual first-class degree. That is fundamental. After filtering out a number of candidates, it then comes down to capability. However, these matters are not under my purview. There is a dedicated department for that." Although she was puzzled by Lin Yu's inquiries, she felt a sense of foreboding. She mentally noted Zeng Chong's name, intending to investigate his background thoroughly. The mere mention of him by her husband indicated that there was something amiss. She would not allow anyone who might offend her husband to remain comfortably within Yi Corporation. She had fully transformed into a devoted protector of her husband, refusing to permit any disparagement against him. Lin Yu smiled meaningfully. "A dedicated department, you say? I believe it warrants a thorough investigation into any connections within Yi Corporation." Yi Qingning seemed to grasp something and, after drying Lin Yu's hair, remarked, "Yi Corporation does not oppose connections, provided that the basic educational qualifications are met. If one meets the criteria, it is possible to leverage some connections. However, if one does not even meet the fundamental requirements and attempts to enter through connections, they will undoubtedly face dire consequences if discovered." In truth, Lin Yu found the existence of connections to be rather normal. Society operates in such a manner, inherently lacking complete fairness. If fairness were truly absolute, disparities in the starting lines of children would not be so pronounced. Nevertheless, Zeng Chong had provoked someone with connections far more formidable than his own today. Changing the subject, Yi Qingning chuckled, "By the way, I have prepared a surprise for you. Hurry to the study and take a look." Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. What surprise? He quickly rose and made his way to the study. Upon entering, he was astonished to find that all the books that had once adorned the shelves were gone, replaced by numerous figurines of his favorite series, Dragon Ball, Naruto, and many exquisite decorations. Most notably, there were 2 brand-new computers, equipped with 5090 graphics cards, virtually fully configured. There were also some small night lights that created a delightful ambience when turned on in the dark. He was utterly taken aback that Yi Qingning had prepared such a surprise for him. He had casually mentioned his fondness for gaming in the past, but he never expected her to actually take action. After all, he was no longer a university student. He had graduated long ago, and since being with Shen Yanqing, he had not played games at all. He stepped forward and caressed the computer case, his excitement palpable. This configuration could handle any game effortlessly. Playing the games he once enjoyed would feel like Lu Bu riding a caterpillar. He couldn't help but exclaim in wonder, acknowledging both the exceptional computer setup and the delightful surprise bestowed upon him by his wife. As the sounds of jubilant cheers echoed from the transformed study now resembling an esports room, Yi Qingning couldn't suppress a chuckle. Indeed, a man remains a boy at heart until the end. Before the prowess of the 5090 graphics card, any man with a passion for gaming would find himself utterly defenseless. She gradually took out her phone and sent a message to Chen Xiaoxiao, requesting the employment documentation of Zeng Chong from the company. Subsequently, she approached the doorway of the esports room and inquired, "Do you like it?" Lin Yu could hardly contain his enthusiasm, thinking to himself that he must put in extra effort while farming tonight. Yi Qingning, blissfully unaware of what was to come, wore an expression of eager anticipation. Lin Yu wrapped his arms around Yi Qingning and planted a gentle kiss on her forehead, declaring, "Of course I like it." "How did you know what the best configuration was, Miss Yu?" Yi Qingning replied with a playful huff. "Isn't it simple? I had someone help me with the setup, choosing the most expensive options, as they are bound to be the best. As for the other peripherals, I let him select the mouse and keyboard that boys prefer." Lin Yu could tell that Yi Qingning had truly put thought into this. It wasn't merely a matter of throwing money around. Knowing his passion for gaming, she had even chosen a keyboard with magnetic switches. However, he was soon taken aback by what Yi Qingning had prepared for him, as she led into a shelf behind her and pulled away the fabric covering it. The shelf, encased in transparent glass, housed an impressive array of branded keyboards, mice, and headphones, all neatly arranged and quite costly. In the past, Lin Yu wouldn't have dared to spend more than 1,000 on any single item. The keyboards on the shelf started at several thousand, and he adored their colors. It felt surreal. He never imagined a man could receive such a thoughtful gift. Lin Yu was deeply touched. He had rarely received gifts from others, regardless of how significant the occasion, even on his birthday. Coincidentally, tomorrow marked his 26th birthday. Would these be Yi Qingning smiled softly. Mr. Lin, I wish you a happy birthday in advance. In just an hour, you will be 26. And this is my gift to you. Lin Yu felt an inexplicable pang in his heart, not because of Yi Qingning, but due to memories of the past. He had once been unaware of his true birthday, celebrating instead the day he was found by his grandparents. Only they would commemorate his birthday. Now that his parents had located him, he had learned his actual birth date, yet he preferred to cherish the day he was discovered as his true birthday. Ironically, Yi Qingning had chosen to celebrate his birthday on the very day he had been found. These details were not disclosed to Yi Qingning by him. Rather, they were her own deductions. She surmised that Lin Yu, given his character, would regard this day as his own birthday. As Lin Yu surveyed the gifts around him, he embraced Yi Qingning and expressed, I truly cherish the gift you bestowed upon me. A faint smile graced Yi Qingning's lips as she replied, Mr. Lin, is it merely the gifts that you appreciate? Lin Yu gently caressed her head and said, there is also you. The atmosphere between them grew increasingly intimate as Yi Qingning lifted her gaze to meet Lin Yu's, teasingly inquiring, then, Mr. Lin, if you are so fond of it, might I receive some reward? Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. A reward? What is it that you desire? With her delicate, fair fingers, Yi Qingning playfully traced his chin, stating, the reward is yours to give, thus it is entirely up to you. Whatever you offer, I shall accept. Her other hand pressed against Lin Yu's chest, gradually sliding down. As the intoxicating fragrance of her essence enveloped him, unable to resist, Lin Yu inhaled deeply, feeling her fingers teasingly caress his abdominal muscles. As a man, he felt a sudden rush of exhilaration. Without warning, Lin Yu lifted Yi Qingning into his arms. She adeptly wrapped her arms around his neck, her lips drawing near. Are we not playing games anymore? Lin Yu shook his head, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Solo games lack excitement. I shall first accompany my wife in duo play. Is this not the reward you sought? You gifted me a birthday present. I shall reciprocate with another kind of day. Yi Qingning playfully punched his chest, her cheeks flushed as she chided, you rascal. Chapter 66. Parents of Unfathomable Wealth. The following day, at the Lin family villa, Lin Yu planned to visit his biological parents at noon, and Shuyun had been messaging him daily, and today Lin Yu carved out time to see her. With plans to visit the orphanage later to check on the elderly couple. Initially, Yi Qingning intended to accompany him for this significant family visit. But Lin Yu insisted she stay behind. His situation was rather unique, having been lost for so many years. And Shuyun would undoubtedly wish for ample time to converse with him. Thus, Lin Yu decided to grant both himself and his biological parents the necessary space. Upon entering the villa, a butler promptly approached to escort him to the second floor, mentioning that the lady often spoke of her son and missed him dearly. Before long, he found himself face-to-face with Shuyun and Lin Jinghua, who were seated on the sofa. Lin Yu took the initiative to speak. Mother, I have come to see you. Shuyun immediately rose and embraced Lin Yu, her eyes brimming with concern. Xiaoyu, why do I feel you have become even thinner since we last met? Have you not been eating properly? Lin Yu realized that his mother was genuinely worried about his well-being, despite having gained a bit of weight in recent days. Though his physique remained impeccable, he had indeed filled out somewhat. She was just like his grandmother, who would always exclaim upon his visits, why have you grown so thin? And would promptly prepare an abundance of dishes to ensure he left satiated. True to form, Shuyun immediately instructed the butler, call the nearby 5-star restaurant and have them send someone over to prepare a meal. The butler, without a moment's hesitation, promptly dialed the restaurant to summon the head chef. The 5-star establishment he contacted was owned by the Lin family, and upon receiving the news, they hurriedly dispatched someone over. Lin Yu pushed Shuyun onto the sofa, positioning himself between her and Lin Jinghua. Whereas the need for such fuss? I've been eating quite well lately, he remarked. If you don't believe me, just ask Dad if I've gained weight. And Shuyun cast a glance at Lin Jinghua, her eyes conveying a hint of threat. Jinghua, do you think he has slimmed down or gained weight? Lin Jinghua decisively sided with his wife. I believe he has lost weight. Xiaoyu, you must eat more before you leave. Your mother misses you dearly. Lin Yu responded with a hint of disbelief. Come on, Dad. If you're being coerced, just blink, and I want tea come to your rescue. And Shuyun stroked Lin Yu's face, expressing her sentiments. It feels as though all this is a dream. Do you know how much your mother longs for you? I have dreamt countless times of taking you to amusement parks, of our family of 3 dining and traveling together. If this is a dream, I sincerely wish to remain in slumber forever. Lin Yu chuckled softly. Mom, rest assured. Feel free to touch. I am your genuine son and will not vanish. Lin Jinghua added, the human trafficker who abducted you has been dealt with. Upon hearing the mention of traffickers, Lin Yu's expression turned icy. Were they killed? Wouldn't that be too lenient? If it weren't for such individuals, how many families would be blissfully united? In welfare institutions, most children are abandoned, with a small portion, like Lin Yu, suffering due to human traffickers. These children are fortunate to find refuge in such places. Those who do not often face dire fates, either sold to others or subjected to mutilation for begging or organ trafficking. Lin Jinghua shared his disdain for traffickers, his voice cold. How could they be treated so leniently? I have sent them to certain organizations where individuals from society will ensure they experience the consequences of their actions towards children. Lin Yu grasped the situation. They were likely sent to a criminal organization to be dealt with, payback for their past deeds. He understood that Lin Jinghua's rise to prominence in Jiangcheng was accompanied by a ruthless streak in his methods. This outcome was already quite favorable. And Lin Yu nodded in agreement. That is just. They need to undergo a similar experience. And Shuan gently patted Lin Yu's head. Let us not dwell on such grim subjects, dear son. Your father and I are aware that today marks your birthday. This is the day you were found. A day you have always celebrated as your birthday, and thus, we have prepared a gift for you. Lin Jinghua and Shuan often inquired with Lin Jinghe and Chen Peilon about Lin Yu's childhood experiences, never overlooking any detail, striving to gradually compensate for the maternal love Lin Yu had lost. Lin Yu paused. The birthday gift? Just yesterday, he had received an entire room filled with gaming equipment from his wife, and now his biological parents were preparing to bestow gifts upon him as well. He pondered whether life had been too smooth lately, perhaps a consequence of previously enduring hardships, leading to the principle of opposites. Lin Yu curiously inquired, "What gift are you referring to?" Lin Jinghua replied with a smile, "Well, that's a bit difficult to articulate. There are quite a few. Not only have I prepared this year's birthday present, but also gifts from the past 20 years, including your coming-of-age ceremony and past celebrations. It is worth noting that Shuyun and Lin Jinghua would annually buy gifts in anticipation of the day they would find their son, intending to present them all at once. From his 6th birthday to his 26th, they had prepared gifts for various occasions, including significant milestones like graduation. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu felt overwhelmed by the sheer number of gifts. Shortly thereafter, Shuyun instructed the housekeeper to bring out the presents, one by one, from her room. They included sketchbooks and toy car models from his childhood, a telescope, and remote-controlled cars from his 10th birthday. As the years progressed, the gifts evolved accordingly: shoes, mobile phones, tablets, computers, a watch for adulthood, formal suits, and an array of sports equipment for basketball, badminton, and soccer. Lin Yu was astounded by the multitude of items, certainly over 50 gifts. If not for the spaciousness of the Lin family's villa, these treasures could easily fill the living room. Eventually, the gifts turned to more luxurious items such as gold jewelry. And there was even a card designated for his entrepreneurial endeavors. Oh my goodness, Lin Yu thought, feeling as though he were in a dream. The quantity of gifts was staggering, nearly all of which were things he adored. Despite not having seen his biological parents for 20 years, the gifts they had meticulously chosen over the years resonated with his preferences. Who wouldn't appreciate items of great value? This scene could only be described with 4 words: extravagant beyond reason. Could it be that his previous musings on Douyin about his parents being hidden billionaires had come to fruition? If so, he would certainly pursue that line of thought further. Just as he was lost in contemplation, Lin Jinghua suddenly placed a car key into Lin Yu's hand. This Maybach is your 26th birthday gift. It's not too expensive. Just 4 million. As the sole heir of the Lin family, you ought to have a car that commands respect. Chapter 67. Yi Qingning's confusion at the moment he saw the key. Lin Yu was rendered speechless. This was the key to a Maybach 680. Though he had considered purchasing a new car, he had not actively pursued it, only to find that his father had taken the initiative to buy him one. He had never imagined he would be gifted a luxury car of such value after so many years apart from his father. Noticing Lin Yu's silence, Lin Jinghua inquired with a hint of concern, "Do you not like it?" He continued, "Is it too inexpensive? Or do you prefer sports cars? If you wish to exchange it, just let me know. However, if you were to work in your usual capacity, a supercar would be quite ostentatious. Given that you typically require an assistant and a driver, this choice was made accordingly." And Shuan concurred, saying, "Do not blame your father. He simply does not know what kind of car you prefer." Lin Yu quickly clarified, "Not at all. I truly adore it. How could I possibly dislike a car gifted by my father?" I was merely taken aback. Upon hearing his son's lack of disdain, Lin Jinghua chuckled heartily. "Well then. Regardless, your mother and I have ensured that your card is well funded. If you fancy a supercar, feel free to purchase one yourself. And just inform me when you need more." Lin Yu enveloped both of them in a warm embrace, exclaiming, "Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Mom. I genuinely cherish these gifts." It is well known that a man's interests are rather limited, prominently featuring automobiles. Transitioning from a 7 Series to a Maybach is indeed exhilarating. It is not that the 7 Series is inferior, but rather that the Maybach is superior. As the saying goes, if one lacks eloquence, there is no need for concern. The Maybach will speak for you. Moreover, the cumulative value of the other gifts is no less than $1 million. Lin Jingguo remarked, "The car is parked in the garage. Should you come across any other vehicles that catch your eye, feel free to speak with Old Li. I'll have him hand over the keys." Although Lin Yu was eager to experience the Maybach at that moment, he restrained his excitement. He shook his head. "There is no rush. Let us chat with Mom and Dad first, and I'll go later." And Shuan produced a box, gazing at Lin Yu with affectionate eyes. "Xiaoyu, this is a gift I prepared for you. Let us see what's inside." Lin Yu accepted the gift, opened the box, and was instantly dazzled by its contents. A luxury watch. A Patek Philippe, no less. Its value must be significant. Upon seeing this timepiece, his heart raced with exhilaration. What an extraordinary day. With both a car and a watch. Lin Yu speculated that the watch likely exceeded $1 million, and Shuyun personally assisted him in fastening the watch onto his wrist. "Son, I specifically selected this for you. Do you like it?" How could he not? It felt as though wealth had been lavishly bestowed upon him. Who does not appreciate money? Lin Yu admitted his superficiality. He was drawn to anything expensive. After all, a normal person would surely appreciate a gift costing $1 million. Wouldn't they? "Dear mother, I adore you immensely. This is a motherly love imbued with the essence of wealth." Lin Yu embraced in Shuyun, his eyes sparkling with joy. "I love it." Observing her son's radiant smile, and Shuyun could not help but display her own contentment. "I'm glad you like it. I have also prepared a gift for Qingning, which you can take back for her. As her mother-in-law, I have yet to present her with a special gift." Lin Yu nodded. "Qingning will surely be delighted. This is a testament to your acknowledgement of her." And Shuyun continued, "We have donated a sum to the orphanage that raised you, aiming to improve the environment and enhance the living conditions of the children." Lin Jingguo interjected, "A portion of the funds will also be allocated to support the education of the children who have not been adopted, ensuring they complete their university studies." And Shuyun gazed affectionately at Lin Yu, saying, "As long as you wish, they shall remain your grandparents, so do not worry too much. They are indeed your family. In many respects, they have done far better than we have. The funds in question are not substantial for the Lin family, and given that the orphanage raised you, they understand the importance of gratitude and reciprocity." Lin Yu was aware that his grandparents would be overjoyed to receive the donation, especially since his biological parents acknowledged these two elders as kin. Emotionally, he expressed, "Thank you, Mom and Dad." His biological parents fully comprehended the significance of the grandparents from the orphanage to him and chose not to sever ties with them by merely providing a financial sum. After some conversation, the 5-star chef arrived. Lin Yu glanced at the time, intending to visit the orphanage to see his grandparents after their meal before attending a class reunion. Meanwhile, at the Yi Group, in the president's office, Yi Qingning instructed Chen Xiaoxiao, who was knocking at the door, "Come in." Chen Xiaoxiao's dark circles had become increasingly pronounced, her eye makeup struggling to conceal them, yet this did not impede her work performance. After savoring a cup of the beloved coffee of the working class, she continued her tasks. "What is it?" she inquired. "President Yi, I have located the employment documents for Xingchang that you requested. Here they are," she replied, placing a file on Yi Qingning's desk. Yi Qingning responded coolly, "All right, you may take a break now." Although Yi Qingning held the position of boss, she was mindful of Chen Xiaoxiao's exhaustion from diligently handling paperwork and did not intend to overburden this conscientious worker. It was essential for a leader to show understanding towards their employees. As Yi Qingning scrutinized Zheng Chang's employment documents, her brow furrowed. The materials appeared largely satisfactory, with a degree from a prestigious institution, suggesting that his entry into the Yi Group should pose no issues. As a project manager, his undertaken projects were commendable, even exceptional. However, Yi Qingning was curious about Lin Yu's sudden inquiry. Unless they were acquainted, there must be some connection between the two. She refrained from directly questioning Xingchang, aware that people could be deceptive. Instead, she opted to seek out Xingchang's prior documents to investigate his relationship with Lin Yu. Gently tapping her fingers on the desk, she murmured while studying Xingchang's file, "You had better not have offended my husband. It is important to note that Yi Qingning's spouse was not someone easily trifled with." Xingchang had taken leave early that day for the class reunion, where he was the guest of honor. Unbeknownst to him, his documents were currently resting on the desk of his superior, President Yi. He meticulously selected a well-fitted suit. Though his frequent drinking and social engagements had resulted in a slight beer belly that he could not conceal, nonetheless, it did not diminish his confidence. After all, his income was substantial, and for a man, financial stability is a source of pride. To comprehend the motivations behind the gathering of classmates, one must consider that, on one hand, it serves as a platform for him to flaunt his financial success and accomplishments, while on the other hand, it is orchestrated with the intention of garnering attention from young Wanwan. However, the most significant motive lies in the desire to humiliate Lin Yu, the individual who had continuously brought him embarrassment during their high school years, a memory that lingers vividly in his mind. Chapter 68, Grandfather. I have encountered a fraudster. Lin Yu departed from the Lin family villa, driving his Maybach towards the orphanage. The vehicle he had arrived in was entrusted to Ma Jie for return to the community. This evening, he had plans to attend the class reunion and had instructed Ma Jie and Liang Yong to await his return at the neighborhood. The orphanage had undergone considerable renovations, however. Due to the relatively short duration of these improvements, many aspects remained under construction. Nevertheless, the noticeable changes were striking, especially in a place that had remained stagnant for over a decade. Even the slightest transformation seemed monumental to Lin Yu. With newfound financial resources, the orphanage had begun to hire assistants for caring for the children. Previously, it was solely Lin Jinghe and Chun Peilon, the elderly couple, who had tended to the few children residing there. Now, as the orphanage expanded, it naturally began to accommodate a greater number of orphans. Lin Yu understood that his grandparents' nature was such that they would never decline the opportunity to care for more children. In their eyes, children represented the future. Upon entering, he spotted Lin Jinghe reclining under a large tree, using a promotional fan to cool himself. Despite their newfound wealth, he still donned a patched long-sleeve shirt, a garment Lin Yu recalled purchasing from a street vendor during his childhood, where he had haggled fiercely to secure it for under 15 yuan. Each autumn, Lin Jinghe would don this long-sleeve shirt, mending it whenever it became worn. Carrying a multitude of items, Lin Yu called out to his grandfather, who was lost in contemplation. "Grandfather, I have returned." Startled by the familiar voice, Lin Jinghe opened his eyes and, upon seeing Lin Yu's face, quickly rose. "Xiao Yu, why have you come back? You should have informed me. I would have asked Peilon to prepare something delicious for you." Lin Yu adeptly took the fan from his grandfather and admonished, "Today is my birthday, grandfather. Have you forgotten? Moreover, as the weather grows cooler, you should refrain from fanning yourself so much. What if you catch a cold?" Lin Jinghe chuckled heartily. "Do not worry. Despite my age, I am still quite robust." Achoo. Unable to contain his laughter, Lin Yu teased, "See, ignoring your grandson's advice has led to immediate consequences." Lin Jinghe retorted stubbornly, "Nonsense. I merely inhaled some dust. They are constantly renovating." Achoo. Curious, Lin Yu inquired, "Where is Grandma?" Lin Jinghe replied, "She insisted on going out to buy ingredients for your birthday, planning to prepare sweet rice cakes to bring to your home this evening." Even though Lin Yu had recently discovered his biological parents, his grandparents continued to regard him as their beloved grandson. "Brother Lin Yu, you are back. Where is Sister Qingning? Didn't you say you would bring us snacks?" "Lin Yu looks exceptionally handsome today." A group of children gathered around him, and with a smile, Lin Yu said, "Sister Qingning is busy with work. She asked me to bring the snacks over. There's enough for everyone, so no need to fight over them." Saying this, he distributed several large bags of snacks to the children. Watching them leap with joy after receiving their treats, he felt a surge of accomplishment. It was enough for him to know that he could contribute to these children's happy growth. After he finished distributing the snacks, Chun Peilon returned from grocery shopping. Upon seeing Lin Yu, she was momentarily taken aback. "Xiao Yu, what brings you here?" She had assumed that now that he had found his biological parents, Lin Yu would focus entirely on them. After all, they were his flesh and blood. Lin Yu replied, "I promise to visit you at least once a week. My grandparents raised me, and my parents gave me life. They have all treated me well." Chun Peilon and Lin Jinghe were deeply moved. Reflecting on how well they had raised their grandson, their eyes filled with pride. Lin Jinghe suggested, "Why not stay for dinner tonight?" Lin Yu shook his head. "I came to spend some time with you too. I have other matters to attend to later." Chun Peilon understood that her grandson had just reunited with his parents and recently married, so he certainly had a lot on his plate. They could always have dinner another time. Lin Yu took his grandmother's hand and said, "Next time, I'll bring my wife to visit you." Chun Peilon chuckled. "It would be best if you could give us a healthy grandson." Lin Yu replied helplessly, "Grandma, such matters cannot be rushed." He noticed that every time he visited his grandparents, they would urge him and Yi Qingning to have a child. Was it true that the older generation instinctively activated the baby-making agenda upon proximity? Meanwhile, someone else was also being pressured by her elders. All right, Grandma, please stop urging me. I'm working right now. Yi Qingning was utterly speechless. They had only been married for a short time. And already the elderly lady was hastening her to have a child. It was not as simple as laying an egg. Moreover, both of them were busy with their careers. When would they find the time to have a baby? Even if they were willing, who would take care of the child? She was currently focused on her career. She certainly couldn't expect Lin Yu to play the role of a stay-at-home dad. Lin Yu also needed to inherit the family business. Every day, she received persistent messages from the elderly lady, even forwarding various expert videos. If the elderly lady were not her grandmother, Yi Qingning would have blocked her long ago. After hanging up the phone, she looked at the new materials that had just arrived, her brow furrowed in displeasure. She had not known much about Zheng Chong before. She wouldn't typically take the time to seek out someone's information. Now, having seen Zheng Chong's past records, she realized he was Lin Yu's high school classmate, frequently bullied by Lin Yu during their school years. When she noticed his college entrance examination score of 400, she felt puzzled. Could such a score secure admission to a double first-class university? Unless he was an exceptional talent, that score would hardly suffice. Yi Qingning's gaze toward the documents grew increasingly frigid. Why, then, does the employment record indicate a dual first-class graduation? I sincerely hope there has been no fabrication in your onboarding materials. In the Qin family's villa, Elder Qin was savoring his tea. During this period, he intended to remain in Jiang City, primarily to engage in business while also seeking some leisure. He reclined on a lounge chair on the balcony, enjoying the gentle breeze and relishing the tranquility of his later years. The primary purpose of his visit to Jiang City was to hone the abilities of his granddaughter, Qin Jixue, the eldest daughter of the Qin family. In contrast, Qin Jiwei merely sought amusement, wandering aimlessly, as Jiang City boasted numerous delightful attractions. To take the reins of the Qin family, one must be stringent. Elder Qin was particularly indulgent toward the second daughter, Qin Jiwei, as she did not partake in any of the family's business affairs. Consequently, her character diverged entirely from that of her sister, despite their similar appearances. One was composed and serene, while the other was spirited and lively. Unbeknownst to them, Qin Jiwei had stealthily appeared behind Elder Qin, her voice dripping with mystery as she exclaimed, "Grandfather, guess whom I encountered at the banquet yesterday?" Elder Qin, intrigued, inquired, "Whom did you meet?" Qin Jiwei replied, "I encountered a great deceiver." Chapter 69. I pursue men in 3 days, not a week. A deceiver? Elder Qin paused, momentarily taken aback, and then expressed his displeasure. "Who dares to deceive my dear Wei Wei? Tell me, and I shall summon Lin Jinghua to bring him to justice. What have you been tricked into? I will ensure you handle him accordingly." Qin Jiwei shook her head. "He didn't deceive me of anything substantial." Then, she leaned in closer to Elder Qin, whispering, "He merely toyed with your granddaughter's affections." Elder Qin erupted in indignation. "What? He deceived my granddaughter's feelings? Is it possible? My granddaughter has yet to experience romance, and she has already been misled? She is my cherished jewel." In an instant, Elder Qin's face flushed crimson. "How outrageous! You must tell me the full story. A despicable scoundrel has dared to ensnare my granddaughter. I shall skin him alive." Seeing her grandfather in such a fluster, Qin Jiwei couldn't help but chuckle. "Grandfather, do not fret. I was merely jesting. Calm down and sit properly." Elder Qin asked, "Really?" Qin Jiwei replied, "Indeed." Once reassured by her confirmation, Elder Qin settled back down. And after regaining his composure, he queried, "If he did not deceive you, why then do you label him a deceiver? Did he attempt to deceive you but failed?" With a playful smile, Qin Jiwei responded, "It was somewhat true. Initially, I was nearly taken in by his charm. How could I resist someone so handsome?" Elder Qin snorted. "What of his looks? Can he compare to the handsomeness of your grandfather in his youth? Let me tell you, good looks cannot sustain one's livelihood. A man must possess capability, otherwise, he cannot protect you. What use is a mere ornament? If he cannot pass my scrutiny, it matters not who he is." Qin Jiwei raised an eyebrow. "Grandfather, are you perhaps feeling discontent? Upon hearing that your granddaughter has someone she fancies, are you afraid I might be swept away? She has always been her grandfather's most cherished granddaughter. If she were to truly fall for a man, it would undoubtedly cause him distress." Old Qin stubbornly asserted, "I merely fear that you might be deceived. I have consumed more salt than you have traversed roads. Is it not entirely reasonable for me to safeguard your interests?" Although he was reluctant to admit it, he understood in his heart that his granddaughter would eventually marry. He simply hoped her suitor would possess a respectable status, sparing her from any hardship. His expectations were not particularly lofty. He merely wished for a family fortune of at least several billion. Qin Jiwei smirked. Well, grandfather, your tastes are rather extravagant. However, the doctor has advised against indulging in such rich flavors. I shall handle my own affairs. And it's a triumph if you don't frighten them away. Deep down, she harbored an indescribable fondness for Lin Yu. To phrase it more poetically, one could call it love at first sight. Less elegantly, one might say it was mere lust. Despite his being a scoundrel, he was wealthy and handsome, making the pursuit of a charming rogue seem a trivial endeavor. Throughout her life, she had encountered numerous admirers, and she believed that pursuing a man should be a straightforward affair. She could win a man's heart in a mere week. No, 3 days. Men were simply too easy to attract. Why had she not pursued earlier? Because her pride would not allow it. As a daughter of the capital, she found suitors from distant lands rather unimpressive. What made Lin Yu stand out? His striking looks were simply captivating, as if he were sculpted from her very dreams. While many handsome suitors had vied for her attention in the past, none evoked the same feelings as Lin Yu. Most were privileged playboys, and she had no interest in them. Old Qin interjected. So who is this scoundrel, precisely? Qin Jiwei replied, he is the son of Lin Jinghua. Old Qin scoffed. Nonsense. Where would Lin Jinghua have a son? I have known him for so long, yet I have never seen his son. He lost him over 20 years ago. Qin Jiwei settled into a chair, resting her chin on her hand. Yes, that is what he claimed. Otherwise, why would I call him a fraud? Old Qin chuckled derisively. How absurd. How did such a person manage to infiltrate the banquet? My dear granddaughter, you must steer clear of individuals like him. Qin Jiwei remained silent, for she was genuinely intrigued by Lin Yu and regretted not acquiring his WeChat information during their last encounter. Perhaps she could request it next time they met? Or perhaps she should investigate his background. At Yujing Manor, Zhang Chang had arrived early at the reserved private room, which could accommodate around 30 guests, and took the seat of honor. Class leader Li Wei was the second to arrive, with others gradually following suit, some still clad in their work attire. Li Wei surveyed the opulent surroundings, unable to suppress his awe. It was no surprise that this was a 5-star hotel. He had never been to such a lavish establishment before, and the decor was exceedingly luxurious. Even the demeanor of the staff conveyed an air of superiority. Li Wei, with a touch of flattery, declared, Brother Zhang, allow me to toast you first. If it weren't for you, none of us would have ever set foot in such a splendid place. The others joined in, raising their glasses in tribute to Brother Zhang, standing up in unison and toasting before waiting for those yet to arrive. Zheng Chang could hardly indulge in drinking cup after cup. He merely took a casual sip and proclaimed, Everyone, feel free. Enjoy yourselves. His gaze incessantly searched for the two individuals he cared about the most, Lin Yu and Yang Wanwan. Their absence caused him a slight discomfort. It was truly disheartening that Lin Yu showed him no regard. However, once he arrived at his own venue amidst such a crowd, Zheng Chang was confident that he would manage to humiliate Lin Yu. Alas, what good was it to be handsome and intelligent without the means to back it up? Meanwhile, Lin Yu lounged in the passenger seat of a Maybach, leisurely scrolling through his phone. The driver handled the vehicle while the assistant occupied the back seat, attending to menial tasks. Their work was rather effortless at present. All they needed to do was flatter their boss. Ma Jie chuckled, Brother Yu, arriving at this reunion in a Maybach is bound to stir envy. Lin Yu retorted with annoyance, All you do is show off. Just wait for me outside and don't cause any trouble. Before long, they arrived at Yujing Manor. Upon seeing the Maybach, the security guard promptly approached and guided them to the most conspicuous parking spot. Having worked there for quite some time, the guard knew precisely where to park such cars, ensuring they occupied the most visible spaces, as wealthy individuals preferred it that way. After all, why would the affluent continue to advertise luxury goods knowing that the underprivileged cannot afford them? It is solely to familiarize the less fortunate with these brands. Otherwise, how would the wealthy flaunt their status? Luxury advertisements serve as a means for the rich to make the poor aware of their brands. Lin Yu instructed Ma Jie and Liang Yong to stay in the car while he exited alone, striding toward the entrance. Just as he reached midway, a melodious voice called out from behind, Lin Yu, is that you? Is this your car? Chapter 70. Falsification of employment documents. Lin Yu turned to see a sweet-faced woman clad in a blue and white sundress, draped in a light blue cardigan, bounding towards him. The moment he laid eyes on her, a sense of familiarity washed over him, yet he struggled to recall her identity. Noticing the furrow in his brow, she hastily interjected, It's Yang Wanwan. Subsequently, her tone took on a hint of melancholy as she added, "You truly have forgotten me. No wonder my friend request went unanswered." Upon hearing her words, Lin Yu's memory sparked to life. Yang Wanwan, the most beautiful girl in their high school class, adored by nearly every boy to some extent. Of course, Lin Yu was an exception. He never held a strong impression of her. Although they were classmates, he often kept to himself, rarely paying attention to others. It wasn't that he was completely oblivious. On days when he felt particularly irritable, he would find excuses to confront Xing Chong, who incessantly sought him out. Only those unafraid of death can instill fear in others. Yang Wanwan gently clasped her hands behind her back, pouting. Not speaking? Playing it cool? Or do you have social anxiety now? But wait, I saw you being quite fierce in the class group. Lin Yu replied with visible annoyance. It's not an act of coolness. I'm merely retrieving memories from high school. However, it would be best if you don't accompany me inside. He then proceeded towards the entrance, leaving Yang Wanwan to glance at the Maybach behind him, somewhat astonished. Nevertheless, she suppressed her excitement and hurried to catch up with Lin Yu. Curiously, she inquired, "Is this car yours?" Lin Yu didn't deny it. It is. Although he didn't seek to show off, it didn't mean he would be understated. If the car belonged to him, why mislead? Upon hearing his affirmative tone, Yang Wanwan felt an inexplicable sense of disappointment. Really? If this car genuinely belongs to Lin Yu, it signifies that he and I inhabit entirely different worlds. This vehicle costs at least 4 million, and affording such a price entails not just the cost of the car, but also regular expenses like fuel and maintenance. Earning a monthly income of 10,000 would hardly suffice. One would need to earn at least 500,000 a month. This disparity was the source of Yang Wanwan's dismay. If this were the case, she might truly have no chance of pursuing Lin Yu. Once, he had saved her. And although he might not have recognized her at the time, she could distinguish him as Lin Yu. From that day forward, she had developed feelings for him. Yet due to her character, she had kept it hidden, waiting for university and then graduation, only to realize that no one had his contact information. Coupled with her fears, she had waited until now. If she were to pursue him now, would he think she was only after his wealth? Yang Wanwan's mind was in turmoil. Lin Yu remarked indifferently, "Would you believe me if I said it's rented?" Yang Wanwan shook her head. "You're not that kind of person. If it were merely for a class reunion, you wouldn't rent such an expensive car and arrive so late." Lin Yu smiled faintly. "You seem to trust me quite a bit, even though we barely know each other." Yang Wanwan pressed on. "Lin Yu, why didn't you accept my friend request?" Lin Yu replied coolly, "I already answered that. We're not familiar." He wished to shake off Yang Wanwan and enter alone, but her persistent presence was somewhat exasperating. The two individuals in the car observed a beautiful woman following their boss, unable to resist exclaiming in admiration. Margia, seated in the driver's seat, looked on enviously. "No wonder it's a Maybach." The moment he steps out, a beauty follows. Yang Yong commented, "Brother Yu's appeal is considerable. Both his hardware and software are top-notch. Even without this car, he would have plenty of admirers." Ma Jia chuckled, "If I drove this car to a class reunion, I would definitely arrive early." Standing by the car pretending to wait for someone. Brother Yu is too low-key, arriving so late. Meanwhile, at the Yi group, Chen Xiaoxiao held the documents and said, "Mr. Yi, we have commenced a private investigation into those involved in the employment fraud related to Xing Chong." Yi Qingning nodded and replied, "Once the results are in, please provide me with the list of implicated staff. Do not alert anyone without my command. I wish to ensure that every individual involved in this matter is held accountable." Chen Xiaoxiao added, "Mr. Yi, the location of your husband's gathering is at the 5-star restaurant under the Yi family, Yijing Manor." Yi Qingning responded calmly, "Understood. Please contact the manager of Yijing Manor shortly." As Yi Qingning's personal secretary, Chen Xiaoxiao quickly grasped her employer's intent. Understood. The implication was that the boss's wife, or rather, the boss's husband, should maintain his dignity at the class reunion while putting on a show of sophistication. Chen Xiaoxiao could not help but feel envious of Lin Yu. Being cherished by Mr. Yu must be a delightful experience. If she were a man and married to Yi Qingning, she could only imagine the happiness it would bring. As Chen Xiaoxiao stepped out of the office, the managers from other departments who had accompanied her could not resist their curiosity. "Secretary Chen, what did Mr. Yi just say? Is there anything you need me to do?" Chen Xiaoxiao replied coldly, "Don't ask what you shouldn't. Simply follow my instructions. Don't let your curiosity lead you to trouble." Her voice carried a note of warning. The manager swallowed hard and responded, "I understand." Chen Xiaoxiao usually maintained good relations with everyone, and her words served as a clear reminder. As a seasoned professional, the manager knew better than to misunderstand. At Yijing Manor, Lin Yu felt somewhat exasperated by Yang Wanwan, who had been chattering incessantly since their earlier greeting. He had previously thought she was the quiet type, but he now realized he had misjudged her. She was quite the chatterbox, persistently inquiring about his university experiences. Yang Wanwan continued her relentless questioning from behind. Lin, what have you been doing since graduation? Are you working at a big company? Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to flatter you. I'm just curious. It's only natural for someone as accomplished as you to have such success. After the gathering, can I get your contact information? I see you're still single. Lin Yu, feeling somewhat impatient, interjected, Enough, Yang. Silence that chatter of yours. Yang Wanwan pouted in dissatisfaction. Am I a child in kindergarten? You could just tell me to be quiet. Lin Yu chose not to respond. The server leading them stopped before a private room and announced, Mr. Lin, Miss Yang. This is the room. Upon entering, Lin Yu noticed 3 seats remaining in the back, while all others were occupied. Clearly, these spots had been reserved for the latecomers. He surveyed the room but did not see anyone he had hoped to find. He has presumably not yet arrived. When Xingchong saw Lin Yu, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction within, yet he maintained a cordial smile, showcasing his magnanimity. However, upon noticing Yang Wanwan behind Lin Yu, the smile that had begun to form on his lips abruptly stiffened. Why is Yang Wanwan entering alongside you? A surge of indignation welled up within him. After all, he was the protagonist of the day, and this mere supporting character dared to steal the spotlight. Nevertheless, he suppressed his discontent and kept his smile intact. Lin Yu. Yang Wanwan, you have arrived. Please take a seat. Although Lin Yu was curious as to why Nong Wei had not yet come, he refrained from voicing his thoughts and casually sat down. Observing Zhang Chang's unpleasant smile, Lin Yu found it somewhat amusing. It seemed that this gathering was not as dull as he had anticipated. Look, the entertainment is already unfolding. Before Zhang Chang could speak, the class monitor, Li Wei, interjected. Yang Wanwan, I haven't seen Lin Yu in years and have so much to discuss. Why don't we switch seats so I can catch up with him? His intention was evidently to position Yang Wanwan next to Zhang Chang. With an expression devoid of emotion, Yang Wanwan replied, Is it only you and Lin Yu who are classmates? Am I not one as well? The moment those words escaped her lips, an awkward tension enveloped the dining table, infused with an undercurrent of subtlety. It was apparent to all present that Yang Wanwan held an interest in Lin Yu, while Zhang Chang was interested in Yang Wanwan, and Li Wei, being Zhang Chang's sycophant, sought to play matchmaker. However, since this gathering was hosted by Zhang Chang, everyone instinctively rallied to his defense. A short-haired woman wearing glasses remarked, Yang Wanwan, you wouldn't still have feelings for Lin Yu, would you? Otherwise, why are you unwilling to switch? Another robust man chimed in. I'm not saying this out of malice, but Lin Yu, you haven't uttered a word since you arrived. Today is Zhang Chang's treat. At least you should propose a toast. We all have, and if you don't, want tea that seem unsociable? Lin Yu took a moment to recall who these two were. One was Huang Peipei, the former academic monitor, and the other was Lu Yiren, the former sports monitor. The animosity between them was rooted in their high school days. Huang Peipei had been outshone by Lin Yu academically and had a crush on Yang Wanwan, who favored Lin Yu. Similarly, Lu Yiren, enamored with Yang Wanwan, found himself on the losing side as she was drawn to Lin Yu, leading him to ally with Xing Chang in ostracizing Lin Yu. Both directed their ire toward Lin Yu and Yang Wanwan. In response to their taunts, Lin Yu let out a cold laugh. Just because you toast, does that mean I must follow suit? Who do you think you are? As for fitting in, when did I ever claim I wanted to conform? Lu Yiren was momentarily silenced. While he could manage physical activities, verbal sparring was not his strong suit. In this aspect, Lin Yu was more than capable of overwhelming him. Yang Wanwan coldly snorted, Huang Peipei, if you truly wish to sit beside Xing Chang, you may as well switch seats with Li Wei right now. Where I choose to sit is none of your concern. Moreover, whom I choose to like is my own prerogative. Must I only fancy wealthy individuals? Huang Peipei's temper flared at this retort, and she shot back. And what of it? You are merely an ordinary university lecturer now. With your meager salary, you can barely make ends meet in Jiacheng, can't you? You may be somewhat pretty, but without that face, what are you? Yang Wanwan replied, that is not for you to decide. My lifelong ambition has been to be a teacher. As long as I have enough to get by, what does it matter? Do you truly think I am like you? Lin Yu observed with mild astonishment. While he had anticipated some tension at this gathering, he had not expected it to manifest in a quarrel between Yang Wanwan and another. Li Wei quickly interjected to mediate. Everyone, let us remain calm. Huang Peipei, give Xinggu some face. We are here to reminisce. Huang Peipei huffed but fell silent. Li Wei raised his glass and continued flattering. Xinggu, If I recall correctly, you are currently employed at Yi Corporation, correct? With a salary of $1 million a year. Don't forget us old classmates when you've made it big. The others chimed in, indeed. Now you are President Zeng. Could you possibly assist us in securing a position at Yi Corporation? Zeng Chong was always destined for greatness. He is far superior to those who can only bury themselves in books. Exactly. What good is excelling in college entrance exams if one cannot surpass President Zeng after graduation? Flattered by the compliments, Zeng Chong felt buoyant. Rest assured, if I wish, a single word from me can grant you entry to Yi Corporation, even if you graduated from a vocational school. As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at Yang Wanwan, hoping to catch a glimpse of envy on her face. Unfortunately, she was preoccupied with stealing glances at Lin Yu, completely ignoring Zeng Chong, which left him feeling somewhat disheartened and more irked with Lin Yu. Upon hearing Zeng Chong's words, Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle. President Zeng, may I inquire if what you said is true? You can really secure a position at Yi Corporation with just a word? I have heard that the minimum educational requirement is a degree from a top-tier university. This prompted a scoff from Li Wei. You truly have a narrow perspective. In today's society, who cares about that? It's all about connections. President Zeng has solid connections. Do you think he is like you, a mere orphan? Lin Yu feigned surprise. Is that so? I had no idea President Zeng had such formidable connections. I was indeed short-sighted. Then, President Zeng must take good care of us old classmates and strive to bring us all into Yi Corporation. Zeng Chong's brow furrowed slightly. Are you mocking me? To bring all these people into Yi Corporation? Even with my connections, that would be impossible. It is difficult to blend into Yi Corporation with such a mix of individuals. It would be nearly impossible to avoid detection. Lin Yu was undoubtedly teasing him. Lin Yu smiled faintly. I would never dare. Li Wei remarked. Lin Yu, I must say, does your monthly salary even reach 10,000? If not, I suggest you should frequently toast to Brother Zeng, treat him well, and offer an apology. He will certainly assist you in securing a decent job. Lu Yiren inquired. Indeed, Lin Yu, what are you currently employed as? We are all quite curious. Lin Yu candidly replied, I am preparing to resign and will likely spend some time at home. To be precise, I shall be a jobless drifter or perhaps living off my family. Zeng Chong, adopting a tone of an elder, earnestly advised Lin Yu, living off your family? Do your grandparents have the means for that? We are all adults now. If your family lacks the ability, it is time to be self-sufficient. Do you think your family is wealthy? He continued, come work with me. As a driver, you would earn 5,000 a month with full benefits. Wouldn't that be good for you? Lin Yu raised his glass, took a sip, and replied nonchalantly, my family might have a bit over $1 billion. And your salary wouldn't even cover what I pay my driver. Chapter 72. I arranged for your wife to work at Yes. Li Wei was the first to laugh. Are you joking? You, a driver? Do you even know your own standing? He continued, Brother Zeng deserves a driver because he has the means. He drives a Mercedes. Worth over $1 million. Do you understand? Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. What does my lack of a driver have to do with you? Why are you so anxious? The master has tea even spoken, and the dog is already frantic. Isn't reminiscing about the past just about glorifying the wealthy? Yang Wanwan chimed in, exactly. And who said Lin Yu is poorer than Zeng Chong? She had just witnessed Lin Yu stepping out of a Maybach worth at least $4 million. Complete with a driver and assistant. Surely, he must be the president of some company, just not one to flaunt it, unlike Zeng Chong, who craved attention. Upon hearing this, not only did Li Wei freeze, but everyone else was taken aback as well. Moments later, uncontrollable laughter erupted from the group. Zeng Chong snickered dismissively, finding Yang Wanwan's words utterly ridiculous. Richer than me? This person, dressed in clothes worth a mere 100, richer than someone like me? Doesn't she find that laughable? He was a project manager at ES, earning millions annually. Even if his projects weren't core ones, he still held a managerial position. How could he possibly be inferior to a penniless graduate? Li Wei sneered, Yang Wanwan, I know you have feelings for Lin Yu, but there is no need to inflate his ego. Does he even realize how wealthy he truly is? After all this time at work, don't you understand the concept of earning millions annually? Your salary doesn't even surpass the taxes others pay. Yang Wanwan disregarded the attack, neither does yours. Li Wei took a deep breath, sensing that Yang Wanwan had changed since high school. That's why I choose to associate with those who have potential, rather than with someone useless. Lin Yu, do you truly believe you can support Yang Wanwan in the future? Can you provide her with the life she desires? Do not tell me you can, for you completely fail to comprehend. In today's society, one cannot thrive without money, including happiness. The absence of wealth can crush you. Your child will be born at a disadvantage compared to others. Do you understand? Li Wei asserted, pointing at Lin Yu. Lin Yu gently set down his goblet, placed a piece of meat into his bowl, and replied nonchalantly, "Why should I be responsible for supporting Yang Wanwan?" Li Wei scoffed. "Did you hear that? Yang Wanwan, the one you fancy, is such a person. You will not find happiness with him. You might as well be with Xingge." Zeng Chang nodded. "Although I am wealthy, I am undeniably honest. On. If you are willing to get to know me, you will discover that I am truly a good person. And I will never let you suffer even the slightest grievance in the future. Unlike certain individuals who endlessly question, shouldn't a man treat the woman he loves well?" Li Wei urged, "Yang Wanwan, exceptional men like Xingge are rare. He may not possess Lin Yu's looks, but he is quite handsome in his own right." Lin Yu lightly tapped the table with his index finger, interrupting him. "Shut your mouth. Yang Wanwan is not the woman I cherish, therefore I will not support her. Is your hearing impaired, or is your intellect lacking? Do you require a cotton swab, or perhaps a year of remedial schooling?" Hearing this, Yang Wanwan felt a pang of disappointment and pressed her lips together. "Yes, Lin Yu does not like me. Please refrain from making such remarks." Though she had anticipated this, hearing it from Lin Yu's own lips still saddened her. It was evident that this man was not so easily won over. Seeing Yang Wanwan's crestfallen expression, Zeng Chang completely lost his composure. "You dare to be picky? For someone like you to catch Wanwan's eye is a blessing. What do you think you are? You still lack a partner, right? Do you have money for the betrothal gift?" His agitation stemmed from Lin Yu's words, which were strikingly aggressive, implying that he deemed Yang Wanwan beneath him while she cherished someone unworthy. How could Zeng Chang, who was used to adulation, maintain his calm? "Wanwan, come sit beside me." "Lin Yu, you may leave. You are not welcome here." He thought to himself that perhaps he could capture Yang Wanwan's attention, making her realize who truly deserves her affection. However, he soon understood the meaning of being a warm-hearted man relegated to the background. Yang Wanwan remained unmoved by his words, her gaze toward him growing increasingly disdainful. "If Lin Yu leaves, I see no reason to stay here. That seat beside you can be reserved for someone else." "Zeng Chang? Not so? Wasn't I handsome just now? I was standing up for you." He suddenly felt as if a red ball had appeared on his nose, realizing that he had unwittingly become the clown of the circus. "I am helping you. Unwanted. I detest you. Lin Yu's feelings for me are of no concern to you." Lin Yu suddenly interjected. "Everyone, may I have your attention? It is impossible for me to harbor feelings for Yang Wanwan. Such a statement may elude your understanding. Allow me to clarify. I am already married, thus it is impossible for me to harbor affections for another woman. Is that sufficiently clear for you? Can we not have some peace now?" Who claimed that this gathering was merely a nostalgic reunion? Yet here we are, embroiled in discord. "Class leader, you have shown no leadership whatsoever. Furthermore, my personal feelings should bear no relevance to you." He could not resist a sharp retort. "Truly, it is as if one has poured salt into their own wounds, a trifling annoyance." The attendees were left speechless by Lin Yu's words, including Yang Wanwan, who sat beside him. She appeared thunderstruck, her countenance one of disbelief as she gazed at Lin Yu. "You are married?" Lin Yu nodded affirmatively. "Yes. I married not long ago." Yang Wanwan's expression darkened considerably. "Why did you not mention it?" Lin Yu shot her a glance, exasperated. "You never asked. Am I supposed to announce my marital status to every acquaintance I encounter?" No one had anticipated Lin Yu's marriage, as he had not invited any of them. Zeng Chang's demeanor shifted to one of awkwardness as he chided. "Lin Yu, this is where you falter. Why did you not send invitations to your old classmates?" Lin Yu regarded Zeng Chang with a meaningful glance and replied with a hint of amusement, "Had you attended, you would not be speaking to me in this manner." Li Wei pressed further. "Married? Who is your wife? What does she look like? Why did you not bring her along? Surely it is not because she is unpresentable?" Lin Yu replied indifferently, "She is busy with work. She is quite exceptional." Zeng Chang scoffed. "Work? Are you implying that you are being supported by her? No wonder you resigned. Apologize to me and provide her details. I shall arrange for her to work at E Corporation in a few days." Chapter 73. A bottle of wine worth 200,000. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu could not suppress a slight smile. They wished to facilitate his wife's employment at E Corporation? How intriguing. This was turning out to be quite entertaining. He had not anticipated such amusement from this gathering. Lin Yu, however, remained oblivious to Yang Wanwan's despondent silence. Her thoughts were in disarray. She had envisioned numerous scenarios of their reunion, yet never considered that Lin Yu was married. Regret for her previous cowardice began to wash over her. She finally grasped the truth of the saying, emotional timidity only begets regret. Lin Yu regarded Zeng Chang with a smirk. She will surely be delighted to hear this. Zeng Chang, buoyed by his own significance, replied, "Of course. Gaining entry to Yi Corporation is a dream for many. Even the most ordinary employee earns an impressive salary, with opportunities for advancement. Moreover, I am well acquainted with the most influential figure at Yi Corporation, General Yi, who happens to be the daughter of Yi Qingyuan, an individual you will likely never come into contact with. Lin Yu chuckled lightly. Is that so? An individual I shall never meet? It seems you are quite well connected with this General Yi. Zheng Chong grinned. Indeed. Ensuring your wife's position at the company would be a simple matter, so you must acknowledge the disparity between us. As the conversation unfolded, 5 waiters suddenly knocked and entered, each carrying a bottle of red wine, its deep, elegant hue suggesting a price of considerable value. At a glance, Zhang Chong recognized that the cost of these wines would not be inexpensive, with each bottle likely exceeding 100,000 yuan. Even with his wealth, it would be absurd to treat these individuals to such opulent libations. 5 bottles collectively amounted to no less than 600,000. Hastily, Zheng Chong called out to the waiters, "Stop. I did not order these. What wine is this?" The lead waiter replied earnestly, "This is the 1996 Roman E. Conti, priced at 199,999 yuan per bottle." The staggering price elicited gasps from the attendees. Among them were those earning merely 5,000 to 6,000 yuan a month. Saving only 2,000 to 3,000 a year, 10 years of savings would barely suffice for a single bottle. Even Zheng Chong would need to work for 2 months to afford one. Zheng Chong inquired, "If I didn't order this, how can you present it?" The waiter responded, "This is a delivery from Manager Zhang, intended for the esteemed guests in this private room." Shock rippled through the crowd. Who could command Manager Zhang to send forth a 1,000,000 yuan gift of wine? However, it quickly dawned on everyone that perhaps Manager Zhang had a favorable relationship with Zheng Chong, as none of the others present could claim such an acquaintance. With a sigh of relief, Zhang Chong observed the astonished gazes surrounding him, his heart swelling with satisfaction. "Ah, so that is the case. Please convey my regards to Manager Zhang." He feigned surprise. "I did not anticipate such generosity from Manager Zhang. It seems I have made quite a few connections at Yes. After all, Yijing Manor is also part of the Yi family." The attendees' expressions shifted to realization, their eyes glimmering with envy as they began to shower him with sincere flattery. This wine, worth 200,000, was something they could never dream of purchasing even after a lifetime of labor. "Zhang, we look forward to your continued support. Indeed, old classmate, with your close ties to General Yi, might our company have the chance to collaborate with Yes in the future? If it weren't for you, Zhang, we wouldn't be indulging in such a lavish feast tonight, let alone savoring wine worth 200,000. Let us raise our glasses in a toast to Zhang." With that, everyone lifted their glasses in salute to Zheng Chong, save for Lin Yu and Yang Wanwan. None dared to disturb the 5 bottles without his approval. Although Zheng Chang felt a tinge of dissatisfaction towards Lin Yu, he chose not to voice it. After all, he had played his part well, with others perceiving Lin Yu as a mere leech at home. The only regret was that he had yet to win the favor of Yang Wanwan. Perhaps he could find an opportunity to intoxicate her later. Zheng Chang gazed at the exquisite wine before him, a thrill coursing through him. He had never indulged in such an expensive vintage and could hardly resist the temptation to uncork it and allow it to breathe. Lin Yu, distracted, glanced toward the entrance, disappointed to find that the person he hoped to see had not arrived. It seemed likely that Li Wei had concocted this ruse to lure him here, for it had been quite some time since they had been able to connect. Given the circumstances, it is nearly time for him to depart, as remaining here serves little purpose. Listening to Zheng Chang's boastful claims is quite uninteresting. He has already discerned that Zheng Chang likely gained entry into the Yi family through dubious academic credentials. There must have been numerous connections involved, all of which can be left for Yi Qingning to handle. His responsibility lies merely in reporting the matter. Yang Wanwan gazed at Lin Yu with a complex expression. "Have you truly married?" Lin Yu replied coolly. "Do I seem like the sort who enjoys jesting?" Although Yang Wanwan had not intended to drink, having only consumed juice thus far, the news prompted an unexpected desire for wine. She downed the remaining red wine in her glass and said, "Lin Yu, I am so sorry." Lin Yu inquired, "Is there anything you have to apologize for? Why the sudden statement?" Yang Wanwan leaned closer, her voice barely above a whisper. "Because I have harbored feelings for you for 9 years. Yet I have always lacked the courage to speak to you or draw near. Even after we graduated and went our separate ways, I remained a coward in matters of the heart. When I finally resolved to act, I realized no one was waiting for me. I do not blame you. I blame myself. I apologize for troubling you earlier. I was unaware of your marriage. Thank you for saving me that night. I truly must let go." Lin Yu had mentally prepared for this revelation and displayed no overt surprise, his expression placid. So, you were the girl from that night, classmate Yang. You deserve someone far better than me. A bittersweet smile crossed Yang Wanwan's lips. In her heart, no one could surpass Lin Yu. After speaking, Lin Yu rose to leave. But the bell at the door suddenly rang, indicating someone was entering. Zhang Chang, seated at the head of the table, called out, "Come in." A man of amiable demeanor, poised bearing, and impeccably tailored suit entered. The manager of Yijing Manor, Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi stood at the entrance, smiling politely. "Good day, I am Zhang Yi, the manager of Yijing Manor. You may call me Manager Zhang." Upon seeing Zhang Yi, Zhang Chang promptly stood, wine glass in hand, and approached. "Manager Zhang. I am Zhang Chang from Yi Group. I must thank you for the wine today." Zhang Yi offered a slight smile, but did not respond to Zhang Chang. Instead, he scanned the room and fixed his gaze upon Lin Yu. As the others exchanged puzzled looks, Zhang Yi approached Lin Yu, his expression becoming ingratiating. "You must be Lin Yu, Mr. Lin." Zhang Chang rushed forward. "What is the matter? Has he done something wrong while here? I will have him removed immediately." Zhang Yi furrowed his brow. "Close your mouth." Chapter 74. Why did you not mention your acquaintance with President Yi? Zhang Chang. What is happening? Why has Manager Zhang's temperament suddenly changed? Others looked on in confusion. Shouldn't Manager Zhang have a good relationship with Zhang Chang? Otherwise, why would he present such expensive wine? It now appears that Manager Zhang completely disregards Zhang Chang, even exhibiting a hint of disdain. Zhang Yi shot a glare at Zhang Chang and impatiently remarked, "If you utter another word, I shall have you expelled from Yijing Manor." Zhang Chang, who had intended to inquire further, hastily closed his mouth, refraining from speaking out of fear that this Manager Zhang might indeed carry out his threat. The thought of such humiliation was unbearable. Preserving his dignity was paramount, far more distressing than facing death itself. Zhang Yi then turned his gaze towards Lin Yu, his expression shifting to one of obsequiousness. "Might you be Mr. Lin?" Although Lin Yu was somewhat perplexed, he nodded in affirmation. "Yes, that is I." Zhang Yi extended his hand, leaning slightly forward in a posture of deference. "Greetings, I am the manager of Yijing Manor. I sincerely apologize for not being able to attend to you promptly earlier, and I hope you can forgive this oversight." At these words, the mouths of all present gaped in astonishment, their gazes towards Lin Yu transforming from disdain to surprise, even admiration. It is well known that Yijing Manor caters exclusively to prominent figures, with the least among them earning an annual income in the hundreds of thousands, akin to Zhang Chang's standing. Yet, here was the manager exhibiting such subservience towards Lin Yu. What could Lin Yu's status possibly be? Zhang Chang, who stood behind, felt as though struck by lightning upon hearing Manager Zhang's words. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Lin Yu was merely an orphan. How could he possibly possess such connections? It must be a case of mistaken identity, surely a namesake. Zhang Chang was unwilling to accept this reality, for it implied that Lin Yu's background was formidable, perhaps even more so than his own. While anyone could potentially have such standing, Lin Yu simply could not. Reluctant to concede that an orphan could have such an impressive background, he slowly interjected, "Manager Zhang, could it be that you have mistaken him for someone else? He is just an ordinary person. It cannot be that extraordinary." Zhang Yi shot him a sharp glance. "You have no place to speak here." Zhang Chang swallowed hard, daring not to utter another word. Just moments ago, he had exchanged pleasantries with Manager Zhang, yet now he felt as though he were a stranger. Not only was he entirely ignored, but also subjected to harsh words. All present witnessed Zhang Chang's humiliation before Manager Zhang, and the desire to open the bottle of red wine dissipated completely. They were not foolish. They understood that the wine was certainly not a gift from Manager Zhang to Zhang Chang, otherwise, such a demeanor would not have been displayed. To casually open that bottle could mean a loss of 200,000, not to mention that even the more affordable wines at this establishment start at 10,000. Far beyond the means of mere workers. In an instant, Lin Yu's identity piqued everyone's curiosity. What manner of individual could command such deference from Manager Zhang? Lin Yu spoke softly. "It's quite all right. I do not require any special attention." He had already surmised that it was likely his wife, the CEO, who had specifically instructed the manager to look after him. After all, the Yijing Manor belongs to the Yi Group, and only a fool would fail to recognize that. He raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Did President Yi send these red wines for you to deliver?" Zhang Yi nodded. "President Yi instructed me to take care of you, so I prepared 5 bottles of Romani Conti. I hope Mr. Lin finds them satisfactory." As he uttered these words, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. He had just received a call, and this individual was none other than President Ye's husband. He understood that offending Lin Yu was out of the question. In fact, he needed to garner his favor. As a seasoned professional, he could immediately ascertain that Lin Yu's status at the dinner was not particularly high, especially in light of what Zheng Chong had just said. Zhang Yi reacted swiftly. He distanced himself from Zheng Chong shortly after entering, knowing that any association could jeopardize his standing should Lin Yu take offense. The gesture of offering $5 million bottles of wine was indeed a show of sincerity from the manager. Upon hearing President Ye's name, not only did everyone connect it to the previously mentioned female CEO of the Yi Group, but Zheng Chong's first thought was also of her. He looked at the composed Lin Yu in disbelief. Bushman, you know the Yi Group CEO? Why didn't you mention it earlier? I would have given you the seat of honor today. Zheng Chong was utterly taken aback. How could someone acquainted with such an impressive individual manage to remain so modest? Sitting beside Lin Yu, Yang Wanwan felt a jolt, associating it with the magnificent Maybach from earlier, and a bold thought crossed her mind. Could it be that Lin Yu was living off someone else's success? Yet, with his strong sense of pride, would he truly stoop to such a thing? Yang Wanwan found herself regretting not pursuing the path of entrepreneurship. Had she earned a fortune, perhaps she would have been the one to support Lin Yu. At that moment, everyone began to understand that the red wine was not intended for Zheng Chong, but rather for Lin Yu, who had a close relationship with President Yu. Lin Yu casually remarked, I do enjoy red wine, but I prefer not to waste it. Please package 1 bottle for me to take, and the remaining 3 can be stored. He was not overly generous and did not wish to treat his classmates to $20,000 wine. As for the 3 bottles, one had already been opened. Lin Yu reminded, please ensure that the individual who opened that bottle is charged appropriately. Zhang Yu gestured to the attendant behind him. Very well. Please package Mr. Lin's wine and take the others back for storage. The sheer volume of information was overwhelming, leaving everyone in the private room momentarily speechless. Zheng Chong, struck dumb by surprise, only regained his composure when Zhang Yi patted him on the shoulder. Zhang Yi said, Zhang, could you please settle the bill for the bottle of wine you've opened? Zheng Chong's expression darkened. Isn't this complimentary? I had no prior knowledge of this. Given my frequent patronage here, is there any possibility for leniency? 20,000 was equivalent to 2 months' salary, even with an annual income of $1 million. Spending 20,000 on a bottle of wine would be painful, and it felt like a significant loss. Zhang Ye's expression was somewhat troubled. This may not be feasible, as our 5 bottles of 1996 Romani Conti are of considerable value and were originally intended for Mr. Lin. Whether or not a fee is charged depends entirely on Mr. Lin. His implication was clear. It was all up to Mr. Lin's discretion. If he said there was no need to pay, then there would be none. If he insisted otherwise, then payment would be required. Zheng Chong clenched his teeth and approached Lin Yu, completely shedding the authoritative tone he had previously adopting a rather humble demeanor instead. Lin Yu, we have been classmates for quite some time. I have not even tasted this bottle of red wine. I sincerely apologize for what transpired earlier. Although face was of significant importance, Lin Yu maintained a favorable relationship with Mr. Yi and had no desire to offend him. In fact, he aimed to ingratiate himself. Lin Yu did not spare him a glance, merely responding coolly, the original price is non-negotiable. Chapter 75, Impossible. Mr. Yi cannot possibly be his wife. Lin Yu had no intention of offering Zheng Chong even a modicum of favor. He was not a philanthropist. Could 20,000 simply be waived? Lin Yu smiled at Zheng Chong, patting his plump face. I've heard you secured your position at YES through connections. To be candid, I could have a word that would see you expelled from YES in an instant. Zheng Chong trembled at these words. They did not feel like a jest. He swallowed hard. Do not joke with me. Even if you are a friend of Mr. Yi, you cannot simply have her dismiss me, can you? I have made significant contributions to the company. If I were to be dismissed, the staff would be in a state of panic, believing YES lacks any humanity. Lin Yu scoffed lightly. Who told you Mr. Yi is my friend? Moreover, dismissing you is quite simple. The staff would likely applaud such a decision, believing YES to be a fair environment. Surely, Mr. Yi would be pleased. Wouldn't you agree? Having navigated the corporate world for several years, Lin Yu was accustomed to such behavior from superiors. Sometimes, a lack of ability in a boss could be compensated by capable employees, allowing them to claim the lion's share of the credit. He had witnessed colleagues' achievements being appropriated by their superiors more times than he could count. Zheng Chong's face flushed with indignation. What are you suggesting? My entrance into YES was due to my own merit. Lin Yu smiled faintly. I am indeed aware of your abilities. Otherwise, you would not have been able to enter YES. However, unfortunate for you, you have crossed paths with me. The exchange between the two rendered the onlookers breathless. Huang Peipei and Lu Yiren were particularly anxious, drenched in cold sweat, fearing that Lin Yu might recall their earlier mockery. They finally understood that Lin Yu was not someone they could provoke. Zhang Ye's voice turned icy. Mr. Zeng, mind your tone when addressing Mr. Lin, or I shall have no choice but to expel you. Zeng Chong gritted his teeth and said, Manager Zhang, I am indeed your esteemed guest today. I come here to patronize your establishment, yet you wish to expel me? If you fail to provide me with a reasonable explanation, do you believe I will ever return here again? He struggled to maintain his composure, unwilling to endure further humiliation from Lin Yu, having already tolerated much. Earlier, he had shown Lin Yu considerable respect, speaking in a subdued manner, yet he received no acknowledgement in return. What if Lin Yu is acquainted with President Yi? He himself has connections. His uncle is a senior executive at Yi Corporation. Surely, President Yi would not jeopardize his relationship with core senior personnel over a friend, would he? A demotion might be plausible, but outright dismissal was beyond his belief. Zhang Yi wore a perplexed expression. Zeng Chong was truly insufferable, even in his current predicament. He still failed to grasp the gravity of the situation, refusing to bow and apologize or toast Lin Yu. Did he truly wish to offend the husband of President Yi? Never mind, it was best to disregard him. Such brainless individuals would no longer receive hospitality in the future. Zhang Ye's expression turned grave. Every customer at Yijing Manor is a valued guest, but from this day forth, you shall no longer hold that status. We will place you on our blacklist. He then gestured for security. Suddenly, Lin Yu interjected, do not be so hasty in dismissing him. Zhang Yi, puzzled, asked, Mr. Lin, do you have something to add? Lin Yu reminded him, he has not settled his bill. This meal is on him, including the 200,000 for the wine. Upon hearing this, others could not help but laugh, the previously tense atmosphere transforming into one of amusement. Yang Wanan stifled a giggle, unable to restrain herself. The woman he admired was mocking him, and that sense of humiliation left Zeng Chong feeling utterly degraded, as if all dignity as a man had been stripped away. Facing Lin Yu's blatant derision, Zeng Chong could no longer suppress his inner fury. Damn it, I have tolerated you for long enough. Do you know who my uncle is? A core executive at Yi Corporation. Did I not just give you face? Lin Yu paused, then replied with a smile. Thank you for the reminder. I shall ensure your uncle is dismissed as well. What a delightful turn of events. Zeng Chong's forehead throbbed with anger. Who the hell do you think you are? You think you can just decide to dismiss him? Zhang Yi, unable to contain himself, slapped Zeng Chong across the face and scolded. Who are you cursing at? Do you even know who he is? Zeng Chong was taken aback by the unexpected slap, feeling dizzy from the shock. The sudden turn of events startled everyone. What began as a mere argument had escalated into physical confrontation, a shocking transformation for what was supposed to be a pleasant class reunion. Zhang Yi proclaimed, Mr. Lin is President Ye's husband. He is also the only son of the chairman of Lin Group. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Yang Wanwan exclaimed, What? Zeng Chong stood in stunned silence. The entire class collectively inhaled sharply, their eyes wide with incredulity. Lin Yu's wife was indeed the president of Yi Corporation, and he himself was the son of the chairman of Lin Group. Initially, I believed they were close friends, but to my surprise, they are rather conservative. After all, his wife is the CEO overseeing the entire Yi Corporation. Moreover, one cannot simply claim he is living off her fortune, for he is the only son of the chairman of the Lin Group. Those who had previously mocked Lin Yu now wished for a crevice in the ground to swallow them whole. They have always been the type to sway with the wind. Upon learning that Lin Yu's wife is the esteemed female CEO of the Yi Corporation, their gazes toward Zeng Chong turned to disdain. Some had even prepared a full glass of wine, intending to toast Lin Yu once the matter concluded. Among them, Li Wei, Huang Peipei, and Lu Yiren wore the most dismal expressions, exchanging glances that conveyed a desire to flee. These three had been the most vocal in their ridicule, while the others merely echoed their sentiments. Particularly, Li Wei had not only mocked Lin Yu but had also disparaged his wife, claiming she was unworthy of admiration. He now yelled to tear his own mouth apart, fervently hoping Lin Yu would overlook his transgressions. Should Lin Yu harbor any grudges, given the influence of the Yi Corporation, any company collaborating with either Yi or Lin might dismiss him, potentially leading to his ostracization within the industry, relegating him to small firms and obliterating his aspirations for advancement. Li Wei's gaze toward Zeng Chang was filled with resentment. Had it not been for Zeng Chong insisting on a class reunion, would he have offended Lin Yu? Yet he could only harbor his frustrations quietly, for he too could not afford to cross Zeng Chong. Yang Wanwan, though having anticipated this outcome, still felt a pang of sorrow, fully aware that she had no chance whatsoever. The female CEO of the Yi Corporation must be exceptionally remarkable in every aspect. She surpassed her, Xing Chong, clutching his face, shouted in madness. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. With reddened eyes, he exclaimed, even if Yi is his wife, he is an orphan. It cannot be that he is Chairman Lin's son. Do not attempt to deceive me. Xing Chong's mindset had completely unraveled. Should all this be true, his life would be utterly ruined. Even his uncle, who had aided him, would be dragged down with him. Thus, it simply could not be real. He could only repeatedly convince himself that everything was a figment of his imagination. The expressions of their classmates turned sympathetic as they regarded Xing Chong. If Manager Zhang has said so, how could Lin Yu's identity be fabricated? As the manager of a five-star restaurant, he had no reason to concoct such a false identity. And if it were indeed false, Xing Chong might retaliate. A rational individual would never engage in such deception. Lin Yu felt an inexplicable sense of exhilaration. So this is what it feels like when the Dragon King's true identity is revealed in a novel. However, he differed slightly from these Dragon Kings. He did not feel as stifled. The Dragon Kings he had seen were those who would not reveal their identities even when faced with death. Clearing his throat, Lin Yu politely reminded, Zhang, please be mindful of your demeanor in public. At this moment, the security personnel arrived and, at Zhang Ye's signal, subdued the frenzied Xing Chong. It was unclear how long Xing Chong had been in a state of madness before he finally ceased. The likelihood of Lin Yu's identity being genuine was substantial. Lin's status as the sole heir was uncertain, yet the fact that he was the husband of President Yi seemed to hold truth. Zhang Ye's demeanor towards Lin Yu resembled that of a dog ingratiating itself to its master. Among the numerous distinguished guests dining here, Zhang Yi had never exhibited such obsequiousness before. But why should this be? What merit did President Yi see in such a worthless individual? Even if Lin Yu were indeed the son of Chairman Lin, what did that amount to? Was he not merely more handsome, taller, better built, wealthier? Beyond these superficial attributes, what else could Lin Yu possibly offer that could rival Xing Chong? Xing Chong's mental state had clearly deteriorated, rendered dazed by Lin Yu's identity. Reluctant to accept this new reality, the gazes of their classmates had shifted from envy to disdain. Yet, did I not think Xing Chong had just been putting on airs? Lin Yu had done nothing at all. He deserved this. Lin Yu had always been of good character in high school. And Xing Chong had even incited us to ostracize him, truly inhumane. And then there was Li Wei, who had just been mocking Lin Yu. I could hardly bear to witness it. Their voices were not particularly hushed. They had deliberately raised their volume for Lin Yu's benefit. Of course, Lin Yu had no desire to acknowledge these so-called fair-weather friends. They had previously criticized him and now, with the tide turned, were eager to pledge their loyalty. Where were they when he needed support? Zhang Yi instructed the security, after settling the bill, throw him out. 2 security guards positioned themselves on either side, ready to drag Xing Chong away, but he quickly broke free, exclaiming, wait, don't take me away. He then turned to Lin Yu, his face a mask of humility. Brother Lin, no, young Master Lin, could you please spare me this once? I was only joking earlier. It has nothing to do with my uncle. And if you truly have President Yi dismiss him, it would be a significant loss for Yi Corporation. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. For Yi Corporation? Ridding itself of parasites would certainly be beneficial in the long run, so do not overestimate your uncle's importance. Xing Chong was one who held great regard for his reputation. Yet when faced with someone of higher status than his own, he would readily abandon his so-called pride to admit fault. Of course, he did not genuinely believe he was in the wrong. He simply recognized the gravity of his predicament. Even his connections were at risk, and upon returning home, he would undoubtedly face severe repercussions from his mother and uncle. Being beaten half to death was a minor concern. What mattered most was the potential fall from grace, from the upper echelons to the middle class, and if Yi Corporation were to be ruthless, he might even plummet to the lower strata. Having lived a life of comfort, Xing Chong could not fathom accepting a meager salary of 3,000. To go from a life of ease to such depths was unfathomable. Suddenly, with a sharp sound, Xing Chong dropped to his knees and slapped himself, declaring, young Master Lin, I am truly blind to the greatness before me. During high school, I wronged you. Lin Yu? Zhang Yi? It was I who sought out someone to confront you, driven by jealousy over your handsome appearance and excellent grades, not to mention Yang Wanwan's affection for you. Xing Chong, overwhelmed with emotion, wept as he slapped himself, declaring it was his fault, his unwillingness to accept defeat. This reunion was solely intended to humiliate you. I should not have held a grudge against you for the numerous times you struck me in front of the entire class. I deserved every bit of it. Xing Chong grasped Lin Yu's leg, pleading, Lin Xiao, I apologize. Please, show mercy this once. Do not disclose this to Mr. Yi. I will grant you whatever you desire. Yang Wan'an recoiled in disdain, avoiding any contact with Zhang Chang, her eyes filled with loathing. To her surprise, Zhang Chang's swift reversal of attitude was astonishing. His contrition was almost comically exaggerated. However, Lin Yu had no intention of forgiving him. He had never forgiven Zhang Chang back in high school, and certainly not now. His hatred for those who sought to bully him had not diminished with the passage of time. Not everyone possesses the strength to successfully resist bullying as he did. With a fierce kick, Lin Yu pushed him away, coldly stating, "Do not touch me." Zhang Chang rose, attempting to continue his pleas, when his phone rang. Initially reluctant to answer, a shiver ran through him upon seeing that it was his uncle calling. With trembling hands, he picked up the phone. "Uncle, what is it?" On the other end, his uncle's furious voice erupted. "Zhang Chang, I am utterly incensed." He did not activate the speakerphone. Yet those around could still hear the barrage of expletives. Zhang Chang's expression soured drastically as he felt his strength drain away. He collapsed back onto the floor. He had been dismissed from E Corporation, and without any compensation. In fact, he was required to reimburse them for falsifying his employment documents and academic credentials. If E Corporation pursued legal action, he would undoubtedly face severe consequences. He may have to return all the money he had earned over the years. Lin Yu, observing Zhang Chang's reaction, surmised that Yi Qingning had likely preemptively dealt with the situation. After all, he had mentioned Zhang Chang the previous night, and given Yi Qingning's character, she would surely investigate Zhang Chang's background, rectifying any discrepancies she uncovered. However, it transpired even more swiftly than Lin Yu had anticipated. Yi Qingning was known for her decisiveness and efficiency. Rising to his feet, Lin Yu looked down at the crumpled Zhang Chang with a hint of disdain in his gaze. If Zhang Chang had not orchestrated this so-called reunion to flaunt and humiliate him, this matter might have remained concealed indefinitely. He gestured discreetly to Zhang Yi, signaling him. Zhang Yi nodded in understanding, instructing the security to remove Zhang Chang. Once Zhang Chang was dragged away, he rubbed his hands together, offering a conciliatory smile. "Shall I not disturb you any further, Mr. Lin?" Lin Yu replied, "Be sure to make him compensate me for the 20,000 yuan worth of wine." Chapter 77. All employees involved on the list are dismissed. Zhang Yi smiled faintly, assuring, "Rest assured, we possess ample means to ensure he pays." It was not merely that Lin Yu was stingy. He would never treat unfamiliar individuals to 20,000 worth of wine without reason. The bottle of wine, procured by Zhang Chang, was swiftly removed, as it was destined for him once payment was made. After manager Zhang departed, the dining table fell silent, and an air of awkwardness enveloped the gathering. Who could have anticipated that, within the span of less than an hour during a class reunion, the esteemed Mr. Zhang would be unceremoniously carried away? Moreover, it appeared that his prospects for recovery were bleak. Although Zhang Chang had been taken away, Lin Yu remained, merely shifting the spotlight. As the saying goes, who the county magistrate is matters little, they merely aspired to be the magistrate's wife. With the protagonist changed, the attendees instinctively began to toast to Lin Yu and shower him with flattery. Remarkably, the speed at which these individuals shifted their allegiance was quite rapid, especially Li Wei. Feigning remorse, Li Wei lamented, "I never imagined Zhang Chang could be such a person. It seems I have been unfortunate in my associations. It is entirely my fault for being deceived by him. Lin Xiao, I now realize you far surpass Zhang Chang in every aspect, both in demeanor and otherwise. I shall down this drink as an apology. Lin Xiao need not drink. I shall take care of it." Lin Yu could hardly fathom the audacity of such individuals. Those who had once ostracized him now vied for his favor, each more obsequious than the last, yet he offered them no warmth in return. He acknowledged that the sensation of being flattered could indeed be delightful, provided the flatterers left a positive impression. After a brief moment, Lin Yu stood to leave. "Your Mr. Zhang has already settled the bill for you." Upon witnessing Lin Yu's departure, the others grew anxious. "Brother Lin, please don't rush off. Why not leave a contact number? We could reminisce together in the future. Indeed, we are old classmates. We can look out for one another. Brother Lin, don't be in such a hurry. Stay a little longer." Lin Yu paid them no heed and departed decisively, resolved to sever all ties with these individuals. Following his exit, Yang Wanwan, too, chose not to linger and rose to leave. The others, reluctant to part with the lavish spread before them, opted to remain and continue their conversations. At Ye's group, Yi Qingning perused the list in her hands and remarked coolly, "Have all the individuals on this list been dismissed?" Xin Xiaoxiao replied cautiously, "Not yet. Some senior personnel remain, but the rest have all been let go." There were over 20 individuals on this list. The reason for such a number was that the issue of fraudulent employment extended beyond Zhang Chang. Numerous individuals with connections were similarly implicated, thus entangling many employees. Zheng Chong served merely as the catalyst, while Lin Yu was the one who ignited the spark. Yi Qingming was taken aback by the audacity of those below her. She had consistently reminded them, both overtly and covertly, during meetings that while connections could be beneficial, they must at the very least meet the fundamental standards for employment. If they failed to meet even the most basic entry-level criteria, the Yi Corporation would inevitably encounter numerous issues in the future. It was akin to a police chief appointing an utterly uninformed relative as an auxiliary officer, or even assigning the village dog as a police dog. How could one serve the public effectively without any understanding? Over time, could problems be avoided? Thus, Yi Qingming felt a sense of gratitude towards Lin Yu for revealing the underlying issues within Yi Corporation, allowing her to address them in a timely manner. Chen Xiaoxiao, somewhat hesitant, remarked, Director Yi, it is rather daunting to make changes among the senior staff, as they possess a wealth of core information regarding Yi Corporation. If they were to unite, Yi Qingming scoffed lightly. What could they accomplish by uniting? Share these core secrets with rival companies? Or perhaps prepare to jump ship? Chen Xiaoxiao fell silent, tacitly agreeing with Yi Qingming's assertion. Yi Qingming continued, although some of them have been with Yi Corporation for a significant duration, one must always remain vigilant against potential betrayal. A possibility I anticipated long ago. Yi Chengyuan was indeed capable of building Yi Corporation into what it is today. He had previously ensured that those privy to the corporation's core secrets signed confidentiality agreements. Chen Xiaoxiao's expression turned curious, yet one cannot be certain, for even with signed agreements, they could still covertly maintain dubious relationships with other companies. Just now, these veteran employees subtly indicated to me, both directly and indirectly, that they wish for you to refrain from taking hasty actions. They expressed a desire to avoid a catastrophic fallout. Yi Qingming smirked disdainfully. That is even less of a concern. No one in Jiangqing dares to oppose Yi Corporation at present. They may speak freely, but let us see if other companies dare to listen. It is well known that Yi Corporation has infiltrated other companies with spies. If any of them dare to leak information, I will know instantly. Moreover, I can assert that the secrets of Yi Corporation are not something other companies would dare to overhear. As for the reason, the Lin family and the Yi family are now in a formidable alliance, enjoying a honeymoon period. If they do not wish to court disaster, they should tread carefully. If they are unafraid of bankruptcy, let them come forth. This is where Yi Qingming's confidence lies. She confidently declared, in Jiacheng, no company dares to provoke both the Lin and Yi families simultaneously. Her demeanor then turned icy as she continued. For violations of company loyalty and the exploitation of one's position for personal gain, I will revoke their options. Terminate the labor contracts of all individuals on the list. Citing serious dereliction of duty and corruption, Chen Xiaoxiao swallowed hard, realizing that Director Yi had no intention of sparing these veteran employees. Previously, Director Yi had shown them considerable leniency. However, upon the revelation of this incident, rather than acknowledging their faults, these long-serving employees had banded together. Did they not comprehend that Director Yi's character was one who responded to kindness but not to force? If they had approached her respectfully, she might have considered leniency, at worst sending them back for further training. The insistence on collective opposition has now provoked Yi Qingming, who possesses 100 methods to torment them. Her capability, which enabled the rapid advancement of the Yi family in just a few years, is beyond question. Yi Qingming coldly remarked, let me issue a warning. Should the secrets of the Yi family be divulged, they may face dire consequences. Currently, the Yi family is least concerned about replacing core personnel. Although there may have been worries in the past, the support from the Lin family has rendered anyone hesitant to undermine the Yi family from behind. Those who leak secrets can expect to find themselves alongside performers in a noodle shop, toiling at a sewing machine. Chen Xiaoxiao nodded in understanding and then said, I will now notify the board of directors and ensure the legal department prepares evidence in advance. At the entrance of the Yijing Manor, a Maybach was already parked. As Lin Yu was about to get in, he was called back by Yang Wanwan, who was hastening to catch up. Lin Yu, wait for me. I have something to discuss with you. Lin Yu paused and turned to the breathless Yang Wanwan, puzzled. Is there something you wish to discuss, classmate Yang? Biting her lip, Yang Wanwan hesitated before speaking. Actually, it's nothing much. I just want to talk to you a bit more. Noticing that it was still relatively early, Lin Yu asked, what would you like to discuss? Relieved that Lin Yu had not left immediately, Yang Wanwan continued, it's about how I had feelings for you back in high school. I am aware that you are now married, and I promise I won't disturb you. Rest assured, I am not the type to pursue another's husband. She cautiously added. I'd like to add you on WeChat. Don't misunderstand. I want to message you. I just thought we could still be friends since we were classmates. I could help with your child's studies, considering it a way to repay you for saving me back then. If you hadn't been there that night. I might. Lin Yu shook his head and smiled politely. There's no need to add each other as friends. As for the favor, your speaking up for me today is already sufficient repayment. My wife prefers I don't add contacts of the opposite sex outside of work, and I share that sentiment. Classmate Yang, you shouldn't remain single for my sake. You deserve the right to pursue your own happiness without being constrained by me. We can greet each other when we meet next, and we can be friends, but let us forego the exchange of contact information. He left no room for any lingering thoughts in Yang Wanwan's heart, for he understood that even a small opening could lead to uncontrollable circumstances. If he softened and provided his contact information, would Yang Wanwan's feelings shift? Thus, it was his fundamental duty as Yi Qingning's husband to prevent such occurrences from arising. With that, Lin Yu turned and walked towards the Maybach. A wave of melancholy washed over Yang Wanwan, her heart aching even more than when she first learned of Lin Yu's marriage, as if a sharp blade had pierced her chest, making it hard for her to breathe. Unbeknownst to her, tears began to slip down her cheeks. Now, she finds it a luxury to even have contact information for Lin Yu. What is it like to harbor a secret affection for someone for 9 long years? It is lying awake at night, consumed by thoughts of him. Envisioning oneself becoming more accomplished, ready to confidently display one's charm upon their next encounter. Yet, the outcome she faced today was far from her desired conclusion. Her unrequited love culminated in Lin Yu's marriage, relegating her to the role of an inconsequential passerby, left to silently wish happiness for the one she adored alongside his beloved. The pain is excruciating, suffocating, but it must come to an end. Her clandestine affection must conclude. Inside the Maybach, Lin Yu remained oblivious to Yang Wanwan, who was weeping at the door. His singular focus was on reaching the Yi group to reunite with his wife. After all, it had been over 10 hours since he last saw her. The distance between them today felt akin to a long-distance relationship. Lin Yu casually placed a bottle of red wine worth 200,000 on the seat and instructed to the Yi group. Ma Jie nodded and drove towards their destination. While he was curious about the reason behind the beautiful girl's tear-streaked face, he recalled Lin Yu's earlier admonition against prying during work hours. Thus, he waited until Lin Yu was absent to gossip with Liang Yong or to inquire in their group after work. However, he had his suspicions about the situation likely. This girl harbored feelings for Yu Ge, but those feelings were unreciprocated. Though she was undeniably attractive, she paled in comparison to his sister-in-law in terms of looks, figure, and family background. They were simply not in the same league. Most importantly, Lin Yu was not the type to be unfaithful. At the Yi group, the dismissed employees had begun to cause a commotion, even attempting to storm the president's office, only to be halted by Chen Xiaoxiao and her bodyguards. The 2 burly bodyguards stood like an impenetrable wall, blocking a dozen irate individuals. Among the instigators was a small, wiry man with a fierce countenance, Luo Bing, a core veteran employee of the Yi group, who held a significant position within the company. He was also the uncle of Xing Chang, who had been involved in falsifying employment records. Upon discovering that the president had uncovered his nephew's nepotistic entry into the company, he sought to rally others who had participated in similar misconduct, knowing that they would be easily picked off one by one otherwise. He understood that the president would not let them off lightly, which is why he lashed out at his nephew. He was no fool. He realized that the nephew must have boasted to someone, leading to the report that brought the matter to the president's attention. Otherwise, it would have remained undiscovered. Although Chen Xiaoxiao typically appeared humble in front of the president, she displayed no fear in the face of these intruders. Her gaze was icy, reminiscent of the president's demeanor. She sternly declared, "What do you intend to do? This is the Yi group, not a place for your unruliness. If you have grievances, pursue them through legal channels." Luo Bing, astute as ever, recognized that they would be at a disadvantage in a legal battle and instead incited the crowd's emotions, insisting, "We merely seek an explanation from the president. We are all long-standing employees of the Yi family, having accompanied them through the arduous journey of building the company. Surely, we deserve recognition for our toil, if not for our merits. Can we truly be dismissed over such trivial matters? Moreover, the company made commitments regarding our stock options. On what grounds can they retract those? Is this not an act of bullying towards honest individuals?" His words ignited a wave of emotion among the veteran employees behind him. Indeed, without our efforts, would your corporation have achieved its current stature? Dismissals may occur, but the individuals here possess stock options worth millions. Naturally, they are reluctant to relinquish such valuable assets. In an instant, Employees of Yi Corporation, who were preparing to leave for the day, began to gather nearby. Intrigued by the unfolding drama, at this hour, most would have already departed. But the allure of triple overtime pay and reimbursement for dinner compelled many to wait until the evening rush had subsided. This not only saved them the cost of dinner, but also allowed them to earn additional income during the peak hours. Hearing the grievances of the veteran employees, who lamented that the Yi family had forgotten the very source of their success, instilled a sense of anxiety among them regarding their job security. Although the benefits at Yi Corporation are commendable, they remain ordinary employees, and such concerns linger in their minds. Qin Xiaoxiao observed Luo Bing's incitement of the crowd with a furrowed brow. The company has its regulations. Hasn't CEO Yi made this clear on numerous occasions? Those who dare to challenge should not complain when they are discovered. Is this principle so difficult to grasp? Luo Bing shouted. Let CEO Yi come out and speak with us. The commotion had grown too loud, disrupting Yi Qingning, who was diligently working in her office. She stepped out to find a throng of people gathered, casting a displeased glance at the instigators among the veteran employees. Had they not threatened her, she might have been inclined to grant them some dignity. The moment Yi Qingning appeared, the previously cacophonous atmosphere fell into a hushed silence, captivated by her icy demeanor. Qin Xiaoxiao approached her, whispering the circumstances. CEO Yi. Yi Qingning nodded, surveying the disruptive crowd, her voice icy as she inquired, have you all had your fill of chaos? With Yi Qingning's arrival, the surroundings fell silent. Luo Bing's expression grew grave. CEO Yi, we, the employees, have stood alongside Chairman Yu. Yi Qingning interjected, speaking with a measured tone. And what of it? What is it that you wish to convey? That you deserve accolades for your labor? That our corporation is ungrateful? Severing ties once the river is crossed? She anticipated Luo Bing's intentions, her eyes filled with disdain. If that is your argument, I suggest you speak with the head of our legal department. Do not fault me for lacking compassion. The moment you banded together to threaten Yi Corporation, you forfeited any reason to remain here. Do not think that your past camaraderie with Chairman Yi grants you immunity. Today, it matters not who you are. Her stance was resolute. You have violated company regulations, committed gross misconduct, and engaged in corrupt practices. Do not assume I am unaware of the numerous connections within the company. Is it problematic if I dismiss these individuals? Is there a problem if I dismiss you? The Yi family does not lack any one of you. Upon hearing this, the surrounding employees finally understood the situation. The rumors circulating earlier were a mixture of truth and fabrication. Indeed, the Yi family had dismissed over a dozen core personnel, but the falsehood was that they were severing ties after crossing the river. The reality was that these individuals had violated the company's fundamental principles, which led to their termination. Our project manager frequently pilfered our meticulously crafted project results, lacking any real competence. I have long suspected that he was merely a beneficiary of connections. And then their SR department head, who often lacks understanding yet presumes to critique us. I expressed my concerns. No wonder some colleagues in our department seem as though they have just emerged from a vocational school. It's not about being top tier. But at least they should have an undergraduate degree, right? In light of this, Mr. Ye's actions seem justified. The Yi family does not require such privileged connections. Public opinion swiftly shifted. Luo Bing's face flushed with anger as he pointed around, exclaiming, aren't you all working for the company too? How can you stand up for a capitalist? If you do not unite in supporting us, it will not be long before you too are dismissed. At that moment, someone retorted, we should indeed stand with the workers, but only if the boss is at fault. The Yi Group offers salaries that far exceed those of other companies, never delays overtime pay, and even provides dinner. If someone is dismissed due to incompetence, they will be compensated according to labor laws. Why would I continue to stir trouble with such a boss? That would be foolish. This statement caused those around to nod in agreement. With such benefits, only a fool would side with Luo Bing. What if they ended up dismissed as well? Moreover, terminating these individuals signifies that the Yi family is just and will reduce the number of those with connections, which is advantageous for their promotion pathways. Seeing that these individuals did not support him, Luo Bing gritted his teeth, muttering, you deserve that meager salary. Yi Qingming coldly interjected, enough. Take any concerns to Ye's legal department. Luo Bing shouted furiously, Yi Qingming, dismissal is one thing, but we must be compensated with our stock options. Yi Qingming, uninterested in further dialogue, signaled for security. Upon hearing that Yi Qingming intended to call security, Luo Bing, in a moment of desperation, shouted, we know all of Ye's core secrets. Yi Qingming raised an eyebrow, her tone laced with amusement as she crossed her arms. You signed a confidentiality agreement. If you don't want to face the consequences, consider your options. Or perhaps you might inquire if there are other companies in Jiachen willing to hire you. Luo Bing furrowed his brow, threatening, there will always be groups of a similar scale to Yi. If you do not allow me to reclaim my stock options, do you not fear that I might reach out to them privately? Although he was aware of Ye's formidable strength, there were indeed companies in Jiangshan comparable to Ye's stature. And if he were to switch jobs, those companies would not be intimidated by Yi. For instance, the Qiao Group would be an excellent alternative. Regarding the confidentiality agreement, as long as he refrains from making public statements or holding a position, there is no evidence linking him. However, what puzzled Robing was that the news of Ye's dismissal of several core personnel should have already circulated. Why had the executives from other companies not yet reached out to them? Robing did not dwell on it too much, merely perceiving that these companies were biding their time, waiting for the dust to settle before they began to poach talent. The groups competing with Yi would undoubtedly seek to recruit them. The imagined scene of Yi Qingning furrowing her brow did not materialize. Instead, Yi Qingning merely smiled dismissively, displaying no fear whatsoever. Her tone laced with a hint of mockery. Contact them however you wish. If you cannot find their details, I can provide them. Robing's face flushed crimson as he pointed an accusatory finger at her, exclaiming, Yi Qingning, do not provoke me further. This marked the second instance of him directly addressing her by name. Yi Qingning's brow furrowed slightly, her eyes flashing with annoyance. And the bodyguard beside her instantly understood her intent. In the next moment, Robing was effortlessly lifted before Yi Qingning like a mere chick. Unable to muster any form of resistance, he struggled fiercely, crying out, someone help me. As others attempted to intervene, another bodyguard, donning sunglasses, brandished a baton from behind, his arms as thick as their legs. The foremost individual swallowed hard. Brother, we are in a society governed by law. Robing was pressed to the ground, rendered speechless, and even found it difficult to breathe. The strength of the bodyguard was overwhelming, leaving him utterly powerless. Yi Qingning looked down coldly, stating, do you know how to respect others? If not, I would be more than willing to teach you. It is essential to recognize that her position as president of Yi was secured not only by her capabilities, but also by her ruthless approach. She never indulged in frivolity with her subordinates. Were it not for the confines of the company, she might have truly inflicted harm upon Robing. The bodyguard barked, apologized to the young lady. Reluctantly, Robing forced out a few words. I'm sorry, Ms. Yi, I should not have disrespected you. Pressed to the ground. He continued to endure his discomfort, saying, but you must understand, we are all core, long-serving employees of Yi. If you pursue us to the end, the consequences are beyond your capacity to bear. Chairman Yi would certainly not wish to see other companies attacking the lifeblood of Yi. He articulated slowly, although Yi has increased collaborations with Lin, it does not imply a binding affiliation between Yi and Lin. Just as he lay on the ground threatening Yi Qingning, a steady voice suddenly emerged from the crowd. A handsome young man strolled forth, stating, I apologize. But Lin and Yi are indeed bound together. Chapter 80. This is the office. Do not act recklessly. Lin Yu stepped forth from the crowd. The moment he was seen, besides Yi Qingning and Qin Xiaoxiao, everyone else fell into a state of bewilderment, as Lin Jinghua had not yet rushed to publicly announce the reunion with his long-lost son. However, Lin Yu's demeanor, marked by a balance of humility and confidence, effectively subdued those around him. He disregarded the two bodyguards and approached Yi Qingning, who made no attempt to obstruct him. The glimmer of surprise in Yi Qingning's eyes reflected no animosity, but rather a hint of delight. She inquired, somewhat astonished. What brings you here? Lin Yu replied with a serene smile. Is it not perfectly normal for a husband to visit his wife at her workplace? The words hung in the air, leaving those nearby momentarily stunned. This dashing man was, in fact, the husband of the esteemed CEO Yi? When had she married? How could the company have kept such a significant secret under wraps? Typically, any whisper of gossip within the company could not remain hidden. Yet the news of Yi Qingning's marriage had escaped all notice. This was largely due to her desire to keep her identity concealed from Lin Yu, resulting in a relative lack of information dissemination. Yi Qingning shot him a playful glare. You really are quite the jokester. This gesture shattered the formidable image she had cultivated as a powerful businesswoman. Was it true? Was the aloof CEO of Yi Corporation actually playfully teasing a man? Such a scene seemed almost implausible, especially considering it was her husband she was playfully engaging with. Who would have imagined that the CEO of Yi Corporation possessed such a contrasting persona in private? Xiao, expel these individuals from Yi Corporation. Notify the other companies. Any that dare to harbor them will find themselves at odds with us, Yi Qingning commanded. Lin Yu casually added, by the way, Xiao, send me a copy of that list. We at Lin Corporation also need to inform the other companies. Luo Bing retorted, who do you think you are? Lin Corporation will heed your words? Lin Yu smirked coldly, in a few days, you'll have your answer. Before long, the troublemakers were all ejected from Yi Corporation. Chen Xiao dismissed the onlookers, and silence enveloped the area, leaving only Yi Qingming and Lin Yu. She gestured for him, come into my office. Inside the office, Lin Yu surveyed the surroundings and remarked, I came to wait for you to finish work and unexpectedly witnessed this scene. It was his first time in Yi Qingming's office, which was immaculate and orderly, echoing the ambience of home. Yi Qingming preferred a tidy environment, eschewing chaos. With a resigned sigh, she said, to have to dismiss so many core employees requires significant courage. If it weren't for our family's alliance, I would not have dared to act so decisively. I owe you my gratitude. Without your insights, I might not have uncovered the shady dealings these individuals were involved in. The matter even extends to the buying and selling of positions. Just the project manager role could cost hundreds of thousands. Once sufficient evidence is gathered, all of them will face consequences. Lin Yu nodded in agreement. I hadn't anticipated that Zheng Chang was merely the tip of the iceberg. However, what Yu Corporation fears the least at present is an opportunist taking advantage of this turmoil. The so-called core employees wield considerable power, making the arrangement of falsifying documents for employment exceedingly simple. Each new recruit brings in a staggering income of over $1 million. And those who enter through connections typically recoup their investment in about 2.5 years, creating a win-win situation. However, the Yi family is no longer the formidable entity it once was. Now, bolstered by the Lin family, they are not to be trifled with in Jiangxing. Lin Yu has begun to gradually take over the affairs of the Lin Group, aspiring to adapt swiftly. Although he had previously been rather lackadaisical, he harbors his own aspirations deep within. The Lin family currently reigns as the wealthiest in Jiangxing, and he hopes to transcend this singular title. Yet, all of this requires a measured approach. Lin Yu smiled gently, no need to thank me, Miss Yi. Is there a need for gratitude between us? Our relationship has already evolved into one of profound connection. Yi Qingming's cheeks flushed slightly. How improper. This is not at home. Lin Yu wrapped his arms around her, savoring her remarkably soft form, but it is just the two of us here. Isn't it? Whatever we do here remains our secret. Yi Qingming felt a delightful shiver coursing through her body, her skin aflame, her tone softening. You fool, this is the office. Please, don't act recklessly. Although it is quite thrilling, it is not appropriate. Their previous escapades in the bar's private room had been wild, but such places were inherently unrefined. However, this was a workplace and moreover, they were unprepared for any unforeseen consequences. Lin Yu grinned mischievously. When did I ever imply I intended to behave recklessly here? This isn't some bizarre adult film. I'm not that depraved to engage in such antics in an office. He acknowledged that such thoughts had crossed his mind, but merely as fleeting notions. It was indeed challenging to entertain such ideas in this setting, especially since Yi Qingming's office featured floor-to-ceiling windows that revealed the vibrant nightlife outside. Of course, the outside world could not see in. It was a one-way view, allowing them to gaze out while remaining unseen. Yi Qingming bit her lip. You rogue. If you have no intention of misbehaving, could you kindly remove your hand? Lin Yu's hand had been resting on her hip, but he quickly withdrew it, playfully patting her before pulling away. He chuckled, my apologies, I forgot to turn it off. Yi Qingming shot him an exasperated glance while adjusting her disheveled attire, tugging down her fitted skirt. You're perpetually improper. How did I not notice your mischievous side before? Lin Yu cleared his throat. Ahem. I only act this way with you. Besides, I don't smoke or frequently drink. What is wrong with a little flirtation? Though Yi Qingming feigned disapproval, she found herself unbothered by his advances, even feeling a strange addiction, as if a new world had been unveiled before her. She mused. If only we could install a handrail by the window, it would be quite convenient. She swiftly shook her head, banishing the peculiar thoughts, murmuring to herself, I must be losing my mind. Unexpectedly, such thoughts would arise. Lin Yu noticed Yi Qingming's flushed ears, but refrained from exposing her. Instead, he shifted the topic, asking, Miss Yi, what time do you finish work today? Would you care to grace me with your presence? Yi Qingming raised an eyebrow. Are you inviting me? Lin Yu's lips curled slightly. During today's reunion, thanks to a certain someone, Manager Zhang gifted me several bottles of exquisite red wine. I've brought one back. He leaned closer to Yi Qingming, his lips almost brushing against her nose. I wonder if my esteemed wife might wish to finish work early tonight to savor this fine wine with me? Chapter 81. Help me arrange a meeting with Qingning. The cries of despair echoed from within the room. Xing Chang clutched his back, his face contorted in agony. I was wrong. I was wrong. Please, stop hitting me. Luo Bing wielded a belt, mercilessly striking Xing Chang's back, his clothing reduced to tatters. It was evident how furious Luo Bing was. The affection he once showered upon his nephew was now replaced with relentless punishment. Had it not been for Xing Chang's parents intervening, he might have been beaten to death, his pain cries piercing the air. Xing Chang's mother hurriedly pleaded, all right. Stop it. Luo Bing, panting, retorted, Sister, ask your precious son what he's done. Xing Chang's mother, disgruntled, replied, You can't beat your nephew like this. You used to dote on him. Luo Bing, nearly choking on his rage, exclaimed, Damn it. I want to kill him now. Speak up. What exactly have you done? Xing Chang, clutching his lacerated back, wept, I've angered Mr. Ye's husband. He is the son of Lin Zhenghua. Upon hearing this, Luo Bing's heart sank. Understanding at last why his desperate attempts to contact other companies had gone unanswered, even resulting in being blocked. The man who had just challenged him was indeed from the Lin family, the son of Lin Zhenghua. With the Yi and Lin families now united, it became clear why the two had recently been so closely entwined. He had been oblivious to this development, mistakenly believing the Lin family merely sought to cultivate a good relationship with the Yi family. Cradling his head in despair, Luo Bing lamented, It's over. I am finished. I will have to compensate the Yi family for everything. It's all your fault for provoking them. Now I've lost my job, and I must pay the Yi family. I might even end up in prison. He vaguely recalled the illicit dealings he had conducted at the company, accepting bribes to grant favors to certain connections. In the next moment, disregarding the protests of the others, Luo Bing lunged at Xing Chang, shouting, I will kill you. At the Qiao residence, Xiao Wanyin had just finished her bath, clad in a delicate white camisole nightgown. She sat in the living room downstairs, applying a facial mask, her long, fair legs elegantly crossed. On the table was the latest series she was binge-watching, a popular short drama featuring a domineering CEO. It is indeed true that she finds such short dramas quite captivating. Although the image she has in her mind does not recall having encountered a young and composed domineering CEO like this one. Well, her brother could be considered a half version of that. Naturally, her interest in this short drama does not stem from a desire to meet her own domineering CEO, for she is by no means lacking in exceptional suitors, just as she was delightfully engrossed in the short drama. Savoring her leisurely retirement life, free from the obligations of work, she suddenly felt a chill on her back. A pair of large hands grasped her shoulders, and a familiar voice emerged from behind her. Xiao Ziyuan, do you need me to give you a massage? Xiao Wanyin? She nearly jumped in surprise. Isn't it? Do you walk with a stealthy step? Not a sound at all? Are you trying to scare me to death? Following this, she suspiciously inquired. What is with this sudden display of affection? There is no good deed without ulterior motives. What are you up to? Previously, it was I who would give you massages in exchange for pocket money. Why the sudden eagerness to massage me today? Xiao Ziyuan, with a serious demeanor, replied. Am I not allowed to help my sister because she is tired? Did you go shopping today? Would you like me to massage your feet? Xiao Wanyin slightly furrowed her brows, her eyes narrowing. Something felt decidedly amiss, 12 parts amiss. This was utterly uncharacteristic of her brother. When had he ever been this proactive? Xiao Wanyin, you don't think my delicate little feet are too enticing and have some perverse thoughts, do you? Like wanting to lick my feet? Xiao Ziyuan could no longer maintain his composure and retorted, Get lost. Can you not be so disgusting? After all, I am your brother. Xiao Wanyin teased. So what if you are my brother? Are my feet not pretty enough? How many men wish to boast about them? Xiao Ziyuan was rendered speechless, exclaiming, Stop. I do not wish to hear you extolling the virtues of your foul feet. He found himself utterly exasperated with his sister, who showed no restraint when joking around. Xiao Wanyin immediately turned serious, raising her fair and delicate foot. I just washed them. They do not stink. They are fragrant. Xiao Ziyuan, with a face of disdain, replied dismissively, All right, fragrant. Xiao Wanyin discerned that her brother, who was uncharacteristically attentive, must have an ulterior motive. Speak up. What is it that you need from me? She said, casting a glance at the fruit platter on the table. With a sense of resignation, Xiao Ziyuan stepped forward to peel the lychees one by one for her. It's nothing major. It's just that we haven't gathered with Qingning in quite a while, have we? Back in school, we shared a good relationship. But after graduation, our contact dwindled. Now that you're back in the country, shouldn't we arrange to meet? To clarify, it is you who has had less contact with her, not me, Xiao Wanyin remarked. Xiao Wanyin, Suddenly realizing, exclaimed, "Wait, why the sudden desire to mate? Brother, did I not mention to you that Qingning is already married? She has become someone else's wife, so do not dwell on it." Xiao Ziyuan's expression shifted slightly, though he quickly regained his composure. "I merely wish to meet and chat. After all, I have liked her for quite some time, and it's not like I'm asking her out alone. Can't we have a conversation? In a short while, I may have to depart. As long as she finds happiness, I shall refrain from voicing any objections. It is imperative that I convey my once-held sentiments to her. Otherwise, I would be left with a sense of regret." Xiao Wanning looked at Xiao Ziyuan with a hint of disbelief. "Really? Can you truly withstand hearing Qingning announce her marriage?" Xiao Ziyuan, slightly irritated, ruffled her hair. "Do you think your brother is that fragile?" Xiao Wanning covered her head. "Ouch. Is this how you treat someone you're asking for a favor?" Subsequently, she seized a peeled lychee and remarked, "Are you testing your leadership with this? Which leader could withstand such a trial? Can you not exhibit a modicum of sincerity? Otherwise, there's nothing to discuss." Anticipating her reaction, Xiao Ziyuan retrieved a bank card from his pocket. "This card contains 1,000. Spend it wisely. Don't exhaust it within a month." Xiao Wanning instantly sat up to accept the card, her eyes transforming into the shape of soft currency. "Had you mentioned it earlier, I would have arranged everything for you." Unlike Yi Qingning, who thrived on her career, she found little joy in work and depended on her parents and brother for pocket money. Previously, a mere few $100,000 each month was hardly sufficient for her needs. Xiao Ziyuan shook his head in resignation at his little money-loving sister. Indeed, it is often said that a generous sum speaks louder than kind words. Chapter 82. "I shall accompany you." Xiao Wanning gestured for silence towards Xiao Ziyuan at this hour. She should still be working, so do not speak. She then dialed Yi Qingning's number. The first call went unanswered. Xiao Wanning frowned and tried again. It was unusual for her to be preoccupied at this hour. This time the call connected, but Xiao Wanning did not activate the speakerphone, as she preferred her brother not to overhear her conversation with her best friend. After all, discussions with friends are of a confidential nature. "Hello, Wanning, is there something wrong?" Yi Qingning's voice trembled slightly, coming through intermittently. Xiao Wanning paused in surprise. "Qingning, is your signal weak? Why is it cutting out? What are you up to right now?" After a brief silence, a voice finally emerged. "Nothing much. I was just running. Why not send a message if there's something to discuss at this hour?" "Running?" Xiao Wanning glanced at the clock. It was not particularly late, but it was uncommon for someone to be jogging at 10 o'clock. Nevertheless, she held no suspicion and instead felt a twinge of admiration. Her friend was not only beautiful, but also dedicated time to fitness post-work. It was no wonder her physique was enviable. Though Xiao Wanning's figure was decent, it paled in comparison to the top-tier physique of Yi Qingning. "I knew you wouldn't ignore my call without reason." Xiao Wanning returned to the conversation. "So, what is it you wanted?" Yi Qingning inquired. "Would you be able to go out for a meal together in a couple of days? When the time comes, send me your location. You should also bring someone along. My brother has returned home, so it will be the three of us together. We were classmates in the past, and it has been a long time since we last met. We can discuss it later." After saying this, Yi Qingning hung up the phone, leaving Xiao Wanning no time to process the conversation. Was that a yes or a no? Was running a few laps truly so exhausting? Xiao Ziyuan, curious, inquired. "What did Qingning say? Did she agree?" Xiao Wanning shook her head. Initially she agreed, but after mentioning you would come, she said to wait for a moment. She is currently exercising and has no time to respond. Xiao Ziyuan did not dwell on it too much and nodded. "All right, let me know when she replies." He understood how difficult it was to get Yi Qingning out these days. After all, she was now the president of the Yi Corporation, busy with work, and already married. It was uncertain whether she would meet him. With this thought, a hint of melancholy flickered in his eyes. It seemed he truly had no chance left. Meanwhile, after her workout and a shower, Yi Qingning, dressed in a pink lace nightgown, sat before the mirror. Lin Yu stood behind her, using a hairdryer to dry her hair. They had just finished a session of partner aerobics and shared a shower, and he had heard the entire phone conversation quite clearly on speaker. At first, he felt indifferent when she was invited out by her close friend, but upon hearing that there would be another male present, he unconsciously increased the force of the hairdryer. Of course, it was not jealousy. He simply lost control of his strength. Yi Qingning playfully scolded. "I told you to wait for me to finish the call. Why didn't you? You were deliberately being forceful. Aren't you afraid someone might overhear?" Lin Yu explained. "Do you believe it was an automatic setting I forgot to turn off?" He then flashed a cheeky smile, but my wife's reaction was quick, finding a good excuse immediately. Truth be told, They had experienced an unprecedented thrill just then. Though Yi Qingning feigned annoyance towards Lin Yu, she was not genuinely angry. She raised an eyebrow. So, were you jealous? Lin Yu stubbornly replied, no. Yi Qingning calmly stated, but little Lin Yu cannot deceive anyone. Lin Yu confessed, all right. I was jealous. I truly do not want you to go because of another man. I feel possessive, and it seems he has ulterior motives towards you. It was not that he distrusted Yi Qingning. He was merely apprehensive about potential schemes. What if this man harbored ill intentions or had something sinister planned? Although Qiao Wanyin was also present, Lin Yu felt an inexplicable animosity towards Qiao Ziyuan. He could not articulate it. But it felt as if the other man was coveting his wife. There was no evidence. Yet his sixth sense warned him that this man undoubtedly had thoughts about his wife. It was curious that after such a long separation and a not-so-close relationship, there was an insistence to meet. It felt akin to an old classmate, whom you had not heard from in years, suddenly reaching out, never a good sign. It would either be a request for money or an intention to propose marriage. Yi Qingning's lips curled into a slight smile. It would have been better to admit it earlier, then I wouldn't have to go. Observing Lin Yu's jealousy brought her a sense of satisfaction and happiness, making her feel deeply loved by him. She had never been particularly eager to attend. If it were merely a casual outing with her close friends for a meal or shopping, she would have been delighted. However, the prospect of an additional male companion completely dissuaded her from going. Suddenly, Lin Yu spoke up. It's all right. We haven't seen each other in a long time. So we should go. Yi Qingning raised an eyebrow, exclaiming, what? Are you out of your mind? Who lets their wife meet with another man? Are you feverish or trying to become a centaur? Lin Yu, clearly baffled, replied, what are you talking about? And when did you learn the term centaur? Are you sneaking in videos while at work? Yi Qingning pouted, her tone revealing her displeasure. How could I not watch the videos my husband sends me? What do you even mean by that? I am your wife. Why aren't you jealous? Seeing Yi Qingning's anxious demeanor, Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle. His usually aloof wife appeared quite adorable in her moments of concern, showcasing a delightful contrast. Nevertheless, he had grown accustomed to her varying demeanor in different scenarios, particularly in the bedroom, where she often took the initiative even more than he did. He clarified, that's not what I meant at all. I was suggesting that I accompany you, 2 men and 2 women. With me there, it will be fine. The moment those words escaped his lips, Lin Yu felt uneasy. 2 men and 2 women? It sounded rather peculiar, almost reminiscent of a title from a certain app. However, Yi Qingning, evidently unfamiliar with such applications, saw nothing amiss. Instantly, she grasped Lin Yu's intention, which was merely to assert his claim over her, and she was more than willing to cooperate with her husband. All right. I'll send you the time and place once I finalize the arrangements with Wanyin. At that moment, Lin Yu had already finished drying Yi Qingning's hair and couldn't resist inhaling her delightful fragrance. Wife, you smell wonderful. Yi Qingning's expression shifted. No, I've already bathed. How many times do you need to do this? Lin Yu leaned in from behind and kissed her cheek. I'm not sure where my limits lie, but perhaps you could shower again later. As a side note, recently the engagement has been a bit lackluster, with daily gifts amounting to only $1. Everyone can contribute a bit more for love, or else the author might lose motivation. Wealthy patrons could also consider more generous gifts, but rational spending is encouraged. Chapter 83. The visit from Elder Qin in the Lin Corporation's presidential office. Lin Yu had begun to gradually engage with the core documents of the company. However, he had not yet officially taken the reins of the Lin Corporation. There was still much for him to learn, and during this period, Lin Jinghua could not retire. Despite being intelligent, he was not equipped to manage such a vast enterprise in a brief span of time. He was no deity, having previously studied programming. The sudden transition to overseeing such a large conglomerate was no small feat unless a certain awakening system is introduced to him now. It is utterly impossible. Lin Yu took a sip of the coffee on the table, his brow slightly furrowing. Xiao Yong, why do you drink your coffee without sugar? Liang Yong explained. I noticed that those impressive CEOs prefer their coffee unsweetened, so I thought you might like to try it, brother you. Lin Yu retorted with annoyance. I don't care what you think. I care about my own preference. I can drink whatever lowly beverages I want. I'm indifferent to such trivialities. Just add sugar quickly. This is unbearable. He believed that there was no need to change his habits. It wasn't a matter of pretension to enjoy coffee with sugar. Those wealthy young masters, who had faced little hardship, perhaps found coffee to be their greatest challenge. With a serious expression, Liang Yong replied, Understood, Director Lin. After Liang Yong departed, Lin Yu glanced at the time. It was nearly the hour for a dinner gathering among the 4 of them. The documents he had been reviewing made his scalp tingle. He greatly admired how his father had managed to elevate the Lin family to its current status single-handedly, especially considering the Herculean difficulty of starting from scratch. Had he been given a favorable background, he likely would not have just become the wealthiest in Jiangqing. Lost in thought, the ringing of his phone abruptly interrupted him. It was his father calling. Lin Zhanghua, Xiaoyu, do you have a moment? Come home. The Qin family is visiting shortly. And I would like you to meet old Qin. Without much hesitation, Lin Yu agreed. All right, I'll head back now. To take over the Lin family business. It was imperative to expand his network, which was unavoidable. The Qin family was one of the 4 prominent families in the capital. Initially, Lin Zhanghua had intended for Lin Yu to meet them at a banquet, believing such introductions to be more effective than formal ones. However, he had forgotten to inform old Qin that he had found his biological son, thus planning to introduce them during this visit. At the Lin residence, Xiuyun inquired, what did Xiaoyu say? Will he return? Lin Zhanghua jested. Of course he will. It has been long since you last saw our son. It feels as though it has been ages. Xiuyun, with a worried expression, said, it has been 48 hours since I last saw him. I truly wonder if he has lost weight. Lin Zhanghua shook his head in resignation, well aware of his wife's concerns. This was a result of years of longing. She always feared that their son might suddenly disappear. Whenever he was not by her side, she felt a sense of unease. However, there was little they could do. Psychological scars were not easily healed, even with the best psychologist in Jiangqing at their disposal. It should be noted that before their son's return, Xiuyun's mental state had been significantly more fragile than it was now. Lin Zhanghua embraced Xiuyun, saying, Dear, do not worry. Our son will no longer disappear. He will always be by our side. Soon after, old Qin arrived at the Lin villa accompanied by his 2 granddaughters. As soon as the 2 young ladies entered, they politely greeted, Uncle Lin, it's been a while. Lin Zhanghua beamed with a smile, Xiaowei, you have both become even more beautiful. I can no longer mistake the 2 of you. In the past, he often struggled to distinguish between the twin sisters. However, after becoming acquainted with them over time, he learned to recognize their unique gestures and expressions. Old Qin, a friend gifted me some exquisite tea last time, and I have long wished to share it with you for a tasting. Old Qin chuckled heartily. You are truly considerate, Director Lin. I would be delighted to partake in this tasting. Lin Zhanghua led the 3 to the tea balcony on the 2nd floor, a place adorned with splendid scenery. Perfect for savoring tea and often used by him to entertain esteemed guests. Upon entering, Qin Jiwei glanced around, seemingly searching for something, yet found nothing. Lin Zhanghua curiously inquired, What are you looking for, Xiaowei? Qin Jiwei shook her head. Nothing, just taking a casual look. It seems that Uncle Lin's place hasn't changed much. It's just like before. Though she claimed to be merely observing, she was in fact trying to ascertain whether Lin Yu truly belonged to the Lin family. However, failing to find any traces of Lin Yu's presence only solidified her belief that he was an imposter. Perhaps even his name was fabricated. If so, she would be unable to discover any information about him, even among acquaintances in Jiangqing. Old Qin chuckled. She has such a temperament, unable to sit still. Meanwhile, the butler had begun preparing tea for the 3. Lin Zhanghua remarked lightly, Today, we shall refrain from discussing work and indulge in leisurely conversation. Old Qin responded, Chairman Lin is indeed a busy man, yet you find time to share tea and chat with an old fellow like me? Lin Zhanghua gestured invitingly. Old Qin, you are certainly one of a kind. Come, try this tea and see how it tastes. Xiaoxue and Xiaowei, you should try it as well. The 2 sisters chimed. Thank you, Uncle Lin. Old Qin sipped the tea and couldn't help but exclaim, What a splendid tea. Lin Zhanghua signaled to the butler, Old Li, please prepare a portion for old Qin to take with him. Qin Jishue could not restrain herself from asking, Uncle Lin, regarding our recent collaboration with the Lin family projects. Before she could finish, old Qin interrupted, Xiaoxue, we agreed not to discuss work today. You should really work on that habit. Don't always be so focused on work. His words served as a reminder to Qin Jishue that business requires social acumen, and he worried that if he entrusted the Qin family to her, her lack of finesse might lead to missteps. Lin Zhanghua had anticipated this and replied, It's quite all right. Xiaoxue is driven and understands. The person handling the collaboration will arrive shortly, and I will have him speak with you. Old Qin inquired with curiosity, Is this person the main person in charge of the collaboration? It seems you have quite a good relationship, allowing you to personally invite him. Lin Zhanghua deliberately teased. The relationship is particularly strong. You will see shortly, and it will surely astonish you. Qin Jishue, being a workaholic, was preoccupied with the impending meeting. And upon hearing that the person responsible for the collaboration was coming, her eyes sparkled with excitement. When will he arrive? At that moment, the butler who had just come downstairs announced, "Young master has returned." Chapter 84. Are you truly not a fraud, young master? Could it really be him? Is it possible that he has not deceived us? Is he truly the son of Lin Jinghua? Qin Jiwei's eyelids suddenly twitched, and a certain individual flashed through her mind, causing her heart to race. Her thoughts momentarily blanked, and her gaze instinctively turned towards the staircase leading upstairs. Soon, she beheld the man she had been preoccupied with for several days. When old Master Qin saw Lin Yu, he was momentarily taken aback. Lin Jinghua had not informed him that his son had been found, thus leaving him somewhat bewildered. Lin Yu approached, immediately recognizing an elderly gentleman of remarkable demeanor and deducing his identity. He spoke with neither subservience nor arrogance. "You must be old Master Qin. My father often speaks highly of you, and today he has sent me to make your acquaintance." Old Master Qin, puzzled, inquired, "Is this your adopted son?" Observing the bewildered expressions of those present, Lin Jinghua stood up to clarify, "Old Master, this is my biological son, whom I recently found after a 20-year search. However, I have not yet made this news public, so not many are aware." Old Master Qin regained his composure and suddenly realized something. Did he attend the banquet a few days ago? Lin Jinghua chuckled. "Indeed, I asked him to represent me, hoping he would meet more people, though he may not have crossed paths with you." Old Master Qin furrowed his brow and glanced at Qin Jiwei beside him. Noticing her gaze was nearly entranced by this man, it appeared that his granddaughter had not encountered a fraud. He was indeed the son of Lin Jinghua, and his granddaughter harbored feelings for him. The Lin family's standing was commendable, qualifying them for a union with the Qin clan. Contemplating this, old Master Qin opted not to elaborate further. If his granddaughter genuinely liked him, facilitating their connection would not pose an issue. In prominent families, even if Qin Jiwei lacked a suitor, arrangements would eventually be made for her to marry into another notable family as she matured. Naturally, he hoped his granddaughter would be with someone she cherished, while also possessing a solid background. In an instant, old Master Qin's gaze towards Lin Yu softened, as if he were considering a future son-in-law, and he appeared quite pleased. "Xiao Yu, please take a seat. Your father has endured considerable hardships over the years to locate you, even seeking assistance from the Qin family in the search. Regrettably, you were not in the capital. Otherwise, given the Qin family's influence here, we could have found you within a week." Lin Yu replied politely, "It seems that fate has its own design. At least the outcome is favorable." The ease of locating him in the capital was partly due to the Qin family's capabilities and partly because the capital was relatively smaller than Jiangcheng. Qin Jiwei's gaze towards Lin Yu became increasingly intricate. Initially, she had suspected him to be a fraud, but to her astonishment, he had spoken the truth. He was indeed the sole heir of the Lin family. Why then does she drive such an inexpensive car? Could it be due to a desire for discretion? Yet, she is not in the frame of mind to ponder this, as her gaze is drawn to Lin Yu's handsome visage. In recent times, she has often contemplated the manner in which they might cross paths again. She attempts to offer a smile to Lin Yu, only to realize that he is entirely oblivious to her presence. His attention is wholly focused on Qin Lao and her father, although he has met Qin Jiwei once. He harbors no thoughts of her whatsoever. This leaves Qin Jiwei with an inexplicable sense of disappointment, as she has never before encountered a man who treated her in such a manner, accompanied by a twinge of frustration. Does she not possess beauty? Or is her figure inadequate? However, she soon comprehends why Lin Yu previously drove such an affordable vehicle. It is because he is the biological son that Lin Jinghua has only just reclaimed. Given the circumstances, it seems his previous life was less than favorable, which explains his lack of any debauched demeanor, a quality that captivates her. Qin Lao takes the initiative to introduce, "This is my eldest granddaughter, Qin Jishue. You may call her sister. This is my second granddaughter, Xiao Wei. You should have met at the banquet." Lin Yu nods. "Yes, we crossed paths briefly." He is somewhat astonished to discover that the two young women are actually twins, were it not for their notable differences in personality. He would find it quite challenging to distinguish between them. The elder sister is attired in business attire, a classic ensemble of a shirt paired with a form-fitting black skirt, while the younger sister dons a more casual, yet elegant dress. Lin Jinghua states, "Exchange contact information with Xiao Shui. This collaboration will be managed by both of you." Qin Jishui's gaze is also fixed on Lin Yu. Unlike her sister, her focus lies solely on professional matters, merely assessing Lin Yu. It must be acknowledged that he is indeed quite handsome, yet she is not currently inclined towards romance. After Lin Yu adds Qin Jishua as contact information, he prepares to discuss collaboration matters elsewhere. Suddenly, Qin Jue interjects, "Aren't you going to add me?" There is a hint of acidity in her tone. Qin Lao quickly realizes that she is feeling jealous and urges, "Xiaoyu, you should add her as well. It will facilitate communication." After a moment of hesitation, Lin Yu complies, not wishing to disregard Qin Lao's request. Half an hour later, Lin Zhenghua and Qin Lao are reminiscing. While Qin Jiwei gazes longingly at Lin Yu engaging in conversation with her sister, she feels discontent. She does not wish to see Lin Yu laughing and chatting with another woman, especially when that woman happens to be her sister and their dialogue revolves around professional matters. Leaving her with no opportunity to interject, Lin Yu suggests, "Perhaps tomorrow you could send someone to Lin's to discuss with our representative." Qin Jishua responds, "Yes, I understand." Suddenly, she inquires with curiosity, "Is this your first experience in this domain? It seems you are somewhat unfamiliar with certain terminology." Lin Yu smiles and nods, "Indeed. I am just beginning to navigate this world. While I can manage interactions with others, these matters present a bit of a challenge for me." Qin Jishua smiled faintly. "When I first engaged with the family business, I was not yet of age, and I approached it with great caution and concern." He found conversing with Lin Yu exceedingly comfortable, reminiscent of his earlier interactions. Qin Jishua chuckled softly, remarking, "Your temperament bears a striking resemblance to that of my third brother." Lin Yu, intrigued, inquired, "Sister Qin, how many siblings do you have?" Qin Jishua replied nonchalantly, "I have 2 younger brothers, though they are quite young. The Qin family is currently managed by my grandfather and my father, while I primarily serve in a supportive role. Typically, families of the Qin stature do not have a scarcity of offspring. Such cases as the Lin and Yi families are rather rare. The Lin and Yi families have built their fortunes from the ground up, whereas the Qin family has always possessed a profound legacy, having never truly experienced poverty. I am genuinely curious how you managed to raise yourself," she continued. Chapter 85, She Brought Her Husband? No, I was fortunate to encounter kind-hearted individuals, namely my current grandparents. I grew up in an orphanage, Lin Yu responded. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Lin Yu had just departed from the Lin family and was en route to the restaurant. His primary motive for dining with Yu Qingning was to assert his claim. He had utilized the Lin family's connections to gather information on Xiao Ziyuan, discovering that he was currently developing his career abroad and had just returned to the country. Upon his return, he set his sights on Lin Yu's wife, making him a blatant opportunist. As a man, Lin Yu could discern Xiao Ziyuan's intentions, suspecting he had harbored feelings for Yi Qingning in the past. At the Yi Group headquarters, Lin Yu arrived at the company entrance to await his wife. Shortly thereafter, Yi Qingning emerged, clad in a smoke-gray tailored suit, complemented by a cream silk blouse and matching wide-legged trousers, along with nude high heels. Following her was her assistant, Chen Xiaoxiao. Yi Qingning immediately spotted the luxurious Maybach and entered the vehicle with Chen Xiaoxiao. Once inside, Yi Qingning and Lin Yu settled into the back seat, while Chen Xiaoxiao occupied the front passenger seat, and Ma Jie drove. As for Liang Yong, he had been given the evening off, as this assistant had little significant role to play. Upon entering the car, Chen Xiaoxiao stated, "President Yi, I will send you those documents later." Ma Jie was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Chen Xiaoxiao. It was his first encounter with Yi Qingning's assistant, and he was pleasantly surprised to find the short-haired assistant quite attractive. There was an endearing quality to her earnestness as she reported her work. Since his university days, he had not felt such a pure rush of excitement. After graduation, the only times his heart raced were when he was late and faced a salary deduction from his boss. Chen Xiaoxiao, puzzled, asked, "Why are you staring at me?" Ma Jie quickly averted his gaze, feeling somewhat impolite. "I apologize if I made you uncomfortable," he said, a hint of nervousness in his voice. Despite having flirted with many girls during his college years, those experiences were quite juvenile compared to interactions with working women. After entering the workforce, young women are no longer the naive individuals they were during their university days. Moreover, Chen Xiaoxiao, who has long been by Yi Qingning's side, bears a resemblance to her in demeanor. Without a smile, she exudes a certain frosty air. Chen Xiaoxiao shook her head and said, "It's nothing. I was just asking casually." She was well aware of her decent appearance and had grown accustomed to the attention from the men in her company. Furthermore, Ma Jie, Lin Yu's driver, regarded her with admiration rather than lewdness, which made her somewhat pleased. Yi Qingning said lightly, "Send it to me later." Lin Yu asked with a smile, "Dear, are you still busy with work?" Yi Qingning shook her head. "As long as I want to be busy, work will never truly be finished." As the female president of Yi Corporation, she had the option to manage her affairs as she pleased, if she wished to take a hands-on approach. Her workload would naturally increase, but if she chose to relax and delegate, she could easily find others to assist her. While most bosses prefer to offload tasks onto their subordinates, Yi Qingning was different. She relished being in control and disliked matters beyond her jurisdiction. However, ever since her marriage, her workload had gradually begun to lighten. In contrast, Qin Xiaoxiao's responsibilities had intensified. Lin Yu took Yi Qingning's hand and said, "Actually, my dear, you don't need to exhaust yourself so much. Yi Corporation is already thriving. A bit more rest will enhance your efficiency." As he spoke, he began to massage her head with his other hand, urging her to relax. Yi Qingning closed her eyes in comfort, relishing Lin Yu's ministrations. She felt profoundly satisfied with him. Who wouldn't desire a partner capable of alleviating their stress during moments of respite? Naturally, this was reciprocal. When Lin Yu needed her, she too would provide emotional support. Observing the affectionate display between the couple in the back seat, Ma Jie and Qin Xiaoxiao exchanged a knowing glance, sharing a resigned smile. Even during working hours, they found themselves consuming dog food. It seemed they'd forego dinner that evening. Soon, they arrived at the restaurant reserved by Qiao Waning. The establishment was exquisitely decorated, designed specifically for friends and couples, featuring intimate private rooms with splendid views of the night skyline. With an average cost of around 3,000 per person, this was a place where Qiao Waning frequently dined with Yi Qingning. Conveniently located near a shopping mall abundant with luxury brands, Qiao Ziyuan, impeccably dressed, sat beside Qiao Waning, his demeanor formal as he inquired, "Is Qingning on her way?" Qiao Waning replied, "Why are you so dressed up?" Qiao Ziyuan explained, "Perhaps it will be our last meeting, so I naturally cannot appear too casual." Qiao Waning's expression grew somewhat complex as she said, "Brother, I need to tell you something. Please don't be upset." Qiao Ziyuan's brow furrowed slightly. "What is it? Are you not coming? Are you standing me up?" He could not fathom what other news, aside from Yi Qingning's absence, could possibly provoke his ire. Qiao Waning took a deep breath and said, "Qingning will be bringing her husband along today." Qiao Ziyuan was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "Why didn't you mention this earlier? Why must he come too? This puts me in an awkward position. What am I supposed to say?" With a hint of exasperation, Qiao Waning replied, "You wanted to see her, but the issue is that if you do not agree to her bringing her husband, she simply will not come. Brother, I think it would be best if you communicated this privately, allowing both parties to maintain some dignity. I know you have strong feelings for Qingning, but she is now a married woman, and if you truly love her, you must wish her well." As Qiao Ziyuan's sister, she was acutely aware of his sentiments. She too hoped for a union between her brother and her close friend, yet it seemed impossible. Qingning's affections lay with Lin Yu, not her brother. Qiao Ziyuan sighed deeply. "I understand. This will be my last opportunity to see her, and I will wish her happiness. However, before that, I must ascertain whether this man can indeed provide her with true happiness. Although the Lin family is prosperous, if he cannot bring her joy, I will counsel her to part ways." Qiao Waning recognized that words were futile at this moment. Only when Qiao Ziyuan witnessed Qingning's happiness firsthand would he likely find true solace. She glanced at her phone. "Qingning and the others have arrived downstairs. I will send her the room number." In the Maybach, after seeing off the two bosses, the two workers finally had a moment to breathe. Ma Jie took the initiative to ask, "Hello, I am Mr. Lin's driver. May I know your name?" Qin Xiaoxiao replied, "I am Assistant Ye's assistant, Qin Xiaoxiao." Ma Jie produced a few bread rolls from somewhere and inquired, "Haven't you eaten yet? Would you like a piece of bread? I brought some along." Qin Xiaoxiao initially intended to decline, but her stomach betrayed her with an audible growl. Blushing, she quickly accepted the bread. "Thank you." This was hardly her fault. After a day filled with work, she had scarcely eaten anything besides breakfast, and her lunch had consisted of merely a cookie from the office. Now, as evening approached, her hunger was undeniable. Seeing Qin Xiaoxiao accept the bread, Ma Jie smiled with pleasure. "Secretary Qin, you haven't eaten all day, have you?" Qin Xiaoxiao nodded. "Not just a lack of meals. It feels more like a complete deprivation of food. Since I started working at Yes, I've realized there's no need for dieting. A full day's work has drained me completely." She couldn't help but lament the high intensity of her current workload. With the boss gone, it was only the two of them left to express their frustrations. Ma Jie empathized. "I felt the same way in my previous job. There was no overtime pay, and we weren't allowed to leave on time, with holidays being few and far between." Qin Xiaoxiao chuckled lightly. "You had it worse than I do. While working for Mr. Yi is indeed tiring, the overtime pay is triple, and if Mr. Yi is in a good mood, There are bonuses too. The only downside is the lack of vacation time, but the salary is quite generous. Typically, Yi Qingning is occupied with her duties when she is not at the company. And even when present, she must sift through information and relay messages for President Yu. Regardless of President Ye's presence, she has no holidays. Had it not been for the generous compensation from President Yi, she would have resigned long ago. Ma Jie couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Fortunately, Lin Yu truly considers him a brother, even after achieving wealth. He has not forgotten his two good friends and has provided a commendable job that is both relaxed and well-paying. In room 1701, Yi Qingning and Lin Yu followed the waiter into the private chamber. Xiao Wanning stepped forward and enveloped Yi Qingning in a warm embrace, exclaiming, "Qingning, it has been ages since we last gathered." Lin Yu stood beside Yi Qingning, his gaze locking with Xiao Ziyuan, who stood behind Xiao Wanning. Both men scrutinized one another. Xiao Ziyuan had to concede that this man was indeed handsome, but what stood out most was his composed demeanor, unlike that of a typical wastrel. He offered a polite smile and said, "Hello, I am Xiao Ziyuan, Wanning's brother." Lin Yu extended his hand for a shake, replying, "Hello, I am Lin Yu, Yi Qingning's husband." He deliberately emphasized the word husband with a raised eyebrow. Xiao Ziyuan's eyelid twitched slightly, yet his smile remained unchanged. "I am aware, however. I returned to the country late and was unable to attend the wedding." Lin Yu responded with a faint smile, "No problem, I hadn't intended to send an invitation." Xiao Ziyuan's expression stiffened, rendering the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Lin Yu continued, "What I meant to say is that the wedding was rather informal and not a true ceremony. The next wedding will certainly include your invitation. Of course, all notable figures in Jiangsheng will be invited." Xiao Ziyuan's demeanor softened slightly, yet he still felt discomfort. This man seemed to be rubbing salt into his wounds, subtly mocking him with his words. Having spent considerable time abroad, Xiao Ziyuan had honed his verbal skills. Yet he found himself at a loss for words against Lin Yu. He hoped this man possessed more than just a silver tongue. Soon, the four of them settled around the dining table, with Lin Yu and Yi Qingning sitting side by side. A floor-to-ceiling window offered a view of the vibrant lights below and the stars twinkling in the night sky. The night scenery here is among the finest in Jiangsheng's restaurants. As soon as they were seated, Xiao Wanning spoke up to apologize. "Lin Yu, I must express my regret for my previous actions. My intention was merely to gauge your character on behalf of my friend." Lin Yu waved his hand dismissively. "No worries. My wife has already informed me about it. I understand your position, and I must thank you for driving her to the wedding. Otherwise, I might have faced embarrassment." Xiao Wanning sighed in relief, smiling brightly. "Although you are married to Qingning, if you dare to treat her poorly, I will not let you off easily." Yi Qingning replied nonchalantly. "Lin Yu treats me even better than you do." Xiao Wanning exclaimed. "What? Are you still my best friend? I stand by your side only to have you stab me in the back. Truly, love has faded. This is how a married woman behaves, betraying her sister." Xiao Ziyuan suddenly spoke, recalling, "Do you remember when the three of us used to attend school together?" Yi Qingning coldly interrupted, "I don't remember. It was too long ago." She understood that Xiao Ziyuan's words were directed at Lin Yu, and thus she decisively interjected. In a conversation among four, when the topic pertains only to three individuals, the excluded one is effectively isolated. Furthermore, she held no nostalgia for her school days. What meaning could there be in a life consumed solely by studies? Xiao Wanning quickly attempted to lighten the mood, saying, "Indeed, brother, who remembers such distant events?" Lin Yu turned to Xiao Ziyuan and remarked with profound significance, "Yes, such distant memories. Sometimes one must look ahead, don't you think?" In the Qin family living room, old Master Qin had long noticed the peculiar demeanor of his granddaughter. Qin Jiwei, upon her return, he sat beside her and inquired, "My dear granddaughter, you've been silent since coming home. Is there something troubling you?" Qin Jiwei remained silent, feeling a heavy discontent within her. Her mind was plagued by the image of her sister laughing and chatting with Lin Yu. Although her feelings for Lin Yu were merely a crush, why did her heart ache as though something that belonged to her had been taken away? Throughout her life, whatever she desired, her sister had always provided. She adored her sister, yet today, she inexplicably felt as though something had been usurped from her. She knew such thoughts were unwarranted, but she found herself unable to rein in her emotions. What if her sister also harbored feelings for Lin Yu? Seeing his granddaughter reluctant to share her thoughts, old Master Qin sighed. "It seems my granddaughter has grown up and no longer wishes to confide in this old man. It appears she has secrets now." His words stirred a pang of guilt in Qin Jiwei. "Grandfather, what are you saying? I shall never truly grow up in your eyes." Yet she was indeed troubled, finding it difficult to articulate her feelings. Old Master Qin, speaking with the wisdom of experience, offered, "There is nothing too difficult to express. I suspect you are troubled by matters of the heart. However, affection is inherently irrational. Feel free to share your thoughts, dear. Your grandfather will keep them safe." Confronted with her grandfather's gentle encouragement, Qin Jiwei bit her lip and confessed, "Initially, I only had a crush on Uncle Lin's son. But when I saw my sister laughing with him today, I felt a tightness in my chest. I began to wonder if I might actually like him. But it seems my sister is also interested, and I do not wish to compete for the same man." Chapter 87. In the World. One's identity is self-created. Old Master Qin had anticipated a matter of great significance, but was relieved to discover it was merely his granddaughter's overactive imagination. He had intended to foster a connection between Qin Jiwei and Lin Yu, and now that she had openly acknowledged her feelings, it aligned perfectly with his intentions. As for his eldest granddaughter, he harbored no concerns. Qin Jiwei was entirely engrossed in her work and had no thoughts of romance. However, Mr. Qin harbored concerns that Qin Jiwei might be merely infatuated, as her affection for Lin Yu was largely attributed to his handsome appearance and the stark contrast he presented. Imagine, if someone you are fond of is engaging in cheerful banter with another, it is only natural to feel discomfited. Mr. Qin possessed a profound understanding of his granddaughter, bolstered by his own experiences in the realm of romance from his younger days. With a jovial demeanor, he remarked, "I thought it was something of great significance. Your sister would never vie with you for his affection. Surely, you comprehend her character? At present, she is not preoccupied with matters of the heart, unlike you, who becomes starry-eyed at the sight of a handsome man." He was acutely aware of Qin Jiwei's penchant for collecting the contact information of numerous attractive individuals, even if she did not harbor genuine feelings for them or develop any relationships. After all, one can never predict when she might develop an interest in one of them. Qin Jiwei interjected, but Mr. Qin, with a serious expression, continued, "You must contemplate this carefully. If you genuinely like him, I can speak with Lin Jingguo to see if we can facilitate a match between you two. However, if this is merely a fleeting infatuation, you must be forthright with me. It is vital to ascertain your true feelings. Do you truly have affection for Lin Yu? I would hate for you to find yourself married, only to later resent his character for not aligning with your standards," he cautioned. Adopting the tone of someone who has traversed this path before, love at first sight can sometimes be a perilous affair. Qin Jiwei pursed her lips, lost in contemplation. It appeared she had not truly come to understand who Lin Yu was, or whether he truly fit her ideal. Mr. Qin casually remarked, "In a moment, I shall send you some information regarding Lin Yu. Take a look for yourself. Sometimes, girls need to take the initiative, after all. The barrier between a girl pursuing a boy is often but a thin veil." Deeply touched, Qin Jiwei embraced Mr. Qin, joyfully exclaiming, "Grandpa, you are so wonderful to me." Mr. Qin affectionately ruffled her hair, replying, "Is it not possible for a child from Beijing to pursue someone from Jiangchen? Besides, who better to treat you well than your grandfather?" Achoo. Lin Yu couldn't suppress a sneeze. "Are you coming down with a cold?" Yi Qingning promptly handed him a tissue, inquiring, "Is it because the air conditioning is set too low?" "No, my nose is just a bit itchy," Lin Yu replied, accepting the tissue. "It's nothing serious. Could it be that someone is thinking of Mr. Lin?" Xiao Ziyuan quipped, jesting that perhaps it was a beautiful lady. He couldn't resist sneaking a glance at Lin Yu and Yi Qingning's expressions, hoping to stir the pot a bit. To his surprise, Yi Qingning did not take offense. Instead, she smiled gently at Lin Yu, saying, "A sneeze means someone is thinking of you? Then does that imply that when you have a cold, you are perpetually being thought of by someone? And even if a beautiful lady were to think of you, what of it? It simply attests to my husband's excellence. I am genuinely delighted to have found such an outstanding partner." As she spoke, she took Lin Yu's hand and turned to Xiao Ziyuan, asking, "Wouldn't you agree?" Xiao Ziyuan's smile appeared somewhat strained as he replied, "Indeed." Yi Qingning understood the importance of presenting a united front when in the company of others. To criticize your husband in the company of others is akin to slapping oneself in the face. As for whether Lin Yu is being thought of by someone else, that is a matter for the two of them to address privately. It is not for an outsider to comment on. Lin Yu grasped Yi Qingning's delicate, fair hand, as if to assert his claim. "I, too, am delighted to have found such an exceptional wife." Xiao Wanyin sensed a palpable tension in the air. Even the shrimp she had just tasted seemed to carry a hint of it. She swiftly interjected to lighten the mood. "Qingning, you are so fortunate. Could you please share how you two came to know each other? Previously, when I inquired, you were rather vague. Now that we finally have the chance, you cannot brush me off again." Yi Qingning recalled the mishap from that day, her brow slightly furrowing as a peculiar expression crossed her face. The circumstances of their meeting were indeed somewhat exaggerated and not particularly dignified. A one-night stand that led to a marriage was quite absurd. Lin Yu spoke first. I pursued her initially. Yi Qingning was taken aback, clearly not expecting Lin Yu to say such a thing. However, she chose to remain silent and listen to his elaboration. Xiao Wanyin, curious, asked, "How did you go about courting her?" Lin Yu feigned deep thought for a moment before replying. I was originally an employee at a subsidiary of the Yi Corporation, and while there for work, I happened to see Qingning and fell for her at first sight. I mistakenly thought her secretary was her boss and took the initiative to ask for her contact information. That is how we became acquainted. He spoke his fabrications with a straight face. In college, during outings, he often jested with drivers, pretending to be a kept man or a high-ranking executive. When one is out in the world, one can define their identity, and others are likely to believe whatever they say. It is a curious human trait that the more familiar one becomes with a person, the less they trust what that person says. Conversely, the more unfamiliar one is, the more credulous they tend to be. Yet, Xiao Wanyin was skeptical of Lin Yu's words. Are you certain? However, Qingning would not easily share her contact information with others. She quickly identified a flaw in his story, for Yi Qingning's character would never allow her to freely give her contact details to another man. Lin Yu smiled slightly. Otherwise, why would she choose to marry me? I must be different from other men. Which is why she was willing to share her contact information with me. Besides, although we exchanged contacts, we ended up together due to a misunderstanding. Xiao Wannin's eyes brightened at the hint of gossip. She was intrigued. What misunderstanding? Yi Qingning silently regarded Lin Yu, eager to hear what he would reveal. Lin Yu continued, I went to meet a blind date, but by a twist of fate, I ended up sitting in Qingning's spot, mistakenly believing that she was my date. Xiao Wanyin was taken aback. Really? Is that how it happened? This scenario seems oddly familiar. Xiao Ziyuan furrowed his brow. This plot resembles the short dramas my sister frequently watches. Lin Yu remained composed, nodding in agreement. Indeed. Reality is even more exaggerated than the so-called dramas. Wouldn't you agree? My dear, do you recall what your first words were back then? Yi Qingning? What does this have to do with me? You can't finish your own story without dragging me into it, can you? Yi Qingning cast a melancholic glance at Lin Yu before slowly speaking. Chapter 88. What can be done? Was it not you who spoke first? I didn't even get a chance to interject, Yi Qingning remarked. Lin Yu? He had not anticipated that Yi Qingning would toss the question back to him. Yi Qingning gave him a warning look, leaving Lin Yu with no choice but to concede. It seemed he must find a way to wrap up the tale he had spun. I initially thought she was my blind date, he recounted, and I directly delved into the subject, laying out all my conditions. Just then, Qingning's grandmother was pressing for marriage, so she decided to give it a try, thinking it could appease her family. Lin Yu stated nonchalantly, thus, by a twist of fate, we obtained our marriage certificate. After spending time together, we discovered that we were each other's type. Xiao Wanyin gazed at him with envy. Oh my, this is a plot straight out of a drama, Marriage Before Love. All the short dramas I've watched have similar storylines. Yi Qingning added, I love him dearly now, so I wish for no one to disturb our relationship. Xiao Ziyuan understood that Yi Qingning's words were directed at him. He realized she had genuinely fallen for Lin Yu, and he had lost his chance. As for Lin Yu, he treated Yi Qingning well, leaving Xiao Ziyuan with no justification to interfere. All he could do now was offer his blessings while secretly harboring his feelings for many years. A faint smile of bitterness crossed Xiao Ziyuan's face as he turned to Lin Yu, speaking with a pleading tone. Lin Yu, may I have a few words alone with Qingning? He did not address Yi Qingning but directed his request to Lin Yu, indicating his acceptance of the situation. Lin Yu replied coolly, I can grant you time to speak privately, but my gaze shall not leave this spot. Xiao Ziyuan nodded. That is sufficient. Lin Yu then moved to the entrance with Xiao Wanyin, his eyes fixed on Xiao Ziyuan. Should the latter dare to overstep, Lin Yu would not hesitate to intervene. Xiao Wanyin sensed Lin Yu's unease and reassured him. Rest assured, my brother is not the type to force someone he likes into anything. Lin Yu continued to regard Xiao Ziyuan with cold scrutiny. Who knows? Yi Qingning furrowed her brow and inquired, is there anything else you wish to say? Xiao Ziyuan offered a placid smile. Qingning, you have changed remarkably. Yi Qingning responded, puzzled. What changes do you see in me? Xiao Ziyuan sipped his red wine, his gaze growing intricate. You have changed significantly. You are no longer as cold as before, your expressions have become more varied. And it seems you truly understand what love is. This is something to celebrate. You are becoming better and better. Yet, I find no joy in it. Do you know why? The one who has made you a better person is not me, but rather other men. which leaves me in a rather melancholic state. Yi Qingning, no matter how I change, I will always remain Yi Qingning, and who has contributed to my improvement is of no concern to you. Her words bore no trace of emotion. She had no intention of entangling herself with Xiao Ziyuan. Xiao Ziyuan understood the implication behind Yi Qingning's words all too well. And with a bitter smile, he replied, Qingning, I have harbored feelings for you for quite some time, having secretly admired you since our school days. Yet, I have always felt a disparity between us. I have strived relentlessly, even studying abroad, all in hopes of one day standing by your side. However, by the time I earned that privilege, you had already found someone to love. I must say, after today, it is time for me to let go. Yi Qingning's expression remained unfazed. You deserve someone better. She callously issued him a good person card, a common tactic she employed to reject men. Asserting that he was a good person deserving of someone better. Xiao Ziyuan smiled faintly. Your words suffice. I wish you happiness. He called out to Lin Yu, who was not far off. I've said all I needed to say, so I won't linger. He then rose and departed from the private room. Xiao Wanning hesitated for a moment before saying, then I shall take my leave as well. This left Lin Yu and Yi Qingning alone. Lin Yu sat beside Yi Qingning and remarked, I wonder if he picked up the tab. Yi Qingning replied with a hint of irritation, after all that he just said. You only ask if someone else paid the bill. Are you really that short on money? Lin Yu retorted, Of course I am. Even if I had plenty now, I wouldn't waste it. Moreover, it was his invitation. Surely, I shouldn't be expected to pay. Yi Qingning raised an eyebrow. Are you truly not curious? Lin Yu feigned disinterest. Curious about what? I trust you. Yi Qingning nodded. Then I shall say nothing more. Lin Yu changed his mind. Never mind. Do tell. I've suddenly become curious again. Yi Qingning could not suppress a slight smile. So, do you not trust me? Lin Yu realized that his wife was quite astute in this regard, perfectly capable of navigating the conversation without getting ensnared. She was clever, and he too was clever. Their future offspring would undoubtedly possess high intelligence. Yi Qingning, speak up. Why are you silent? Lin Yu began to play coy. And what of it? What can be done? I trust you, yet I am curious to hear what he expressed. Yi Qingning honestly replied. He conveyed his feelings to me, but I rejected him. Lin Yu gently touched Yi Qingning's cheek, unable to resist pinching it. This only proves how exceptional my wife is, to be admired by so many outstanding men. He truly enjoyed pinching Yi Qingning's face, which felt as soft and tender as that of an infant, almost addictive. What was most delightful was that she did not resist. Her expression blank and adorably dazed. Who could have imagined that the aloof and composed CEO, Yi Qingning, would allow him to playfully pinch her cheeks without any resistance, even deriving a hint of enjoyment from it? Yi Qingning remarked, You are no less than the others. Any man who captures my attention must possess remarkable qualities. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow and inquired, What is my specialty then? Is it being little Lin Yu? Yi Qingning responded. Her face instantly flushed crimson. What nonsense are you spouting? This is not home. She felt utterly exasperated. Ever since she had been with Lin Yu, his words had frequently veered into suggestive territory, his mind brimming with lewd thoughts. Yet, he was not entirely wrong. Little Lin Yu indeed had his merits, a fact she was acutely aware of, though the specifics of her awareness were left unspoken. Observing the rare blush on the usually stoic Yi Qingning, Lin Yu struggled to suppress a smile. To elicit such a reaction from an ice queen was undeniably gratifying. Seizing the moment while Yi Qingning was lost in her risky musings, he proceeded to slice the steak on the table. By the time she regained her composure, Lin Yu had already offered her a piece of the tender, delectable steak with his fork. Yi Qingning hesitated for a moment before instinctively opening her mouth to accept the morsel. It was incredibly soft and delicious. Leaning closer to her ear, Lin Yu softly asked, Miss Yi, may I inquire what you were thinking just now? Chapter 89. Honeymoon? Yi Qingning felt her cheeks heat up. I wasn't thinking of anything. Lin Yu, with a teasing glint in his eye, pressed on. Oh really? Then why are you blushing? Yi Qingning retorted stubbornly. You are too close. It's too warm. Lin Yu smirked. Do you think I am unaware of your thoughts? Your husband knows precisely what's on your mind. I shall fulfill your desires tonight. Yi Qingning? Her entire being ignited with warmth, her face resembling a cherry. Although this was not her first experience with Lin Yu, discussing such intimate matters in public inevitably brought a hint of shyness. Fortunately, they were in a private room, and no one could overhear their conversation. Biting her lip, she lowered her eyes and murmured, Husband, it seems we are out of. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback, then quickly realized, I will have takeout delivered shortly. Given Lin Yu's robust physique, he dedicated time daily to exercise, including leg workouts. coupled with a substantial mutual demand. To be precise, both of their needs were quite significant, leading to a rapid depletion of their supplies at home. Suddenly, Lin Yu posed a question, "Wife, how about we embark on a honeymoon trip in the near future?" Yi Qingming blinked in surprise. What prompted this sudden idea of a honeymoon? Lin Yu replied earnestly, "Since our marriage, it feels like we have been perpetually busy. Others celebrate their unions with travels. I believe we should take some time to relax." Ever since their marriage, their time together had been limited, primarily meeting in the evenings. Lin Yu felt that the honeymoon phase was the sweetest period for newlyweds, and thus it was essential to spend time exploring the world together, especially now, when the two of them are free from any economic pressures. Traveling? Yi Qingning did not respond immediately. Instead, she fell into deep contemplation. Where shall we go? Of course. She was not averse to the idea. It was just that she suddenly realized she had visited many places for business negotiations, but had never truly explored them for leisure. Each time, she focused solely on work, returning to Jiangqing immediately after concluding a deal. She had traversed numerous locations, yet had never journeyed alongside anyone. Suddenly, Yi Qingning recalled a place she had longed to visit, a destination she had yet to explore. She yearned to see the sea in Coconut City. However, a mental barrier had consistently prompted her to make excuses. The ocean there is azure and stunning, a vision she had cherished since her school days. It seemed that since high school, she had scarcely had any time for herself. Even after graduation, the majority of her time was devoted to work. She had not even had the opportunity to enjoy herself in other cities. Lin Yu waved his hand in front of her. "Wife? What's wrong? Why are you lost in thought?" Yi Qingning snapped back to reality, shaking her head. "It's nothing." Then she smiled. "Let us travel together. But I need to find someone to assist Chen Xiaoxia during this time. Otherwise, she won't manage." Lin Yu gazed out at the night sky. "You decide what to do. Is there anywhere you wish to go?" he inquired. Yi Qingning replied nonchalantly, "Coconut City." Lin Yu, curious, asked, "Why Coconut City?" Yi Qingning slowly began to speak, a hint of sorrow in her eyes. "My grandfather once told me that the sea in Coconut City is beautiful, and he promised to take me there when I grew up. He planned to retire there, but he never lived to see me grow up, and I never had the chance to visit with him. I had countless opportunities to see the sea in Coconut City, yet I never went. I always made excuses. It's too hot there. It's not fun. I don't have time because of work. But now I realize that it is not Coconut City that is at fault. It is my own psyche. I have never been able to confront my grandfather's death. At night, I would ponder whether my grandfather was merely playing a joke on me, waiting for me in Coconut City." Lin Yu embraced her gently, speaking softly. "So, as long as you haven't been to Coconut City, your grandfather remains there?" He quickly understood Yi Qingming's inner thoughts. She had given herself a psychological suggestion, believing that as long as she had not visited Coconut City, her grandfather was still present. However, should she go, the truth would be undeniable. He would be gone. Though he could not fathom the feeling of losing one's closest loved one, he understood the ache of having them absent. Yi Qingning remained silent, acknowledging his insight. Her eyes slightly reddened. She was strong yet also fragile. Lin Yu tenderly patted her shoulder, his tone patient. "So why do you wish to go with me now?" Yi Qingning earnestly remarked, "It is because I wish to introduce you to him. I long for him to witness my current happiness." Lin Yu, do you understand? Throughout life, one encounters numerous choices, yet each individual possesses their own path. You are my choice, and I hope my grandfather can see you. Lin Yu felt an inexplicable warmth in his heart. Yi Qingning's vulnerable side was only revealed to those closest to her. He gently wiped away her tears with a tissue and chuckled. "Why are you crying? The esteemed President Yi is lying in my embrace, secretly weeping. I should capture this moment and share it with your company group." Yi Qingning playfully delivered a soft punch to his chest, exclaiming, "No, absolutely not. You mustn't. I won't allow it." Lin Yu feigned pain, clutching his chest. "That hurts. What if this causes your husband to flee?" Yi Qingning pouted, ceasing her tears and waving her delicate fists. "Do not worry. I would never drive you away. I would sooner harm myself than let you leave for another woman." Lin Yu was taken aback, contemplating whether to laugh or cry. Yi Qingning, feeling aggrieved, added another playful punch before saying, "Of course, you should be laughing. I am still crying, and you speak of capturing unflattering photos to share with the company group. If I find such a photo in the group, I shall not spare you." This was the first time Lin Yu had witnessed Yi Qingning in such a state. Previously, she was either actively contrasting or aloofly silent. Today, she exhibited a feisty yet endearing demeanor, reminiscent of their school days, with the woman in his arms embodying an ethereal beauty. Lin Yu laughed heartily. I will keep this adorable photo for myself. How could I bear to share it with anyone else? Yi Qingning protested, not adorable at all. I look utterly unflattering. You must forget this moment. Lin Yu, with affection, responded, all right, I shall forget it. I will heed your wishes. He then spoke in a solemn tone, Miss Yi. I am willing to accompany you to Yeqing to visit our grandfather. Chapter 90. Old Master Qin seeks an alliance with the Lin family in the Lin family's villa. Lin Jinghua sipped his tea, inquired, Old Master Qin, are you returning to the capital in a couple of days? Old Master Qin nodded, smiling as he replied, I have spent a considerable time in Jiangqing. Xiaoxue has completed her work, and it is time to return. Lin Jinghua politely stated, when I next visit the capital, I shall come to pay my respects in person. Old Master Qin chuckled heartily, I shall await your visit. After the pleasantries, Lin Jinghua asked, Old Master Qin, did we not just reminisce recently? What prompts this sudden visit? In the past, Old Master Qin would only visit Jiaqing once, never returning for a second time. A single meeting was sufficient. A repeat visit did not align with his character. They were both astute individuals, and there was no need for pretense. Old Master Qin smiled and said, it seems I cannot hide anything from you. To speak frankly, your recently found biological son is quite commendable. Xiaoxue has informed me that her interactions with him have been very pleasant, and that he possesses considerable ability. Lin Jinghua, upon hearing Elder Qin praise his son, chuckled heartily. Not one to feign modesty. Of course, my son has faced far greater hardships in the past, so his capabilities are undoubtedly commendable. Elder Qin, feigning nonchalance, remarked. He is quite handsome, and his stature is impressive. My granddaughter, Xiaowei, is quite fond of this type. Have you considered the possibility of an alliance with the Qin family? Lin Jinghua responded, absolutely. My son is undoubtedly charming. Wait, what did you just say? He appeared momentarily taken aback, clearly astonished by Elder Qin's last utterance. Elder Qin, puzzled by Lin Jinghua's surprise, after all, this news seemed advantageous for the Lin family, repeated, have you contemplated a union with the Qin family? Lin Jinghua's expression shifted to one of peculiarity. I fear that may not be feasible. Elder Qin furrowed his brow. What do you mean? Do you look down upon the Qin family? He had already humbled himself by proposing a union. Considering the Qin family is one of the 4 prominent families in the capital, wielding more wealth and influence than the Lin family, a union would undoubtedly favor the Lin family. However, being rejected was unforeseen. He had not anticipated such a turn of events. His granddaughter was exceedingly fond of Lin Yu, prompting him to approach with such earnestness. If Lin Jinghua failed to provide a reasonable explanation, their relationship would undoubtedly sour. Lin Jinghua shook his head in resignation. Elder Qin, I could never look down upon the Qin family. It's just that the Lin family has already formed an alliance with the Yi family. Lin Yu married some time ago, and this information has yet to be made public. We are planning a grand wedding to invite all the elite, thereby announcing this news. However, I never expected Xiaowei would develop feelings for Lin Yu. Elder Qin was momentarily stunned. Lin Yu is married? So my granddaughter has fallen for another's husband? He fell into silence, having not considered this scenario, under the impression that Lin Yu is still single. If this were the case, could Lin Yu be persuaded to divorce? Elder Qin was not one to exhibit magnanimity. He would provide whatever his granddaughter desired. Lin Jinghua had hoped that Lin Yu's marriage would dissuade Elder Qin. Yet he was taken aback when Elder Qin inquired, sever ties with the Yi family and unite with the Qin family. My granddaughter has a strong affection for Lin Yu, and I wish for him to divorce. Lin Jinghua frowned. What? Divorce? Elder Qin, are you jesting? The previously harmonious atmosphere suddenly tinged with tension. While the Lin family may not possess the same stature as the Qin family, this was not the capital. This was Jiangqing, after all, and ultimately, it was the Lin family's territory. No matter how formidable the Qin family might be, they could not target the Lin family directly. The most they could do was withdraw from cooperation, leaving both parties at a disadvantage. Lin Jinghua had not shied away from confrontations before and was not one to cower. Elder Qin regained his smile. Why the tension? I express hope, but I do not insist you comply. What if Lin Yu develops feelings for my granddaughter? Why shouldn't he part ways with the Yi family? Lin Jinghua remained silent, for the words of Elder Qin resonated with undeniable truth. In the realm of adulthood, interest reigned supreme. He could readily abandon the Yi family in favor of the more advantageous Qin family. As a businessman, such a choice would indeed be the most prudent. Yet, as a father, making such a decision would inevitably come at the expense of his son. Could he sacrifice the son he had searched for over 2 decades upon his return? This was inconceivable. Lin Jinghua would rather face ruin than compel Lin Yu to divorce Yi Qingning. Unless, of course, Lin Yu genuinely harbored feelings of indifference towards Yi Qingning. In that case, he would unconditionally respect his son's choice. With a sardonic smile, Lin Jinghua declared, "If my son were to develop affection for your granddaughter, I would have no objections. However, should he not share such feelings, I shall not yield, regardless of the consequences, even if it leads to mutual destruction." Elder Qin smiled faintly. That is to be expected. As a businessman, I would not choose a path of ruin. He could only hope that his granddaughter possessed the charm to captivate Lin Yu, as the alliance between the Qin and Lin families would yield tremendous benefits for the Qin family, solidifying their standing in the capital. Below an upscale residential complex, a woman clad in simple attire cradled the box, standing beneath a tree as if awaiting someone. Would Lin Yu be delighted by the porridge I prepared for him? Shen Yinqing mused, gazing at the rice porridge in her hands, for she had never before made porridge for him. She had come to realize an important truth. Persistently depleting a man's patience would eventually lead to its complete exhaustion. Lin Yu had reached that point with her, prompting her to learn various techniques online on how to win back an ex-boyfriend. Foremost among these was the importance of showing concern. This was something Shen Yinqing had never done before. Now, she chose to swallow her pride and offer an apology, even to express care towards him. Lin Yu was now the president of the Lin Corporation. If she could manage to rekindle his affections, she would soon find herself as the matriarch of the Lin family. As for Yi Qingning, she was merely an interloper who had stolen her husband. Shen Yinqing firmly believed that had she not been so obstinate, Yi Qingning would have had no opportunity whatsoever. With a little more effort, Lin Yu would surely return to her. After all, she was his first love. Moreover, she possessed a trump card. She was his first in every sense. Lu Qingge had been unceremoniously cast aside, had it not been for him. She would now be living the life of a wealthy wife. The mere thought of this incensed her. Yet, she did not consider her acknowledgement of the other party to be erroneous. The fault lay with Lin Yu's pettiness and Lu Qingge's scheming. Ultimately, the blame rested with the entire world, not with her. These past few weeks had been exceedingly challenging. After being dismissed, she secured a position as a receptionist, enduring daily harassment from unattractive men while maintaining a smile. Not only was the salary meager, but she often found herself working night shifts. Before coming here, she had doused herself in perfume, fearful of the lingering sin of these men. She held these impoverished men in contempt, believing that a woman accustomed to the affections of a lion would never settle for a wild dog. Chapter 91. Please respect boundaries. As Shen Yinqing awaited Lin Yu's return from work downstairs, her attention was suddenly captured by a Porsche 911 gliding into the community. From the vehicle emerged a woman of striking elegance, her beauty arresting. Shen Yinqing was momentarily mesmerized by this woman, whose attire, handbag, and jewelry collectively surpassed $1 million. Undoubtedly, she was a woman of considerable wealth. The car alone spoke volumes of her distinguished status. Shen Yinqing gazed enviously at the woman's opulent accessories, imagining that if such finery adorned her, she would shine even more radiantly. Once she became the matriarch of the Lin family, she believed she could have everything her heart desired. Lost in fantasies of being served by a legion of servants, she noticed the woman casting a brief glance her way. But the woman's attention lingered not, for she was there to seek Lin Yu. Before long, a Maybach entered the community. Lin Yu parked and descended from the vehicle, preparing to return home to cook and await his wife's arrival. His work hours were consistent. Even after ascending to the role of president, his schedule remained unchanged. Yi Qingning was the type to seek out tasks, while Lin Yu preferred to focus solely on significant matters, delegating the rest to others. Never willing to squander a moment of his time. If everyone returned home so late, there would be even less time for intimacy in the evenings. Upon seeing Lin Yu exit the car, Shen Yinqing intended to intercept him, but she was rooted to the spot, her gaze fixed in a daze. She had noticed the extraordinary woman approaching Lin Yu as well. The sight of the designer labels adorning Qin Jiwei caused her to halt instinctively, her grip tightening around the kanji she held. This woman appeared to be a suitor of Lin Yu. A profound sense of crisis surged within Shen Yinqing. If Lin Yu's admirers were of such caliber, how could she ever secure his affection? Despite her feelings for him, surrounded by so many exceptional women, she truly doubted her ability to win his heart. Thus, she chose to observe, intending to ascertain the woman's intentions. Lin Yu, taken aback by the sight of the woman before him, arms crossed and a smile gracing her lips, exclaimed, "Qin Jiwei? What brings you here?" Qin Jiwei arched an eyebrow. "What is the matter? Am I not allowed to be here? Why haven't you responded to my messages?" Lin Yu replied, somewhat incredulous, "The messages you sent were trivial." There was no need for a reply. Over the past few days, Qin Jiwei had been sharing snippets of her daily life with him. Yet Lin Yu had not uttered a single word in response. Frustrated, she had resorted to calling him multiple times, only to find herself blocked. For the esteemed second daughter of the Qin family to be treated so dismissively by a man was nothing short of a profound humiliation. This was her first foray into initiating contact with a man. Qin Jiwei stamped her foot in indignation, exclaiming, "What do you mean by useless information? What constitutes useful information?" Then, Lin Yu replied, "The messages your sister sends me are all essential to respond to." Qin Jiwei was taken aback, as Lin Yu's candid words implied that her sister was superior to her. Although she acknowledged that her sister excelled in certain areas, she believed she was not inferior in matters of romance. Her sister's personality was not the type that attracted boys. It was her own vivacious and cheerful demeanor that appealed to them. This notion ignited a spark within her, and she erupted in outrage. It felt like a blatant insult, as if to say that despite being twins, her sister outshone her. With her straightforward nature, Qin Jiwei directly inquired, "In what ways am I inferior to my sister?" Lin Yu responded coolly, "I never claimed you were less than your sister. You are both alike, yet you fail to realize that you've crossed a line." After uttering this, he turned to leave, unwilling to engage further with Qin Jiwei. Frowning, she seized Lin Yu's hand, leaning closer, almost brushing against his arm. "What do you mean I've crossed a line?" This scene caused Qin Yinqing's eyes to widen. If Lin Yu truly had a connection with this woman, it could lead to discord. With this thought, Qin Yinqing quickly took a photograph and found a hiding spot to continue observing. Lin Yu hastily withdrew his hand, stating, "Do not touch me. There should be boundaries between men and women. What are you trying to do? Is my message not clear enough?" Qin Jiwei furrowed her brow, demanding, "Will you not provide me with a reason? Is it merely that you find me displeasing? Have I done something wrong? Am I not entitled to pursue someone I like?" Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback, then responded, "You do not know? I am already married. Are you attempting to pursue me? Have you lost your mind? I am a married man." Upon hearing this, Qin Jiwei froze, her expression one of disbelief. "What did you say? You're married? Why was there no news of this?" One would expect a wedding from a family of their standing to be extravagant and widely known. If he merely had a girlfriend, she might not have given up on pursuing Lin Yu so easily, but the fact that he was married complicated her feelings. She found herself conflicted, as if something were blocking her chest. Qin Jiwei questioned again, "Are you serious?" Lin Yu affirmed, "Am I not serious enough? I am married. Do not share your so-called daily life with me. My wife might misunderstand. If you are honest, I will not block you. Do you understand? You may wish to be friends, but friendship requires boundaries. The reason I respond to your sister's messages is that she only contacts me when there is a work-related need. Do you understand what I mean? It's not that you are inferior to your sister." Qin Jiwei stood there, momentarily at a loss, unsure whether to laugh or cry. She had inexplicably fallen for a man who was already married. How utterly insane. Biting her lip, she murmured, "I'm sorry for disturbing you and causing you trouble." Lin Yu shook his head. "It's nothing. It wasn't a significant issue. It's better to address it openly." He continued, "You deserve someone far better. As the second young lady of the Qin family, there are undoubtedly many suitors who surpass me in worth. Moreover, you hardly know me. How can you speak of affection?" He resolutely added, "You should head back now. I won't see you off." With that, he turned to leave, leaving Qin Jiwei standing there, bewildered and uncertain. Just as he was about to ascend the stairs, an unwelcome voice pierced the air. "Lin Yu, wait for me."